Hi guys, it's Kathy. I hope you're doing well. Happy 4th of July. Everybody it's July 4th or 5th-ish for everyone. So happy 4th of July. Even if it's not a holiday for you, it's still the 4th of July. So hopefully that stupid camera issue that I just ran into is the only snafu that we have all day. So a couple people are streaming today. So I'm going to tell you what I have for you. That way you can decide where you want to go, what you want to do. So I have two things basically. I have a trial today. And that trial is a widow. It's a civil trial, but it's a murder case. So what happened was an employee got murdered by their supervisor. Well, actually, three employees of this company, including the supervisor, murdered this man because he's a whistleblower, and they were doing bad things with illegal aliens, using their names, making the illegal aliens pay them to work and things like that. So they murdered him. So the wife is suing the company for, damages. The three men have already been convicted criminally and are in jail. So that's where we're at with that. It's a long trial. It's hours long. Actually, it was like 3 weeks long, and I cut it down to hours. So we don't have the whole trial. I'm not showing the whole trial ever. Like, you're never going to see the whole trial. Then, guys, we're going to take breaks from the trial. And we're going to see the greatest judge. Oh, my God. So this judge freaked me out, okay? Because brand new judge to me. I've never seen this judge before. And he was amazing. It was just the greatest docket ever. I enjoyed watching the entire full docket. Then I looked him up because I swear I got him live. I got him live. I looked him up and he died like 4 years ago. I'm like, wait, what? How could he have died 4 years ago? I don't. So then I started to look in my history to see where did I get this judge from? I couldn't remember what state. And he was nowhere in my history. And I'm like, oh my God, I recorded him today. I have it here today. Well, the guy who died is a judge that looks almost identical to the judge that I got. And they has the same name. It's so freaky. So this judge will be exclusive to Court Vibes. Yes, Kelly, except he retired and now he's hearing cases with the Supreme Court of Georgia. So he's not a judge he's not a judge I can get all the time. Oh, that hurts me to say. He's so good. Wait till you see him. Wait till you see him. He's so good. So those are the two things that we're going to do today. The trial's long, and I got approximately 3 hours of this judge. So we're going to play a bit of the trial, take a break and watch this judge. Play a bit of the trial, take a break and watch this judge. And that's what we're going to do for the next, I don't know how many hours, but it's a lot. First off, I want to thank Monica. Monica was the first person to fund this stream. She gave me a donation in PayPal. Monica, thank you. I appreciate it. Now, also, oh boy, how do I find this? Kim, I don't know if you want me to say your full name, so I'm not going to. Kim and Tina also gave me a donation for this. So Monica was 25, Kim was 10, Tina 25. Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate it. You guys kept this going, got me going through. Linus, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. This this trial took me weeks to get and about 20 hours to edit down to what I have for you, which hopefully to put to trial, guys. You guys watch court cases all the time where people are throwing things and crying and screaming, and this is a trial. So during a trial, attorneys do some boring stuff. That's just how it goes. There's boring parts of this trial, but the content I thought was pretty. I loved it. We're gonna see if a business can get sued, which is sort of 4th of July-ish, right? It's American. And so are hot dogs. So I was not able to get the apple pie stuff to make my bacon apple pie. That won't happen today because I was just editing. I started with two completely different trials, and I edited them down, and I hated them. So I went to the murder trial. So I wasted a lot of time. But Louise, thank you. Thank you. Yay, Fozzie. 13 months. Holy cow. John. Welcome back. And no. There's no OJ today. None. Not even 1 minute of it. Okay. Now. Oh my gosh. Donald, thank you so much. Donald, I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am going to start with a completely different clip that I didn't even talk about. And exactly 2 of you will understand why I'm starting with this. It's from Judge McBurney, who we love. And there's no verdict because he has to think about it. But that's who we're starting with today, right now. Exactly right now. This man is a server.
Good morning. Is it Levine or Levine?
Levine, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Levine. I'm Judge McBurney, and I need to mute that. There we go. You and I are talking today. I'm here in court. You're going to tell me where you are in a minute. It's fine that you're appearing virtual. I'm just curious where you are. You are challenging the denial of unemployment benefits in your case. And I'm going to hear from you the reasons why you think I ought to reverse the Board of Review that considered the administrative law judge's ruling that you were not entitled to those unemployment benefits. I've had the benefit, to reuse that word, of looking at the record below. That's a transcript of the telephonic hearing you had with the administrative law judge, where there was a representative from the employer there, and you were there. So I've seen that ruling, and I just need to impress upon you before I hand this over to you and hear everything and anything you want to share with me, that the scope of my...
Not only did she contribute to this stream, she is a member for 15 months. 15 months, guys. Wow. Tina, thank you. Thank you so much.
My review in appeals like these is limited in 2 ways. One, I cannot find any new facts. So you may share with me some things that aren't necessarily in the record that was made below, and that's fine, and I'll hear about them, but I cannot rely on that evidence. I'm restricted to the evidence that you presented and the employer presented during that hearing below. So primarily, my review is for errors of law, although I could conclude that the evidence presented below simply wasn't sufficient to support the ruling of the administrative law judge. But for the most part, judges in my position are restricted to looking at, well, sure, there was evidence that you were fired for cause, but that evidence was hearsay, or it shouldn't have come in, or there was a procedural defect such that either you're entitled to a new hearing, or every once in a while.
No, I don't know. That was longer than. So I don't know how, but Tina was still a member even when I was demonetized, I think. I think.
They just got it wrong, and I reverse it and say give the man his benefits. But I do want to manage your expectations that if you were here with like, you know what, Judge, I've got the smoking gun. Here it is. I got this certificate, best employee ever. How could, like, what are they saying? I did a bad job. If that's not what you shared with the judge below, I will admire the certificate for best employee ever, but it wouldn't be something that I could point to say, here's why Mr. Levine we shouldn't have characterized this as termination for cause, because that's not something you shared with the judge who heard it before. Okay.
Understood.
End of my spiel, and I am happy to hear from you. Why don't you start by telling me where you are now, and if you're working now, what you're doing.
Yes, sir. So I am in Smyrna, in my apartment here in Smyrna. I am working now. I've been with another restaurant. Monday will be a full year that I've now been with them.
Great.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, and that certificate for best employee ever is being framed, actually, so I couldn't show it to anyone.
Okay. All right. So talk to me about the situation with your previous employer.
Certainly. So as I shared in the previous hearing, the situation was I was hired at this restaurant after being with my previous place for 3 years. This was a brand new place. They were trying to get a Michelin star, was what they were trying to do. It was a very high-end establishment. This was the type of place where the manager, I'm getting a lot of feedback. I'm sorry.
I can hear you fine, although, Deputy Gordon, would you mind cutting off Ms. Rivers's speaker? Your colleague put it on yesterday because we had a very soft-spoken, when we were playing that video. I don't know if it's on the back. Is there a switch on the back? Yeah. You did it. Okay.
Okay.
Keep going, Mr. Levine. That hopefully will make it a little better.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So this was the type of place where the manager walked around with a ruler measuring the distance between the plate and the fork. I mean, it was literally that type of restaurant. We were trained using the Forbes steps of service, which was a 70-step service system. Just to suffice to say, this wasn't a Chili's. This wasn't a place where you just slapped the menu down and said, you know, I'll be right back with your.
Not that there's anything wrong with Chili's, but that wasn't the environment.
That is correct. So,
okay.
I was part of a bar staff that was employed 6 bar staff members. Each member of that bar staff was meant to work every night of the week that we were open, which was 5 nights a week. There was 4 bartenders and 2 barbacks. And I'm gonna, I assume you're familiar with the restaurant business, or I don't have to explain a lot of these terms, or like.
Well, you should explain bar back, okay, because I'm familiar as a customer of restaurants, more along the lines of Chili's than some Michelin starred restaurant. So I know what a bar is. I know what they serve at a bar.
Right.
But I don't know what a bar back is.
So a bar back is a support employee. Their responsibility is to assist the bartender in doing things like washing glassware, getting ice, replacing liquor bottles that have been emptied.
But the biggest thing they do is change kegs when a keg kicks, and he doesn't say that at all.
Things of that, so the bartender can focus on servicing the guest. So that's what.
Were you a bar back or a tender?
No, I was a bartender, sir.
Okay.
There was 4 bartenders and 2 bar.
Judge just insulted him.
The service team that was there.
All at the same time? Like there are 4 bartenders. How this bar is like 5 miles long?
No, so what I was about to explain to you. So there was 4 separate stations that the bartenders were responsible for.
Okay.
The bar consisted of 7 bar seats. 1 bartender was responsible for those 7 bar seats where guests could have a full service dinner. They were also responsible for serving guests. Anybody that walked up to the bar, they could order drinks, that kind of thing. The end section of the bar was the service bar.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever been inside of a bar, like a real bar that didn't have beer on tap. So like there's some places you can go to get drinks that only have like them in a refrigerator, but I don't think I've ever been to a bar restaurant that didn't have beer on tap. Maybe a pizza place that has a liquor license, and they still have them on tap, though. Have you guys ever been to a bar with no beer on tap? Like, I don't mean no beer, I mean no beer on tap.
That was responsible for making drinks for the guests in the restaurant. So any tables that ordered drinks, the servers would ring those in and the ticket would print up, and one bartender was responsible for that. There was 120 seats in the restaurant. So the night in question, we were fully committed, 120 guests. There was a lounge area. That lounge area consisted of 3 two-top cocktail tables, as well as 2 couches with 6 seats each, so 18 seats total in the lounge area. That lounge area up to that point was able to order drinks, they were able to order appetizers, and they were able to order desserts. So we had one bartender that was focused on that. That was their responsibility. And finally, the fourth bartender, we had a rolling martini cart, which was literally a portable bar that went from table to table, making drinks at the table for the guests. It was part of the elevated service. So one bartender was responsible for that. So as far as the 2 barbacks were concerned, one was responsible for keeping the main bar stocked, so anything that happened at the main bar. The second barback was responsible for the martini cart, because that had ice and garnishes and glassware and all that kind of stuff. So that
was the martini cart literally just martinis? Like if I wanted a scotch and soda, like, sorry, this is a martini cart. It's not a scotch and soda cart.
That is correct. So it did have a limited selection of what could be made from the cart. And anything else would have to be rung in and go through the main service bar.
Okay.
So that was the full bar staff, and that's exactly how it was designed to operate. On the night in question, there was only 2 of us. 4 other members, 2 of the other bartenders and 2 of the barbacks were not present. They didn't show up for work, or for whatever reason. That was beyond my control. So obviously we were trying to make do with what we could do, as far as operate the main bar, operate the service bar, operate the martini cart, service the guests in the lounge area, between myself and another bartender. Like I said, up to that point, we were only doing drinks and appetizers in the lounge area. But because we were so busy that night, the managers had made a decision to start serving full meals in that area. This was the point in contention, which led to all of this, which was, I explained to the manager that we didn't have the capacity to do it. We were just, we were so overloaded with everything else that was going on. We couldn't do it. We were out of capacity. They replied that they would help. And I said, the help that we need is if you want to take tables, if you want to do this, that's the help that we need. Like, it's just, it's not an ability issue. It's a manpower issue. Right. It's capacity. It's capacity. And I even suggested take some servers off the floor, give one server each, so each cocktail table, they've got a full complement of servers. Everybody was there. They have what they call back waiters, which are assistants for the servers. So they have plenty of staff to do that. Yeah. That was also not an acceptable solution to them. So, and this was in the middle of the dinner rush. So obviously it's very busy. It's a very high tension type time. Did I say it in a way that probably was the most diplomatic way to say it? Probably not. I mean, I didn't curse and I didn't yell, but I was, obviously I didn't use 10 words when 5 words will do. Yeah. And that was the situation. And so we continued throughout the rest of the night. I continued to do my job for the rest of the night. We got through the night as best as we could. The end of the night, the manager had a conversation with me about just, my behavior, that I shouldn't have told them to take the tables, regardless, my attitude, however they wanted to describe it. An interesting little side note to that, the managers did end up taking the tables and had to comp hundreds of dollars worth of food because even they couldn't do it. Keep up, right. Yeah, right. And that was it. And that was the long and short of it is, outside of that conversation, I had never been written up. I had never been disciplined in any way. I'd never been late. I'd never missed a shift. This wasn't a situation where I was a problem employee and this was the final straw. It was just a matter of there was a disagreement in the middle of this time about what could be done from a capacity standpoint. And you know, I guess they didn't feel.
I believe him. I believe he's telling the truth.
That my answer was acceptable to what I thought could happen. I just kind of felt in that situation with the level of service that we were supposed to be providing, and what they were asking me to do. You know, they tied my hands behind my back and they asked me to clap, and when I couldn't, they let me go.
Right.
So, you know, that's really the bottom line.
They get really mad when you mention that they're stealing your tips.
You know, for the whole thing.
How long were you out of employment? How many months are we talking about? If
So
we're able to rewind and say, all right, so you're terminated. You say without cause, so you're eligible. Now I know you were working, good new job, been there for a year. So it sounds like you've been able to cover everything you're supposed to cover with your hands tied behind your back. So what was the window of unemployment?
So they originally said that they were going to do a 30-day review. That was their initial. They took me off the schedule while they were doing this 30-day review, so they wouldn't let me work. So that March, I believe it was March 14th was the day that I was taken off the schedule of 2024.
Yep.
On 30 days after that, I was informed via phone call from the HR department that they were terminating my employee, and I was no longer an employee of the hotel. So that was March 14th, 30 days, about April, about mid-April.
Yep.
From that time until July of that year, I was unemployed, looking for a new position.
Got it. So July was the happy time when you found this new job.
Yes, sir. It was very, very happy.
Good.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. What's your?
He filed for unemployment when he got fired, and this is at least a year later. He's still fighting for that money. At least a year later, because his employer fought it.
This has nothing to do with any ruling I could make, but what's your theory behind because of one microaggression on your part, talking to the manager in a way maybe the manager didn't want on a busy night when clearly everyone was overtaxed because they're comping tables hundreds of dollars in food, to say now we're taking you off the schedule. Clearly they need people, they need good people, and things have been going well. So it doesn't add up. It doesn't strike me as a rational business decision. Not that the restaurant business is rational.
I really appreciate it, Linus. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We're getting into the sphere of Michelin. It's more art than business, and I get all that, and that's why I tend not to eat there. Plus all the zeros on the end of the bill. But it doesn't click. So as you reflect back on it, what would you say was behind it if it wasn't? Because of course there's the other side to the story where at your hearing there have been issues with Levine before, blah blah blah. But setting that aside, if one were to adopt your version of events, why do that?
So I'll say this. I was part of the original hiring team when the establishment opened. Out of, I think it was more than 60 some odd individuals hired for front of staff. Only 3 remain after a year. The GM was fired not shortly after I was. The food and beverage director, who was in charge of the entire property, was let go 8 months into it. This place was woefully mismanaged.
Okay.
It really was just a mismanagement situation. I mean, the sommelier left. We had a full-time sommelier. She is gone. I mean, there's really nobody left because they saw that this place was just not running the way.
It sounds pretty toxic. That's not the way to get your star. If you're running everyone off. That's
exactly correct. So they do have a whole new staff there basically because they had to replace just about everybody. Obviously I'm biased because I'm on my side, but I don't. This wasn't. The place was running like clockwork, and John Levine just didn't fit into it.
Right. The one oddball. No, it sounds like they were hemorrhaging good talent. Any of the castaways land with you wherever you are now?
No, but I still have kept up with some of them, and they have landed other places that they're much happier with and are still there, a year later, which is good. So,
Good.
we all, as a team, we were all very, close and tight and worked, very hard together. It was just overall from a program standpoint, it really just didn't work.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else you want to share with me?
I just jotted down some notes. I think I pretty much covered everything, which was everything that I had covered in the previous, hearing. So
Sure.
But I think that's pretty much, the context of the whole situation.
How would you describe the role or the title of the person that the employer sent to your hearing? I've got the transcript, but I've learned that sometimes the way that gets conveyed is like, that's the head of HR. And the reality is like, nah, that was just like the chef or the whatever. Who was not the name, because I have that, but what was the role that the person had who was providing information for the administrative law judge on behalf of the employer?
So it was a member of the HR department. They were not the head of HR. They had said that they were, I believe, a week into the job because they had a bunch of people that they had let go in the HR department or defections. Right. This whole thing was a I don't want to use the term, it's vulgar, but
right. I hear you.
An show is what it was.
Yes. Yeah.
So this person was a week into their job in the HR department, who they had sent because I had asked questions about their knowledge of the situation, and they really said the only thing that they had to go on was the file. They were not there, and they were not even a member of the organization when this whole thing took place.
Okay, that's helpful.
Kelly,
all right, Mr.
thank
Levine,
you.
I will.
Kelly, thank you so much. Thank you.
We'll take all this under advisement. I shared with you at the outset the ways in which my hands are tied in terms of appellate review, but I don't say that to give you no hope, just to manage your expectations.
Certainly.
But like we discussed, you did not present the Employee of the Year certificate because it's still being framed. You stuck with, look, here's what happened. Here's what I told the administrative law judge, and this doesn't seem to be a termination that was based for cause, or at least not consistent with policy, where there ought to be a series of interventions and graduated sanctions and everything. So I will look at what you shared and what.
Scott, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Josh, I am going to play that as soon as this is over. I have a short. It's only a couple of seconds long.
The HR rep was able to share with the judge and take it from there.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You bet. Have a safe 4th of July.
You as well. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Happy 4th of July. Everybody it's July 4th. Sorry, I had to click too many things at one time. Okay. So this is you guys, most of you don't see my OJ stream, and that's fine. But this one was a little funny. So Caitlin is on the stand, and he is mimicking, he is doing a rendition of OJ like the night before, like not the night before in the night before the murders happened. This is OJ complaining to Cato about Nicole.
Nicole didn't let me see Sydney. I want to see my daughter. I want to see her. And, oh boy, kind of like, I want to see my daughter. And then they're wearing these tight outfits that I don't know, Cato, I don't know how they can wear these tight outfits. If they're going to be grandmas one day, I mean, can they wear those? Nicole.
Oh, man. He's so cute. He's like a little puppy dog. It was so much fun watching him on the stand. Oh, I miss him. Oh, I wish he would come back. I want my very own Cato at home. Just to make me laugh every once in a while. Okay. What I'm going to do, I almost want to skip this whole first one. So there is an 8-minute clip where the website in Georgia was just acting up. so hard. So for 8 minutes, I had to go through and I had to edit like every 30 seconds. I had to take this pause out, this freeze out. All right. So this clip is 8 minutes and 39 seconds. It's the first that you see of the trial. And then that's the only one that really messes up. All of the rest of the whole trial goes fine. But we'll get a gist of what happens on the prosecutor side, or not the prosecutor, the plaintiff side, from this 8 minutes, and then we'll be good to go. After this 8 minutes, though, I'm going to cut to the first clip of the new judge, because I really can't wait more than 8 minutes to show him. You're going to love him. I'm telling you.
As far as payroll, I mean, you oversee payroll as well. I do. What is Anna Davis's position?
She's the manager of the Human Resource Department.
Is there anyone in between Anna and yourself?
There is not.
Who do you report to?
I report to the CEO and president, Pat Kobe.
Zach, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, your position in the various departments that are under your direct supervision, Wolf Tree, all those also provide services to Wolf Tree.
That's correct.
Wolf Tree has no services that report directly to you.
That's correct.
Because all that's done internally through Davy Tree.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
HR, payroll.
Right, so they provide those functions to Wolf Tree.
And as far as all the payroll for Wolf Tree since 2008, that is done through Davy Tree.
That is correct.
And since 2013, that's been done through a department which you oversee.
Prior to my becoming CFO.
Snoopy.
I got you. And then, so once you became CFO, you no longer oversee HR?
I continued to oversee HR.
Okay. And you do today?
Correct.
Now, as far as legal, you mentioned that legal is also a department which you oversee. Back in April 2017, did you oversee the legal department?
I did.
And that was a department of 2 lawyers?
April 2017, I think at that time, it was only 1 attorney.
Marjorie Connor?
Correct.
I'm going to cry if no one can hear the rest of them. All right, I'm going to skip this one. I want to go to part 2. If you tell me you can't hear it, I'm going to cry, because I spent over 20 hours editing these. Let's see if you can hear it.
Okay, a couple of housekeeping matters. First of all, how are the sight lines for those jury chairs? Are they okay? So
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
It's a little bit different. The old court had 2 rows of
No.
stretched out. So we went
No, it's on Max. Wait,
and the sight lines would be better to the well of the courtroom. So glad to
how's that?
next, I usually tell you in the beginning, and I got distracted by sidebar static, I think. That I've told you, of course, that you can't talk about the case to anybody. The lawyers and the witnesses all know that too. And so to stand in trouble with me, they won't talk to you. So if you have to run into them in the elevator, or you're waiting across the street to cross traffic at lunch or something like that, and you run into one of the lawyers or the witnesses, they'll probably smile and
How's that?
engage you in conversations. They're not rude. They're trying to be. They're all nice people. I know. They're just trying to make sure that there's no appearance of impropriety.
All right, I'm going to try the unedited parts. I'm going to play the unedited parts. Tell me if this is any better. I don't think I want to play that one. No. All right, can you hear that?
209. I'm showing 209 is Marjorie Connors. It's David Jackson. Okay. I think we stripped off that. Is this David Jackson? David Jackson. Which ones we already dealt with? David Jackson. Thank you. Yes.
I'm muted. So I'll tell you, we are at 7%. So what I did was I filled the left channel to the right channel. So hopefully that will make it better. And then I bumped up the sound. It will just has to be exported now. It's at 9%. 10%. So what are you guys eating today? What are you eating for the 4th of July? You eating any hot dogs? Look, hot dogs. Is anybody going to see fireworks? I am not. Chips. Hot dogs, chips, fried. You're back. You said you're. Boston butt and brisket on the smoky. I think it's fine so far, Kit Kat. I don't know what you're talking about. Wontons. Hamburgers and bratwurst. Onions and mustard tater tots. Homemade chili with a side of queso. I heard that if you go to, it's either Austin or Dallas, and I can't remember which one, they know that you're a tourist if you do not order queso. Apparently, everybody who goes into a restaurant orders queso. If you live in, I can't remember if it was Austin or Dallas, because I don't know the difference between the two. I don't know, like Miami versus Jacksonville. One is very northern Florida, one is southern Florida, and there's a huge difference between the two. I don't know Austin and Dallas, whether that's a huge difference between the two. We're at 25%. This sucks. This sucks. I can't believe that you can't hear it. I don't even know why. It sounds perfect in my ears. We have barnstormers. They're not called the barnstormers anymore. Hold on. Fozzie told me what they were called. Penn Medicine something, I think. Anyway, we still call them the barnstormers. They're going to have lots of fireworks tonight. Lidditz usually has this huge fireworks display, but to get there, oh my gosh, the crowds are unbelievable. It's like you go and you can never get home again. Never. Every volume button I had, I put the whole way up. What? What do you mean? What about those little sparklers? Can you get those? Or is it just the big fireworks? Like, what about just, I don't know, regular fireworks? You're talking about Austin and Dallas? That's freaking crazy. That's crazy. I don't know if I can believe that. That's too far. Yeah, I turned it the whole way up. Everything. I did it right on screen where everybody could see. I put everything the whole way up. Oh, yeah. No bathrooms. No bathrooms. We do too. Fireworks stands everywhere. Hey, they're fake. Thank you. They're red, white, and blue. We have all kinds of fireworks here. We used to have to go across the state line to Maryland to get our fireworks. But are you sure? Were you there? Do you really know? I brought my one cat in yesterday. She hates being inside. She hates it. But I brought her in yesterday because I didn't want her to have to deal with the fireworks yesterday or today. And I'm glad because Like an hour after I brought her in, boom, I smelled it. I heard noises outside. There was a skunk out there, and I know she would have gotten it. I know it. Okay, I know what you're talking about. This. I'm looking. Hold on. My output settings are at 100. I cannot pump them up any higher at all. I just can't. There's nowhere to bump them up. No other places to bump them up. I don't think that'll work. I want to try something real quick. No, nope, not doing that. I don't want to mess everything up. If I do that, I know I will. Oh, I must turn my microphone up the whole way. I thought, oh, I found it. No, that's not it. All sound devices. Nope. I mean, look, everything is as high as it could possibly go. I cannot make it go any higher. Right here is where I play it. Windows Media Player. I can't. There's nothing else to make it go any higher. We are at 73%. We are almost there. Hold on, I'm going to look at one more thing. I'm going to look at StreamYard. Won't let me look at StreamYard right now. It just won't let me. Because this is working. 81%. Hmm. All right, I'm going to try something else. Hold on. I know I'm muted. I know. Is that any better? That's fine. I just tried to change in StreamYard. Didn't work. What? You hear me worse right now? Okay. Hold on. I sound worse now? I can't just leave my mic on because... Oh, hold on, it's done. All right, hold on. How is that for me? Just for me. How is that? Yes, the new one is done. It automatically starts playing as soon as it's done. So that's the new one. And you guys saying we heard that is really, really freaking good sign, but I have to do it with the rest. I'm going to press play on the one I just did. This one. Here we go. Hi, Ariel. Yo, is that too loud? Because I turned everything way up. I need to know if that's too loud and I can fix it. Just tell me right now. Like right now. Was that too loud? Okay. I'm just going to bump it down just a bit because that sounded freaking loud to me, yo. Ready? Here we go. How's that? Do I sound as loud as them? Are they louder?
Be seated. Okay, a couple of housekeeping matters. First of all, how are the sight lines from those jury chairs? Are they okay seeing the witnesses and things like that? Because it's a little bit different. The old courtrooms had 2 rows of 7, and it was stretched out. So we went with 3 rows of 5-ish, and we thought the sight lines would be better to the well in the courtroom. So I'm glad to hear that. Next, I usually tell you in the beginning, and I did. I got distracted by my sidebar static, I think, that I've told you, of course, that you can't talk about the case to anybody.
Am I too loud right now? Am I loud?
And so to stay out of trouble with me, they won't talk to you. So if you have to run into them in the elevator or you're waiting across the street to cross traffic at lunch or something like that, and you run into one of the lawyers, one of the witnesses, they'll probably smile and maybe not engage you in conversation. They're not rude. They're not trying to be rude. They're all nice people. I know them. They're just trying to make sure that there's no appearance of impropriety. If you're standing on the street corner and talking to one of the witnesses and nobody can hear what you're saying, sure enough, somebody's going to see you from across the street, come running over here and tell me that, hey, Judge, one of these jurors was talking to one of your witnesses, then we got to get to the bottom of it and see what's going on. So don't hold that against anybody, all right? And then finally, where's that exhibit? Is that this one right here? The two pieces there? Yeah, those two. You remember when Diego Torres, the EEOC rep, testified yesterday by video? The plaintiffs were showing some of the documents and they were highlighted. Defense has the same documents, but they got some of their own highlights on there. So they want you to see their highlights. So you guys can pass those around as you're, as you're watching the rest of the case and take a look at the highlights the defense has on there. But just don't let it distract you from watching the evidence. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the plaintiff calls Georgia Power by 30B6, Brian Edward Smith, and this is a read-in.
Okay, here's a little tweak on what we've been doing. I told you that there were a number of ways you could present evidence. We've seen a couple of them, right? We've seen videos and we've seen live witnesses. Another way you can do it is with that same procedure of having met with the witness ahead of time at a conference room someplace. You get in addition to the videotape, you also get a transcript that has, you've seen traditionally probably in movies that things like question and answer written down on pages. You can, if you want to, and sometimes it's more efficient than trying to edit your video, you can just read that in. And so you have
more efficient than editing your video. Thanks, Judge. Thank you. Jen, thank you so much. Jen, I appreciate it. Thank you.
a lawyer asking the questions like they were here in court, and then somebody who's not really the witness, but somebody stands in for the witness and reads the witness's testimony. In this case, what he said was 30B6. That just means it's a representative designated by a company. The one side can ask a company, I want someone to testify about these topics, and the company can designate somebody to testify about those topics. So that's what the 30B6 thing means. So again, just accept this evidence just like it was the witness who had the deposition taken here in court testifying live. Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
State your full name, please.
Brian Edward Smith.
Tell me a little bit about yourself. Are you from Middle Georgia?
This is the trial starting about, it's a murder trial, but it's civil. So 3 people from a company killed a whistleblower, murdered him. The wife is suing the company for money damages.
Yeah, originally from Dublin, Georgia. Went to the University of Georgia Forestry School. Been with Georgia Power about 15 years now.
Good for you. What's your current position?
My current position is a utility arborist supervisor for the distribution system. So I currently have a territory of my own in Middle Georgia. And I have 3 employees that report to me, 2 in coastal region, which Savannah and Brunswick, and 1 in Southwest Georgia, Americus area.
Very good. Who are those individuals?
Bill Hawes, Rob Mercer, and Jim Wagner.
So if we talk about Wolf Tree has a Springfield, Chatham County in southeast Georgia. Is that right?
Yes.
What county is that?
So Wolf typically has Chatham, Effingham, right?
Great.
So anything worked out of Savannah operating and anything worked out of Springfield operating.
Then you have another fellow, is it Southwest Georgia?
Southwest Georgia, yeah, Jim Wagner.
And what does Mr. Wagner have?
What area?
Jen, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Or what contractors?
Yeah, what contractors?
What contractors? He has typically Asplund, Townsend, maybe used to have a Kendall crew. I mean, it's variable depending on what the workload is from one year to the next and what the resource availability is for that contractor. So Asplund doesn't just have to work in Statesboro or doesn't just have to work in Waycross. I mean, there could be other companies working them.
Are those typically as well for those fellows, the contracts? They're 3-year contracts?
No, it's an hourly contract. It's a 3-year hourly contract, but it's not 3-year lump sum worth of work. So they could be here for 3 months. We run out of work, budget flexibility. I mean, budgets could be cut. We may have to get rid of those crews, so they aren't guaranteed a block of work. They're guaranteed an hourly rate that Georgia Power has agreed upon with that contract company.
I've got you. But the Chatham County contracts, the Effingham County contracts, it's a little different.
It's different.
It like goes to perpetuity. I mean, not the contract, but the work continues on and on every year, year in and every year out.
Yeah, for that 3-year contract, that's right. We agreed to a price for that block of work to be done in that 3 years. That's correct.
Why is the Chatham County contract a little different than the others in South Georgia?
Because, well, we bid it, I guess, about 12 years ago. It was a competitive bid for, I mean, just a turnkey price. Whatever we could get, we considered to be a competitive price at a turnkey fashion. I mean, that's something we were interested in.
Now, as far as the dealings with the various contractors, and we'll use Wolf Tree as an example, are you the contract guy?
Dealing with Wolf Tree, I'm part of the contact with their management, yes.
And there are a number of miles that you, do they get paid by the miles? The number of miles you expect to be done within a current period of time?
Yeah, we have a yearly goal that we set forth with them.
She's reading a deposition. Julie, hi, Julie. Hi, you made it live. I'm so happy. Anyway, this is a different person, Brian, who, remember, there were 3 criminal trials for the 3 men that killed him. So I think, but I'm not 100% sure, that this is from a deposition from those trials or from that trial themselves. So all they're doing is reading in the testimony that Brian had said in a previous something, a hearing, a trial, a deposition, something like that.
One of the things within a 30B6, as we're at this right now, is how much Wolf Tree and Davy Tree gets paid under these contracts. And I would imagine that you have some idea because it's a bid situation.
Yeah, we provided those numbers, didn't we? Let's see if I can find it.
There's actually a spreadsheet that shows how much that is.
Exactly.
That would be the best evidence of how much they get paid.
Yeah, that's it.
And it's by the mile, correct?
Yeah, we have it broken down by the mile. But there's also a lump sum cost associated with a 3-year contract. There's a lump sum associated with 1 calendar year. It's all broken down. It depends on how you want to look at it.
It's also depending on whether it's a rural or it's urban.
Yeah, each circuit has its own individual cost per mile.
That's part of the bid?
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just like for completeness to start with that. Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit number 2 and ask you if you can identify exhibit number 2 for us.
All right. It looks like the weekly billing of Wolf to Georgia Power starting in 2011, going through year to date, April 19th of 2018.
All right, very good. And that would be the best evidence to satisfy when inquired within exhibit number 1. I think it was item number 8 or 9.
As far as how much we paid Wolf?
Yes.
Is that what your question is? Yes.
Well,
Judge Fleischer is up for re-election in 2026. So we have a donation link in Discord if you want to help him in his bid to run again in 2026. We were going to buy him a billboard, but instead of us buying him a billboard, it will be better and easier if we just let him decide what he needs to do with his money to win again. So yeah, Linus is looking that up now. It's also in Discord. So yeah, if you want to support Judge Fleischer in any way, go. You don't have to donate a lot. You really don't. Just a couple bucks from a bunch of people makes a huge difference. So, there it is. There's his link. And I mean, I love the billboard idea. The next one's ready. I love the billboard idea. I'm married to the billboard idea. That's how much I love it. But there's so many rules about what we're allowed to donate to a public official and who's allowed to donate and what are we going to put on the billboard and all of that. So we decided to just donate it to him and let him take care of all that. If he wants a billboard, he can get a billboard. CJ, sweet dreams. Love you.
tell me, as you go through the spreadsheet, obviously, we've got a figure at the very far right end. What's within each one of those columns? Location?
So I'm looking at invoice amount and amount paid. I mean, looking on these spreadsheets, you don't see any kind of circuit number or any real crew information, if it was done on which contract it was done.
Okay. While we're at it, we're talking earlier about a couple of these contracts. So in other words, all it is really telling you is what was paid and when, exhibit number 2.
Yeah, that's basically it.
I did understand from Mr. Hawes that there appears to be one contract, at least that exists, where it's basically the utility contract to clear the lines on a regular basis that we've talked about, the bid contract. And there appears to be another service provider, which is basically for, I think, what's called equipment and labor.
Hourly rates, yeah.
Yeah.
So we do have those set up, we have the lump sum contract. If we needed to call them up to do storm work or whatever, we have the ability to pay them an hourly rate, yeah.
Have you ever been involved in a bidding process?
Not directly.
Thank you, Judge.
That's it? Okay, our next witness.
That was riveting.
Your Honor, we would call April Montoya.
Montoya.
Scarface from Montoya.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give in this trial to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning, April.
Good morning.
Could you please tell us your full name, please?
My name is April Montoya Sierra.
All right. And how old are you now?
I'm 18.
Tell the jury a little bit about what you've been up to the last couple of years, where you went to school, and what your plan is from this point forward.
So I went to Woodville Tompkins High School to pursue the culinary program they have. And having just graduated, I plan to go to Savannah Tech to continue pursuing culinary, specifically in the baking industry.
All right. Are you Elliot Montoya's youngest daughter? All right. Chip, can
Mika, thank
Yeah.
you.
There you go.
Thank
It's
you.
hard to remember. It's even for witnesses and lawyers sometimes. So, try to say yes and no when you can. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, right. Okay, go ahead.
let's pull up chip 85 too, please. Tell the jury if I can get this to work. And oh, there I go. Who that little girl is.
I am the little girl wearing the Disney princess ribbon.
And I don't expect you to remember when this was taken, but roughly how old were you?
It looks like I was about maybe 4,
Okay.
5.
And who's that with you?
My mother is holding me. My dad is next to me, and then my oldest sister is right behind them.
All right. Tell us about your father. Well, first of all, let me ask you, when he died, how old were you?
I was, I believe, 9 around that time.
Your father, what was he like?
He was a very quiet man for the most part, but when it came to being around us or family, he was very loving and caring, and whenever he tried to do something with us, he would put his all into it.
Did he work a lot?
He worked a lot.
All right. When he was home, would he try to spend time with you guys?
Almost always, whether it was trying to bug us, like my sister who was in her teenage years, or just like trying to talk to me, he would always try to do something.
All right. Were you close with your father?
I was very close. I'm pretty sure I was just a daddy's girl at the time.
All right. What are some of the fondest memories you have with your father?
I remember once when it was pretty late, he came up to me when I was watching TV and was just like, "Do you want to go get tacos?" And I was like, "Of course I want tacos." And I remember we went that night, but he was like, "Just don't tell your mom. Just don't tell her, please." And I was like,
Would you often, when he was home, would he often take you on errands to ride around with him just to spend time together?
whether it was something small like going to the gas station or just walking around, he'd always find a way to take me.
In the days before your father died, do you have any memories of him being home with you?
I remember that week when he was staying home from work, he'd start to pick me up from the school bus stop
What was that
when it
like
was
for you?
raining. And I normally walk with a friend or alone, so it was just really nice to see someone there waiting for me.
Do you remember a time when y'all went to Home Depot together?
It was the day.
She don't have any pics because he died. He died. I mean, okay, he got killed by 3 people in this company. So that took, it was a murder trial. So that took minimum 1 year. So I doubt that picture was taken on the very last day he was alive. So we figure we're at least up to age 6. And then they had to go after they were convicted and found guilty, then you can start the civil suit. And this company is a $1 million company, a multi-million-dollar company, whatever. So they have lawyers that push this stuff down the road. I don't know what year this man died. I'm sure we'll find out. I'm sure maybe we'll find out. If I had a guess, if I had my best possible guess after what I've seen just by editing, I would say around 2012. I could be wrong. That's just my best guess. So that's why she doesn't have any newer pictures with her dad, because he died.
Right before he died that night, he was going to run an errand at Home Depot, and I came along with them. And right after that, he took me to Walmart that was right next to it, and was just like, you can pick out anything you want. And I remember being so excited and picking out like a board game to play with my cousins and family, just something else, like a little dot board, and just a few toys and stuff because I was so little.
He was employing illegal immigrants, but to give them this job, they had to pay him money. So they had to pay him like $1,200 or something. So once they got the job, he would give them fake names and everything like that. And then he would keep their paychecks until he got paid. But some of them still didn't pay him.
And then taking us to see a family friend right after that.
You still have
Not him, sorry. The supervisor who killed him was doing it, not him. He was the whistleblower. He was the one that was telling on him.
Most of it kind of wore away with time, but I do keep a few tokens from the game in a little box just because I don't have the heart to throw it away.
It's kind of a ridiculous question, but is there any doubt in your mind that he loved you?
He always made it clear that he loved us. Even if he didn't say it sometimes, he'd show it.
Thank you, April. I agree.
Cross. Thank you. You step down there. Careful stepping down, okay? My next witness.
The plaintiff calls Jacqueline Montoya.
Jacqueline Montoya.
This is the older daughter.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this trial to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Hey, Jacqueline. Could you just start by giving us your full name, please?
My name is Jacqueline Montoya.
And are you Ilia Montoya's eldest daughter? All right. How old are you now?
24.
Walk the jury through what you're up to nowadays, if you would.
I am currently going to college at Georgia Southern and working.
All right. What are you doing at Georgia Southern?
Trying to pursue a degree in biology to focus on pre-med.
Are you also working full-time now?
I will be.
All right. Describe your father for us. What was he like?
He was a beautiful person. He was
Take your time.
He was really kind. And he was definitely the best father.
How is it that you came to America?
When I had just turned 9, he came to where I was currently residing in Ciudad Juarez, which is next to El Paso. He had gone there after I had agreed to come with him to the States.
Tell us about why it was that you came to agree with him to come.
Prior to that, I had only talked to him through the phone. And several times he had asked me if I wanted to come with him. I never said yes until after I turned 9.
When you got to Savannah, did he take care of you?
Yes, he made sure that I was enrolled in school as soon as possible, and he made sure that I had everything I needed.
All right. Tell us a little bit more about your father, what he was like, his personality.
He was strict, but he was a very happy man.
All right. What are some of your fondest memories with your father?
Before he died, I was in a rebellious phase where I didn't really want to talk to him much. So he would always just check up on me, just go to my door and knock and make sure I was okay and gave me space. But before he died, the last memory I have of him is when he scolded my sister for leaving the shower water on. And that happened when my stepmom's mother was here vacationing. So she was getting scolded, but he was trying not to laugh because of how sad she looked, since she was about to cry. And that was the last memory.
I know he worked hard and he could be strict with you, but did he have a playful side as well?
He did. I'm sorry.
Oh, you go.
He was always dancing and singing. We could be eating in the kitchen and he would just play his music and just get up while eating and dance. There were times when he would try to pull me to dance, but I never wanted to.
Thank you, Jacqueline. That's all.
Thank you, man. You can step down. Our next witness.
The plaintiff rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the evidence plaintiff's going to present at this point. Let me, I need to talk to the lawyers for a few minutes. We'll take a break and I'll get some indication about what's going to happen at this point and fill you in when we come back. Thank you.
Jury exiting.
As the court is well aware, a motion for directed verdict may be made at the close of evidence offered by the plaintiff or at the close of the case. If there's no conflict in the evidence as to any material issue and the evidence introduced with all reasonable deductions therefrom, demand a particular verdict, such verdict shall be directed by the court. And that is, of course, OCGA 9-1150. To recover any damages against Davy Tree, the plaintiff must prove that Davy Tree's investigation was the cause in fact or the proximate cause of Eliad Montoya's death, which was perpetrated by 3 men that were convicted of a sovereign court of murder. Georgia law is well established, well settled, and unequivocal on this issue. It is an intervening criminal act that actually caused the alleged harm, the death here, the plaintiff cannot prove causation where the criminal act was not reasonably foreseeable. As the Court of Appeals has squarely held, quote, generally an independent intervening criminal act of a third party without which the injury would not have occurred will be treated as the proximate cause of the injury, superseding any negligence of the defendant unless the intervening criminal act is a reasonably foreseeable consequence of the defendant's negligent act. That's Brown versus Alltech, 265 Georgia Appeals 889, 2003. In other words, quote, the intervening criminal act of a third party without which the injury would not have occurred breaks the causal connection between the defendant's negligence and the injury unless the criminal act was a reasonably foreseeable consequence of the defendant's conduct. Same site. However, in the course of this trial, the plaintiff has failed to offer any evidence that Davy Tree's investigation, the investigation in Ohio by Marjorie Connor, was the actual cause in fact, or the actual proximate cause of Mr. Montoya's death. Instead, the evidence makes clear that the intervening criminal acts of the three individuals who were convicted in federal court involved in causing Mr. Montoya's murder severed the chain of causation, and that the crime was not a foreseeable result of Davy Tree's investigation, nor was it triggered by the investigation. There is no evidence that anyone at Davy Tree, let alone Mr. Montoya's own family members and friends, let alone Wolf Tree, which is not a party to this case, ever could have expected that Pablo Rangel would arrange for a hitman execution murder of iIiAbbyiIi Montoya. The evidence actually shows exactly the opposite, Your Honor, that Mr. Rangel had a reputation and an understanding as a low-key, peaceful, respectful, nonviolent person who had never threatened anyone with any kind of physical or other harm. Consequently, the court should grant Davy Tree a directed verdict on the basis of lack of causation. Plaintiff also has the burden of demonstrating that Davy Tree owed a duty to Mr. Montoya, that Davy Tree breached its duty, and that Davy Tree's allegedly negligent undertaking was a cause in fact and the proximate cause of his death. That's Rampell v. Williams, 2017 Georgia Appeals 292 from 1995. Whereas here, the plaintiff failed to meet her burden of proof that Davy Tree knew or should have known that its investigation of Mr. Montoya's complaint was necessary for his physical protection, she has failed to establish the existence of any threshold duty. Additionally, the plaintiff failed to provide evidence indicating that Davy Tree's investigation either, one, increased the risk of harm to him, two, involved a direct duty to provide personal physical protection, or that Mr. Montoya reasonably relied upon Davy Tree's provision of personal physical protection to him in lieu of his own efforts or those of law enforcement. Consequently, plaintiff has failed to establish a legal duty that Davy Tree owed to Mr. Montoya, and no recovery may be had. Davy Tree would also like to address legal fees. In the event that the court permits the plaintiff to proceed with her claim, the plaintiff should be prevented from seeking to recover attorney fees and litigation expenses under OCGA 13-611, because the elimination of numerous claims asserted against the defendant and the rejection by the court of plaintiff's motion for summary judgment both serve to demonstrate that Davy Tree had a bona fide controversy and that it was not stubbornly litigious, did not cause the plaintiff unnecessary trouble and expense in connection with the litigation. Further, the plaintiff has failed to provide evidence that Davy Tree acted in any way with bad faith or with malice in its investigation of Mr. Montoya's complaint, and also failed to meet its burden of proof on the specific particular isolated amount of fees and expenses that are associated with the sole remaining claim of the negligence investigation of the claim, as opposed to the fees that involve other parties, other matters, other claims, and has failed to do so with reasonable certainty. As a result, even if the plaintiff's negligence claim is permitted to proceed, the court at this time should grant Davy Tree's motion for a directed verdict as to attorney's fees. In the past 4 days, it's clear that the plaintiff has not presented any evidence to prove each and every element of her restatement Section 324A claim. And it doesn't make any sense to keep the jury here for another 4 days to listen to Davy Tree's defense if the plaintiff has not satisfied her threshold burden of proof under the standards set out by the Georgia Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court. In terms of causation, the plaintiff has failed to satisfy any element of her claim. Most importantly, no evidence on causation and foreseeability. The long-standing principle is that an intervening independent criminal act of a third party without which the injury would not have occurred will be treated as the proximate cause of the injury, superseding any negligence of the defendant unless the intervening criminal act is reasonably foreseeable. Your Honor is well aware of the string of recent authority from the Georgia Supreme Court, the Georgia Court of Appeals, affirming this principle, particularly in cases where criminal acts affected the causation inquiry and which were cited in Davy Tree's 2023 summary judgment motion a couple of years ago. Those are, of course, Johnson versus Avis Rent-A-Car, 311 Georgia 588, St. Jude's Recovery Center versus Vaughn, 354 Georgia Appeals 593, Shadow versus FedEx, 359 Georgia Appeals 772, and Paradise Entertainment Group versus Favors, 363 Georgia Appellate 636. All of these cases are in the last 5 years, and in view of the clear guidance and the unambiguous guidance, and frankly, the strict guidance from the appellant courts in Georgia, and in view of a lack of evidence on causation and foreseeability, we would respectfully submit that proceeding with this case would be legal error, and based on the holdings we've just gone through, may well constitute reversible error and an unnecessary proceeding with trial. Here, the plaintiff has offered absolutely no evidence that Davy Tree was aware that Pablo Rangel posed any threat of danger, serious bodily harm, or death to Mr. Montoya. In fact, testimony has been just the opposite, and that neither Mr. Montoya's family members, with whom he was respectful and straightforward, or Mr. Montoya himself received any threats or perceived any threats. If these people who were inside Mr. Montoya's overlapping work and family and relationship orbits had no idea that Mr. Rangel was capable of committing the crimes he's been convicted of committing against Mr. Montoya, there is even way less reason to believe that anyone at Davy Tree, the only defendant in this case up there in Kent, Ohio, did or should have foreseen such an event. Indeed, as we saw from Detective Rodriguez's testimony, he acknowledged that in his interview of Davy's in-house counsel, Marjorie Connor, that she was utterly shocked that anything like this could possibly have happened. She said, and it's in the record of this case, that Davy Tree has been in business since 1880, and this is the first time in 140 years that the company has ever had anything like this happen, where we've had an employee accused of shooting another employee. It's absolutely a complete shock to us. So the plaintiff hasn't given the jury any evidence that Davy Tree should have known that by undertaking its investigation of Mr. Montoya's complaint, it was somehow necessary for his personal physical protection. Equally important is that there has been no evidence that the plaintiff has provided to satisfy any one of the three factors in the restatement claim. First, even if Davy Tree had a negligent investigation, it did not increase the serious physical harm or death risk to Mr. Montoya. The evidence actually shows, including the federal evidence and the evidence of the convictions in the federal case, that it is the EEOC visit that actually increased the risk. Secondly, there's no evidence that Davy Tree, under the restatement, assumed a direct duty to physically and personally protect Mr. Montoya. And third, there's no evidence that Mr. Montoya affirmatively relied on Davy Tree's investigation and Davy Tree to physically and personally protect him, such that he himself let go or skipped any other remedies to protect himself on his own or with law enforcement. The evidence is exactly the opposite. Mr. Montoya openly complained about Mr. Rangel and never expressed to Davy Tree that he viewed the company's ongoing investigation as somehow necessary to protect him from any threat of grievous physical harm or of death. As we said up front, we also submit that a directed verdict on attorney's fees is appropriate. It's clear from the evidence this is a bona fide case, as Davy Tree was not stubbornly litigious and did not cause unnecessary trouble. Indeed, that work was validated when Your Honor granted summary judgment in favor on Davy Tree on all but one of the claims last summer. As Your Honor knows, this case began with 6 defendants and 13 claims. The timesheet submitted by the defendant failed to distinguish between the work her lawyers did on the sole standing remaining claim under the restatement and the other 12 claims. She has not explained why the work she did in responding to the 5 other defendants, who she of her own volition decided to drop more than a year ago and who are no longer part of this case, should be recovered here. And she failed to distinguish between her lawyer's work on this case and the federal case in Huffman, which was extensive. And the plaintiff's expert today conceded all of these propositions on the record. Plaintiff's timesheet is also replete with generalized, unhelpful descriptions like telephone call or research conducted. No reasonable or sufficient specificity to help the court make a ruling based on facts to understand what kind of work the plaintiff's lawyer should be compensated for, much less work on this case and this one remaining claim, as opposed to the other dismissed claims, the dropped defendants, or the claims in Huffman. Court of Appeals has made clear in Premier Cabinets versus Balot, 261 Georgia Appeals, 5.
I know it's lawyerly, but sometimes in trials lawyers speak and then we have to listen to all the garbage they spit out. So just bear with it a little bit more. We'll get to more testimony. Don't worry. I told you this is a long case. It took, I think, 3 weeks in total. So that might give you an idea of how the judge is going to rule here on his, on his begging the judge to drop this case. Clarice, I'm so happy you're just here. I'm just so happy to see you and alive. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I really do.
78, quote, such broad statements fail to demonstrate the function or substance of the task with sufficient particularity to permit the jury to distinguish between time and expenses attributable to the plaintiff's successful claim and time and expenses attributable to the pursuit of the plaintiff's unsuccessful claims. Under the state of the evidence in the present case, the jury would have been forced into a posture of pure speculation as to which fees were attributable solely to prosecuting plaintiff's successful claim, end quote. Similarly, in Williamson versus Harvey Smith, 246 Georgia Appeals 745, the attorney fee award was reversed, where the defendant failed to portion total amounts of fees related.
Linus, you need to stop. Remember now, think about your life, your whole life. Thank you, Linus.
To the claim. Similarly, with Professional Consulting Services of Georgia versus Ibrahim, 206 Georgia Appeals 663, where the plaintiff failed to restrict fees to the successful claim, so the defendant was entitled to a new trial on the issue of attorney's fees, something I think we can all agree would be good to avoid here. The plaintiff accrued fees to prosecute her claims against all 6 original defendants, and she now seeks a windfall of the fact that they were brought into the complaint and then dropped of the complaint, both by her acts of decision and volition, despite the fact that all were dropped except for Davy. That is an undisputed fact.
This is not a closing argument. So the plaintiff stopped their testimony. They rested. They're done. So the defendant is saying, you know what, Judge, you need to drop this case right now because they did not put on enough evidence to prove that we did anything wrong. So what we're asking you for right now, Judge, is to stop this whole trial and dismiss this case because they haven't met their burden of proof to go forward. That's what he's asking for in a very long-winded way.
And the plaintiff hasn't produced any evidence or testimony today or otherwise supporting her position that she's entitled to 100% all of that against a single defendant and on just one remaining claim.
Bride.
Your Honor,
bride,
Davy Tree is
bride.
respectfully asking for a directed verdict because there's an appropriate and ample basis to do so here. The plaintiff has the burden of proof in this case, and her evidence is thin. In other words, there isn't a preponderance of the evidence, there is a paucity of evidence. And so to spare the jury, the parties, and the court from additional time and expense of yet another 4 days or whatever of Davy's defense, deliberations, and closings, we respectfully ask on behalf of Davy Tree that a directed verdict in Davy Tree's favor be issued. We would also respectfully request that the court consider the brief that is or has been filed this afternoon, a copy of which has been provided to the other side, to the court and to the clerk, and to consider that written motion before rendering its decision.
All right, so you're asking me to take this under advisement until I can review the brief more thoroughly?
We would welcome that, Your Honor.
All right. You ready for response? Thank you. Ms. Turner?
Yes. I'm sorry I didn't bring any prepared motions or anything.
That's all right.
I like it. That would be fine too. Mr. McNally and I have heard 2 different cases because the evidence.
I don't want you to be worried. When I first heard this lawyer start to speak, I was a bit worried, guys. Just relax.
In this case is overwhelmingly clear.
Let's take it in parts if you don't mind.
All right. You want to talk with foreseeability or duty? Duty.
Well, they're intertwined. Of course, this case I think has always probably been at the end of the day about foreseeability,
which is a jury issue.
Foreseeability being part of proximate cause. Standard being, of course, that whether or not the probable or natural consequences the action could reasonably have been anticipated, apprehended, or foreseen by the original wrongdoer, in this case, Davy Tree. So that's what the case law has been about. It can be, and frequently is, a question of fact for the jury. However, it is also frequently up to the courts to establish what the legal floor is, I would say, the best way I could say it. Sure. Of course, this court's dealt with it before in other cases, and so there's a threshold beyond which the plaintiff has to get above the legal foreseeability standard, to exercise their role as a trier of fact. So help me out with foreseeability and proximate cause on that part of the motion, Mr. Turner.
So first of all, the court has heard the facts of the case. So let's just go to the witness, Andrea Ryan, who took all these facts into context and testified as to the fact that when you have a whistleblower complaint, there's always foreseeability of retaliation. In a complaint like this, there's a foreseeability of a heightened type of retaliation. The higher the criminal enterprise, the higher the retaliation. And in this case, she was clearly noted from just looking at the whistleblower, the written complaint from the 24th, that there was a heightened foreseeability of retaliation. Lieutenant Rodriguez, in looking at the whistleblower complaint from the 24th, realized there was a heightened sense of retaliation because this was a criminal enterprise which they had to act on right away, and they did. Andrea Ryan also testified that based upon the Mr. Montoya's only few notes we have, which would have been, I want to talk to the individual that gave my complaint to my supervisor that was supposed to be confidential, and his only written words that he signed to the EOC, which said basically they're retaliating against me, they've been following me, and I have been relying upon them to do a investigation. Now it's clear that they didn't. We have reliance there. Right? But we also have the question I asked to Andrea Ryan is that whether their actions put Ilya Montoya at peril, and she said yes, they did. So again, we have an expert witness that took all these facts. The defendants obviously are hiding behind a lot of things, but she took the facts and she said, basically, looking at these facts, it's foreseeability that something bad could happen. And so the jury has been provided that. And as the court has already ruled in the past, based upon the facts that were before the court, which are not anywhere as strong as what we've heard over the last 4 days, 3.5 days, foreseeability is a jury issue and should go to the jury based upon the evidence in this case. And I think that
Guys, I have to know, are you guys watching the video? So like chat stopped, just flat stopped. And I don't know if it's broken or, okay, you guys either all left, which makes sense, or you're actually watching the video, which doesn't make sense. The only reason why I have a video on is because JK said that maybe I should try to play a video this stream, but chat stopped. So I'm wondering, are you watching the video? That's crazy.
they are well aware and are able to make a determination that this was foreseeable based upon the evidence they've been given and should have been foreseeable to Davy Tree, which gets to Joseph Paul, which agrees they had a duty to investigate his complaint. They had a duty to protect him. That was his testimony from the CFO, a duty all the way to the very top to protect him based upon this report. And his report was something he could rely upon. So when we get to foreseeability, we really have to have some reliance upon Andrea Ryan and say, look, this is what you had before you. You should have foreseen this retaliation. Now, we do have evidence that if they would have done what they undertook to do negligently, and we have plenty of testimony about how this undertaking was negligent, that
Hi, Carla.
his death, if they would have protected him, well, if they would have protected him, it could have been avoided. We have a lot of evidence of that. So as far as foreseeability goes, I think there's enough to go to the jury based on Andrea Ryan's testimony. As to the facts, comment on the facts of this case.
What do you think the facts are that that point to not just, some type of retaliation, but retaliation to the extent that happened in this case, that he would be?
Sure. Well, they knew that this was
because that's the foreseeability. You got to get the jury to.
They knew that this was a criminal enterprise prior to April the 21st. They knew it for the year before. This was a criminal enterprise. As Andrea Ryan said, this level of criminal enterprise is going to lead to violent behavior. We don't have to foresee the exact harm, just that it would have been violent behavior.
So what did Davy Tree know about Pablo Rangel's criminal enterprise when they undertook the investigation?
They knew exactly that he was stealing from employees and probably from the company. They knew as well that he was hiring a number of undocumented workers, which was illegal. They knew everything that was in. Well, when we say they knew, when they were handed the tools to make that determination and did determine. I think a jury could find that they did determine that. They decided to turn the other way. They knew they had a problem of great magnitude that was a criminal enterprise that could lead to violence. We have a witness who's testified to that, connected all those dots for you, Judge, all the dots.
How about how does it tie into the duty, the second ground for the motion for directed verdict? The duty owed by Davy Tree in this case.
Well, again, we have obviously Andrea Ryan said they undertook a duty. We have Joseph Paul said they undertook a duty. We have Andrea Ryan testify that they were negligent in the way that they took this duty. As a result of this negligent acts, that Ilya Montoya was killed. There's no doubt that we have plenty of testimony here going all the way to Joseph Paul that they undertook a duty. And we have plenty of testimony that there was negligence in their undertaking. We also have plenty of evidence that they acted in bad faith.
That goes to the attorney fee claim, right?
Right.
Right. So is there evidence that the assumption of the duty to investigate increased the risk of harm to Mr. Montoya?
Yes,
And what's that evidence?
that would be Andrea Ryan again.
And what part of her testimony?
But
That they're essentially increased.
I asked her this question, right? Did their failure to properly investigate put Mr. Montoya at peril? And she testified yes. There was no objection.
And then on attorney fees,
Thank you so much. Oh, it went away. Hold on. I clicked it. I must have clicked it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
tell me about that, please.
All right, so you want to get past the bad faith or talk about bad faith first?
Well, 13611 requires or allows a potential recovery of attorney fees in situations of stubborn litigiousness, unnecessary trouble and expense, and bad faith. I didn't do a good job in requiring the plaintiffs to specify which of those three I thought I had. But
You did. You asked me at the pre-trial conference, it said bad faith.
I thought so. What's done in pre-trial order? So tell me how, so you're proceeding under 13611 for bad faith, and explain that to me, please.
Yeah, so clearly from their conduct, they were misleading Mr. Montoya to believe they were investigating when they were not. As a result of their failure to investigate, it put Mr. Montoya off from going to the authorities, which he didn't do, obviously. He says that on the EEOC complaint. They told me they were investigated. They're not. This is taking too long, and there's no reason why it's taking so long. The jury could easily find the one reason is they wanted to get rid of Mr. Montoya, not Mr. Rangel.
And how about the
bundling?
substance of Ms. Madison's testimony and the value of the attorney fees?
I think she handled that fine. I think if they wanted to go through item by item, they could have, but what she did was she said, I already went through that. And what the court wouldn't let her do, which is proper, is she was going to she wanted to say, but she didn't, but she had reviewed the federal court bill, totally separate bill, and compared the two. And anything that she thought was close by, she struck out. So if we talk about that, that's one thing. If we want to talk about multiple plaintiffs, multiple defendants, she clearly handled that by saying, look, these are all directly agents of Davey Tree. They all fall within the umbrella of Davey Tree. It really doesn't matter because you're paying for their attorney's fees. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. There was one complaint. The motions for summary judgment were all
JJJs, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
handled with one
Beer
response
money.
by the plaintiffs, so that there was no overlapping in work. But she said that if I found any, I went ahead and wrote it down. And she testified. She wrote it down.
Yo, the beginning was a bit rocky. maybe don't go to the beginning.
Savage and Turner, $14,000. Watts, $10,000. So they could have gone through those items if they wanted to, but she testified that she did that herself.
Right, it's not germane necessarily to ruling on this issue, but I wrote down what she said the Watts fees were, but what did she testify to about the reasonable value of fees or the other fees in the case? I don't have a note on that. What'd she say?
1.9 minus 4. No, I guess. Wait just a moment up there.
I mean, it might be on, I guess, did she bless the invoice, less whatever?
Well, the number she gave was after she had written it down.
I just don't have a note on it. I was
So Watts after the write down.
277, 270, right?
You're right.
That one I got. What about the other fees?
$1,931,041.50 plus $143,000 and some change for the expenses.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Turner?
That's all I have, unless you have some other questions, Judge.
No, at this point, Mr. Maley, I'm not gonna, for instance, delay the evidence to take it under advisement. However, I do have the ability to rule on it if I need to, down the road. So I'm planning on ruling on these right now.
Right now, go right now.
So let me give you the last word for the lawyers.
Thank you.
Not that I can't revisit it at the appropriate time with the appropriate mechanism, but.
Of course. So, Your Honor, as is listed in our many filings on the subject of foreseeability and intervening criminal acts, in addition to the Georgia case authorities that have been talked about today in today's motion and previously, we literally could not find any case in the country of a whistleblower being assassinated by the target of their complaint anywhere in the country, any decade. It might be, it actually isn't a thing. There are deaths that happen from love triangles. There are deaths that happen from partnerships gone bad. This literally is not a thing. It doesn't exist in this country. This is a unicorn. And
Not figuratively, not theoretically, literally. OMG, literally, Judge. So have you guys ever heard of that before? Have you guys ever heard of a company killing the whistleblower? Ever?
as such, for a focus on foreseeability and a focus on intentional criminal acts, the facts in this case are much stronger than they are in Avis, are much stronger than they are in FedEx. And the Court of Appeals will see and wonder how this.
Are those not two cases? But were they whistleblowers or? The whole mob. Yeah, you can take the whole mob. Okay, Michael, you're right. You are definitely right.
Case made it so far that despite the clear and recent guidance from both them and the Georgia Supreme Court, so this case can be kicked here and now, as it properly should under the facts and the law, as a directed verdict, or it can be kicked a year or two from now in the Georgia Court of Appeals, or it can be kicked a year or two after that in the Georgia Supreme Court. But there's no reason to proceed with this trial, no reason to proceed with this jury for 4 more days. And as to the specific notes that the plaintiff made just now, look, we have it in evidence. Mrs. Montoya herself said that she was not aware of any reason that the company was involved in her husband's death. And of course, the evidence in the plaintiff's case in chief has supported her view that that is correct.
Mrs. Montoya is suing you. She's the plaintiff. So I'm pretty sure she thinks you had something to do with her husband's death, sir.
We're happy to submit supplementals about what it is that Detective Rodriguez or Andrea Ryan did or did not say. Detective Rodriguez did not testify about heightened risk of death or physical harm. What he said was that he himself interviewed 10 crew members, and not one of them spoke of any threat whatsoever from Mr. Rangel to Mr. Montoya or anyone else. Andrea Ryan did not testify about the foreseeability of death, let alone a hitman style of execution death. And as to the EEOC, if Mr. Turner says that that was the trigger, Davy Tree accepts that. So for all those reasons, Your Honor, we appreciate the moment to be heard. We're sorry for the interruption in the proceedings, but the evidence and the law clearly shows this case should be ended now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the court has heard the evidence in the case, is aware of the standard required for motions for directed verdict, appreciates that the jury has the ability to decide questions of fact and make deductions and reach inferences based on what they've seen. Taking those issues in reverse, on the attorney fee issue, the plaintiff asserts a claim under 13-611 for bad faith in the underlying transaction. There's enough in the evidence for the jury to make that determination. As to the part of the motion for directed verdict related to the quantum of evidence in the case, I think the defense has plenty to argue to the jury on whether or not the attorney fees were proved up for this case in particular. But Ms. Madison testified, I think I would call it her funnel theory, that all the other actions were necessary to funnel down to this case, including all of the attorney fees she testified to. She also testified that the actions of the attorneys on Ms. Montoya's side throughout all the various proceedings she testified about were inextricably intertwined. I think she said inextricably something else, but that's the focus of what she was saying. And that she had, by her testimony, backed out fees based on what she felt were efforts that were either not supported by the billing statements or not appropriate for this action. It's a question of fact on that. The jury can go either way on it. Wouldn't surprise me whichever way the jury went. But I'm going to deny the motion for directed verdict on attorney fees. On the issue of duty, the second basis for the motion for directed verdict, court's issued an extensive order on the 324A duty in the case. There is, again, based on testimony in the case, at least some evidence from which the jury could determine whether or not there was an increased risk of harm to Mr. Montoya, whether Davy Tree assumed the duty, even though he was a Wolf Tree employee, and whether he reasonably relied on that. In this case, there's evidence to do not make any reduction to the company following up and expressing concern about the fact nothing had been done, and the show up / riot and the additional scrutiny that he says he was under and the plaintiff's claim he was under based on his complaint. So I'm going to deny the motion for directed verdict based on the duty claim. Proximate cause, as I mentioned to the lawyers, has always been, in my mind, the key issue in this case and the closest issue in this case, frankly. The court's well aware of the authority on proximate cause and foreseeability, well aware of the Shadow FedEx case, Retail Property Trust, Brown versus Alltech, Ontario Sewing, all those cases, Johnson versus Avis, and of course Blondell, which the court authored, which went up to the Supreme Court and was affirmed. So I think have a fairly good handle on foreseeability and proximate cause. Many of those cases are factually unique, and while I've not done
I don't know if there was anybody else in the company that was exploiting illegal immigrants like this person was. I don't know. I didn't hear of any, but I don't know why I would hear of any in this case. So
nationwide search, like Mr. McNally mentioned, about other similar situations, the basic premise remains under Georgia law of whether or not the actions were the probable or natural consequence that could reasonably have been anticipated, apprehended, or foreseen by the original wrongdoer, in this case, Davy Tree. Based on the totality of the allegations and the evidence in the case so far, I cannot say that the jury could not, by using inferences and deductions, determine that it was reasonably anticipated or foreseeable under these circumstances. Again, I'll hear what the rest of the evidence is. I'm going to deny the motion based on that ground as well, Mr. McNally. I'll let it go to the jury. We'll see what happens. And I always have the ability to readdress these upon proper motion at the proper time. All right, ready to proceed with the evidence for the defense?
We are, and thank you, Your Honor, for your role.
Let's get the jury.
So the plaintiff was done with their case in chief. And then the defendant said, nah, throw this out. Now it's the defendant's turn. So no, the trial is not over. It's not done.
Jury in.
All right, be seated. All right, sorry for the extended delay, ladies and gentlemen. There's some legal things I have to do when the one party rests their case to get some things out and deal with. So that's like inside baseball kind of stuff for lawyers and judges. So you guys had to sit through it. I'm sorry for that. But now we're going to proceed with the defense. The defense has the opportunity to present witnesses in their case and evidence in their case if they elect to do so. Ms. Phillips, you know, present a defense. Mr. McNally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Davy Tree calls the witness LaCurnis Jones, which will be read by designation.
All right. This will be another deposition that gets read to you. So we've already seen it once. And recall until you accept this evidence like you would any other witness who is testifying live.
Mr. Phillips, are you prepared?
We'll get to the first page.
We're on page 5
Got it.
at the bottom.
Yes.
Okay, would you swear the witness in, please?
His name is Lafayette from True Blood. Lafayette. That's my kitty's name. Hi, Carla. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Better. LaCurnis Ken Juan Jones, being first duly sworn, testified as follows. State your full name, please, sir.
LaCornis Ken John Jones.
Going to page 7. How long have you been in Savannah?
Since 2016, my wife and I, we moved here. We usually come here on vacation, and we got married here, and we lived here for like a couple of months. And then my mom got sick, and we moved back home.
To Tifton?
Uh-huh.
Now page 10.
We're at the 2-hour mark. Now, I paused a little bit and I talked a little bit. So maybe not at the 3-hour mark, but sometime soon after that, we take a break from this trial. And that's when we see the new judge. Oh my gosh. Wait till you see the new judge. You're going to love him. You're going to fall absolutely head over heels in love with this judge.
Very good. That's good. All right. So what I want to do is start with your work at Wolf Tree. How long have you been there?
Let's see, I think around 2016, July 2016, I worked with them. And then when all of this stuff happened, they, I guess, was looking at everybody, all the employees. And then let me see, in September, I want to recall, they came to us and we had a little meeting. And then they was like, yeah, everybody, you're doing a good job and this and that. And then they was like, well, we've got to let you go. I was like, what? You've got to go, let me go? Why? And they said that I didn't put on my application that I was a convicted felon, which I've been out since 2006. And every job I've ever had or every job I've ever tried to get, I've always put it down on my application that I was a convicted felon. If you're going to give me the job, you're going to give me the job, and you're going to see how well I've performed that job and not judge me from past convictions. And Mr. Pablo Rangel, when he gave me the job, I told him, hey, I'm a convicted felon. He said, don't worry about it. And I put it down on the application. And then almost a year and a half later, they come to me and said, I didn't put it on my application.
How good are you at murder, sir? On a scale of 1 to 10, what are your strengths when it comes to murder? What are your weaknesses when it comes to murder, sir? Oh, Carla, thank you so much. Oh, the mods are the greatest. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Carla, how good are you at murder? I just want to know. Guess what? To become a mod, I asked them all how good they were. How good they were at murder.
And they fired me.
Gotcha. Well, since you got out, you've done right, correct?
Correct.
You've been a hard worker?
Yes, sir.
So when you were hired in 2016, you were hired at Wolf, hired by at Wolf.
Mr. Pablo Rangel.
He hired you?
Yes, sir.
At that time, you gave him your background?
Uh-huh.
You were honest with him?
Yes, I was honest with him.
Then you did a good job?
Yes, sir.
So when you became employed by Pablo, did you have to fill out an application?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you fill it out?
Yes, sir.
Was there a space where you were supposed to fill out that you were a convicted felon?
Yes, sir, and I did.
And you did fill that out?
Yes, sir.
Do the best you can, but do you recall when you were hired? What month?
It was July. It was July 2016.
So you were employed from July the 16th through September of 2017.
Uh-huh.
That's, remember, we talked about yes or no.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's all right.
Yes.
So you were fired as a result of there being kind of a sweep of all the employees here in Savannah?
Yes, sir.
You don't need, sir, just yes or no. That's what we're asking for. So let's go back to when you began in June, July of 2016. What were you hired to do?
I was hired to drive the company trucks and do all the paperwork and drag brush and just like give the guys tools and stuff like that, and to chip up the brush and just to take the stuff around.
Was that kind of the low-end groundsman?
Yes, groundsman.
If you don't mind me asking, what were you paid an hour?
They started me off at $13 an hour, and before I left, I was making, I want to say $14 or $15, I think.
Yo, that's not enough. No, that's not enough. First off, no, that sucks. Now I'm really mad at this company. You screw this company, guys. No. You know how dangerous their jobs are? You could die when you go to work. All right? And that's normal. That's not it's like, yeah, I could die at a bar, but it's unheard of. They can literally die when they go to work. They can fall from a great height. They can cut a tree that has a freaking power line in it and die. This is just a very dangerous job that they do. And he made it up to $14 an hour? What the hell? What do you mean? No. What do you mean? That's terrible. If someone, listen, things have to change, guys. Things have got to change. We cannot have these jobs paying $14 an hour. You cannot support any family on $14 an hour. Oh, I'm so mad right now. I'm mad at this company.
How did you get paid?
I got a check, direct deposit to my banking account.
Right to your banking account?
Yes, sir.
That's how it worked every week, every 2 weeks?
Every week.
Every week, very good. And how many hours a week would you work?
I put in about 60 hours, between 40 and 60 hours a week.
So that would be 10 hours a day?
Yes, sir.
For how many days a week?
6 days.
When we say 6 days, I'm assuming that is Saturday?
Yes, sir.
So Monday through Saturday, at least 60 hours a week.
Yes, sir.
Did you get paid overtime?
Yes, sir.
You got paid overtime for your time?
Yes, sir.
Would that be time and a half?
That would be time and a half.
Beautiful. All right. So you fill out your paperwork and you give it to Pablo, Mr. Engel, and he sends it off.
Uh-huh.
When you filled it out, you were honest about everything you filled out.
Yes, sir.
Before they came through and they pretty much fire everybody in September of 2016, was there ever any inquiry into your background before that?
No, sir.
Did you see any, you understand the Wolf is a subsidiary of Davy Tree? Did you understand that?
Yes, sir.
It says it on one side of the truck?
Uh-huh.
Did you ever have any Davy employees come in and question any of the workers before this September firing of everybody?
Yes, they usually will come in every so often and they do like inspections of the trucks and they ask for your employee number and stuff like that. And we had meetings and they were really on top of keeping up with their employees and making sure that everybody was doing their jobs and making sure that everybody was happy and safe and that our equipment was up to par, up to Davy standard, and it's a good company.
So you were there for a little over a year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who would come in from Davy to check on everybody as you just described?
I don't know their names. I can't really recall their names, but they come though.
What did they look like?
Hardworking guys.
Do they have beards, young, old, black, white?
Yeah, they were white guys and older guys, a lot older guys, around you guys' age, probably.
He's just reading a deposition that someone else did in a separate trial or hearing or something.
Really old then?
Yeah,
You're talking about Mr. Dillard, very old?
around you guys' age.
Did you ever meet with them yourself and talk with these guys that would come down, these older guys from Davie?
Yeah, they would come down and talk with me, and they'd ask me a bunch of questions about the company and things that I should know, policy and stuff like that, PPE, the minimum approach distance to the power lines and stuff like that, you know, stuff that I'm supposed to know while having this job.
Did they come by and tell me about the group that you work with? Did you have one crew you worked with, Santos, or were there several different crews you worked with over this year?
Well, over the course of time, I worked the majority with the climbing crew. That's what it was called, the climbing crew. I worked the majority of my time with these guys. And I worked a couple times with the bucket crews. That's different, bucket crews. Like a guy might call in sick or whatever, and he might have something important to do. And Oscar Cruz, he might give me a call and say, hey, I need you to go work with such and such. And I go and report to them, and we go to work.
When you started in June of 2016, or July of 2016, was Oscar kind of the assistant to Pablo?
Yes, sir.
What are the things he would do other than give assignments out?
He'd have, like, I guess, the conference calls of the meetings or whatever we had to do regular.
I would do almost anything for healthcare right now. I'm even thinking about getting married so I have healthcare right now. I would do literally anything if I'm going to get married for healthcare.
You know, during the week or whatever, stuff like that. And check the crews, and I guess a bunch of paperwork, stuff that I don't know about because I don't have that position, just, I guess.
Would he take your time?
Yeah, he takes the time, I think.
And reports the time for you?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure, but I think so.
Were some employees paid by cash?
Not to my recollection. I had some kind of suspicion that something wasn't right about it.
You never saw anybody paid by cash?
No, I never saw no one get paid by cash, but I know there was a bunch of grimy stuff going on.
Tell me when you say grimy, what do you mean?
I just had, I won't say.
Time out.
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I apologize. I think we read maybe 8 lines that were not designated.
Any
We're fine with them being struck.
objection, Mr.
No, we're just, I think we were supposed to read.
Okay.
Not strike anything.
All right, just keep rocking and rolling, Mr. McNally. It's
Besides the side jobs, and does that mean they were working on the clock, but for somebody on the side?
Uh-huh.
That's a yes?
Yes, sir.
And when did you first witness that?
Probably about a couple of months into working there when I first started.
Let's approach you on it.
What's that?
Can we approach?
Sure.
So he's reaching up. The
Just make sure they're on.
judge was reaching up to turn on this really, really annoying sound machine, white noise machine. So I tried very, very, very hard to cut out every single one of the really annoying sound machines. And I deeply apologize if I missed any. I don't think so. I went microscopically through the audio line and tried to cut them all out. I did not watch this entire trial before today. I just watched what I saw when I was editing it and heard what I heard when I was recording it, which wasn't a lot. So, but if I missed any, I'm sorry. We'll find out. I didn't miss that one.
The same page with what's designated.
We're all old, so, you know, we might get it wrong. Whenever you're ready, Mr. McGinn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Besides the side jobs, and does that mean they were working on the clock, but for somebody on the side?
Uh-huh.
That's a yes?
Yes, sir.
When did you first witness that?
Probably about a couple of months into working there when I first started.
And who was doing the side jobs?
Mr. Santos and the other guys on the crew.
How about Mr. Rangel?
I never seen him do nothing.
Who was the supervisor who was involved in these side jobs?
Mr. Santos.
When you say they were doing side jobs, they were supposed to be one place and they were somewhere else?
We might be in the area where we were working, and some people might come out and say, hey, can you do this and do that and do this and do that for me? And sometimes they do it and sometimes they don't.
But the whole crew didn't do it. Was just certain people in the crew?
Yeah, it would be certain people.
Anyone other than Mr. Santos who was doing these side jobs while on the crew?
Repeat the question again.
Anyone other than Mr. Santos doing side jobs while working for Wolf during the day?
Yes.
Do you have a nickname?
They call me Squirrel.
Why do they call you Squirrel?
I climb.
So, Mr. Jones, if you start in the late spring, early summer of 2016,
Terry, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
how long did it take you to figure out that there were workers there that were working under fake names?
It didn't take me long because I worked around a bunch of Hispanics all my life. I'm from a small country town and there's nothing but farmlands and stuff like that there. So, you know, when the migrant workers come, you know, they're not here legally, you know, so, but it's not my business of what you do, you know. You try, and if you're coming here to America and you're trying to provide for your family and you're not committing crime and stuff like that, I don't care. But if you're out here committing crime, you don't need to be here. And those guys, you know, they were here. They probably was here legally at one time, and their work visas or whatever might have expired, and they probably overstayed their time, you know. And when things get hot in one spot, they move to another location.
Let me just make sure I understand. As you're working with these fellows, good fellows, it became obvious when they're working with each other, they're calling themselves the real name.
Uh-huh.
That's right?
Yes, sir.
And it was obvious to you?
Yeah, it's plainly obvious.
They weren't hiding it from Squirrel Jones, right?
They were hiding it, you know, as best they could, but you know, when I've been around quite some time and I've worked with a lot of Hispanics and I know what time it is. So you can't just sit there and tell me that something is not going on when I already seen it before.
Did they stop using their real names when Oscar would walk up?
Let me think. To my recollection, they would probably call each other by nicknames or whatever, you know, like I think Oscar's nickname is Marcia. And they would call each other by the nicknames or whatever, but I never heard them call each other by the company names.
Okay, so they never called themselves by the company names?
No.
The company names were the made-up names?
Yes, sir.
How about Pablo? Did they hide their real-life name in front of Pablo?
No, sir.
Did they ever use their company name in front of Pablo?
No, sir.
So help me, and again, back to doing the best you can, and I understand you are Mr. Jones. You had worked there for approximately a year. So we're now into June, July of 2017, when you first worked with Mr. Montoya.
Probably about, I want to say around March or April.
Last year?
Last year.
A year ago from now, when we're in March of 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's the first time you worked with Mr. Montoya, is that correct?
Yes, sir. To my recollection, yes, sir.
The first time you worked with him, he discussed with you that these other employees were illegal.
Yes, sir.
and made it very clear to you?
Yes, sir.
How did that come up?
He was, I guess, he was on the phone and he was arguing with someone on the phone. And I asked him, I said, what's wrong?
Your Honor. Can we come up, please?
Sure.
May we take a moment here?
Yeah, once you guys look at it, you don't need me unless there's a dispute.
Yes, they're reading somebody's testimony from an earlier deposition or an earlier trial or an earlier hearing.
Y'all make sure you're on the same, literally on the same page.
Literally. That wasn't my fault.
They somehow got the page wrong. They don't know what page they're supposed to be on right now. Don't worry, they fix it. We have some people.
Not at all, trying to get it right.
Do you remember when I showed the Crane trial? And during the Crane trial, we saw some video interviews from an earlier deposition. We're going to see some of those here in this trial. We're going to see some Zoom witnesses. So we're going to see some people who are, we're going to see some videos of people getting interviewed on the TV. And then we're going to see a real person go to the witness stand on the TV. And then we're going to see real witnesses in the witness box, and we're going to see people reading depositions in the witness box. It's a long trial, and it stems from 3 other murder trials. So they had to sort of squish everything, piece everything together, and just take bits and pieces of what they want to present at this trial from everything else, which is why it's so disjointed. But when you sue someone, you get to present whatever evidence you want to present, and this is what they want to present.
A lot of moving parts, Your Honor.
I understand.
Mr. Phillips, what line do you think we were on, sir? Maybe 12?
9, I think.
First time you worked with him, he discussed with you that these other employees were illegal
Yes, sir.
and made it very clear to you?
Yes, sir.
How did that come up?
He was, I guess, he was on the phone and he was arguing with someone on the phone. And I asked him, I said, what's wrong? And he said, Pablo is no good. He is no good. He owes me money and he don't want to pay me. And I said, why? Why? He owes you some money. And he says, because I do stuff for him. I didn't ask. Oh, I'm sorry. And he said, Pablo.
Page 29. You with me?
I was on one jury before. I was called to jury duty, I think 3 times, but I was on one jury before, and this was the whole trial. This guy was in jail, and they couldn't bring him in because it was a civil trial. So they took his testimony at the jail, and then they spent days. It was like 2 straight days of them just reading the testimony into the record. They're red, white, and blue. Though you can't really see the blue, but I have red, white, and blue. Because it's the 4th of July. Happy birthday, Alfred. You forget it. Never mind. You don't even know.
Yep.
Hitalia.
What else did he tell you?
This is where you tell us everything he told you.
Sorry, that was part of the question. This is where he tell us everything he told you.
Okay, he told me that all the guys that were working there, if they weren't a driver, if they wasn't a driver, most of the guys were here illegally. And they had all kind of fake paperwork, documents, and stuff like that. And he helped falsify those a lot. And he said that he had evidence, but I never seen the evidence. But he was telling me all their names and all the stuff that they were doing. And he said that Mr. Pablo was trying to get him fired because he, just like the other guys, they were stealing from the company. He said Mr. Pablo was stealing from the company. I don't know how he was stealing from the company, but he said they were stealing from the company.
And then I believe your answer continues at the bottom of the page at line 23.
And I said, sure. I said, yeah, I'll help you on a Sunday. And I told him, he was like, well, I need you to come by my house on Saturday. And I knew that he was wanting to talk about me helping him tell on Mr. Pablo and them. Because he had a meeting and Pablo had the letter from that Elliot sent to corporate at one time, that he had a copy of it. And he made me read the letter out loud to everybody in the company. And then he was translating what I was reading to the guys in Spanish and all the things that iIiAbb was saying. And iIiAbb told me that they were saying that he was stealing fuel, using the fuel, the company fuel cards to fill his personal vehicles up. I think iIiAbb had one of those big grapple trucks that get the big logs and stuff like that. And they were saying that Mr. iIiAbb was filling those 50-gallon drums up with diesel and using a company card. And I guess they was trying to say he was doing that to retaliate against him to get him fired. And iIiAbb had got suspended. They suspended him. I think some of the people from, I can't remember if it was from Wolf or from Davy, they come down and they was evaluating everybody's work and stuff like that. I guess he went in between the power lines. And the guy, whoever they was over there from the company, told him to come down and they suspended him. And I think that was on a Tuesday, either a Tuesday or a Wednesday. And that Saturday, I called iIiAbb and I told him that I wasn't going to be able to come and meet with him. Thank you. But he never answered his phone. And then, so I tried to call him, I think Sunday. I want to believe I called him the next day to see if he had the cyborg ready. He never answered his phone, so I never went by his house, and I just stayed home that day. And then later that evening, I was getting ready for, my wife and I were getting ready for bed, and Oscar called, and he said, "Did you hear?" And I said, "No, hear what?" And he said, "iIiAbb is dead." And I said, "Holy shit." Because I told iIiAbb, I said, "Man, you're going to get killed." I told him, I said, "You're going to get killed, man." I said, "You better not do this." And iIiAbb was dead.
So if we go back to February or March of last year, 2017, is that the first time you had worked with iIiAbb?
Yes, that was the first time I worked with him.
He worked on a different crew than you did?
Yes, sir. He was a bucket operator.
And did you ever observe him working before you worked with him the first time?
Yeah, I've seen him work before. We would be in the area. My crew would be in the area. We might see him and his grounds guy working or whatever. And we would stop and we would review the maps that Georgia Power would provide us for the areas that we're supposed to work. And they'd be going over the maps and stuff like that. Then they get into small talk sometimes and, joke and laugh, company stuff, like guys on the job, they know each other.
From your observations before the first time you worked with iIiAbb back in February or March of 2017, did he appear to be a good worker?
Oh, yes.
Friendly fellow?
Oh, yes.
Hard worker?
Oh, yes.
So the first time that you did work with him, at some point in time, he is on the telephone having an argument with someone.
Uh-huh.
That's a yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's when you asked him, what is that all about?
Yeah, I asked him, I said, "What's wrong?"
Do you know who he was talking to?
I think he was talking to Pablo.
Do you recall what he was saying?
He said he wanted his money. I heard that. He wanted to be paid. Was
he saying that in Spanish?
He said it in English.
In English. Okay. So he was talking to Pablo in English.
It was like a mixture of English and a mixture of Spanish. He said, I want my money.
And during that conversation, when you asked him what he was talking about, he told you that he did things for Pablo?
Uh-huh.
That's a yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But he didn't tell you what those things were?
No, he never told me what they were.
So were you guys on that occasion working on a Saturday or a Sunday?
It was a Saturday.
He had some side business he was doing?
No, he was working for the company.
Okay, very good. That's right. He needed an extra person and you wanted to work, so you worked for him.
Yes, sir.
Then the next time that you were with him, you go to his house to get something notarized.
Yes, sir.
And that's the first time that he told you that he had falsified some documents.
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you how many documents this was, what they were?
No, he never told me when it was and what it was. He just told me that he did some documents and stuff for Pablo.
Did he tell you that's why he wanted his money?
He never said that.
So he told you that. Is that when he started complaining to you that Pablo was using people with false documentation?
Yes, sir.
And he wanted you to help him complain?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when that was, the first time, the first conversation in which he is on the phone, is in February or March of 2017? When is this next conversation you had with him at his house to get him to notarize something for you?
I can't remember. It had to be a couple weeks after that.
So again, we're either March or April?
Uh-huh.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Did he tell you that he had complained to the company by then, corporate?
Yes, he said it. And a lot of the other guys, they say they call him chismoso.
What does that mean?
That means you tell lies or whatever. They called him that all the time. They didn't really like him because they tell me he'd go to the right and call corporate on them all the time.
That they were illegal?
Uh-huh.
That's a yes?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever seen iIiAbbyiIi at any point in time before he was suspended for 3 days, as you've told us before, do anything you felt was unsafe?
No, sir.
He appeared to be a safe worker from your observations.
Yes, sir. All the guys were.
Even when you were doing side jobs, did he appear to be safe?
Yes, sir.
How many side jobs do you think you did with iIiAbbyiIi?
Probably 2.
Those were all in 2017?
Yes, sir.
So do you recall?
Whoa.
Thank you. You've done the best to tell us the complete conversation while you were at his house being notarized.
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. And let me see. We worked, before he got suspended, we worked that the Saturday before.
Remember a couple streams ago, someone, I can't remember who it was, maybe you guys do, someone asked, do they have to write and in the court reporters? Do they have to write that into the testimony? Well, here you go. Is something that court reporters have to write into the testimony.
It was me. It was me, Jose, Gilead, Javier, Macrino, Machicano, and I want to say a guy, they called him, I think, it wasn't Byron. They called him Don Gallo.
You guys were working where?
We were working for the company and we were doing some clearing over the busy intersections, over the lights and stuff like that of the signal lights of the streets. And we were doing a bunch of flagging and stopping the traffic. And iIiAbbyiIi was telling me, he was like, I need you to come to my house. We need to really talk because I have a lot of papers and stuff that I need you to read. And I need you to help me write these letters to corporate. And he said, I'm trying to get rid of Pablo.
But you didn't want to get involved?
I didn't want to get involved.
Do you recall if his wife and daughters were there?
Yes, they were there. As a matter of fact, it was me my wife, and his wife. I want to say his mother was there and a son, I think a son was there. Was a son there? And a daughter was there that day.
Very good. And this discussion you had with him, where he said that he had falsified some documents for Pablo, was that in front of everyone?
No, me and him were in the corner talking with each other, and my wife was getting to know his family.
And the reason he told you he had falsified the documents for Pablo is because he told you he wanted to get rid of Pablo. But did he tell you that during the meeting at the house, when your wife was there, that he wanted to get rid of Pablo?
Yeah, he told me that.
And he was going to complain to the company about Pablo?
Yes, sir.
How many times do you think he told you, from February of last year up until the time of his death, that he wanted to get rid of Pablo?
Just about every time I saw him.
The reason why he wanted to get rid of him is because he told you he was using illegal workers.
Uh-huh.
That's a yes?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever relay that information to Pablo that, hey, iIiAbbyiIi is complaining about you?
No.
He said you're using illegal workers.
No.
The next thing I think you told me, and tell me if I'm getting these out of order, is that Pablo has iIiAbbyiIi's complaints and has you read it.
Yes.
And he had all the workers together, and he was holding it up, and he had you read it.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how Pablo got that paper?
I have no idea how he got it.
But you read it in English.
Yes, sir.
Pablo then translated it in Spanish.
Yes, sir.
To everyone?
Yes.
How did the meeting end?
Oh, they was mad at iIiAbbyiIi. They was cussing him. They was talking trash. I thought they were going to be fighting out there. It was a circus.
Do you know who killed iIiAbbyiIi Montoya?
No, sir.
Page 44. So let's go through now we're going to follow up from the time in which Pablo was holding up his complaint. Was Oscar there when Pablo had everyone in the crew, all the crews there, and he is holding up iIiAbbyiIi's complaint?
Yes, sir.
Oscar heard it all, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Now, if I'm wrong, tell me. But the next time that you have some contact with iIiAbbyiIi, you guys were trimming some around traffic lights. Is that what you told me?
Well, the next time we worked together, we all worked together then. But I see him every day when we go and pick up the trucks. And he'd go to his assignment and I'd go to my assignment.
Every day, would he say that Pablo is using illegal workers? We now go to 46, line 6.
They were figuring that I know their names and their identities and stuff now.
Who is they?
All the crew members.
All the crew members?
Yeah.
Even the ones who were legal, or were they all illegal?
Well, they weren't all illegal. I kind of figured that.
I know I shouldn't pause it, but Randy, I got to tell you, when I was just about to start the stream, I almost canceled it because I thought I was going to ruin everybody's 4th of July because I thought they were going to be bored. So I thank you for saying that. It might just be me and you, but thank you for saying that.
I would go on their Facebook pages and pull up their Facebook names, and I'd look for the employee name that they had, and I'd look for that, and that was not that person, or the name doesn't even exist, and I can't find it on Facebook. And then their real names I'd pull up, and I'd pull up their names that they say all the time, and
bingo?
And bingo.
You would find them?
Uh-huh.
That's a yes?
Yes, sir. And then all of them are friends on Facebook.
Let me ask you, Mr. Jones. So you have this discussion with Mr. Montoya, where he's complaining about Pablo hiring illegal workers, and that he is complaining to corporate about hiring illegal workers. Do you remember when he first told you he was complaining to corporate about this, about Pablo?
I don't really recall the first time I recall he didn't say it.
You know Donald's going crazy right now. Poor Donald. Everybody's reading their lines wrong. No one is putting any emotion into their lines.
It was one of the other Hispanic guys, Mr. Santos, would tell me he always called corporate.
All right.
And he would always say that we illegals and this and that. And I tell him, joking with him, yeah, you all are.
And what did he say?
And he was like, no, no, amigo, no. And I'm like, yeah.
Because you knew they were.
Yeah, I knew they were.
Including Mr. Santos.
Including Mr. Santos.
All right. But at some point in time, did Iliad tell you he called corporate?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
We, me, him, me, Iliad, and Mr. Santos, like after work, they sit after we park the truck and stuff like that, and we'd sit around our trucks and they'd drink a couple of beers. And Mr. Iliad, he'd never drink like the other guys they drank. And I'd probably share a beer or two with them and they'd talk. And Mr. Santos would say, you're always calling the corporate. And then they'd start arguing or whatever in Spanish. But they would hint, Mr. Santos and Iliad were best friends. They were real good friends. And he'd tell Iliad that even though he is a good guy, he doesn't like when he tries to call corporate and makes it bad for everybody else, because everybody else, they have families. And
do you ever recall corporate coming in at any point prior to Mr. Montoya's death? I want to look at it. You remember your first conversation with him back in February, March of 2017, last year, and you know when his death was, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you recall corporate ever coming in and checking the crew's identification?
Yeah, they come, but the guys, they won't come to work when the corporate comes. And I guess they probably got the heads up when they were coming.
Okay. So corporate would come in and they'd check your identification and a couple other guys, but no one else would be there.
Uh-huh.
That's true?
Yes, sir.
Didn't that seem unusual to you?
Oh, hell, yes.
How many times did it happen?
To my recollection, twice.
That's during this period of time?
Uh-huh.
That's a yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you ever see corporate come and check Pablo's identification?
No, sir.
Did it ever come to your attention that Pablo was illegal?
No, sir.
The work you did with Iliad, the Saturday before his death, you were telling me about that. Tell me what he told you on that date while you were working.
He told me that he had proof that Pablo was hiring all the illegals. He said he had, because he said he had done most of the falsifications.
No one else was around when he was telling you these things?
No, it was just me and him talking.
Were you aware that a number of his family members, Pablo's family members, also worked for Wolf?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what their legal status was? I think we go forward a few pages. 53. Were there a number of workers that didn't have identification?
Yes.
When that happened, if they ever had to go into a restricted area like the port, would they have to change the crew?
They wouldn't send them over there.
Who is in charge of selecting who would go where? Oscar?
Yes, sir.
So Oscar had to coordinate who had the right identification.
Yes.
By the way, before I forget, where are you working now?
I work for Wolf Tree.
You still work for Wolf Tree?
They hired me back
When did they hire you back?
a couple of weeks ago.
Then Wolf Tree came along?
Then Oscar called me one day and he said, hey, man, I need you back. I was like, I don't know, man.
Okay. 56. Who fired you?
They said the guy that was the vice president of Wolf Trees.
He came down and fired you?
Uh-huh.
Do you remember who he was?
I can't remember his name.
Mike McCollum?
Yes.
Young guy?
Yes, sir.
Short hair?
Yes, that's it.
He told you the reason you were fired is because you weren't honest.
Yes, sir.
So you've been at work at Wolf since when?
Now,
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. It was first of the year.
First of the year?
No. It was, I think, last month.
So here we are in March, almost again, February sometime?
I want to say February because I had to put in 2 weeks. I had to put in 2 weeks before I got my first check. And this will be my third check this Thursday, tomorrow.
Did you talk to Oscar and let him know that you were coming down today?
Yeah.
Or did he tell you you were coming down?
For reasons I won't tell you. This a piece of equipment that she's using, the court reporter's using to transcribe the whole court proceeding, is around $7,000. I just looked it up like last week for a reason.
It sounds to me like you guys normally would work 60 hours, which would include Monday through Saturday.
Monday through Saturday.
Would you go a half day on Saturday, a full day, or what?
A full day.
Then on the day in which iIiAbbyiIi was killed, you guys didn't work that Saturday?
No, we didn't work.
That was unusual, wasn't it? Don't you usually work Saturdays?
Not really, because sometimes you want to take a Saturday off.
Did you take the Saturday off, or were you told there was no work to be done on Saturday?
They told me there wasn't no work to be done.
That's why you were off that Saturday.
Uh-huh.
That's a yes?
Yes, sir.
Of course, the reason iIiAbbyiIi was off that Saturday, he had gotten suspended.
Yep.
All right. Did you see what he was doing when he got suspended? You never talked to iIiAbbyiIi after that, did you? In between the time he was suspended and when he was found dead?
I talked to him on the phone.
When was that?
It was I want to say the same day he called me and said they suspended him and he wanted to meet. And we met at the store where is that store at? On Abercorn in Tibet, where we normally meet up. The guys normally meet up to fuel the trucks and get ice and stuff for the trucks. And that's when he told me he wanted me to come by Saturday to his house, and he wanted to show me all the papers that he had, all the evidence that he said he had. And I said, I agree to come. And I told my wife about it, and she told me, don't do it. And I called iIiAbbyiIi that Saturday morning, and he didn't answer. So I don't think I left a voice. I can't remember if I left a voicemail or did I text him or not, but I didn't go and meet with him. And we had the side job to do that Sunday. And I called him again Sunday to see if he was going to do the work, and he never picked his phone up. And that evening, Oscar called me and told me he was dead.
The conversation you had with iIiAbbyiIi, when he said he was suspended, he told you he had evidence against Pablo?
Uh-huh.
That's a yes?
Yes, sir.
That he wanted to share with you?
Yeah, he wanted to share it with me.
What did he want you? How did he want you to help?
He wanted me because I guess he figured that, that being I'm American and I speak English and I write English good, and I know, I guess, he was using me basically to get more resources for him that probably help him to do things. He probably figured that I knew things that he probably didn't know, and how to get around certain things and to talk to people.
When you first talked to him back in February or March of 2017, when he was on the phone, he really didn't tell you anything other than that he did things for Pablo.
Yes, sir.
Then the next time you have a meeting with him is at his house with your wife and his wife, and at this house, in which he told you that he had falsified documents for Pablo.
Yes, sir.
And then, other than that one occasion, when did he tell you that he had falsified documents for Pablo other than at his house?
I don't think he told me again. I'm not really sure if he told me again. I think he did tell me again. It was, we were.
Mr. Jones, could you speak up a little, please?
I'm not 100% sure. I'm 50% sure right now. But I think in about 10 minutes, it's not our break time, but we're going to take a little field trip, I think, maybe, and have a special guest on, I think, maybe. But I'm not going to promote this special guest, so I'm not going to tell you who it is. The people who have come to the live get to enjoy the special guest. And there's no reason why we have to promote it. People who are here deserve it. And you're gonna freak out. Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, I think when I met him at the store, he told me then, and there's another time I believe he told me again that he'd done some fake documents for them.
I'd like you to at least give me, with some degree of certainty, the number of times he told you he had done some fake documents for Pablo or them.
He just said them.
How many times did he tell you that?
Maybe 3, maybe 4 times. I'm not really sure.
You know, the first time was at his house with the notary.
Yeah, and he said he'd done it for Pablo.
And then he told you 3 other times that he had done it for them?
Yes, sir.
When were those other 3 times?
I can't really recall. It was just whenever we were like, we're on jobs, because we're on a lot of different jobs, and we're passing through, and we see each other, and we stop, and the crew, we talk and stuff like that. And then sometimes we take...
Just so you know, the special guest is brought to you by Bill. American Courts. Just moved mountains for me, and it's amazing.
Lunch in the same area or whatever, and like sometimes the climbing crew have to help the bucket crew because they can't get a truck in a certain area, and the climbing crew has to come in and take care of it, and vice versa. Sometimes the climbing crew can't climb the trees or whatever and have to use the bucket crew.
When was the last time he told you that? When was that, when you were on Tibet the week before he was murdered?
Yes, sir.
And he told you he had falsified documents for Pablo?
Yes, sir.
And that's why he wanted to get rid of him?
Yes, sir.
And he wanted the company to know that?
Yes, sir.
That's why he wanted to get rid of Pablo, and he wanted the company to know that? Top of the next page.
I guess he wanted to get rid of Pablo because Pablo owed him some money and Pablo didn't want to pay up. So he was like, well, if you don't pay my money, I'm going to tell. I'm going to spill the beans.
But again, that's speculation on your part, correct?
No, that's not speculation because he said it.
That Pablo owes me money and I want to get rid of him or I'll spill the beans. Are those the words he used?
Yes, 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 yes.
Those are the words he used?
Yes.
So, Mr. Jones, I want to ask you just a few follow-up questions. The Saturday that Mr. Montoya was killed and that you guys were told you didn't have to work that day, who told you there wouldn't be work that day?
Oscar.
Did he tell the whole crew, everybody?
I'm not sure. He called me and, well, let me see. No, he didn't call me. He came by Friday and we usually had little tailgate meetings and he checked the equipment and stuff like that. And, you know, just making sure that we are doing our jobs and stuff and everything is going smooth according to company policy.
Do you know if anyone else worked that day?
I'm not sure.
Mr. Montoya, iIiAbbyiIi, When he said that he had falsified documents, did he tell you what documents he had falsified?
Yes, he told me some immigration papers. That's all he said.
Immigration, like applications?
I think so. I'm not really sure.
Did he say that he had?
You know, Fozzie, it hurts my feelings when someone does not know who Lafayette is. I've never met the guy, but he was like my best friend. I loved him. He was one of the greatest TV characters ever. He was so good. I'm going to watch True Blood all over again just so so I can see Lafayette again, just so, especially when three rednecks walk into a bar.
Falsified any documents as far as applications to work?
I'm not really sure on that. He just said some papers.
You don't know what he was talking about when he said falsified documents, do you?
I kind of figured that he was like work visas or whatever.
You don't know for certain.
I don't know for certain.
Now, you had told me
Thank you,
that you
Mike.
learned that the majority of the workers use different names than the ones that the company provided to them. How did you find that out?
Just because I had to do all the paperwork, like who was on the crew, their names and stuff like that of the guys. And when I first started and I asked, they'd say, they gave me a copy of one of the work orders that we had to fill out every day for like different addresses and locations that we go to. And we have to put down, you have to put down the address and the crew member names and stuff like that. And they was like, copy this, and these are the guys' names. And I'd ask them, is that your name? Yeah, that's my name, or whatever. I'd ask each guy, what's your name? And they'd tell me. But then while we're working, when they talk to each other, they call each other by name. It's not the names.
Yo, Crystal, that song is so hard. Lafayette, okay, in Hamilton, the musical, the Broadway, Lafayette sings a song called Guns and Ships? Is it Guns and Ships? It's Guns and something. And it's so fast and it's so hard to sing. It's the one song in that musical that I cannot get down. Not Guns and Roses, don't say it.
It's on the papers.
Again, they call them by the real names.
Yes, sir.
When did you start having to put down this paperwork in which you would have had to put the crew members' names on there?
We had to do those every day.
Was that for time purposes?
Not necessarily time purposes. It was, I guess, to make sure what crew members were working or whatever. I'm not really sure.
Is it something that would be turned into Georgia Power or something that is turned into the company, Davy Tree?
Turned into the company.
To Davy Tree?
Uh-huh.
And that's a yes?
Yes.
When did you start? When did they give you the responsibility of putting everyone's name on these documents that went to Davy?
My first day.
You were responsible to that all the way until Mr. Montoya's death and you were fired?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, after doing that, you learned that the names you're putting down are not really their true names, correct?
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't you agree that once you knew that you too were falsifying documents?
Yes, sir.
Again, you don't know what iIiAbbyiIi had meant by he was falsifying documents, do you?
Not really.
Page 71. When iIiAbbyiIi would complain to you that he knew the workers were illegal, did you say, they're illegal?
Yeah, I told him. I said, yeah.
You knew it too?
Yeah, I know it.
Remember when you read the complaint that iIiAbbyiIi had the 5 numbered paragraphs and you read it in English? It was in English, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And then Pablo then read it in Spanish?
Yes, sir.
You recall that one of those things is that Pablo was shortchanging the workers, but not paying them all their money.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever investigate that to find out if that was true?
Not really, but I've seen Pablo one time give Oscar an envelope with money in it. He gave Oscar an envelope with money in it. And it was on a Saturday. We was doing some work for the company and he paid two of the guys. He gave two of the guys money. And I asked him, I said, what's that money for? I want some money too. And he was like, no, they did some side work.
Was Elliott concerned that his fellow workers were being shortchanged?
Yes.
That concern was for the other workers, correct?
Yes, sir.
He never complained that he was being shortchanged, other than he said Pablo owed him some money.
Yes, sir.
He never said what that money was for.
No, sir.
When you read the 5 things to the entire group, were there crew members that agreed they were getting shortchanged?
Nobody said nothing.
Did it appear to you that that's what the real reason was, to keep everybody knowing who is the boss?
Yes, sir.
Go forward to the bottom of 77.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you indicate that Mr. Santos and Mr. Montoya were good friends, right?
Yes, sir.
They were best friends is, I think, the term, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but that's the term that you use, right?
Yes, sir.
And it would be fair to say that Mr. Montoya had friends who worked at Wolf Tree Company as well. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It would also be fair to say the whole crew wasn't ganging up against him.
No, not everybody was ganging up against him.
80. Page 80. So when you saw Mr. Montoya during that first 9 months you were with the company, did you see him in the morning, in the afternoon, at the end of the day? How would you come into contact with him?
I'd come into contact with him in the mornings when he is picking up his truck and doing services to his truck, and I'm doing services to my truck that I was driving. And throughout the day, sometimes, not all the time, but we see each other or we'd be over there in the general area and we might take lunch. And Mr. Santos might call him and see where he is at for taking lunch. And we go over there, or they would come over there where we are and we take lunch. And at the end of the day, when we're bringing the trucks back to the place that we parked the trucks, I'd see him and he'd see me.
After that first 9 months, did you start with him more or about the same?
About the same.
Okay, so you had the same sort of interaction.
Yes, sir.
Like maybe a little bit of time in the morning, you might have lunch with him?
Yes, sir.
How many days a week do you think you ate with Mr. Montoya?
2, maybe 3 times.
And you got an hour for lunch?
Yes, sir.
2 to 3 times a week. Then you might see him in the evening when you're shutting everything down. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Then you told us you did some side jobs for him as well. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Was that on 2 or 3 occasions? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now you indicated you were in the cab when Mr. Montoya was talking with Mr. Rangel, and Mr. Montoya indicated Mr. Rangel owed him money. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that Mr. Montoya was angry when he was talking to Mr. Rangel on the phone about the money he was owed?
Yes, sir.
You indicated they put their real names out there on Facebook. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you that this was something that they were trying to hide within the company?
Oh, they was hiding it because at first they was hiding it from me.
They were hiding it from you? They hid it from the supervisors as well. Is that accurate?
Which supervisors?
Any supervisors from Wolf?
Yes, sir. And the Georgia Power forestry guy.
Who was that? Mr. Hoss?
I think they call him Mr. Bill.
Mr. Bill?
Yes, sir.
Did you know Mr. Bill's last name, if that is?
I never knew his last name.
So the Georgia forestry guy, you only know as Mr. Bill. Is that accurate? Stop
no.
there.
All right.
86.
All right.
You were telling us about safe, something about, I wrote it down. You told us something about, I'm going to use the wrong term, but clear distance with regards to using a bucket truck.
Yeah, the minimum approach distance.
Yeah, what is it? Can you explain it to me?
That is the distance we have to be away from the power lines in danger, being electrocuted.
Well, and is that something that the company wants you to observe, right?
Yes, sir.
Because if you get too close to a power line, what happens?
You can get electrocuted and kill yourself, or you can knock the power out and they'd have to come and restore the power.
You describe Wolf Tree as a safe company and a good company to work for in that regard. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
88. So the other people who, these were his friends, right? Some of these people?
Well, Mr. Santos was. The other guys, they didn't really like him.
They didn't believe he was a truth teller. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They thought he was a liar.
Yes, sir.
And you used the phrase grimy. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Grimy. I'm going to make a statement. You tell me if I'm correct. Grimy means to you that something bad is going on or something illegal. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
As you sat here today, you testified that you thought that iIiAbbyiIi Montoya was involved in that grimy stuff. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, he never called you up and said, hey, by the way, I'm breaking the law.
No.
But you took the falsification to be that he was doing something that was illegal or that he shouldn't be doing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the day that you read the letter to the whole crew, do you recall that day?
Yes, I recall that.
You indicated that Mr. Rangel was angry. Is that true? Or was Mr. Rangel angry when this was going on?
He didn't appear to be angry. He didn't appear to be angry, but he appeared to have the, how could I say this? Well, I got this,
So he was in control. Line 22. Well, the question was he angry?
yeah, he didn't appear to be angry, but he had a smug look on his face and yeah, I got you.
How did Mr. Montoya react while this was going on?
He was off to the side, and he was, I guess he was in, shock or whatever that Mr. Rangel come about the letter or whatever that he wrote to the corporate. And he was, he was trying to figure out, how did he get this?
Did he get angry at any point and start shouting at Mr. Rangel?
Yeah, they were shouting at each other and they was speaking real fast in Spanish, and
that maybe you need to be a 10 out of 10 to understand?
yeah,
Are you able to translate? Were you able to understand what they were yelling at each other?
I heard bits and pieces of you're lying and none of this stuff happened. And
Now, who was saying that?
Mr. Rangel was saying some of these things, and Mr. Montoya was saying that it's all true. You know what you are doing. You're not fair to us, stuff like that. And they were saying that Mr. Montoya was saying that everything that you have going on is not good and it's going to come to an end.
These two guys, you correct me if I'm wrong, but these two guys were both angry and going at each other at this point, right?
Yes, that day, it was a lot of confusion going on because I was trying to listen to them and I was trying to listen to other guys, and they were they all just out there just arguing and it was a bunch of.
Did anybody step up and say, you know what? Mr. Montoya is right. You're doing all of these things, Mr. Rangel.
Nobody said none of that.
Did anybody stand up and say, Mr. Rangel, you're 100% right. Mr. Montoya is lying?
No.
So what was the crew doing while all of this was going on?
Everybody was standing around, and some of the guys, Chito and Byron, they were real close to Mr. Rangel because Mr. Rangel's wife is married to their uncle.
So wait a minute. Mr. Rangel's wife is married to whose uncle?
Chito and Byron's uncle. I almost had his name just then.
It's okay.
I almost had his name. They called him Shamo.
Shamo?
Yes, Shamo. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
You can read line 17, sir.
Okay. I don't know how to spell it, but they call him Shamo.
But that's how it's pronounced?
That's how it's pronounced, but he ended up going back to Mexico.
So Shamo and Mr. Santos were standing next to Mr. Rangel. Is that what you told us?
Well, everybody was standing around.
Like we are in this room right here?
Yes, everybody was just around, and some guys were in their little groups, and
the guys were huddled up while two guys are yelling at each other?
yeah, and some of the guys was yelling at Mr. Montoya also.
Were any of the guys yelling at Mr. Rangel?
No, nobody yelling at him.
The people yelling at Mr. Montoya, do you know what they were saying?
They want to kick his ass. They want to fight him.
Okay, and for what reason?
He
Language.
is lying.
Continue on line
Oh, that's
21.
right. They were saying that they want to kick his ass and that he is a liar. They kept calling him chismoso, and they was also calling him, they said that he was acting like a guerrero, and guerrero means white man. They say he's acting like a white man.
Referring to Mr. Montoya.
Yeah, referring to Mr. Montoya. And they was calling him, what else was they calling him? They was calling gringo. And they was cussing at him real bad. Chinga tu madre and puto. And they was calling him all kinds of bad stuff.
How long did this go on?
We was out there for like maybe 2 hours.
While these guys were yelling at each other?
Uh-huh.
Other people were yelling at Mr. Montoya?
Yes, sir. '97.
97. You testified, you spoke with Mr. Montoya, and you said, they're going to hurt you or they're going to kill you or something along those lines. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember exactly what you told Mr. Montoya?
I told him, I said, you're going to end up getting killed.
How did he react when you told him that?
He just brushed it off like nothing is going to happen to me.
So he didn't appear to be scared at all? Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
The entire time you worked at Wolf Tree, from 2016 up through his death in 2017, Mr. Montoya never told you that he was scared of anybody he ever worked with, did he, sir?
No, sir. He never said nothing about he was afraid for his life or anything.
In fact, even after he got into the argument with Pablo Rangel in front of the entire crew, he came to work the next day, didn't he?
Yes, sir. '104.
104. Were you ever contacted by anybody else in the Montoya family about testifying?
I don't know about testifying, but some months after iIiAbbyiIi was killed, I guess once they got his property back from the police or whatever, and someone called me and said that they was his brother.
Okay.
And they wanted to talk to me. And because I guess they knew that I was talking with iIiAbbyiIi. And he said that he would pay me to talk to me because he said that he didn't know. The police, they wasn't telling the family nothing.
.105. Do you remember what his name was by any chance?
No, I can't remember.
Did he identify himself on the phone as being his brother?
He just said that he was Iliad's brother.
Did he say how much he was willing to pay you to talk to him?
He never said how much. He said, I'll pay you to come and talk to me. I need to talk to you. And he wanted to meet. I can't remember where he said he wanted to meet, but I didn't. I didn't feel right about the place he said meeting him. And I told him, well, we can meet somewhere in public.
Did he mention to you that anybody else might be being paid to testify?
No.
Did he say that he was paying anyone else to testify, to talk to him? I'm sorry, not to testify, but to talk to him.
To talk to him?
Yes.
No, he just told me that he will pay me for my time. And I told him, no, you don't have to pay me nothing. And he asked me.
This is a first, guys. We're seeing court on a plane, not snakes on a plane, court on a plane.
He was asking me a bunch of questions about Pablo. And he asked me, did I think that Pablo killed his brother or had his brother killed? And I told him, I don't know.
$110.
Yep.
The Georgia Power ID, which you showed, did you have to fill out some special paperwork for that?
No, Oscar done that or whatever. And he took a picture of me and then
Submitted it?
Submitted it, and they come back with my ID.
That ID, is that something you have to have on you all the time when you worked?
Yes, sir.
Because you were working under the Georgia Power contract?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying that not everybody had that ID?
No, sir.
The folks who were illegal did not?
I know one guy that he is a supervisor, and I know he ain't legal, and he has one.
Okay. Who is Chito?
Chito he is Shamo's nephew, and Shamo is Pablo's father-in-law.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So not everyone had a Georgia Power, but to be working for Wolf and Chatham County in a crew. So this supposedly is everyone who worked Wolf Tree, Savannah, Georgia Power
Tito never prosper.
contract 7/15/2017. Do you recognize any of these folks? If you do, call out their name.
Pablo Rangel, Fernando is Chito. Jose Santos, that's Chilango. Oscar Cruz, Raimundo Espino, he is Mundo. He is the driver for the chip crew. He chips up all the brush. Juan, I want to say Juan is Juan. I want to say that is Mr. Santos's stepson. Homero Gonzalez, I don't recall that name. Rafael is Javier. Edgar is Shamo, I believe. Then my name, Hector Garcia, that is Don Gallo. Then these other two Fernandos, I don't know those names. And then Giovanni Martinez, that is Alex. That is the one that he is the supervisor that has the Georgia Power identification.
So he is not legal?
No, not to my recollection, he is not. And this Stanley Turner, I don't even know who this is.
My cousin. So what you're telling me is the majority of these folks, if asked on July 15th, 2017, to show us your Georgia Power card, would not be able to bring us one.
Exactly.
Let's go to 722. This is exhibit number 2. Are there any additional folks on here that aren't on the first one that you need to identify that you know?
I know Carlos, that's the one that I drove with to work at the ports when they had swapped me and the other guy out, Iliad. This Eulogio Ventura, I don't even know who this guy is.
Okay, this is a good spot. We're going to break from this trial get our heads together, and we are right now about to meet a new judge. Now, our guest person isn't here yet. May not come, but they're not here yet. This is not it. This is a new judge that broke my brain, because when I looked him up, it said that he was dead, but it was a different judge with the exact same name, who looks exactly the same, by the way. You're going to love this judge. You're going to love this judge. Okay, hold on. We're at 211 right here. So when I bring this back, we have to go up to 211 and start there. 211. 211. I'm going to forget that, so I kept saying it, because if I put it, you guys are all going to remember. So if I put it at the wrong spot, you'll all scream at me, 211, 211, which is what I need. Now I'm so worried that none of my sound's going to work. Hold on, I'm looking. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Nope, I can't play that one. I had to cut some out, because there's some, there it is. There's some really horrible cases that are unfit for our ears. So I have to play the cut version, or, oh my gosh.
Dontrell Brown.
Can you hear this? Please say yes. Please, please, please.
Should be Mr. Which should be Mr. Friedman.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Friedman.
Sorry, Ms. Waters.
Ms. Waters, I'm sorry.
Morning, Judge. All right, so this case has a lot of moving parts. So we start on June 19th of 2025. There are other law enforcement agencies outside of DeKalb County who are looking for a drug gang target. Their investigation leads them to 3120 North Avenue in Scottsdale. So they set up surveillance there. There are actually 5 co-defendants in this case. A female named Carlia Edwards leaves the residence, and she comes back a short time later. And then this defendant, Dontrell Brown, then takes her car and leaves the residence and goes to a nearby Shell station on Lawrenceville Highway. The defendant has multiple outstanding warrants from several jurisdictions. The officers attempted to box this defendant in, but he was able to force his vehicle between 2 patrol cars, striking both as well as one of the officers on scene. He then engaged them in a high-speed chase at speeds of 78 miles an hour in a 35-mile-per-hour zone. The officers are able to pit him. He then runs from his vehicle, and the officers chase him on foot until they are able to tase him and get him into custody. He then gives officers a false name of William Brown, which is also a co-defendant.
I don't believe you. You're going to have to show me. Show me the body cam of him getting tased, please.
In this case, and the defendant's brother. And $6,000 is seized from him at that time. So a search warrant is executed at that North Avenue house, and there are 3 grams of fentanyl, a small amount of marijuana, a Springfield firearm, a money counter, 3 IDs for Dontrell Brown, one of which is fraudulent, and they also seize a DVR. They talked to Miss Edwards at some point later about what's on the DVR, and she says she may or may not be on there helping Dontrell Brown package drugs in the garage. But they don't charge her at that time. because she has not made that statement yet, and they're not sure about her involvement. There's essentially a little station in the garage for packaging drugs. So, however, law enforcement listens to Mr. Brown's jail calls, and he asked Miss Edwards, what did they get? And she said that little bit. She also says that they did not get, quote unquote, the stuff inside the kennels. So Brown then instructs her to go to the apartment downtown and get the suitcase and take it to Uncle Stanley. There is a black Silverado at the North Avenue address, which is registered to a Stanley Johnson, which gives law enforcement the ID of Uncle Stanley. Brown then tells Edwards how to get into the apartment because she does not have a key, and step by step where to find said suitcase. So on the 24th, based on the jail calls, a second search warrant is executed at North Avenue. Miss Edwards is then arrested at that time for the drugs previously seized there, and they seize an additional $5,000. They then go to Mr. Johnson's residence on Heron Street in Stone Mountain. He says he was given the suitcase by Dontrell Brown via Edwards, and then he gave written consent to search his residence, where law enforcement seizes the suitcase. It contains 3.8 kilos of fentanyl, 26 grams of cocaine, 21 grams of meth, and a kilo press. Again, at this point, Mr. Johnson is not arrested, as they are all, law enforcement is unsure about his knowledge prior. So with information obtained from the previous jail calls, law enforcement is able to determine that the downtown apartment is 800 Peachtree Street, and they obtain a search warrant executed there. There are 6 firearms. There is a safe which contains $36,000, kilo wrappers, and paperwork belonging to Dontrell Brown. There is also a box for a firearm recovered during the first search warrant at North Avenue in this downtown apartment. There are also numerous photos of Dontrell Brown on the walls. On the 25th, there are law enforcement learns from additional jail calls that Mr. Johnson also obtained money from Brown, $25,000 of which he paid an attorney, who I will not name, for Mr. Brown's representation.
I'm joking. We weren't. We were not.
No, it is not. It is not Mr. Portis. I'm sorry.
Well, I never got a $25,000 cash fee, but anyway, go ahead.
You deserve it. He deserves it.
$2,000 that he gave to Miss Edwards' sister to pay her bond. So a search warrant is obtained and executed at Mr. Johnson's residence. There is an additional $42,000 seized, a majority of which was in the basement where he had the suitcase, in the furnace. And so the money had also been in that suitcase that was given to Mr. Johnson that he obviously did not disclose.
He's great. I can't wait till we get to the end of this so we can hear him.
To law enforcement prior to turning over all the dope.
There.
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. I'm sorry. We still
No,
go
it's
with
okay.
Uncle Stanley.
I'm sorry.
I was just joking. I shouldn't have said about Uncle Stanley. Everybody's got an Uncle Stanley, but go ahead.
Right. So they use flock and LPR cameras to locate an additional stash house linked to Mr. Brown at Peachwood Circle. There's a search warrant obtained and executed there. There is a bedroom where which is linked to Mr. Brown, which contains 151 grams of fentanyl, 125 grams of cocaine, 91 grams of meth, and his identification is also there. There's a second bedroom there with an individual named Joseph Collier, who was also arrested. He stays at that location. And then there's a firearm recovered from the HVAC system. Collier admits that he rents a room from Dontrell Brown, and he identified William Brown as also a resident. And there was another subject at the location who did not live there but was present, who said that he knew Dontrell Brown and that this particular location was a trap house of his. So I think that's all of the facts as I know them at this point. Judge, Mr. Brown has a burglary for which he was adjudicated delinquent from 2009. He has a pending trafficking, possession with intent, cocaine and marijuana from 2019 out of Wayne County. He currently has outstanding warrants for failure to appear in that case. And then based on the seizure of the fentanyl, which was originally located in Fulton County, he has pending trafficking warrants for fentanyl out of Fulton County, which obviously arise from this case. Judge, given the scope of this and the amount of drugs involved, firearms, the fact that he's already on bond for trafficking, we consider him a risk to reoffend. We consider him a danger to the community. Consider him a flight risk as he has a failure to appear already. We also consider him a risk to intimidate witnesses as
No, the popo. The popo broke in and put it all there so they could arrest him.
As a lot of these folks, the co-defendants, have, I guess, not as much involvement, but in any event, we would ask the court to deny the motion.
All right. Be glad to hear from you, Mr. Fortis.
Thank you, Judge. First, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Mr. Brown, thank you, Judge. Mr. Brown is 32 years of age. He's been here his entire life. He doesn't have any children. He helps his mother. His father passed away recently, and he also takes care of his 4 nephews. Judge, I haven't seen any of the discovery. He has the presumption of innocence. I understand what Ms. Waters is saying, but there is some issues with the iIiAbbyiIi factors. I'll concede that. But the reason why I'm going to ask for a bond in this case, number one, I believe he's entitled to a bond. I'm going to ask for $100,000 bond. He actually has 3 holds. He has one out of
Me
Wayne County,
too.
Jessup,
Me
Georgia.
too.
I think there's also one in Lawrenceville and now in Fulton. I'm asking for the bond because I think that the case probably will not be indicted or moved through the system probably within a year or more. And I'd rather see him moving along and taking care of these other cases in other jurisdictions rather than just sitting, in DeKalb County. So he would be able to, he's not going to be released. He's going to go from DeKalb to either Wayne County to Lawrenceville, which I think in Lawrenceville, he's looking at some substantial time that had to deal with he was on work release and there was an issue with that. And so there is some time that may be allotted to that, and then certainly Fulton County. So I just want to
Get ready, guys. Here he comes. The judge is about to speak.
keep him moving. There's no reason for him to sit there. He's not going to be released. I would ask the court to issue a $100,000 bond.
I appreciate that. I think Wayne County DA's office and all can ask for they can loan him out. I'm not giving him a bond. I think, first of all, when he ran from the police and rammed their cars and in flight, that's a risk of flight. That sort of stops it right there. All the other stuff is just gravy on these mashed potatoes. So I do think he's a danger to the community based on the allegations. I know there's a presumption of innocence, but the iIiAbbyiIi factor that bothers me the most is a risk of flight based upon his conduct when he was arrested, regardless of what else happens. So at this time, it's no bond. And then y'all, if you represent him, you can work out with Wayne DA's office down in Jessup. They'll be glad that the cab will loan him out, I'm sure. That's it. Good luck.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good weekend. Have a good holiday.
You
too, Ms.
too.
Waters.
Thank you very much. Lord, I hope I don't have to go anywhere.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, Judge. We're going to go to number 17 because I believe we have a witness for that case.
Okie dokie.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Do we have defense ready on this?
Yes, sorry about that.
Awesome. No, we're good. Okay. This is State versus Tia Smith. Ms. Smith is in custody on 1 count of kidnapping and 1 count of aggravated assault. I believe it is a family violence warrant. I don't know if it will be indicted as such, but either way, it is aggravated assault. There are 2 victims in this case. The victim of the kidnapping is a 5-year-old child, we'll refer to as Yasir, and the victim of the aggravated assault is Robert Felton, and Mr. Felton is on the call this morning. Mr. Felton is Yasir's uncle. The defendant, Ms. Smith, is Yasir's biological mother. On June 12th of this year, which is the date that Ms. Smith was arrested, officers were dispatched to a residence on Charleston Terrace regarding a kidnapping and a person run over by a vehicle. When officers got to the scene, they spoke with a Miss Harris. Miss Harris told the officers that Mr. Felton had been outside of the residence with his 5-year-old nephew, Yasir, when Yasir's mother, the defendant, arrived. A few minutes later, Miss Harris heard Robert yell, "What are you doing?" And then someone knocked on her door and told her that Robert was laying in the roadway. And she saw that. Officers then spoke with Yasir's grandmother. The grandmother explained that earlier in the day, the defendant arrived at her home unannounced. The defendant asked the grandmother if she could take Yasir, and the grandmother told the defendant that she could not because there was a court order barring her from having any contact with Yasir, the victim. The defendant told the grandmother that she was going to take Yasir anyway. Moments later, the grandmother heard her son, Robert, scream. She sent her other son outside to check on Robert, and he found Robert lying in the roadway. The grandmother explained that her other son is Yasir's father, and he has had custody of Yasir since 2024 when the defendant was charged with cruelty to children in Fulton County for beating Yasir with a belt. Officers were able to determine that Robert Felton had attempted to stop the defendant from taking Yasir, and he was trying to open the passenger side door of the defendant's vehicle. And there's also evidence he may have broken out the passenger side window of that vehicle. But in any event, he was attempting to stop the kidnapping when the defendant accelerated away from the scene. This caused Robert to fall under the defendant's vehicle and be run over while the defendant fled. EMS arrived on scene and transported Robert to the hospital for treatment of his injuries, and he was admitted to Grady initially in critical condition, but he has since been discharged from Grady. Because of the prior abuse and violent nature of the kidnapping, law enforcement became concerned for Yasir's safety. They issued an Amber Alert and obtained an exigency ping on the defendant's cell phone to identify her location. Officers then descended on the area where the defendant's phone was pinging and were able to locate and arrest her. She refused to tell the officers where the victim, Yasir, was located. Officers canvassed the apartment complex near where the defendant was arrested, and after receiving information the victim may have been in a certain apartment, officers knocked on the door to that apartment. An older woman answered the door, denied that any children were inside, and refused to allow officers to search the apartment. That woman was ultimately arrested for obstruction, and Yasir was located safe inside the apartment. He was evaluated by EMS and ultimately returned to his father. Officers interviewed the defendant. The defendant admitted that she had taken Yasir and that Mr. Felton was attempting to get him out of her car. She claimed Mr. Felton damaged her window, at which point she accelerated away from the home, injuring Mr. Felton. The defendant explained the defendant explained that she did not regret what she did and she would do it all over again if given the opportunity. Defendant does have criminal history, including the cruelty to children in the first-degree charge that was referenced earlier. That is still pending in Fulton County. Her original arrest date on that offense was about a year ago, May 20th of 2024. She also has a misdemeanor traffic offense and a simple assault, simple battery from 2020 that appears to still be pending, or else the solicitor's office or state court has not entered any disposition.
Hurry up, Julie, hurry up.
Believe that Mr. Robert Felton wished to address the court on
Okay,
bond.
I'll be glad to hear from him.
All right, Mr. Felton, can you hear us? If so, you can unmute and identify yourself, please.
How you doing? My name is Robert.
Yes, sir. Are you able to turn your camera on? In order to address the court, you need to have your camera on.
I think so. 1 second.
There we go.
There
All
we
right.
go. Go ahead, sir.
If you would, you got yourself muted again. All right. Oh,
I'm not sure how this works. I'm sorry.
you're okay. See if you can turn, you had it there for a second with the
I feel you, buddy. Buddy, I feel you.
camera on. If you can hit the little, perfect,
There you
there
go.
you go. Can you raise your right hand for a second?
My right hand?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I only have one hand, so I can use my right
Okay.
hand.
So first off, we don't know. Okay, we don't know. They never say. We don't know if he lost his other hand in this run over accident or not. We don't know, but it is his right hand, so it's all good.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give to the judge will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can put your hand down. If you'd state your name.
Robert Felton.
All right. And Mr. Felton, would you did you want to address the judge about whether or not Miss Smith should get a bond this morning?
Well, Your Honor, I don't believe she should have a bond because I feel like she doesn't regret what she did, and she would do it all over again if she had the opportunity.
Okay.
Okay. No.
Is there anything
How
else
you
you
doing?
want?
How you doing physically?
I'm getting better. I'm still recovering. But for the most part, I'm just taking it one day at a time. I have to go back to the doctors and just see what they have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councilman?
Hey guys, that right there, hero, huge hero.
Judge, the only and Mr. Felton, you can mute yourself again.
Okay.
The state's opposing. Oh, yes, sir.
My mother.
Except that was a hand. He does have his other hand, guys. It's just bandaged. He has it.
Would like to say something if you don't mind.
Okay, why not? If you'll point the camera to her. All right, if you'll raise your right hand, you swear affirm testimony about to give the matter opinion before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, if you'll tell your name for the court and then share with me what you would like to share.
Alfreda Harris Wilson.
Okay, and what would you like to tell the court?
We're really against Miss Tia Smith getting out because at this point we're she know where we live, and we're kind of fearful that she was gonna do the same thing again. She contacted us last night. She called. And I mean, if she's not to have no contact with us at all, she shouldn't be calling.
What did y'all take the call?
She called my son.
Did he take the call?
He took the call, yes.
Well,
he
tell him
did.
not to take the call. All right.
Yes, sir.
That's an
He
easy
hung up on her
solution.
he hung up on her once he realized
Well,
who it was.
the deal is, who is it? Clark Howard said, if you don't know who the person's calling, don't take it. Anything else you would like to share with me?
No, sir.
Okay. Now let me stop you right there. I didn't ask Ms. Akins if she's representing Ms. Smith. Did Ms. Akins have any questions for either Mr. Felton or his mother?
No, Your Honor, I don't have any questions for either.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Covenant, anything else from the state?
Just briefly, Your Honor, the state opposes bond. We believe Ms. Smith is a risk to reoffend, a risk to intimidate these victims and witnesses, and generally a risk to the community. We'd ask the court to deny bond.
Thank you. Ms. Akins, I'll be glad to hear from you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Smith is only 23 years old. She's born and raised in Georgia and has lived here her entire life. Her entire family lives here, extended family, aunts, uncles, and she does actually live currently with her uncle, and she's been living with him for the past 4 years now. And so she has a stable stable home where she can stay. During the day, Monday through Thursday, she's been taking GED classes, and I believe she only has one more final test to take in order to get her GED. And then at night, 6 days a week, she works from 8 p.m. to about 3 a.m. as a server in a bar. So she is very busy and is, doing everything she can to improve her life. She is also very interested in joining the military once she gets her GED. Her uncle that she lives with is a veteran, and so he's definitely inspired her to want to join the military.
The judge is listening to everything she says so that he can just turn it right back on her. It's awesome.
She does have a hyperactive thyroid, which causes some issues, and she does usually take medication for that, but has not been receiving any medication for that since she's been in the jail. And that has caused some issues with her hormones, as that can do. So that, combined with the fact that she is working to be a productive member of society. And as far as her contacting them yesterday, I'm not sure if there's a no contact order in place just from the arrest, but that condition hasn't been set as part of this bond, as far as I know. But we would ask that she be granted a bond somewhere in the realm of $15,000 would be something that she would be able to afford.
Thank you. I'm not going to grant a bond. First thing, if she wants to join the military, you got to follow the lawful commands of a superior. There's an order that she's not to have custody with this child, and she violated that order. And then she hid the child. She is a danger for a risk to reoffend, and she's a danger to the community. I'm glad her family's all nearby. They can visit her while y'all work something out. If there's an issue with the jail not supplying her medication, that's a direct contact that you and your office need to have with the sheriff's office. And because I hear that, but it's out of my purview today. I would suggest that while there's no order in place, and I don't know, I can order her, I guess I could, not to have any contact with the victim or the victim's family. We call that walking around sense, all right? I'm excited that she's studying for her GED, and I'm sure the jail can accommodate her, but she doesn't need to have any contact. Again, that deals with a basic understanding of what I consider walking around sense. And if you don't have walking around sense, I'm not going to let you walk around. So that's the order, no bond. Good luck.
Judge, that brings us to position number.
No. Wait, let that sit in for a second. How could you just roll over that? Why didn't you clap or anything, sir? That was amazing. This judge does a really good job. Really good job. Except there is no such thing as walking around sense most places.
Number 4, Muhammad Camille Kamara.
Okay. Everybody ready? Yeah, you go, Miss Waters, Miss Fagan. All right, crank it up.
Judge, this is also one with some moving parts. There are, I think, potentially 6 co-defendants in this case.
I'd like you to have one case today that has no moving parts. All right.
I know, Judge, they're usually much simpler.
Right and see if I can listen and hear it all.
Judge, so there is a GBI undercover was set to meet or make a purchase of methamphetamine from 2 individuals named Alex Wells and Travis Mullinax. And they, so this is their, I'm sorry, Judge, there's a lot. I'm trying to cut down the extra that belongs to some of the other co-defendants. Anyway, so Wells and Mullinax get with the undercover. They come down from, I believe it's the Gainesville area, and They come down to the Waffle House on Claremont Road, near I-85. And the undercover and Wells go inside, and an individual named Wilder shows up, Jadonta Wilder. And he gets with Mullinax, and then they all go inside the Waffle House. There is, so Mullinax.
Hey guys, we need to take a field trip. We need to take a break from court. Let's actually try to take a real break from court. Okay? We have a special guest, and try to keep all questions completely not court related. Not court related. This person has to deal with court all day, every day. Let's give him a break. Talk about something else. What do you think? We haven't seen him in a while. We miss him very much, but we support his decision and we understand exactly why he does what he does. But he was like a close friend for a while. And we miss him. We miss him a lot. So, you guys ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Hi, Judge Fletcher.
Hey,
How
how
are
are you,
you?
Kathy? Great to
I
see
love
you.
it. Your beard's almost as thick as mine.
You look great. How goes it?
Good. It's so good. It's so good to hear your
And
voice again.
I miss you so much as well. I mean, really, I love hanging out with you guys. And I actually went to the DA's office yesterday and expressed my
More. You got more.
I expressed my concern that I want to go back to live streaming. And the problem is that, there are so many people that are so malicious on YouTube. And if I could somehow structure it where people couldn't tape it,
No, it's not possible.
then I think it'd be okay, but it's impossible to do. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, it's impossible. If it's impossible, I can tell you that. I know.
And I'll tell you the problem is because, when they start taking personal shots at people, I have defense lawyers, I have prosecutors, they never want to come back into court because they're
Yeah.
afraid to come back because of the live stream. And that's why, it sucks, but it became just, I
Yeah.
want to. So what, you need to come in more.
I know. And it's so far though. So
I know.
I looked at, flying sucks. Last time I went there, I told everybody this yesterday. Last time I went there, the ticket that I bought wouldn't let me carry on any bags. And I stayed overnight. I couldn't take even one bag with me. All I had was my purse.
Did you fly Spirit or what did you fly?
United Airlines.
Oh.
And I packed all my clothes for overnight and everything I needed to stay overnight in Texas in my purse. Everything was in my little purse.
Perhaps you should bring a bag and just have it and leave it here
I should
so that
leave it.
every time you come here, you have stuff.
I'll make Victoria take care of it. Victoria,
I'll
take
wash it
care of
for
my
you.
bag.
I'll wash it.
No, I'll make her do it. That way I can make her take pictures of it, like out of the blue. I'm like, Victoria, send me a picture of my bag. Let me know it's okay.
And I know that she misses you guys a lot too,
Oh,
because
I love Victoria.
yeah, I don't know how to do it. I'm all ears. If you think that there's a way that we can, I'm all ears.
So the first time I saw you, I knew that you were elite at your job. And it breaks my heart that everybody can't see that. Everybody can't see how you do your
And
job.
it's so funny because, we had a couple cases this week that I know that you guys would have just absolutely loved, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a shame. It really is. And I think it got just too big. I
Yeah.
think this is what happened. It got too
You should
big
call
and
Judge Simpson. Like you guys call each other, right? You're both judges. Just call them up.
But I don't get how other people are just
Yeah.
other people it's okay.
Yep. I think they all. I
I don't
think
know.
everybody deals with a little bit of flack if if you live stream. Listen, chat. I can't. I'm trying to watch you. If you want mods, if I need to see something, put it in caps because I can't right now. Everybody, can you see chat at
I
all?
can't see the chat. I'd like to say
Okay.
hi. I'd like to say hi to people, but I can't see it. I don't know how to do it.
Kim wants to
Let me
know
see.
what do you look for in a
Oh, here we
court
go.
clerk? That is a good question. What do you look for in a court clerk? Because she's applying
Someone
for the
who's not
job.
asking for a raise constantly.
No. Forget that he said that. He didn't really say that. Give Victoria a raise. How's Ramona?
She's been great.
Oh,
Everyone's great. Everyone's, I mean, it's just, you know, the same thing what you see every day, nothing stops. We keep doing what we do.
yep.
We keep talking to people the same way,
Yep.
so
Yeah, that's what ticked me off well, I don't want to go through it. I don't want to take you down that way. Never mind.
it's
How is your
okay.
family?
Kathy, it's quarter. I don't mind talking about it.
Like when people say
Really.
you changed your wardrobe, you changed how you spoke. No, you didn't. I know because I was watching you when no one else was
Yeah.
and showing you when no one else was, and you were exactly the same as the last day you streamed. You had the exact same script. Everything was exactly the same. Oh,
That's not the issue. I don't think that's was never, the issue is how people get personal on YouTube. They make
yeah.
fun of them. They make fun of their appearance,
Yeah.
calling him disgusting. I mean, really,
Yeah.
that's just not called for.
No.
Everybody's got a job to do. You don't see everything. Just look and learn. Don't be mean,
I would,
really.
you mean, if I was
But
in front of a judge for a crime, that's like one of my lowest points, and that's all people see. People don't see 2 months later when they're doing great and they're, an outstanding citizen. And people only see people who come back who fail. People don't see the success stories because they don't come back. But
and
there
and
are.
I think that you really hit the nail on the head where when people come to court, it's at their lowest.
Mm-hmm.
And when they're now projected, it's you really want, do you really and I tell you what, I get on a daily basis dozens of people trying to get into the courtroom. They're trying to, law students wanting to come watch, and I can't even do that anymore. So it's unfortunate, but
So like,
I guess that just people will have to start coming in.
and I mean, it's like, so we're watching a judge right now, and the defendants, I have like a 3-hour docket or so. There are 0 defendants at all that even come in to this whole docket. It's just the judge and the lawyers, and and it's wonderful because the judge is so freaking good, and that's what we should see. We should see judges that are doing such a great job. Like
Yeah.
I show a mental health docket from Colorado, and this judge, oh my gosh, she is outstanding at her job. She has hard cases. She has people who have, some mental issues, and we don't get to see them that much. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't, but the way she handles every situation is just amazing. And that
When
we
you're
don't.
doing that, when you're handling mental health cases, you really need patience.
Yep,
I
and
mean, just if you don't have
that's her.
patience, you're going to railroad people. You're going to just get upset over and over. And who's going to lose?
Yep.
Every single person that comes in there.
She
So
talks to everybody like this the whole time, every single, doesn't she, guys? She's like,
that's a
she
good
does
judge. That's a
everything.
good judge.
Yep. She's a really good judge. So we are thinking about going to, it looks like we're thinking about going to,
Hi, Fozzie.
Fozzie, shout out to Mary Beth and
Hi,
Payroll.
Bill. Mary Beth.
You're Mary Beth and
Let's
Payroll.
see.
We're shouting out to
Oh,
her.
I'll tell her you guys said hello.
Yay. Yeah, yep. I mean,
Hi,
we
Carla.
all understand. We do. We really do.
Maiko.
Maiko.
Oh, I miss Maiko. Linus.
Everybody keeps asking about you, though. That's every day. It's an everyday thing. When's the judge coming back? When's the judge coming back?
Come in. Come hang out with us. We're happy to have you. We'd love to have you.
And I don't mean to say that for you to come
I
back.
just,
I just want you to know how much you meant to everybody that's seen you. And it's not your defendants. It's you. It's 100% you.
I had a guy a while ago. You're like my dad. I'm like, yeah, that's right. I am, and I will be. It's your mom and your dad.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
so
Says that some people don't have that. They need a judge to say, you're not allowed to do these things. Sorry, my dog wants to say hi too. I'm going to be like another judge. I'm going to be like all the other judges. You got to turn your your video on. Press *6. Kelly wants to know how your fish are.
Oh, here, I'll take you to.
Oh my gosh.
Hold on. And I don't know if I can turn the camera around with this thing. Let me see.
Look at that. Oh my goodness gracious. You know what we should sell? Little fish dresses.
He's really big.
He needs a tie.
This is a
He needs a
100
bow
gallon.
tie.
This is a 100-gallon tank, and he
Oh
takes up
my
about
gosh. That's what she said.
maybe 20%, maybe.
Big brained. Nan says he's gotten huge.
Come here.
My dog.
Come here, pup.
He's a fish, Kim. You could just walk away. Oh, hello.
This is my golden doodle. This is Romeo.
Romeo. Sophie wants to meet Romeo.
Who are you streaming now the most?
So the judges that I stream aren't YouTube. I never stream YouTube judges. That's why I streamed you. You weren't a YouTube judge. I only stream judges that no one else sees. So Judge Eric Johnson in Colorado is fantastic. We don't get to see him anymore, but Judge Reeves down in Georgia, A1, he's so good. Right now we're doing David Irvin from Georgia, and he's pro tem, I think, today. He's normally on the Supreme Court, and he's so good. He's just such a great judge. Oh my gosh.
Are these criminal cases or just?
Well, we're doing both today. So we're doing the most fascinating trial. So there was a whistleblower at a company in Georgia, a tree trimming company in Georgia, and the whistleblower, a supervisor, and 2 other employees murdered the whistleblower. So the criminal case went on, and they all got convicted of murder. Well, the wife is suing a civil suit, suing the company because her husband died. And I can't tell you what's going to happen at the end, but I do know. But yeah, she's suing the company for murdering her husband.
Wow.
And then we're doing 2. We're doing that, and then we're doing a criminal docket. So it was a 3-week trial, and it's a marathon that I'm doing today. I'm going to be doing it for many hours. So we just did a nice chunk of the murder civil trial, and now we move to the criminal trial. There's no defendants, just this great judge.
So will Fozzie and Linus, will they stay with you the whole time?
No.
Through the marathon?
No, I can't imagine. I hope, but no.
You're such a trooper.
I think last time it was Kit Kat and JK. I think there was one other person that stayed with me the whole time, but I can't remember who it was.
I hope that you guys can have another field trip and come down, hang out with us.
Oh man, that would be great. I did look. Flying stinks, so I looked at how much I thought, you know what if I just hopped on a small plane and just got a ride there? That would be cheaper than a big plane, right? Nope. It's like $30,000 to take a tiny plane to Houston is like $30,000. But Kelly says she's going to be here the whole time. Fozzie said WTH. What does that mean? Are you swearing?
You don't know what that means? Come on.
Oh, Kim is right. Last time I went there, it was what? I think it was September. Was it September? No. April? I don't remember. I think it was April. I don't remember, but it was so hot. Hot. Imagine how hot it is right now. I don't even want to think about it.
It's hundreds.
Nope. I'm staying in Pennsylvania where I belong. Yeah, Lena said she'd come again, but man, tickets are very expensive.
Lena, we'd love to have you.
Bill. Thank you, Bill, for getting the judge here. We really appreciate it. We miss him. We do.
Yeah, it's all Bill. That's right. Yeah, thanks, Bill, for the invite too.
Bill's my favorite YouTuber. So yeah, make sure you tell Victoria that
I will.
We miss her. We miss
All right,
her.
I'm gonna run.
13. Yep.
But thanks for having me. And somehow, I don't know how, but we'll have to get together again.
Yes, that would be great.
Yeah.
Have a good
All right,
night,
friend.
Judge.
Thanks.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, pup.
Hey, Judge. Judge, are you still here?
Yeah.
Your re-election campaign.
It has.
How can folks get involved if they don't live in Harris County? So I did send them the link.
Okay.
The link, I think it's like support Judge Fleischer. It's a long.
Don't
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Don't
Oh, we
spend
want
money on
to.
me.
We
You don't
all
have
are.
to.
We
You know,
are. Oh, heck
just
yeah.
really, it's not that big of
There
a
it is.
deal.
There it is. There's the link. There you go, guys. Don't listen to him. There's
Don't
the
you don't
link.
have don't waste money on us. Just
But we want to get
come
involved
visit.
if we can. Come visit.
Just come visit. Because
Oh,
somehow, we have to be entertained, and you guys always, entertain the best.
and then there's queso afterwards.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, guys, I'm
Thanks
gonna
for
roll.
popping by.
Sure. Thanks.
See ya.
Hey, and I'm happy to do anytime. So if you ever want to come, if you want me to come hang out, just shoot me a text. I'm happy to come anytime. Really.
That sounds
So
great.
yeah, just text me. I'm up for it. Whatever, anytime, except 4 in the morning. I'm not gonna do 4 in the morning, but any other time.
No problem. It's 3 in the morning your time.
Hell no.
That is another time.
Yeah. All right.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye, Judge.
Bye.
Oh my God. Oh my God, Bill. Hey, Bill. Bill. Everybody, do me a favor and thank Bill. Bill did that. I didn't ask him to. I had no idea it was happening. I actually only found out just a little bit ago after I started this stream. That's when I found out that was going to happen. Bill, you're the best. Yep. Yeah, and don't listen to the judge. Click that link. Click that link. Oh, that was awesome. That was awesome. We miss him so much. Just his voice, Oh, well. Easy come, easy go. These judges, they walk in up to our lives and then walk out just like that. I know, Kim. I know. Yes, go to sleep, JK. I know. That was awesome. That was spectacular. American courts, you did it. You did it. He is special, but we also love him. And the beard. Yes. And the fish. Yes. And nobody said Fortnite. And I appreciate you all for that. If you did, I missed it. And I appreciate myself for that. I think there was, no. Anyway. All right. We have to get back to work now. We have to get back to this new judge. I got this huge error message on my screen. Well, as soon as the judge came on. It's studio instability issues. The latest version of some browsers, and I'm not using any of those browsers right now. So if I use a virtual background, which is what you saw those orange things floating around in the sky when the judge was on, that's my virtual background. And touch up my appearance, I use heavily. This is not what I look like in real life. I've said it over and over again. This is filters. I am not turning off those features. No. Whatever. It's working now. So, okay. Let's go back to our judge, shall we? My head's not in it. My head's not in the game.
Is on the phone, and Judge, let me back up. Let me try to like pare this down. I apologize.
And I'm still curious about the Waffle House. All right.
Right. So, so everyone's at the Waffle House. Mullinax, Wells, the undercover, Wilder. Mullinax introduces the undercover to Wilder, who says he has a third party who's going to deliver the meth to them at the BP, and it's all in the same parking lot. There's the BP, the Waffle House, and then behind that is an apartment complex. So Wilder says he's going to be the broker between the undercover and his source of supply. So the undercover follows Mr. Wilder to the Uptown Apartments, which again is all right here in the same parking lot. There's an unknown black male gets into Mr. Wilder's vehicle. The undercover had given Wilder $9,000.
Hot dogs. They're hot dogs because it's the 4th of July. So they're hot dog earrings.
Then meets Wilder, then meets with a Kia Soul. He had told the undercover that the driver of the Kia Soul is his
Julie, thank you. Thank you, Julie.
He then comes back to the undercover with a white cardboard box, which contains 18 ounces of meth, and he puts it in the rear floorboard of the undercover's vehicle, and then Wilder leaves. The agents follow the Kia to Stone Creek at Brookhaven Apartments, building 2000, which is on the Northeast Expressway. And they are able to determine that the Kia is registered to Alanicia Brooks in apartment 2012. And then they're able to further determine that the driver of the Kia during the deal is this defendant, Mr. Camille Camara.
Okay, at least we got him in here now. Good. So far, we got it. He didn't go to the Waffle House.
That was amazing.
He is, and he's the one who supplies the 18 ounces of meth.
Okay.
So then on the 10th of June, there is surveillance at the defendant's apartment. They see him pull into a handicap space in front of building 2000. That vehicle that he's driving at that point is registered to an Adama Camara at 1519 Eason Court, apartment B. Now, this is the address that he gave to the Department of Community Supervision when he was released from the Department of Corrections. And mind you, that was in the middle of February of this year.
So
chili cheese dog.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Have they placed a hold on him for violating his parole?
I don't know if there's a detainer with the jail, but if you go to the parole website, there is an outstanding warrant.
Okay. All right. I'll hear from Ms. Fagan in a minute. Okay. All right. So
So he gets a laundry bag and goes toward the basement of the building. And so during subsequent surveillance, agents are able to establish what they call a pattern of life, which indicates that even though he is registered at the Easton Court address with DCS, he actually stays at this Stone Creek apartment. So on the 18th, officers obtain a search warrant and execute it at that apartment. There are more than 100 grams of fentanyl, more than 30 grams of cocaine. I believe that he is charged with possession with intent. The majority of his warrants are possession with intent for the items recovered this day, but they should in fact be trafficking warrants. There are shards of meth in a foil pan. There is a kilo press. There are packaging baggies, scales, a suspected cutting agent, and a loaded FN firearm. Now the firearm.
So you're telling me he was working from home?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. So the firearm is on the counter in the kitchen. The fentanyl and the cocaine is in a box, which is also in the kitchen, which also contains his driver's license. And as agents are arrived on scene to execute the warrant, he is actually quickly leaving the apartment and driving away. He is stopped by State Patrol and arrested at that time. So he has misdemeanor marijuana from 2009, and then he has aggravated assault on law enforcement with a firearm from 2011, and a trafficking conviction from 2021 out of Jones County. And like I said, he was actually released on that sentence February 17th of 2025. So it didn't take him long to get back in the saddle, and has therefore an outstanding warrant for his parole violation. So Judge, we consider him a danger to the community and a risk to reoffend clearly, and we would ask the court to deny the motion.
All right, Ms. Fagan, I'll be glad to hear from you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just asking that he can go ahead and go down the road while we wait on this case.
I don't know why the state doesn't pick him up. All right. I mean, that's between you and the state. He doesn't get a bond, but I don't disagree with you. He ought to go on down and serve out that sentence, but that's the
And
state.
he may, Judge. I've had parole take them before, so.
Yeah. I'd also cite him for parking in a handicapped parking place. I would add that to it. God, that drives me crazy. But yeah, and I presume there are a bunch of other co-defendants that have been arrested or will be arrested. Is that my understanding?
Yes, Judge. I know we have at least 4 in custody, and then there are 2 more.
Okay. All right. Ms. Fagan, I know you want to get on the road. I'm okay with that, but I'm not going to give him a bond. I apologize.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's got a risk to reoffend. He's the back of those old magazines used to get how to work from home stuff in envelopes. Well, he's got his own work from home business, and we just the state disapproves of that. So I wish you good luck. That's no bond. So far, we've had no bond hearing.
I know you're being tough today.
I am. Well,
happy 4th.
I know usually, but usually we don't have quite the severity of what's going on. But anyway, I hope you have a nice 4th. Thank you very much.
Position next will be position number 12, Daniel Lawrence.
All right.
All right, I see Mr. Smith.
Yeah, he's there.
Mr. Lawrence is charged with 1 count of armed robbery. So he was arrested on June 12th, 2025. However, this incident was alleged to have occurred in November 17th of 2024. He currently does not have a bond as a bond restricted offense from his first appearance. So this was from an armed robbery of a delivery driver that occurred at the defendant's residence. So the victim was an Uber Eats driver. She accepted an order for a person named Lawrence D. and was to deliver food to the incident location. In her car were also her husband and her 3 young children. They were actually using her husband's Uber account to work that evening, but she was driving and was delivering the food. When she got to the apartment, she immediately noticed 3 young males approach her car, walk up to her window, and point a gun at her head. She gave them the food. They returned to apartment 1, which later investigation showed was the defendant's apartment. Then after all this happened, she noticed that her food order had been canceled shortly before she arrived. So effectively, they canceled the food order and then demanded the food anyway at gunpoint. Police checked the housing authority records, found that the defendant and his brother and his father were all living in that apartment where the robbery occurred and the perpetrators went back into. Uber was able to confirm the full information from the account that ordered the food, and by phone number and email address and full name, determined it belonged to this defendant. So the investigators texted the number associated with the Uber account. This defendant texted back, confirmed it was his phone number. He confirmed that no one else had used his account. Again, this incident occurred in November 2024. Police weren't able to get in touch with him until after January of 2024. I believe it was February. And the defendant actually said that for some reason, Uber had canceled his account in January. He admitted that at the time of the robbery, he lived at the incident location apartment with his dad and brother. So the defendant initially agreed to meet with investigators at school about this incident shortly after that initial text message chain. This was at the very end of January. But on the day they're supposed to meet, he left school and didn't return prior to the police arrived. Police followed up with the defendant's father. The defendant's father claimed that he and both of his sons were at a football game during the incident. But then the police were able to look up that game, that college football game, and determine that that actually happened 3 weeks after the robbery. The father then admitted that they were actually in town the day of the robbery. Police spoke to the defendant's brother, Charles, who was actually an additional suspect in this case. That brother said that he was at the time in his room, but this defendant and two other friends were present at the apartment during the robbery. Eventually, the defendant spoke to officers on the phone. He told the police he didn't recall the incident, but he admitted that he placed the food order. He retrieved it from the victim. He stated that no one else was involved but him. Police arranged to meet with the defendant the next day to discuss in further detail, and predictably, the defendant skipped that meeting. So that's when police took out warrants for armed robbery, and then eventually he was picked up on those warrants. The defendant was very young at the time. I believe he's born in December of 2005, so he would have been 19, just about to turn 20. I guess he would have been 18, just about to turn 19 years old. At the time, he has no criminal history other than this. Given the victim in this case doesn't really have an opinion as to bond, as they were strangers and she doesn't work for the rideshare anymore. But given the brazen nature of the facts, this is a capital offense, and facing a mandatory minimum. The defendant or the state does oppose bond based on the facts he's a danger to the community.
All right, Mr. Smith, be glad to hear from you.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
So, as the prosecutor said, my client is 19 years old. He resides at the alleged incident location, which is 763 Kelly Street in Lithonia, Georgia. He is a lifelong
Kelly
resident
Street?
of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
I've known his father for over 30 years. We were childhood friends, so I know he comes from a good family. He's currently in school at Spartanburg Methodist College in Spartanburg, South Carolina. He doesn't know the alleged victim and has no contact or any interaction with this person. He has no criminal history. And not to litigate the case, but the state is alleging that he robbed this woman at his own house using his own Uber account for a bag of Checkers food. No money, no car, just food. Based on the facts of the case, I believe that a minimum bond would be fair in this case. I would say the amount of $10,000. I think that's fair under the circumstances. Like I said before, he doesn't have a criminal record. He's not a risk to reoffend. He's not a risk to leave the jurisdiction. He's hired private counsel. I believe that would be fair, Your Honor.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna give him a bond as $25,000. Special condition: he can't order anything on Uber or order anything through a rideshare program while he's on bond. No Uber, no whatever food, DoorDash. That's to protect him as well as anybody else may be involved. He
I
needs to
said
be in
that.
school. Yeah, he needs to be in school full time or working full time. And if he's not living at school, he has to live at home with his father.
I forgot to add, Judge. He works with his father. They run a catering business. They run the food trucks that you see in carnivals and concerts.
I'm okay with him
Okay.
working with his father and doing the food.
Okay.
He just can't order any food to be delivered as a meal like the Uber Eats. He can't do that. All right.
Yes, Judge.
You can also do a flyer.
If he wants some food real bad, he can drive up there like everybody else and just order to go.
Can we
I
also
love
do a
this
flyer on
judge.
Deposition, Judge?
Yeah, he can't have a gun while he's on bond.
Okay.
Doesn't even have one anyway. No firearms.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Good luck.
Hey, Judge.
Thank you.
That brings us to position number 18. That will be Dakari Stewart.
Yes, Judge. I believe
And-
defense counsel is Mr. Jerome. Okay, yes, I see him on the call.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
And Your Honor, I just got on today, so I apologize for my time.
That's all right. You look like you got to go somewhere for the 4th.
I am
Kelly,
moving forward,
thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Thank you so much, Kelly.
Well, stay away from Alligator Alley is all I can say. I'm a little troubled
That's
by
what
all
they've
that.
told me.
Yeah, I'm a little troubled by that. All right, Mr. Coveney, go ahead and tell me about Mr. Stewart or Ms. Stewart.
I believe it's Mr. Stewart, and he has been in custody since June the 11th of this year. Warrants charging him with. The victim in this case is the half sister to the defendant. They share the same father. Back in April of this year, the victim reported.
All right. Well, with that said, I'm going to give him a bond. So tell me, counsel, what you want, and then I'll hear from the state about that. Obviously, there'll be no contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim.
He gets a bond.
And
He
no
gets a bond?
suggestion from relatives to having contact with her regarding this incident, these alleged incidents. So what's your recommendation? I'm going to hear back from the state what theirs is.
Yes, Your Honor. So considering the fact that he's 26 years old and he's lost the support of his family, he essentially is just him and his girlfriend at this point. And financially, I believe that, you know, a large bond he wouldn't be able to make. But if the court would be willing to give him $15,000 on each charge for an aggregate of $30,000, that is something that he would be able to do.
Yeah, that's a little low, but anyway. All right, what do you say, Mr. Coveney? I
Yes,
know
with
you
respect
opposed the
to-
bond.
Yes, sir. With respect to the amount, we'll leave that to the court's discretion. I think the primary factors would be no contact with the victim. No, as the court already indicated, its willingness to give. Also, no unsupervised contact with any child under 18.
Yeah, I don't have a
those are
problem with
the
that.
general conditions. Yeah.
I'm going to do a $25,000 bond on each for a total of $50,000 bond. No contact with the victim, direct or indirect. No unsupervised visitation with children under the age of 18. I don't care if he keeps his old job driving cross country. You know, that's up to y'all, but he and his employer. He just has to be able to show up for court. And I don't like for people to have weapons. I suggest he doesn't, but I'm not going to put that in there. I mean, this is not a weapons case. The key is to no direct or indirect contact. Obviously, if it's counsel through investigation, that's a different thing, but I don't want, and no, and I'm sorry, but anyway, we'll just leave it at that, okay?
All right, Your Honor. And I, like I said, I'm out right now, so I'm not going to be able to submit this order for about 2 hours. Will that be okay?
I hate to tell you, I'm going to still be in
Oh,
here for
thank
2
you, Mr.
hours, so,
Yeah.
all right.
I'll submit it. It'll be in Odyssey once the judge signs it.
All right. Thank you very
All
much.
right, I
Good luck.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. 211. 211 is where we were at. That's where we're going back to now. We had a lovely break. We had the greatest field trip ever on this channel. That was the greatest field trip. Whew. Now we're going back. We're going back to our court. All right. But we got to remember, we got plenty more of this judge. We have 2 more hours of this judge. We were at 211. This one, we'll just round it up. We're at 45. 45. So when we come back, we go to 45. All right. 211, 411, 420. No. We're doing math. We're doing math on court vibes today. Okay. I'm still not okay, guys. I'm still, hold on. Wait. I got to see if we have another field trip coming. Nope, we don't. We don't. I tried to get one more field trip, but no, we're not going to get it. That's fine. It's fine. Get back to work. I think we're still here. 211. Did I mute it? Am I muted? No. I'm a freaking professional, you know. I know how to mute and unmute with the right time. Okay. Like right now, I should mute myself, right?
Had swapped me and the other guy out, iIiAbbyiIi. This Eulogio Ventura, I don't even know who this guy is. This Gabriel Magallan, I don't even know who this guy is. And Preston, he doesn't work no more for the company.
You mean he didn't work back in July 22nd, 2017, even though he's listed?
Yes, he worked there, but he doesn't work for the company no more. Illuminato Colon, I don't know who that is. This Namario Cruz, I don't know who that is. And this Armando Trejo, this is one of the names that they give me when I first started. And one of the guys that is supposed to have been on the crew with us when I was doing the paperwork, but he doesn't supposed to, at that time, doesn't supposed to work because he was another guy named. I can't remember the name that they was calling him, but.
Are you telling us Armando Trejo is a company name or that that's the real person's name?
That's not the real person's name.
Gotcha. And you knew that?
And I knew that.
And you knew that from the very beginning?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And this Lorenzo Wilson, I don't know who that is because.
You would remember a Lorenzo, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would, because it was only me, Lorenzo Wilson. I don't know who that is.
Okay.
And Felix Marino, I don't know who that is. Gerard Brown, I think I might know. No, I can't recall that name either. And Juan Ramirez, I don't know who that is. Samuel Rivera, I don't know who that is. Charles Tilson, I don't know what that is. Mario Vega, I don't know who that is. Oh, Elmer Santiago is supposed to be Byron. That's supposed to be Byron.
So Elmer Santiago is a company name, not the real name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
And Luis Reyes, I know who that is. Nicholas Rodriguez, I don't know who that is.
Okay, when you and iIiAbbyiIi would you speak in Spanish or English?
In English.
All the conversations testified to were in English?
In English.
All right. Were you one of the few English-speaking workers with Wolftree back in 2017?
Are you saying that I was the American that speaks English?
Maybe read that again.
Okay. Are you saying that was I the American that speaks English?
Third time's a charm.
Speak Spanish.
I'm going to let you read the whole sentence.
Okay. Are you saying that was I the American that speaks Spanish?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
One of the few.
Yes, sir.
Fake name McGee.
Your Honor, that's all we have from this witness.
The judge turns the stream off like instantly, and he kept doing it.
Jury entering.
You don't know me, Smith. Jane Doe. Martha, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Be seated. All right, here's plan, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we've got a couple more witnesses for today, and then we're going to finish for the day, start back tomorrow. I believe that one is a video deposition, the other is a shorter than last one, read-in deposition. Then we're going to take a break for the evening, come back, and continue with the defense case. So with that, call your next witness, please, Mr. McAllen.
Yes, David Tree calls Griselda Montoya by video.
Thank you.
Guys, you can go ahead.
Audio issue, Your Honor. I'm not surprised.
While they're messing with that, guys, we've been at it for 4.5 hours. It feels like I just started. And it's been 4.5 hours.
Bear with us a moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Videotape deposition of Griselda Montoya. The date is April 19, 2018. The time is 10:09 a.m. Will the court reporter please swear in the
Do you swear to accurately translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English the following proceedings?
I do.
Will the court reporter please swear in the
Es
witness?
para juramentar la testigo.
Raise your right hand.
Levante su mano derecha.
You swear the testimony you have to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
¿Jura usted que el testimonio que va a dar en esta declaración jurada es la verdad, toda la verdad, lo jura por Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Puede decir su nombre y deletree su último nombre para el acta.
Griselda Montoya Arcos.
Griselda Montoya Arcos.
King, what is your current residence?
Atlanta, Georgia, 314.
Who do you live with at that residence?
¿Y con quién vive usted en esa residencia?
Tengo 3 hijos, 2 varones y una niña.
I had 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl.
And what are your children's names and how old are they?
¿Y cuáles los nombres de sus niños y la edad de ellos?
El mayor se llama Alex Iván Morales Montoya.
The oldest one is Alex Iván Montoya.
Tiene 19 años.
He's 19 years old.
El segundo se llama Alvin Morales Montoya.
And the second one is Alvis Morales Montoya.
Tiene 9 años.
He's 9 years old.
Y la tercera se llama Ashley Denise Morales Montoya y tiene 8 años.
And the third is Ashley Denise Morales Montoya, and she's 8 years old.
And does anyone else reside in the home with you and your children?
¿Y alguien más reside en su hogar con sus niños?
No, solo vivo con ellos.
No, I live just with them.
And has anyone else resided in the home with you and your children?
¿Y anteriormente alguien ha vivido con usted en ese hogar con sus niños?
No, en este hogar no.
Not in this home, no.
Where did you live before you lived in this residence?
Antes de que viviera en esta residencia, ¿dónde vivía usted?
Estaba viviendo en 1602 Dean Forest Road,
I was living in 1602 Dean Forest Road,
lote H32,
and the lot number is H32
Garden City, Georgia,
in Garden City, Georgia,
código postal 31408.
and zip code 31408.
How long did you live there?
¿Cuánto tiempo vivió usted allí?
En ese lugar viví como 10, casi 11 años.
In that place, I lived about 10, almost 11 years.
Who resided in that home with you?
¿Y quién vivía con usted en ese hogar?
En ese tiempo vivía el papá de mis hijos.
At that time, the father of my children lived there.
What is the father of your children's name?
¿Cuál es el nombre del padre de sus niños?
Félix Morales Ramírez.
Félix Morales Ramírez.
And are you married today?
¿Y hoy usted está casada?
Actualmente yo estoy casada.
Today I am married.
Okay, and what is your husband's name?
¿Y el nombre de su esposo?
El nombre de mi esposo es Raimundo Espino Vega.
The name of my husband is Raimundo Espino Vega.
When Elliot came to Savannah, you said it was in 2004, 2005. Is that right?
Cuando Eliud vino a Savannah, usted dijo que fue 2004, 2005, ¿correcto?
Eso es lo que me acuerdo, más o menos.
That's what I remember, more or less.
Okay. And did you testify earlier that when he came, he first lived with you?
¿Y usted anteriormente testificó de que cuando él llegó acá, él estaba viviendo con usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Where were you living at that time?
¿Dónde estaba usted viviendo cuando él vino?
En 1602 Dean Forest Road, lote C5, en Garden City.
It was 1602 Dean Forest Road, lot C5 in Garden City.
Thank you.
Gracias.
When Elliot came to Savannah, do you know where he worked?
Cuando Eliud vino a Savannah, ¿recuerda usted dónde trabajaba ahí?
Sí, cuando él llegó aquí a Savannah trabajó para una compañía de grúas que se llamaba Dodger.
Yes, when he came here to Savannah, he came to a company that had towing trucks named Dodger. Dodger?
Sí.
Thank you. And how long did he work for the Dodger towing service?
¿Y cuánto tiempo trabajó él para la compañía de grúas de Dodger?
No recuerdo cuánto tiempo trabajó para esa compañía, pero tuvo que haber sido como un año, tal vez menos de un año.
I don't remember how long he worked there, but it must have been like a year or less than a year.
And where did he go to work after that?
Y después de ese lugar, ¿a dónde fue a trabajar él?
Después de ese lugar, él fue que se metió a trabajar a la compañía de Wall Street.
And that's where he went to the company that he worked for, the Wall Street.
Wolf Tree?
La compañía que representa.
Raimundo Espino works for Wolf Tree today. Is that accurate?
Y Raimundo Espino, él sí trabaja para Wolf Tree hoy, ¿correcto?
Sí, trabaja para la compañía.
Yes, he works for the company.
Did Elliot have his own, well, before we go, do you know whom, other than Raimundo, did you know anyone else who worked at Wolf Tree Service?
Él tenía su propio nombre, mejor. ¿Sabía usted, aparte de Raimundo, quién más trabajaba para Wolf Tree?
Conozco más gentes que trabajan para la compañía, pero yo no me sé sus nombres.
I know of other people that work for the company. I just don't know their names.
Okay. As you sit here today, can you recall the name of any other person who worked at Wolf Tree while Elliot worked there?
Mientras usted está aquí sentada, puede tratar de recordar el nombre de algunas otras personas que trabajaron mientras el tiempo que Eliud trabajaba allí.
Other than Raimundo.
Aparte de Raimundo.
Ese es el primero.
Yes, the first one.
Joel Reyes.
Joel Reyes.
A un muchacho que se llama, creo que Rudy, no sé su nombre.
a guy that I think his name is Rudy. I don't know his last name.
Did you ever socialize outside of with any of the folks who worked at Wolf Tree?
¿Usted alguna vez se asociaba socialmente con algunos de estos trabajadores de Wolf Tree?
No con los trabajadores, con el supervisor Pablo Rangel.
Not with the workers, but the supervisor, Pablo Rangel.
Okay. How did you come to meet Pablo Rangel?
¿Cómo fue que usted llegó a conocer a Pablo Rangel?
Lo conocimos yo lo conocí porque mi hermana le hacía la limpieza de su apartamento a él.
We got to know him. Well, I got to know him because my sister would clean his apartment.
Y yo la ayudaba a limpiar ese apartamento.
And I would help her clean that apartment.
What's your sister's name?
¿Cuál es el nombre de su hermana que hacía eso?
Miriam Janet
Montoya Arcos.
She's the one who lives in Cleveland, Tennessee.
¿Ella es la que ahora vive en Cleveland, Tennessee?
Sí.
Yes.
Joel Reyes. How much interaction did you have with Joel Reyes during the time that your brother worked at Wolf Tree?
Joel Reyes. ¿Cuánta interacción o relación tuvo usted con Joel Reyes mientras tu hermano trabajaba allí?
Con Joel Reyes solo lo veía yo de vista, pero no hablaba yo con él.
With Joel Reyes, I would just see him, but I would not talk to him.
Okay. Did you ever socialize with him or have lunch with him or spend any time with him, to your recollection?
¿Que usted recuerda alguna vez tuvo alguna relación social con él, almorzó con él, pasó algún tiempo con él?
Nunca.
Never.
Besides working at Wolf Tree, did Elliot have any other jobs?
Aparte de trabajar para Wolf Tree, ¿Elliot tenía algunos otros trabajos?
Aparte de eso, los domingos que descansaba, a veces cortaba árboles.
Aside from working with them on Sundays, when he would not be working, he would go and cut trees.
Other than working on Sundays for his own tree trimming company and working at Wolf Tree, did your brother have any other jobs besides that?
Aparte de los trabajos que hacía los domingos con su propia compañía cortando árboles y trabajando con Wolf Tree, ¿tenía él algún otro trabajo con la otra compañía?
Con otra compañía no. Está una compañía bajo el nombre de él que es de cortar yardas, como de landscaping, pero en esa trabaja Gerardo.
With other companies, no. There is a company in his name that is, doing yard work like landscaping, but that's in Gerardo's name.
Okay, what is the name of the company?
¿Cuál es el nombre de esa compañía?
Elliot Landscaping and Lawn Care.
And is that I'm sorry.
Elliot Landscaping and Lawn Care.
Did you complete the answer? I'm sorry, I almost interrupted. Okay. And is this the company that he worked for on Sundays?
¿Y esta es la compañía que él usaba para trabajar los domingos?
No, él no trabajaba ahí.
No, he didn't work there.
Okay. What did the equipment and the work that he did on Sunday, was that part of a company, or do you know what it was called, or how he went out and got customers or anything like that?
El equipo que él tenía para los trabajos que hacía los domingos, eso estaba bajo un nombre de una compañía. ¿Usted sabía cómo él, por ejemplo, lograba llamar o conseguir clientes?
A mi hermano Gerardo, cuando trabajaba cortando las yardas, había personas que le decían que tenían algún árbol que necesitaban tumbar, y ya mi hermano Gerardo le decía a Elliot.
When my brother Gerardo worked doing the landscaping work, some people would say, do you know of a person that can cut down a tree? So he would say yes, and then he would tell Elliot.
I guess where my confusion is you indicated that he worked on Sundays. What was the name of the company that he worked for on Sundays?
Mi confusión está aquí, es que usted dice que él trabajaba los domingos. ¿Cuál era el nombre de la compañía para la cual él trabajaba los domingos?
No tenía ningún nombre de compañía porque eran trabajos extras o a su cuenta, o sea, personales que él tenía.
He didn't have a company name because extra work that he did on his own, it was personal work.
And that's the work he did with Joel Reyes and Jose Luis Santos and the third person. Is that right?
Ese trabajo era que él hacía con Joel Reyes, José Luis Santos y esa tercera persona, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
But he would also do work for Elliot's Landscaping as well. Is that accurate?
Y él también hacía trabajo para la compañía de Elliot Landscaping, ¿también?
Esa compañía estaba a su nombre, pero la trabajaba Gerardo, no la trabajaba Elliot. A veces lo ayudaba.
The company was under his name, but he wouldn't work with that company. It was my brother Gerardo that would work. Once in a while, he would help.
Thank you. We started to talk about Pablo Rangel before the break. And how did you first meet Pablo Rangel?
Empezamos a hablar también de Pablo Rangel antes de que tomáramos el receso. ¿Cómo llegó usted a conocer a Pablo Rangel?
Yo lo conocí limpiando porque mi hermana le limpiaba el apartamento y yo era la que ayudaba a mi hermana. Y ahí fue donde yo vi al Señor por primera vez.
I got to know him because my sister would clean his apartment and I would help her. So that's how I got to meet him.
Okay, and about what year is this?
¿Cómo en qué año fue esto?
Ay, no me acuerdo.
I don't remember.
Okay, more than 5 years ago?
Tiene más de
5 años atrás?
Tiene más de 9 años.
It's been more than 9 years.
All right. And how many times do you think that you continued, or how many times do you think you're involved in cleaning Pablo's residence?
¿Y cuántas veces cree usted que continuó? O sea, ¿cuántas veces estuvo usted envuelta en limpiar la residencia de Pablo?
Fui muchas veces y no recuerdo cuántas, pero íbamos una vez a la semana, algunas veces 2 a la semana.
It was many times, so I just can't keep count of how many, but I know that we will go mostly once a week and sometimes twice a week.
Okay. And how did you get along with Pablo?
¿Y cómo se llevaba usted con Pablo?
Cuando mi hermana después ya no quiso hacerle más la limpieza, entonces yo me quedé haciendo la limpieza de su apartamento y ahí fue donde empezamos a platicar.
When my sister was no longer going to be doing his apartment, then I stayed to clean it, and then that's when I started to talk with him.
Okay. And how did you get along with Pablo?
¿Y cómo se llevaba usted con él?
Con Pablo me llevaba yo bien, bueno, platicábamos, a veces él llegaba cuando yo le estaba limpiando el apartamento, mostraba ser una persona agradable.
With Pablo, we got along well. We talked. Sometimes he would come while I was doing the cleaning. He seemed to be a very good person.
All right. And did you have any relationship with Pablo beyond cleaning his apartment?
¿Y usted llegó a tener alguna relación con Pablo más allá de solo limpiarle su apartamento?
Sí, yo salí muchas veces a comer con él.
Yes, I went out many times to eat with him.
Okay. Was this a romantic relationship?
¿Era esto una relación romántica?
En un principio sí, él trataba de enamorarme.
At the beginning, yes, he was trying to get me to fall in love with him.
El hombre y yo mujer.
He's a man and I'm a woman.
Okay. And did you ever reciprocate, or were you ever romantic with him?
¿Y usted alguna vez le devolvió esos sentimientos? ¿Fue una vez romántica con él?
No devolví los sentimientos, pero sí había mensajes no muy correctos.
I didn't return the feelings, but there were some messages that were not too correct.
Dejábamos de hablar por tiempo largo, por meses, y de ahí me lo encontraba, me saludaba, me invitaba a comer a mí y a la persona con la que yo fuera a veces.
We would stop talking to each other for months. Then we would meet each other somewhere. We would meet each other, and sometimes he would invite me to eat, and whoever was with me, he would also invite.
Okay. How about your sister Miriam? Any relationship with Pablo beyond cleaning his house?
¿Qué hay de su hermana Miriam? ¿Alguna relación con Pablo más allá de solo limpiarle el apartamento?
No, mi hermana era una niña para él.
No, my sister was a little girl for him.
Do you know how your brother Elliot came to work at Wolf Tree?
¿Sabes?
So a normal phrase for farmers like across the country for corn is knee high by the 4th of July. All right. So by the 4th of July, it should have grown up to your knees, and not in Lancaster. In Lancaster, our corn we take our corn seriously, and it is high right now. It is so much higher than your knee high by the 4th of July would be bad for us. We would be very upset if that was our corn in July.
¿Cómo fue que su hermana le ayudó a conseguir el trabajo con Wolf Tree?
Porque Miriam y mi hermano Gerardo le preguntaron a Pablo si no tenía trabajo para Eliu, porque Eliu traía licencia de la que ocupan los traileros.
Because Miriam and Gerardo, they asked Pablo if he had any work for Eliud because he had a license to drive a trailer.
Okay, and do you know when Elliot started at Wolf Tree?
¿Y usted recuerda cuando Eliud empezó a trabajar a Wolf Tree?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Okay, was Pablo the person who hired him?
¿Pablo fue la persona que lo contrató?
Sí,
Yes.
fue Pablo.
Okay,
Yes, Pablo.
And at the time your brother started at Wolf Tree, was he an American citizen?
Cuando su hermano empezó a trabajar para Wolf Tree, ¿él era ciudadano americano?
No estoy segura, pero parece ser que él era residente. Tenía la residencia.
I'm not sure, but I think he was a legal resident. He has his legal residency at the time.
Okay. Do you know if your brother and Pablo work together?
¿Usted sabe si su hermano y Pablo trabajaban juntos?
Yo lo que sé es que Pablo era el supervisor de Eliud y el supervisor no anda haciendo los trabajos como los demás trabajadores, solo anda viendo la gente.
What I understand is that Pablo was Eliud's supervisor, and the supervisors don't go around doing the work that the workers are supposed to do.
Did you ever discuss your Elliot with Pablo when you were cleaning his house?
Cuando usted hablaba con Eliud, hablaba usted de Pablo con Eliud, cuando estaba limpiando la casa.
Cuando yo le limpiaba la casa a Pablo, yo siempre hablaba de él porque Eliud para mí como hermano siempre ha sido muy bueno y siempre se ha preocupado por nosotros. Y yo a él, no nada más a Pablo, a cualquier persona yo le hablaba de lo buen hermano que era el mío.
Mm-hmm. When I was cleaning Mr. Van Hill's house, I would speak of Eliud, my brother, of how good my brother was, because my brother was a very good brother that he was always worrying about us. So I would tell him about my brother, my good brother.
And what would Pablo say when you tell him about your good brother?
¿Y qué te decía Pablo cuando tú le hablabas bien de tu hermano?
Él me decía que sí, que él veía que era que era buena gente, pero que era muy terco. Eso es lo que me decía.
He would say, yes, I can see that he's a good person, but he's very stubborn.
Did Pablo say anything else about your brother while you were discussing him?
Y Pablo llegó a decir algo más de su hermano mientras ustedes hablaban de él.
Él a veces me hacía preguntas sobre mi familia o sobre él, pero yo no se las contestaba.
Sometimes he would ask me questions about him or my family, but I would not answer.
Okay, what kind of questions were those?
¿Qué clase de preguntas te hacía?
Como, ¿qué hace él? Como que ¿a poco es cierto que él tiene abogados? Así, ¿quién es la persona que lo está ayudando? Ese tipo de preguntas.
Like, what is he doing? Is I hear that he has an attorney that's helping him. Which are the names of the people that are helping him?
And when did you have these discussions?
¿Y cuándo tuvo usted esas conversaciones?
Ya esas últimas conversaciones las tuve con Pablo ahorita el último, ya como en el año pasado, como en marzo, tal vez febrero del 2016. Empezamos a hablar de que mi hermano tenía quejas sobre él.
That last time, that we had, it was like recently, the last time it was around the past year, around March, February 2016, and about complaints that my brother had of him.
And what were the complaints?
¿Y qué eran las quejas que tenía?
Or, pardon me, what were those complaints?
¿Y cuáles eran esas quejas?
Que mi hermano estaba acusándolo de maltrato a los empleados y él me dijo que necesitaba hablar con mi mamá para ver si ella podía hablar con él y que él parara sus acusaciones falsas.
That, my brother was accusing him of mistreatment. And then he told me that he wanted to speak with my mother so my mother could talk to him and tell him to stop these accusations because they were false.
Okay, and what type of mistreatment was Pablo telling you about?
¿Y de qué clase de maltrato estaba hablando Pablo?
Que les exigía mucho trabajo a las personas y que cuando tenían algún accidente y él no hacía nada por ellos, que lo que hacía a veces era despedirlos, que era muy exigente. Y que eso, Pablo me decía que eso era pura mentira. Y es lógico, ¿quién se va a desbarrancar solo?
That he was too demanding, and then if anyone had an accident, what he would do was to fire them, that he would just wait too demanding. And he said, those are all lies. Of course, who would throw themselves under the bus?
And do these discussions you had with Pablo, did they take place while you were cleaning his house or while you were out at dinner with other people?
Y estas conversaciones que estaban teniendo sobre estos casos con Pablo, ¿se llevaron a cabo mientras estaba usted en la casa limpiándole o cuando iban a cenar?
Fue cuando íbamos a comer o a veces por teléfono.
Sometimes when we would go to eat or sometimes by phone.
When you would talk to him on the telephone?
Cuando hablabas con él por teléfono?
Algunas veces sí.
Sometimes yes.
Okay, and how was it that you came to talk to Pablo on the telephone?
¿Y cómo era que usted llegó a conversar con él por teléfono, con Pablo?
Porque él me platicaba, a veces me platicaba lo que estaba haciendo en el trabajo. Más que nada, Pablo lo que quería era que nosotros habláramos con mi hermano para que mi hermano lo dejara de estar acusando.
He would call about things that was going on at work, but really what he was trying to do was trying to get us to convince Pablo, my brother, to stop the accusations.
When he called you to arrange a meeting with your mother in 2016, did that meeting take place?
Cuando él le llamó para que usted hiciera una cita con su mamá, ¿se llevó a cabo esa cita?
Sí, se llevó a cabo.
Yes, it took place.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
¿Y cuál fue el propósito de esa cita con su mamá?
Pablo sabía porque yo le platicaba a él de mi familia, de cómo éramos y todo. Entonces Pablo sabía que mi mamá tenía no cierto control, pero cuando mi mamá le daba un consejo a Eliud lo tomaba. Entonces, lo que quería Pablo era que mi mamá hablara con Eliud para que Eliud dejara de molestarlo.
So, Pablo had knowledge of how my family was because when we would talk, I would mention to him how my family was. And so he knew that my mom had some control, a certain degree of control. Well, what that means really is that he knew that if my mother were to give Eliud some advice, he would take it from him. So what Eliud was trying to get is to get her to convince Eliud to stop the complaint.
And what complaints was Pablo looking to have stopped?
¿Cuáles eran las quejas que Pablo quería que se pararan?
Que Eliud le estaba buscando problemas, que lo estaba acusando de ser un mal supervisor y exigente. Y más quejas que Pablo no nos quiso decir, nada más dijo, su hijo está acusándome de algo y yo no soy así, yo no tengo nada que ver con eso.
to start trying to get him with problems, because he was accusing him of being a bad supervisor, that he was too harsh of a supervisor. And then there was other accusations that he didn't want to tell us the accusations.
Okay, what about the accusations about selling identification? Was that something that your mother was made aware?
¿Qué hay de esas acusaciones de que él estaba vendiendo identificaciones? ¿Mencionó eso a su mamá?
De que estaba vendiendo identificaciones, no le mencionó eso a mi mamá, pero solo le dijo que Eliud estaba causándole problemas y que él no quería problemas con él, que hablara con él para que se tranquilizara y lo dejara en paz.
No, about the falling, this false IDs selling, he did not mention that to my mother. He just told, to try to control Eliud, to cause problems, to calm him down.
Okay, well, let's talk about that for a second. How did Pablo call your mother? Did he call you? Whom in your family did he contact about having a meeting?
Entonces, Pablo fue el que llamó a su mamá. ¿A quién contactó él para hablar con su mamá?
A mí.
He called me.
Okay, and who did you reach out to once Pablo called you?
Entonces, una vez Pablo le llamó a usted, ¿con quién usted habló después?
Cuando él habló conmigo y me explicó que quería hablar con mi mamá, yo fui a hablar con mi mamá y le dije.
When he spoke with me and said that he wanted to talk to my mom, I went to my mom and I told her.
All right, and what did your mother do?
¿Y qué hizo su mamá?
Mi mamá, yo le dije a mi mamá que Pablo quería reunirse y hablar con ella. Y dijo mi mamá, está bien, vamos a hablar con él.
I told my mom that Pablo wanted to meet with her and talk to her, and she said, okay.
And how did this meeting take place?
Y porque se llevó a cabo esta reunión.
¿Por qué?
Why?
¿Dónde?
Or where?
Well, first of all, okay, did it take place? Did you actually meet your mother, you, and Pablo?
Primero que todo, ¿se llevó a cabo esa reunión?
Sí, sí se llevó a cabo.
Yes, it took place.
Okay, and where did that take place?
¿Y a dónde?
Fue en el Waffle House que está en Fuller.
In the Waffle House that's in Fuller.
And this is in 2016?
Y esto fue en 2016.
El primero fue en el 2016 allí.
The first time it was in 2016 there.
Okay, and who was present at the meeting, at the 2016 meeting?
Y en esa reunión en 2016, ¿quiénes estaban presentes?
Mi mamá, yo y él.
My mother, myself, and him.
Okay, and what was discussed at that meeting?
Y entonces, ¿de qué se habló en esa reunión?
De lo que se habló en esa reunión fue eso, que mi hermano estaba acusándolo, que le estaba haciendo acusaciones y que no era justo porque Pablo se decía a sí mismo, yo soy una persona buena y yo no sé por qué su hijo se está metiendo en esto, pero hable con él y dígale que ya no se meta conmigo.
Well, he started talking about the accusations that would be made against him, and he was saying that it was not just what he was being done, and so he wanted him to stop and not to get involved.
And did your mother agree to do anything when Pablo explained to her what he would like her to do?
¿Y su mamá concordó en hacer algo cuando Pablo le dijo lo que él quería que hiciera ella?
Mi mamá le dijo a Pablo, voy a hablar con mi hijo a ver qué pasa.
My mother said to Pablo, I am going to speak with my son to see what happens.
Okay, and were you present? Do you know if your mother spoke with Elliot?
¿Y usted sabe si su mamá llegó a hablar con Eliud?
Mamá sí habló con Eliud, pero mamá no me dijo exactamente lo que hablaron.
Mom did speak with Eliud, but my mom didn't tell me exactly what they talked about.
Did you ever speak with Elliot?
¿Y usted llegó a hablar con Eliud usted?
Mi hermano Eliud sabía que yo era que yo era la que hablaba con Pablo y que por mí se hacían las reuniones, pero mi hermano nunca me preguntó, tampoco me prohibió que hablara yo con él o me preguntaba de él, nunca.
My brother knew that these meetings were a result of conversations that Pablo and I were having, but he never asked me anything and never told me to stop doing anything.
You indicated that you met again in 2017 at the Waffle House. Is that accurate?
Y otra vez en el 2017, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes,
correcto.
correct.
Who attended the second meeting?
¿Quién estuvo presente en la segunda reunión?
En la segunda reunión también estuvimos mamá, Pablo y yo.
In the same meeting, it was the same people together, my mother, Pablo, and myself.
Do you remember what time of year or when the first meeting took place in 2016? What month?
¿Recuerda en qué tiempo del año fue que se llevó a cabo la primera reunión en 2016? ¿En qué mes?
El mes fue más o menos, fue marzo, febrero y marzo. No recuerdo cuál de esos dos fue.
The month was more or less March, February. I don't know which one of those it was.
Okay, so the first meeting would have been in February or March of 2016.
Entonces la primera reunión sería marzo, febrero de 2016, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Do you remember when the second meeting took place?
¿Recuerda cuándo la segunda reunión tuvo lugar?
En el mismo Waffle House.
Same Waffle House.
Y fue también en el mes de febrero, más o menos ese fue en febrero, el último.
And I think again it was in the February month, and I think, yeah, it was February that month.
Okay, so roughly a year later?
Como vamos a decir, como un año después.
Un año después.
A year later.
Okay. How did this meeting come about?
¿Por qué se llevó a cabo esta reunión?
Por lo mismo, porque Pablo me habló para hablarme de las cartas que Liu estaba mandando y que Liu estaba pidiéndole a la compañía.
And for the same thing, and this time was about the letters that had been submitted by Eliud to the company.
So Pablo was looking for your mom to intercede again to get Elliot to stop what he was doing?
Entonces, Pablo estaba tratando otra vez de convencer a su mamá que intercediera con Eliud y lo parara otra vez.
Sí, estaba buscando eso.
Yes, that's what he was looking for.
And just so I'm clear, can you tell me what complaints Pablo had about what your brother was doing?
Entonces, para yo estar claro, ¿cuáles eran las quejas que tenía Pablo de lo que estaba haciendo Eliud, su hermano?
Pablo, mi mamá no le mencionó muchas quejas, nada más le dijo que le estaba haciendo acusaciones falsas, pero no fue explícito en cada acusación, solamente le dijo, su hijo me está causando problemas, me está acusando de cosas que yo no he hecho, y yo supe de ese complaint porque Pablo me envió el correo electrónico a mí, yo lo miré, yo leí lo que pude entender, lo leí.
In this meeting, he didn't mention the specific false accusations. He just said there were false accusations and that Eliud was causing problems, saying things that he had not done. And I was able to find out the details of the complaint because of the emails that he sent me with those letters and what I was able to understand.
Okay, did he send you those emails before you met in February of 2017 or after you met in February of 2017?
Y él le mandó esos correos electrónicos antes de reunirse en febrero de 2017 o después.
Antes del 2017 me mandó ese correo electrónico.
Before 2017, he sent me that email.
Do you recall when you received that specific email detailing the complaints that you've told us about?
¿Usted recuerda cuándo fue que él le mandó ese correo electrónico que decía específicamente cuáles eran las quejas?
Yo no recuerdo cuándo fue, pero fue la reunión con mi mamá se hizo porque él me dijo, quiero hablar con tu mamá, y me dijo, te voy a mandar las acusaciones que me está haciendo tu hermano injustamente a mí para que tú las leas y tú veas que yo tengo razón.
I don't remember when the meeting took place. He just wanted to be with my mom, and then he said, I want you to know what he's doing, so I'm going to send you the email so you can read them and you can see why I'm concerned.
So you met in February of 2017 at the Waffle House, and can you tell me what was discussed?
Entonces se reunieron en el 2017 de febrero en la Waffle House. ¿Y de qué hablaron?
Le habló mi mamá para decirle que mi hermano otra vez le estaba causando problemas y que quería que por favor hablara con él para que Eliud parara con las acusaciones.
Talked to my mom and told her, look, Eliud is still causing problems. Talk to him so he could stop with these accusations.
All right. And did your mother and you and Pablo meet at the Waffle House a second time?
Sí.
Entonces su mamá y usted se reunieron una segunda vez en la Waffle House?
Sí.
Yes.
And you believe this was sometime around February of 2017?
¿Y usted cree que eso fue alrededor de febrero de 2017?
Sí.
Yes.
And prior to that meeting, did you relate to your mother the complaints that you had received in the email from Pablo?
Antes de esa reunión en Waffle House, ¿Usted le comunicó a su mamá lo que había leído en ese correo electrónico de las quejas de Pablo, de Eliud?
Parte de lo que leí, lo que pude entender, le dije parte.
The parts that I was able to read and I could understand, I said those to my mom.
Okay. And you made her aware that Eliud was accusing Pablo of selling IDs and replacing workers with new workers, but using the same name, those types of allegations you told your mother about?
Y entonces usted le leyó a ella o le explicó las acusaciones que había leído ahí, por ejemplo, de que él estaba vendiendo las identificaciones y cuando reemplazaban a la persona, la reemplazaban y usaban la misma identificación de esa persona que había sido reemplazada. ¿Usted le dijo eso a su mamá?
No, no le dije eso a mi mamá. Mi mamá solamente le dije, Eliud y Pablo tienen problemas en el trabajo porque Pablo se está quejando que Eliud le está causando problemas. Quiere hablar contigo para ver si tú logras calmar a tu hijo. Fue lo que le dije yo a mi mamá.
No, I didn't mention that to her. I just said, Eliud and Pablo, they're having problems, and he's submitting some complaints, so Pablo wants to meet with you so you can calm Eliud down.
How long do you think this meeting took place?
¿Cuánto tiempo cree usted que duró esa reunión?
Más o menos 45 a una hora.
More or less 45 to 1 hour.
Okay, can you tell me what was discussed at the meeting?
¿Me puede usted decir de qué se habló en esa reunión?
Sí, le dijo Pablo a mi mamá. Lo que yo me acuerdo ahorita es que le dijo, mire, doña Adelina, su hijo me está causando problemas, me está haciendo acusaciones de las cuales yo soy inocente. Quiero que hable con él para que me deje trabajar tranquilo. Y de lo demás ya no me acuerdo.
Yes, I remember Pablo saying, Miss Adelina, your son is causing problems. He's bringing up accusations of which I'm innocent. I want you to talk to him so he can leave me alone. And after that, I don't remember anything else.
Did Pablo ever indicate what accusations Eliud made about him when discussing them with your mother?
Cuando estaba hablando Pablo con su mamá, mencionó cuáles eran las acusaciones que había hecho Eliud sobre él.
Esa plática que tuvieron ellos dos, solamente Pablo, bueno, lo que yo me acuerdo, porque yo estaba distraída comiendo y los dejé que ellos hablaran, pero lo que sí yo recuerdo que Pablo le dijo a mi mamá, su hijo me está causando problemas, yo lo único que quiero es trabajar y él lo que quiere es sacarme de la compañía o no sé qué es lo que realmente quiere, pero hable con él a ver si puede calmar y que me deje trabajar tranquilo.
What I remember, because at the time I was kind of distracted because I was eating, I was kind of leaving them alone to talk to each other. Mm-hmm. And what I remember what I'm saying is that tell Eliud to leave me alone, that he's causing me problem, that I just want to work. It seems like Eliud is trying to get me to lose my job. So I want to see if you can calm him down and just, let us all work.
Okay. Do you recall Pablo saying anything else during that meeting?
¿Usted recuerda alguna otra cosa que dijo Pablo en esa reunión con su mamá?
Que yo recuerde, no.
That I remember, no.
Realmente no estaba poniendo mucha atención en eso.
I wasn't really paying too much attention into that.
All right. And what about what your mother was telling Pablo? What did she say to him?
¿Y qué de lo que su mamá le estaba diciendo a Pablo? ¿Qué le dijo ella a él?
Le dijo, voy a hablar con mi hijo a ver qué es lo que está pasando.
She said, I am going to speak with my son so I can see what's going on.
Let me go back. I'm going to bounce around a little bit here, and I'll try and put things into perspective.
Vamos a tratar de poner las cosas en cierta perspectiva.
So, how did you come to the United States?
¿Cómo vino usted a los Estados Unidos?
Vine ilegalmente.
I came here illegally.
Do you know if Eliud owned a gun?
¿Sabía usted que si Eliud era dueño de un arma de fuego?
Sí.
Yes.
At any point prior to your brother's death, did he complain that he had been threatened by Pablo?
¿Hubo algún momento que su hermano se quejara de que Pablo lo había amenazado?
Con nosotros nunca, pero lo escuchábamos a veces por el teléfono teniendo como discusiones por teléfono.
With us, never, but we would hear him on the phone having arguments on the phone.
Okay, and who were the arguments with?
¿Y con quién tenía esas discusiones?
Muchas veces Pablo me llegó a decir a mí o a veces Pablo me invitaba a comer y luego me decía que le hablaba a mi hermano para saber dónde estaba y que mi hermano se molestaba.
Sometimes Pablo told me when he would invite me to eat that he would call for my brother to see where he was at, and my brother would get upset.
Okay, my question to you, though, is this. At any point, did your brother, Eliud, ever tell you that he had been threatened by Pablo?
Entonces mi pregunta es si hubo alguna ocasión que su hermano le haya dicho a usted que Pablo lo había amenazado a él.
No, nunca. Mi hermano no nos quería meter, las mujeres no nos quería meter en eso.
No, never. My brother never wanted to get the woman involved in any of this stuff.
At any of the meetings that you had with your mother and Pablo that took place at the Waffle House, did you ever hear Pablo threaten your brother?
No.
I don't know how to ask this, and I don't mean to make you feel uncomfortable, but I want some clarification about some earlier testimony.
No sé cómo hacer esta pregunta, pero no quiero hacerla sentir incómoda, pero tengo que hacerle esta pregunta.
Did you ever have a physical relationship with Pablo Rangel?
¿Usted tuvo alguna relación física con Pablo Rangel?
Hace años sí.
Years ago, yes.
Okay, and when you say years ago, when did that take place?
Cuando dices años, ¿cuándo?
There's no objection because it's a deposition. So this was a deposition she gave way earlier. Like before the three were sentenced, it was most likely a deposition for that criminal case. So that's why I think that they could let it in the civil case because they were convicted in the criminal case. I don't know. I wish Peg Leg was here. He would be able to tell us everything.
Eso fue, no recuerdo hace cuánto, pero tiene mucho tiempo.
That was, I don't remember, but it's been a while.
Okay.
Y sí me incomoda.
And that does make me feel uncomfortable.
When was the last time that you talked to Joel Reyes?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que usted conversó con Joel Reyes?
Yo con Joel Reyes la última vez que hablé fue hace como 2 días.
I spoke with Joel Reyes. The last time was about 2 days ago.
Did you talk about his deposition?
¿Hablaron de la deposición de él?
No, yo después de lo de mi hermano hablamos para saludarnos, a ver cómo está, pero no, de esto ya no hemos hablado.
No, after the death of my brother, we just call each other to see how we're doing, but nothing about this.
Are you guys friends?
¿Ustedes son amigos?
Sí,
yes.
somos amigos.
So we're friends.
How long have you known each other?
¿Cuánto tiempo llevan conociéndose?
Por desgracia lo conozco a partir de que murió mi hermano.
Unfortunately, I know him since my brother died.
You didn't know him before that?
¿Usted no lo sabía de él anteriormente?
Lo había visto, pero no hablaba yo con él, no nada de eso.
I had seen him, but I didn't speak with him or anything.
You said that you had a physical relationship with Pablo many years ago?
Y usted mencionó que usted tuvo una relación.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Y tu hermano nunca le dijo a usted que dejara de hablar con Pablo, ¿correcto?
Nunca.
Never.
Nunca.
Never.
Did your brother ever tell you that Pablo was dangerous?
¿En alguna ocasión su hermano le llegó a decir a usted que Pablo era peligroso?
Nunca me dijo eso.
Never said that.
You said that at some point that you and your mother were afraid that someone was going to kill your brother?
Usted dijo que hubo un tiempo que usted y su mamá tenían temor de que alguien iba a matar a su hermano.
Sí.
Yes.
When did you start being scared about that?
¿Cuándo empezaron ustedes a tener miedo de que lo iban a matar?
Cuando él empezó con las quejas hacia la compañía y hacia Pablo, porque las quejas incluía decir que había gente trabajando con seguro social que no pertenecían a ellos. Entonces yo y mi mamá teníamos temor porque una de esas personas era capaz de hacerle algo a mi hermano, porque las personas como nosotros que venimos de un país que no tenemos un seguro social, que no están nuestras huellas aquí, Muchas personas les hace fácil hacer eso, matar y se van a no a otro país, se van a otro estado y nadie les hace nada.
Because of the complaints that he had filed against the company, and we saw what he had included in those complaints, that it included that they were using false social security numbers, and we began to feel fear because of that, because one of those persons could be capable of killing anybody, because since you're using a false social security number, nobody knows who you really are. So you can kill somebody, move to another state, and no one can catch you.
Aquí eso se ve mucho con la gente.
And we see that a lot here with that type of people.
Have you ever called the police because of being afraid that something was going to happen to your brother?
¿Alguna vez usted llamó a la policía por ese temor que tenía de que alguien iba a matar a su hermano?
Nosotros nunca, porque si hubiéramos tenido una mínima advertencia, tal vez mi hermano no estuviera muerto.
We never did, because if we had just a small suspicion that was going to happen, we would have, and he would still be alive.
Is that it?
Your Honor, Davey Tree calls Derek Rogers.
Last witness for the day, ladies and gentlemen. It's a shorter video, be read in by the defense, and then we'll be done for the day. What's that?
Not a video.
Depo. That's a video. Sorry.
No, on the.
This is yours.
Thank you, sir.
Deposition will be read in by multi-talented Ms. Chris. You guys need a stretch before you do this? Let's take a break. No, yes or no? Yes, no. Just do it? All right, it's split. It's a split vote. Split vote. We'll take 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I'm not even leaving the bench. We take 3 minutes for you guys.
Sure, yeah.
So let's go ahead and get this, and we'll give you guys plenty of time when we're finished to talk about stuff. All right, our next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Davey Tree calls Derek Rogers. So we'll start on page 5.
Got it.
Derek Rogers, having been first duly sworn, testifies as follows. Excuse me. Mr. Rogers, could you say your full name, please?
My full name is Derek Rogers.
Okay. When did you move to Savannah?
February 27th, 2016.
When did you first get a job when you moved to Savannah?
About February, as soon as I got here.
Okay. And who were you first employed by?
Wolf Tree.
How did you get the job?
I met Pablo at a gas station.
Who set it up?
Nobody. I was just at the gas station and I seen him. I asked him, was he hiring? And he gave me a job.
How did you know he worked for Wolf Tree?
It was on the side of the truck.
Okay. And he hired you on the spot?
Yes.
Did you have to fill out any kind of application or?
Yes.
Anything like that? Tell me about that.
I filled out an application drug test.
And it was a written application?
Yes, paper application.
On the spot?
He gave it to me. I took it with me and I filled it out.
And
give it back to him.
How did you know how to get back in touch with him?
He gave me his phone number. Page 10.
Page 10. Okay. Give me your educational background. How far did you go in school?
12th grade.
Did you graduate?
No.
Do you have a GED?
Well, I'm working on it.
Okay. Before you got here and started working for Wolf Tree, what kind of work did you do?
Truck driver, man.
Did you have your,
CDL? Yes.
yeah, you still have that?
Yes. That's all my uncles and them do, man. My whole family. That's all they do is trucking.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You do trucking. You don't, do you drive a truck for Wolf Tree?
I drive a truck, haul equipment, move tract, drive the tractor, chip brush, whatever they need me to do.
So you started working for Wolf Tree in February of 2016, is that right?
Yes, yes,
And you've worked there since?
yes.
It's a raise. 23?
Yes, sir.
And so in terms of everybody getting together, when would that happen?
Well, when we have meetings, everybody just meet up in the mornings.
Every morning?
Not every morning, but everybody had to come to the same yard to get their equipment because everything was parked on the yard.
And usually, what time would that be?
Everybody had to be there probably 6:30.
What about
7 o'clock?
payday? Go to 21. When would there be meetings with everybody and who would call them?
Well, we got a safety meeting. If we got an issue they discussed, they'll let everybody know. Don't go, just stay at your yard because we've got a meeting. They'll let you know a day ahead of time.
Who would let you know?
The supervisor.
Would that be Pablo or Oscar?
Pablo will probably let Oscar know, and then Oscar will let us know.
And then usually, when would those meetings take place? Before or after work?
Before.
Where?
On the yard.
And where is the yard?
Man, we had a couple of yards. We just we ain't got a main yard. We just use we call that up under some of Georgia power circuits. We just park, We've got our stuff parked there. Everybody just meet there.
And when y'all would have these group meetings, how many folks were usually present? I mean, how many people worked in the Savannah area for Wolf Tree?
I can't really tell you how many it was now, but everybody, if we have a meeting, everybody had to be there.
Okay. So one meeting we know was called by Pablo Rangel in or around late April, early May of 2017. And that was when Pablo Rangel holds up iIiAbbyiIi Montoya's whistleblower complaint, where iIiAbbyiIi Montoya had alleged that a bunch of illegals have been hired. Pablo is illegal and he's stealing from them. Do you recall that meeting?
I recall the meeting, but I don't know nothing about all that, what you're talking about.
Okay, tell me. It's my understanding that the letter was read in Spanish.
No, it was read.
You don't recall that at all?
It was read in English.
Okay. Who read it in English?
Squirrel Jones.
Right. And while he was reading in English, Pablo was translating that into Spanish, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what happened.
Just when he said, told the letter, iIiAbbyiIi, like he got mad and walked off is all I know. He got on his phone and was talking, and that's all I know about all that.
It's been described by others that a near riot ensued.
No, man, I don't know nothing about all that.
Were people angry at iIiAbbyiIi?
Man, I don't know nothing about all that. They speak Spanish, man, so I couldn't tell you what they were saying. So I really couldn't tell you.
Did people appear to be angry at iIiAbbyiIi?
No, they were talking. Like I said, they were speaking in Spanish, and I have no idea what they were saying.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not they were angry or not?
No, I don't.
You don't know whether or not they were screaming at iIiAbbyiIi or not?
No,
You don't know whether or not they were threatening iIiAbbyiIi or not,
no,
because they were speaking in Spanish.
yes.
And you just kind of turned away and got out of there?
I didn't, like I said, man, I don't know. They talk like that all the time, man. So I don't know when they, they're doing what, because I don't understand.
And you left shortly after Pablo called everybody together and read iIiAbbyiIi's.
Yes.
Oh my God, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Amy. What a great day to have a birthday. Oh my gosh. I guess, I don't know. I would like mine to be on Halloween first, but second, 4th of July is pretty badass to have a birthday. That's awesome. Bet you had pool parties. Oh, but your birthday wasn't during school. So none of the kids ever celebrated your birthday in school. That sucks. My daughter was like that. Happy birthday.
Complaints.
Yes.
To everyone else?
That was about a month after that.
Yeah. And within that time period, you never saw somebody from Wolf or Davy Tree come down?
They come down, but they came down for safety stuff.
Did you tell them, hey, there was a problem here the other day and I need to tell you about it?
I didn't see any. I didn't thought it was a problem.
You didn't think it was a problem?
The guys, they talk like that every day.
People read letters in front of everybody every day?
Not to that part, but when they're talking, they talk like that every day.
Okay. And you could hear Squirrel when he was reading it, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And you could hear Squirrel describe iIiAbbyiIi, describing the criminal activity was going on.
Well, I didn't know that. All I know is there was a letter read. I didn't know whatever, trying to incriminate nobody. All I know, they read the letter, and that's all I know. I couldn't tell you about it, man. I don't know what it was all that was about.
But you could hear what he was saying.
I could hear what he was saying, that he wrote a letter to the company. That's all I know it was about.
No, I know. But Squirrel, didn't he read the letter?
Yeah, he read it in English.
And the only person, except for Squirrel, that spoke English was you.
That's it.
So, okay. So the only person he was reading it to was you.
No, he was reading, everybody could understand English too.
But Pablo was translating it for everybody, right?
But those guys, they understood English too. You didn't really have to most of the time they don't. You don't have to really translate into Spanish with them because most of the time they understand English too.
I understand. But the fact is that Pablo was translating that letter.
Yes.
Forty-two. You heard Mr. Durham ask you about iIiAbbyiIi being a nice guy, being a hard worker. Did you ever see iIiAbbyiIi Montoya?
Thank you, Sally. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yep, blue eyes.
Using equipment after hours?
That I did one time.
What did you see?
He was cutting. I was in charge of the truck, so I had took the truck to the yard. I left the truck, so I got in my car, and by the time I got almost home, I seen the truck somewhere that it ain't supposed to be. They was using the truck to do after hours work, and I was responsible for the truck. So what I did, I mentioned it to Pablo, and because I didn't want to get, if something happened to the truck, I ain't want to be responsible for it because they done said, I was supposed to drive it. So I guess I did let Pablo know that they used the truck after hours.
Are you allowed to use Wolf Tree equipment after hours?
Oh, no.
Let me finish the question. Are you allowed to use Wolf Tree equipment or trucks after hours for personal work?
No.
45. My name is Bill Dillard. I represent Oscar Cruz. wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the meeting that Mr. Durham referred to, where the letter that Mr. Montoya had written was read out loud to the crowd. Now, it's true, isn't it, that the purpose of that meeting and the reason Oscar called it was to talk about operational issues in terms of what you guys were going to be doing. Isn't that right?
Well, they discussed that too.
Yeah.
That was discussed before the letter was read.
And that's what Oscar did.
Yeah.
All right. And then Oscar didn't have a role in this business of waving the letter around.
No.
Okay.
No.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. All right, we're going to call it a day. Start again at 9, continuing the defense case, and I'll have a better idea of scheduling for you tomorrow at some point. I'll fill you in. Okay, thank you. Again, appreciate the hard work. Go with Deputy Stevens, and we'll see you back in the morning. Thank you.
Very excellent.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this trial to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Covey.
Morning.
Mr. Covey, what is your current position?
I'm the president and CEO and chairman of the Davey Tree Expert Company.
I would like to walk you through your education and your career.
El
If you would, please tell the
Presidente.
jury, what is your educational background?
I went to school in Wisconsin at the University of Wisconsin, Madison. I grew up right there on Madison, and so it was a natural fit for me to go there. Graduated with a degree in accounting. So that's my background. I have an accounting degree and work with numbers.
And are you the member of any organizations, and do you have any certifications in accounting or otherwise?
Yes, I'm a member of the iIiAbbyiIi, and I have my certified public, my CPA license.
What the heck is the AICPA, and what the heck is a CPA?
American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, and a CPA just designates you. You have to go through a test. That's a pretty extensive test. And then you get certified, and then you have to practice in accounting for 3 years, and then you get a certification similar to a lot of different professional jobs.
Mr. Covey, how long have you been with the Davey Tree Expert Company?
It'll be 34 years in August.
What was your first position at Davey Tree, and was that entry level or was that something else?
Yeah, I started as the internal auditor, which was entry level, $30,000 a year. Saw the ad in the paper, applied, job. Did that for a couple of years, and I've moved around the company for 34 years.
Is it fair to say that over your 34 years, you've had a variety of different roles at the company?
Yes, I've worked in administrative support. We did a SAP software implementation when Y2K was hitting, so I was on that team for a while. I worked in operations, management. I've worked in a lot of different parts of the company.
So let's go back to the late 1990s. Did there come a time when you were the administrative manager of utility operations? And if you were, please tell the jury what the heck that is.
Yeah. So I did the internal audit thing for a while, and then this position came open. Because I was good with numbers, when you deal with utility clients like large investor-owned utilities, they're very detailed on the costs. You're dealing with the purchasing department, the costs are very tight.
So I'm not gonna lie. The more this guy speaks, the more I want to work for this company, even though they murdered somebody.
You have to know the numbers. So they brought me over to do the bids, proposals. We get the numbers from the field people around what the production might look like. And then I would do the numbers side where I'd say, all right, what do we have to pay the people against the production? How much fuel do we use? What kind of saws do we use? All those different things that go into doing the job. Then I would put the numbers together, and I was part of the team that would present it to the client.
So it's the business side of the utility line clearing part of the operations?
Yeah, basically, you know, our field guys knew the production rates really well. They knew the safety, they knew how to get the job done. And then I would help them with the number side.
And Mr. Covey, is it correct that at some point subsequent to that, you were promoted to the position of Vice President of Southern Utility Operations? Is that correct?
Yes, so going into Y2K, we did that software thing, and I went over and worked on that for a few years. And then after that was done, I went back to Southern Operations, which is Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, Carolinas, that area for utility line services, and was the vice president at that time.
Break that down. What's the S word mean in that title? What does Southern mean? You've named a few states. And what's the utility operation side of that? What does that mean?
Yeah, Southern is really the Southeast. So it's anything.
Thank you, Sally. I appreciate it.
Like I said, West Virginia, south to Florida, Florida over to, we didn't go into Louisiana, but up into Georgia, Tennessee. So that was the operating area. And then my role was just support, meeting with clients, helping the operations people, trying to be, you know, I had profit and loss responsibility. I maintained the relationship with the clients, and when we had bids and proposals or things we need to address with them, I would go in and be the representative that could talk the numbers and the relationship and stuff like that, and help the field guys kind of with that part.
And am I correct that it was in that capacity that you were here in Savannah from time to time meeting with Georgia Power about the contract that Davey Tree had in the early 2000s with Georgia Power?
Yeah, actually, their corporate offices are in Atlanta, so I was more in Atlanta. But yeah, I mean, Georgia Power obviously has a role in Georgia. They're part of the Southern Company, so they and Alabama Power and Mississippi Power, they're all part of the same company, but Georgia Power has the state.
So if I understand this right, you've told us a little bit about it. Your business has at least three big components. One is residential, and that's people getting trees trimmed or lawns maintained or whatever.
Homeowners, yep.
Okay.
Homeowners, yeah.
And Davey Tree does not and has not, at least in your time, been doing that in Georgia. Is that right?
In Atlanta, we have 3 or 4 offices.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've been in Atlanta for a long time.
Savannah, purely utility, or do you do both here?
Yep, we don't do any residential work here. Savannah's been utility throughout and utility can move a lot. Like you can be on a project for a while, 3-year term, and then you can be outbid by another contractor. So it ebbs and flows on what areas you're working in. But
so I'm just trying to get a little macro of the business. You've got your residential side, homeowners, whatever. You've got utility, which is the power line clearing, right?
Yep.
And then I think your next job was with the Davey Resource Group. What's that?
Yeah. So the resource group is a little bit more of a technical group of people. There's more environmental, like we do urban forestry planning, we do tree plans for cities, we do environmental work for wetlands and things to protect the environment. So it's a little bit more science-based. One person with a laptop kind of writing a report to try and take care of a wetland or trees or things like that. So it's a little bit more, so it's a different, less blue collar, or maybe less hands-on than what line clearance is or homeowners tree care would be.
So you're vice president of Southern Utility Operations, including Georgia, in the early 2000s, something like 02 to 05-ish?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And then you ran the Davey Resource Group that you just told us about.
Yep.
And then after that, you had a co-lead job with Steve Marshall from like 06 to 12, something like that?
Yeah. So at that time, we kind of split operations, and I handled the residential and resource group side because I had been in the resource group. So I took on the residential tree care, and then Steve Marshall had the other side of the business, utility, which is that line clearance, keeping the lines clear of vegetation. He had that side. It's a pretty even split operation for both of us. So we each had about half of the operations.
And then did there come a time after that when you were promoted to president and COO of all operations?
Yes, there was. Yep.
And then did there come a time in the 2010s when you were promoted again? If so, please tell us the month and year, if you remember it, and what that promotion was?
In 17?
In 2017?
Yes, in 2017, I was promoted to president and CEO, and that was in the summer, June, July timeframe of 2017.
And you've held that position in the 8 years since?
Yes.
How common or uncommon is it at Davey Tree for someone to start at an entry-level position and end in a very senior position?
So we actually have a very good succession planning and history with longevity at our company. We have 30, 40, 50-year employees. So it's fairly common, especially in our field operations, where when you start as a trimmer, groundman, you working your way up, to where you're running operations. I mean, that's a pretty common thing in our company, especially in operations. On the office, you know, for my position, a little less common, but still we pride ourselves on keeping people a long time and keeping them in the company.
So obviously you're the CEO. There's only one of those. You've gone from entry level to CEO. Anybody else who has also started entry level, ended up in senior management?
Yeah, I mean,
anybody in this courtroom?
Yes, actually, I see Anna over there. She started at a lower level within the company and is now a senior vice president with the company. So yeah.
Rare or common for that trajectory to happen?
You know, I mean, there's pretty common, but you know, we take a lot of pride in the fact that when we go outside, it's because we've given every effort to promote from within. So I would say that of the senior vice presidents, of which there are maybe 8 or 10, probably 6 of those came up through the organization.
So you're the first live witness that the jury's heard from your company, Davey Tree. Please tell the jury, just generally and briefly, what is it that Davey Tree does? What types of services does Davey Tree provide? You've covered some of that already. Who are your customers?
So I mean, just briefly on the history, you know, we're celebrating 145 years this year. John Davey was kind of the first tree doctor. He was the one that kind of decided that trees could be treated more like people, and there was ways you could treat them for disease and things like that. So he wrote a book and started a company 145 years ago, right across the street.
They're trying to show that the company cares. The company is a very caring company about their employees, some employees, and they just don't go around murdering people. Don't worry, he's about to ask him very pertinent questions.
From where we are currently housed, and we've grown from that. The Davey family owned the company for 3 generations, and then they decided that they didn't want to do that anymore, so the employees bought the company in 1979. So last year we celebrated 45 years of employee ownership. We've always been kind of in that residential tree care part. Like if you're a homeowner and you have a tree issue, a disease, any kind of veg problem, we're that company that can come out. We've always done that, but we've also grown into the utility line clearance side, which we've done for 80 or 90 years. So, but it was a little bit later in our company's existence. And then we've since grown into that consulting Davey Resource Group, that part I talked about where it's more scientists and more prescriptive in the last probably 30 years. So we've kind of moved in a couple directions to serve our clients better, to broaden who we serve, and to make sure that we were, you know, continuing to provide opportunities for our shareholders, which are our employees.
So the jury heard early this week from a Wolf Tree employee, Chris Branch, who explained that he first met Pablo Rangel, who was convicted of the killing here, in Louisiana when they were, Chris Branch from Florida, Pablo Rangel from Georgia, were both in Louisiana responding to Hurricane Katrina. Is that rare? Is that common? And if it's common, tell the jury a little bit about that side of the business.
Yeah, it's really one of the, you know, more feel-good things I think we do, which is respond to disasters, whether that's fires in California, hurricanes in the Southeast. Since I've been with the company and having worked in the Southeast for a number of years, I was responsible for directly responding to hurricane support in situations where
I'm a mom. That's literally all I do every day. Respond to disasters.
there was power outages and utilities needed help. And in that situation, companies like Duke Energy or Georgia Power or Florida Power and Light will call upon all the other utilities that weren't impacted and say, hey, we need help. Can you send line crews to help get the lines back up and get the power on? And the kind of general way that works is the line crews will take a tree crew with them because usually there's trees on the lines that need to be taken care of. So we travel with the utility to the location. We'll stay weeks at a time. Sometimes the conditions can be very difficult. You're sleeping in trucks, you're sleeping in tent cities, you're doing whatever you can to help to be there to support. And we do that. I've done it for decades. And it's part of like what we do when we hear hurricane season hitting, we start to mobilize, get our safety people ready, get our procedures in place to say, if we need to be on the road to respond to these events, here's what we need to do. And we do that every year.
Do you happen to know approximately how many Davey tree workers were in Georgia in response to Hurricanes Milton and Helene last year?
So, I mean, Georgia was definitely impacted. We had a good bit of work around Augusta. We've also had a good bit of work in the Asheville area. You probably saw that Asheville was tore up. Between that hurricane, Milton and Helene, I know we had over 1,000 responders in different facets, working for either utilities or large private companies, or, we worked for the Biltmore Estate for like 6 weeks where we had 60 people on site. They were really tore up. We worked in Asheville.
And then you charged them triple because it was a weekend?
Well, now for the last 2 months with the Army Corps, trying to get Asheville back to, some kind of livable situation. And I know there's lots of areas in Georgia we work too. Yeah.
You meant.
Can we approach for a second? You have an objection, Mr. Turner?
Yeah, I think we are.
Sustain. Move along, Mr. McNally. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you instructions at the end of the case. The subject, Mr. McNally.
When approximately, as best you know, did Davey Tree first begin doing utility line clearance?
When are we first doing utility? That would have been up in the Cleveland area, I think, with First Energy back. It was probably 80 years ago.
Say that again?
I think it was about 80 years ago that we started in the utility line clearance space.
Let's talk about safety. Where does safety stand in terms of prioritization in the company that you run?
I mean, it's everything. It's the single biggest part of our value propositions. It's what we promise to our employees, the training, the education, the support around working safe.
The employees, you pay $14 an hour.
Have a relatively unsafe profession we work in, and we take it incredibly seriously. In fact, we've done a number of acquisitions over the years, and when we bring people in from other companies, that's usually a really big void that we have to try and help with, is to get them up to our safety level. It can be hard for some people that have not been in our safety culture.
No, Mika.
To be able to work that way. So we feel we're a different company in that respect, and then we put it on the forefront in everything we do.
Would it be fair to say, Mr. Covey, that over the course of your career, Davey Tree sometimes has fatalities at its work sites or elsewhere?
Leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trying to ask a yes or no question. Have there or have there not been fatalities over the years during the time that you've been working at Davey Tree in terms of fatalities that occur on job sites?
Yes, unfortunately, those do occur.
A good year, how many fatalities occur?
0.
And in a bad year where it goes the other way, what kind of numbers are we talking about?
I think we possibly had a year where there was maybe 2 or 3 maybe.
But don't worry, we pay them well for their risking their lives. We pay them $14 an hour.
Would be a terrible year. One's a terrible year.
And if you would tell the jury, in your experience and time at Davy Tree over 34 years, what are the key causes or the leading categories of fatalities that occur in your work?
Yeah, I mean, we're working aloft, we're working up in bucket trucks or trees. So falls from aloft. The power lines in general are incredibly difficult to work around. When you hear about the 5 most dangerous jobs out there, linemen and loggers are 2 of the top 5. We kind of combined both of them. So we're very cognizant of electrocutions and power line. So falls from aloft, power line issues are probably the worst ones.
Over the course of your career at Davy Tree, have you received external training, continuing education, conferences, seminars, safety training, administrative training? Has that been part of your career?
Yes, far less than what our field people get. I mean, obviously they're getting daily safety tailgates or weekly. They're getting a consistent message every day. My job isn't nearly as unsafe as that. So, but yeah, we attend safety meetings, we attend safety sessions, we attend safety seminars. So we're very involved with the community.
Conferences, training, seminars for you, more than you can count, or can you count?
Yeah, I mean, I think conference-wise, over 34 years, every conference has a focus on safety. So, I go to fewer now than I moved on, but in the early stages, I was going to 3 or 4 a year.
And in how many of those training sessions in your education or in your training, was there a session or materials on how to prevent one employee from killing another?
Never. Yeah, that wasn't part of it.
How often in the more than 2 decades you were at Davy Tree prior to the tragic death of Mr. Montoya, did you spend your time in leading the company to try and prevent the death of one employee from killing another?
No, never. That never happened.
In any of those trainings, was there seminars or sessions about how to prevent a homicide by one employee against another?
No, sir.
Was it ever discussed at any of those training?
No.
How familiar are you with the overall history of Davy Tree?
Kelly, I'm so sorry. I thought you meant when are we going to do the judge next? We're going back to him. I thought you meant when are we going to get back to him? Because I know I want to see him again too. I didn't know you meant when was he on. I'm sorry.
Including the decades preceding your time there.
Probably as familiar as anyone in the company.
Are you aware of any incidents in Davy's history of 145 years and your 3 decades where one employee killed another other than this case?
I'm not the objective of hearsay. That the only way he would know is someone telling him not telling him.
All right, he can testify from his personal knowledge, but beyond that would be hearsay. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, but it sounds like a seminar we all need to take. How not to murder your coworkers. How to make friends and influence people.
So based on your personal knowledge, are you aware, other than this terrible case that happened here, of any case of an employee at Davy Tree involved in the murder of another employee?
No.
You mentioned acquisitions. Would it be fair to say that Davy Tree has grown by acquisitions of companies like Wolf Tree over the last 20, 25 years?
Yes, we definitely have used that as a part of our ability to grow and expand into markets. I know we've done probably over 50, maybe 60 acquisitions in the last couple decades since Wolf in 2000, was that 8? Yeah.
And what do you see in your role as some of the key challenges when you buy a company like Wolf Tree or any of the other 50 companies you just referenced?
Yeah, I think I alluded to it before, which is a lot of smaller companies don't really have some of the things in place with regard to safety and how you do the job properly. And if you have a workforce that is kind of used to that level of working, it can be hard to have them kind of elevate. So we always look for a company that we hope has a good culture, that respects safety, that has a training program and a certification program that has good employees that can elevate to a new level. And so that's a
And have employees that can murder people for us?
big part. We're buying, obviously we're getting some experience, we're getting people. It's a hard position. It's a blue collar profession that can be hard to get workers to come into. So we're getting a workforce and clients that we really want to build trust with and we want to maintain. And building that trust and getting them to come on board with a company that's different, change is hard. So that's really a challenge that we work with on every company to try and make sure we're bringing the people along.
So when you're integrating a company
Welcome
like
back.
Wolftree or any of the other 50 we're talking about into Davey Tree over the last couple of decades, to what extent do you look at whether the company is or is not employing workers who are unauthorized to work in the United States?
It's a key factor. It's a critical piece. We do I-9 verification. We do E-Verify. We are very regimented on how we look at making sure our workforce is a legal workforce. And if we believe in any way, because we are also in an industry that does have a lot of workers that are not legal all the time. So if we think that a company is not on board with that legal workforce and we're going to lose a bunch of employees because we are checking their status, and we will not do that acquisition.
When Davey acquires another company, is there a process such as requiring the employees of the acquired company, Wolftree, to reapply for the positions in some cases, all cases, or something else?
Yes. I mean, a little bit, it depends a little bit on asset versus stock deal, and that's a complication that we don't need to talk about. But in general, they're going to have to pass a legal status as an employee and a drug test.
Was there a time when Davey Tree, in fact, acquired the assets of the Wolftree Expert Company?
Yes.
And do you remember about what year that was?
2008.
And do you recall whether that was the only company that Davey Tree and you acquired that year, or if there were others?
Yeah, that's actually the year we did our two biggest acquisitions. Coincidentally, we did a company called the Care of Trees, which is on the residential commercial side, which is where I was at the time. So I worked on integrating the Care of Trees, and then we also did Wolftree, which I said before was on the utility line clearance side. So that's where Steve Marshall, my cohort in separating the two business units, I think he was involved with Wolf, and I was very busy with the Care of Trees. It was a very big acquisition, so we worked hard at trying to be out in front of the employees, talking to them about building that trust with our company.
Where's Care of Trees based?
Chicago.
So did I hear this right? Of these 50 or so companies acquired in 20 or so years, the two biggest ones were Wolftree and Care of Trees, both in the same year.
Yes.
If you can, you just testified that someone else, Steve Marshall, had lead on the acquisition of Wolftree. Are you generally familiar with the reasons why Davey Tree was interested in acquiring Wolftree?
Oh, yeah, for sure. So in the utility line clearance space, I mean, if you know about utility companies, there's the big investor owns, the Georgia Powers, the Alabama Powers, the Florida Power and Lights. They're the big publicly traded companies that are very challenging to work with because you're dealing with the purchasing department. They don't put a lot of necessarily trust on relationships. So it's a very competitive, hard place to do all your work. Wolftree was focused on co-ops and municipalities, and there's more of a relationship, and they run it's a smaller piece of utility, like within Savannah. I don't know if Savannah might have one, but I know a lot of the Tennessee municipals have small operations, and they were working with them. So we wanted to be in that side of the business, more relationship, more consistent, less price driven.
As far as you remember, when Davey Tree acquired Wolftree in 2008, was, did Wolf Tree already have an ongoing contract to clear utility lines for Georgia Power?
Yes.
And was one of the reasons why Davey, you just told us some reasons why Davey wanted to acquire Wolf, was one of the reasons why Davey wanted to acquire Wolf so that you could inherit, take over, profit from the Georgia Power contracts?
I had worked with Georgia Power for 20 years, and I can tell you that we never were able to make any money on Georgia Power. And so I would venture to guess that Georgia Power was part of the process to buy Wolf Tree, but it was more we bought Wolf Tree despite the Georgia Power contract, because we had negotiated ourselves off of Georgia Power back in 2006 or 7 after repeated events of trying to go down there and talk about the pricing being insufficient to work in a fashion to make any money. So we had made the decision after being on Georgia Power for 50 years that we could no longer work in a situation where we were losing $750,000 over a 5-year period. So we had worked ourselves off there.
Easy or hard for a 145-year-old company to walk away from a 50-year customer?
Incredibly hard.
So let's talk about it just for a moment. So I think you told the jury that you were the administrative manager of utility operations from 1996 to 2000, and then vice president of Southeastern Utility Operations 2002 to 2005. Is that the chapter that you're talking about that makes you familiar with Georgia Power?
Yes.
And tell us in particular in that period in the early 2000s when you were VP of Southeastern Utility Operations from 2002 to 2005, were you making some profit from the Georgia Power contract, a big profit? Were you losing? Tell the jury.
Yeah, I know when I came into that position, we had been losing money for a couple of years, and we made a decision, as hard as it was going to be, that we were going to, after repeated attempts to try and get the pricing and justify why labor rates were, here's where they were, here's what we had to pay the people, here's what the insurance rates were, here's what the payroll rates were, all those things to justify the cost. And we were asking for, minimal pricing. Our objective was to make 5 or 6%. It wasn't, egregious. So, but we have been losing money. And so I went down to Georgia Power in person in 2004 and presented our case. And I talked to management there and said, look, we've been here 50 years. We really want to stay here. We appreciate the relationship, but we need a pricing point where we aren't paying you to trim your trees. I mean, I think that's, just basically where we're at. And if we can't get that after laying out, here's why we need that, then we're either going to bid ourselves out the property or if you will release us from the contract. We were very cognizant that we wanted to complete our contract and fulfill our obligation, but we'd let them know that if we bid the work high next time, or if we don't bid it, this is why. And I did that in 2004. Yeah.
And was your presentation and your request to Georgia Power in writing or not in writing?
Both. So we did in writing. One in 2001, we did a written one. I wasn't involved in any kind of in person there, but I know in 04 when I was in charge of this area, I just kind of made the determination that we were going to, there was an inflection point where we needed to decide whether we were going to continue to work for a client that wouldn't allow us to be successful. So that was when I went in person.
Do you remember any of the exact words from your written presentation, communication, and request to Georgia Power?
Yeah, I think I appeal to their sense of, we've been a long-term provider. We provide valuable resources when there are hurricanes. You can go with a lot of there's only a few national providers that can bring in people from other parts of the country. I mean, there's 3 or 4 that are big enough. But if you're going, if you want support during a storm, if you want a long-term provider with a safety reputation, if you want a company that comes in and does what they say they're going to do, then we're one of those companies. And when we leave, because if you're in the service industry, when you lose your people, if you leave a contract, if you leave a job and your people, I'm so sorry, talk with my hands too much. then it's really hard to build that workforce again. So once you're gone, it's really difficult. And so we just want to make sure we let them know, if you want a good vendor here, we just need a little bit of pricing help to be able to stay.
In terms of the specific language, do you remember any of the words you used in that proposal?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I used inflection point, we're at a crossroads. We are at a point of, we can't continue to operate like this. We are a valued contributor. We are a national resource for you. I think I used every possible appeal that I could think of to be able to show them that we deserved.
Now, I'm not going to put it on screen, and I'm not offering it into evidence, but are there any documents that would refresh your memory about exactly what you told Georgia Power?
Yeah, I have found the document.
Can you describe what that document is?
Yeah, it was about an 8-page document that went over a lot of things I just talked about. It spelled out every cost increase that we had, whether it was wages, benefits that we were paying, because 80% of what we do is related to the labor. That our costs when we put a crew out there, it's equipment, it's a truck, it's a bucket truck, it's saws, but it's people. And so wage rates, benefits, vacation pay, all those things were going up. And I was justifying, here's what we did, here's what benefits.
Whoa. Hold on, stop. Wage rates were going up. That means it was less than $14 an hour not too long ago. That's what he just said there. He needs more money from Georgia Power because he pays them $14 an hour.
Rates are showing them exactly what our cost structure was. We don't usually open that up to our clients, but we were desperate to be able to show them, like, here's what it's costing us. We are not making any money. We are losing money. We just want a reasonable return.
So you're putting your cards face up on the deck, showing the customer what your actual costs are to try and negotiate with them to make this work for both parties.
Best and final. We want to make sure we were doing the full court press to make sure we didn't leave without giving them all our best effort.
In terms of the exact language that you used in that presentation, that communication, that request to Georgia Power, would it potentially refresh your memory if I handed you a copy of that document to take a look at?
Sure.
Your Honor, I have to object to the script. Mr. Linnell is going to hand the witness.
What is Mr. Linnell going to see?
Never been produced in discovery. It's a
It's a copy of the document that he's been testifying about for the last 5 minutes. He's told the jury it might refresh his memory.
Hang on a sec. I'm sorry.
Okay, I can understand if he was having a problem remembering something that he needs to refresh his memory, but he seemed damn certain about what he told them, right? Was he fumbling? I hate that machine. I turned your audio off because that machine is running. So you can't hear anything. Here we go.
Examination, Mr. Linnell.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
So, Mr. Covey, I'm handing you what's been marked as defense exhibit 200A. Go ahead, take a moment, take a look at that. Read through the first couple of pages, maybe. And in particular, I'll ask if anything in that document does or does not refresh your memory about the point that you had reached with your vendor and what was or was not an option.
Yeah, with our client.
Also, give it back to Mr. McNally. Give the document back to Mr. McNally.
Oh, sorry.
Because it's refresh your recollection. Now ask whatever question you'd like to ask, Mr. McNally.
Does that refresh your recollection about your communications to Georgia Power?
Yes.
What do you remember about that communication?
So the communication was, I showed them exactly the amount that we had been losing on their account. I showed them exactly where the costs were. I showed them how those costs were not because of our inability to be productive or to be efficient. It was solely about trying to get people to work. And I said we needed to get to a point where we could make, up to 6%, 6 cents on the dollar on their account, or we would have to either bid ourselves off the property or not bid the job when it came up the next time.
What happened? Did
They
you
did
meet
not.
in the middle? Did you find a solution? What was the end result of this presentation, the requests, and these meetings?
So I had 3 of these clients that I had to go to: Tampa Electric, Newberry, and Georgia Power. Tampa Electric, we're still on that property and we have been there forever. Newberry, we were on for a long time. Georgia Power refused to do anything with the pricing, and we were off the property within 2 years.
Was that in or around 04, 05, something in that area?
So I went down there in 04, and I think, 05, by 05, 06, we had worked through the contract, and I don't recall if we just no bid the work or if we actually bid it high enough that to recoup where we needed to be to do the business, and that caused us to be non-competitive. But either way, we were off within a year or two there. We wanted to fulfill our obligation to work through the contract, and then we were gone.
And is it fair to say, if I understand your testimony from earlier, so in somewhere 05, 06, you walked away from Wolf Tree, were out of of Georgia Power.
Yes.
You were out of that business. And then in 2008, Davy Tree acquires Wolf Tree, and lo and behold, you're back on the hook and you're doing the work for Georgia Power.
Back in the barrel, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Why do we care about that? What does that have to do with an employee murdering another employee? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, we met right when you came in the door this morning. What do you know about the facts of this case this jury has been listening to for the last 4 to 5 days, other than what the lawyers have told you?
That's pretty much what the lawyers have told me.
That's all you know. Matter of fact, you were never identified as someone who had actual knowledge of the facts of this case. Would that surprise you?
That would not surprise me.
You're a stockholder in Davy Tree, are you not?
Yep, me and 6,000 other employee owners, yep.
Yeah, but you have how many employees?
12,000.
Yeah. You don't offer stock to the lower end people, do you?
We absolutely do.
Can you tell me how Ilya Montoya was never offered any stock after 10 years?
He always had the opportunity to buy stock, just like we all do.
But of the shareholders, right, there's a large majority, half of the people that work there don't have stock, do they?
Can I speak to details on that?
Could you just say yes or no first, and then you can explain your answer?
I can explain it. They make $14 an hour. How the hell are they supposed to buy stock?
So I think we're at a little over 6,000 shareholders. I think we have 12,000, so it's about half. Yeah,
Right.
I'd say it's close. Yep.
So the answer would be yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And I assume you're one of the larger shareholders, are you not?
I believe so.
When Mr. Claypool retired back in 2018, he had 87,000 shares. Would you have had more than that? Probably.
Maybe, probably.
Okay. All right. And as a shareholder of Davy Tree, you also are an owner of Wolf Tree, are you not?
They're a wholly owned subsidiary, yes.
I mean, and would you agree with me that the upper echelon of Davy Tree owns the vast majority of the shares of stock?
I would agree with that, yes.
The lower end, which would be regional managers such as Mr. Branch have a fraction of what you have.
That would be true.
Okay. Now, as I understand, you purchased Wolf Tree, and you were kind of involved in that decision?
No, I was kind of not in that side of the business, so I was not involved with the Wolf Tree decision at that time.
What you told the jury is that at least the thought process of you and the company is if you're going to acquire an entity such as Wolf Tree, you look and see if they follow safety, correct? Have a good safety plan. You have to say yes or no. Or
yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Also, if they have a large number of undocumented workers, you wouldn't hire that company either, would you?
If we knew about that, that would be true. We would not. We would not. That would preclude us from wanting to acquire that company.
So tell me why, in 2009, when you acquired Wolf Tree, and 25 of the 30 employees here on the Georgia Power contract were illegal, at least they could not be documented, why you kept the Georgia Power contract?
I don't know why we would have retained that, and I also question whether we had determining the legitimacy of documentation can be very challenging when you're reviewing. So I think that's part of the problem, is it can be hard to know a legal document versus a non-legal document. So I think that's part of the problem with legal workers in general.
Well, you need to understand, though, that your HR department kicked out 25 of the 30 employees because they couldn't justify their documentation. Would that not have told you that maybe the guy who's hiring these people might not be doing a very good job?
I mean, I can't really speak to that, but I think, again, it's a complicated process. We have very diligent people that look at IDs, and it's hard to know if it's a fake ID or not, or whether it's someone else's ID. E-Verify, even the government system doesn't pick that up. So I think it's a hard thing to state that it was done intentional or without the ability to read a document that looks falsified.
Well, you would agree with me, you would at least want to look a little closer at why 25 of the 30 employees under the Georgia contract, which you didn't even want, as you testified, would not have proper documentation, and your HR department would have kicked them out, correct?
That would be something I would want to know more about, and I'm sure we looked into.
And you should have known more about, correct?
I think it's something we would have looked into.
You should have looked into at least, correct?
We have an obligation to make sure we have a legal workforce, and we should look into opportunities where we can improve on that.
Now, you mentioned to me, actually you mentioned to the jury, I was just listening, but you mentioned that when you came in and Wolf Tree was purchased back in 2009, that was an acquisition that I guess it was a plus, I guess it sounded like, in maybe your captain, Davy Tree.
So in 2008, we acquired a company that was ingrained in a co-op and municipal market with an owner that we respected in the space, and with a culture that we thought would marry up well with our company. So yeah, there was definitely business reasons to acquire Wolf Tree.
Did Wolf Tree continue to acquire utility contracts after Davy Tree purchased it, or would those have been Davy Tree contracts?
Wolf Tree was operating as a completely separate subsidiary, and they were bidding and proposing work as Wolf Tree, and they would have been gaining and losing work in the utility space, just like we do in every other part of the country and every other subsidiary we have.
The Wolf Tree does not service today any utility contracts that Davy Tree has.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Wolf Tree is a separate entity. Like when we bid a contract on a job, we could bid it as Davy Tree or we could bid it as Wolf Tree. both. And if Wolf Tree gets that job, it's a Wolf Tree contract worked by Wolf Tree. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that.
So tell me today, how many utility contracts does Wolf Tree have?
I'm not sure the exact number, 20, 30?
Would that have been about the same number back in 2017?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say that those have ebbed and flowed, and we have about the same number of clients or contracts.
And those utility companies, I guess the other ones are profitable, or you wouldn't have Wolf Tree, would you?
They can be both. You know, we have winning profitable companies that can offset some of the losses. We are always working to make the losing companies more effective. That can either be through pricing or it can be through our own productivity improvements. So we're always working on any of the losers, but you know, we wouldn't be in that space if the majority of the work we do wasn't profitable.
Well, the Wolf Tree contract pays $3 million roughly a year. I mean, sorry. The Georgia Power contract pays roughly here in Savannah $3 million a year. Do the other contracts pay more or less?
So that's $3 million worth of revenue.
That's what they pay you.
Okay, yeah, so that's revenue, right? It can vary a lot. Some large contracts could be, you know, much larger than that with the big investor owns. Some can be smaller. It's all over the board.
Can some of the contracts Wolf Tree have be as much as $10 to $20 million a year?
Wolf Tree probably doesn't have many above 10 million because their all-in business isn't, you know, maybe 40 million. So I'd be shocked if they had many that were more than 10.
So their all-in business is roughly $40 million a year?
For Wolf Tree, yeah, I think that's about the number.
Now, you mentioned the Southern Company. Georgia Power is a part of the Southern Company, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other utility companies that are part of the Southern Company at Davy Tree?
We did work for Alabama Power for a number of years. I don't think we've worked for Mississippi. Not a lot. Yeah, I mean, over the time, it ebbs and flows, but right now, not a lot of
Maria, thank you so much. Thank you.
Southern Company work.
Yay.
But a lot of utility company work.
Yeah.
How many utility companies does Davy Tree work?
Probably 100, maybe more.
And Wolf has 20 to 40?
Yeah, probably.
And these utility companies talk to each other, don't they? I mean, they're part of kind of an alliance.
I think within reason, yeah. I mean, they will talk. Obviously, they're competitors in some respects, but so they don't share a lot of information, but they will talk.
Do you work with Duke Power?
We have a small presence on Duke Power, yeah.
So again, if you have a presence on Duke Power, that's a pretty large power company. It takes over the entire state of North Carolina, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry.
If it was found that Davy Tree was operating through Wolf Tree, a large criminal enterprise in which it was using undocumented workers to supply the Georgia Power Company, that would be something that would not look good, would it?
Yes, it would not look good.
Now, you told us about this proposal, which Mr. McNally had you read regarding Georgia Power and how it was not a very profitable company. But that was Georgia Power up in Atlanta, correct? Georgia Power covers the entire state.
So yes, and you, any given year, you're bidding on different regions of that. So we had work in Atlanta. We also had a bunch of work outside of Atlanta, in rural areas. So it varied a lot, but we did have work in Atlanta, yes.
And you told us that that's the work you didn't want, the work in Atlanta, and you told Atlanta, Georgia Power, this is not profitable for us, correct?
When we went to Georgia Power, it was all the work we did, both Atlanta Metro and non-Atlanta Metro. And so it encompassed every bit of work that we did, wherever that was. And again, that can vary from year to year. Every year it was bad. And we were basically saying we need a price increase in every part of this in order to be able to stay on your property.
But you bought Wolf Tree knowing that it had a Georgia Power contract for the Savannah area, correct?
Yes, through due diligence, we would have seen that, yeah.
And despite that fact, year after year, you kept doing that contract, bidding for that contract, and accepting the contract, correct?
We did. We don't quit easily. We try and work our way through things, yeah.
You could have dropped the contract at any time, but at least it was something you wanted to keep, correct?
We can always drop the contract, but you're dealing with people and you're dealing with jobs and you're dealing with lives that we feel like we can have a positive impact on, and it's hard to let that go.
All these utility companies require that Davy Tree or Wolf Tree, right, verify that their employees that are going on Georgia Power property are legal, correct?
Yes.
And if that chain, that alliance found that you were running an illegal operation here in Chatham County through Georgia Power, you could have lost all those utility contracts.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach? Sure.
I turned your audio off again. Hold on.
Well, I have to finish my last question. I didn't get an answer. Sorry. If it got out to this alliance that you were running the illegal operation through Wolf Tree in Savannah, Georgia, there was a potential to cause significant damage, to lose all those contracts, at least some of them, correct?
I don't believe so.
You would have had to do a lot of talking, wouldn't you?
Our largest competitor was hit with an $80 million fine with regard to this, and they are still the largest competitor.
That's all I have.
Reader.
Mr. Covey, Mr. Turner used the phrase "you." Means a lot of things. Can be you individually, can be you, Davy Tree, or can be something else. Do you have any reason whatsoever to believe that you or that Davy Tree ever, for 1 minute, ran an intentional criminal operation out of Savannah, Georgia?
No, absolutely not.
Do you have any reason to believe that a man named Pablo Rangel, without Davy Tree's knowledge, ran a criminal operation involving illegal workers in Savannah?
No, absolutely not.
You have no awareness of Mr. Rangel's conviction for running an illegal operation in the Savannah Cost Center?
I do have an awareness of that conviction, yes. I'm sorry.
You mentioned that one of the reasons that you as CEO, Davy Tree as a company, keeps contracts is to help employees, their families have jobs and remain intact and sustainability long-term. Fair?
True.
Leading question, Your Honor.
Just refreshing what he just said.
Sustain.
So other than keeping a workforce so that they have jobs and their families have a livelihood, are there other reasons for storm response, utility clearance, residential, or other parts of the business why there is value to you and your customers to keep people on payroll even if you aren't making money hand over fist?
Yeah, for sure. I think utilities and their management go through cycles, and they go through times of different programs, different ways they look at the business, and it always is better to try and work through that, to stay on the property, to keep the workforce, to keep a presence, even if there's some downturns. And eventually a lot of those things kind of come back. You talk to the client about value, about what we have. They see the light and increase pricing, or something happens, so you work through that. That's what
Let me be a little more specific. You told the jury that you had 1,000 workers come down for the response to Hurricanes Milton and Helene.
Objection.
What's the objection, Mr. Turner?
It's the rule that you already violated, this good act rule that you've already testified to, that you told the jury to disregard.
All right, I'll state the objection.
So ask this question. Where did those workers come from? Why were they even available to you to come here?
The workers that come from storm support are on other utilities, and when a hurricane comes through, the area that it's impacting, the utilities want help. And anybody that might be impacted wants to keep their crews. So when you're sending crews, it's from away from the hurricane path. It's from the Northeast, it's from Minnesota, it's from Wisconsin, it's from crews coming in from other properties. So the more resources you have to bring to these events, the more help you can provide. There's a real opportunity to be involved when you have people working on different properties.
So let me give you an example. In the winter, if you have 3 or 4 or 5 dozen work crew members in the Savannah area, and there's a blizzard up north, does keeping those people on the job impact your response or not impact your response?
Again, leading question. You can answer the question.
So if I understand your question, if there's a storms event in the Northeast and we can bring people from the South to help with that, we will do that. If the client says we're at a good point on our job that you can release crews to go work for a couple weeks on storm support, we will definitely do that.
And is that one of the reasons why an underperforming contract might be maintained?
Yeah, I think there's that, having the ability to support other areas. And also I think there's a real legitimate reason to work through the challenges and the issues and to make sure that we do everything we can as part of our being a responsible contractor. Yeah.
Now, Mr. Turner asked you, I don't know, half a dozen, maybe more like 10 or 12 questions about Davy Tree's shares and employee owned. Please tell the jury, what the heck is an employee-owned company? What does that even mean?
So like I said, in 79, the employees bought the company. It becomes an ESOP. An ESOP distributes shares to the employees. Once that ESOP runs out, which it did for us in the 90s, we became employee-owned. We do a company match in Davy shares into the 401k. If the employee wants to fund their 401k program for retirement, we will match that. They can buy shares. Any employee that's been here at all can buy shares at the price. And we also offer a 15% discount on shares. If you do payroll deduct after 6 months, you can buy shares at a 15% discount. And they're your shares to keep and do with what you want.
And who is eligible to own shares?
Every employee.
Anybody else?
Only employees. So we have.
I want you to think about that question.
So,
only current employees are allowed to own Davy shares, or is the answer different from that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Only people that have worked for Davy can buy shares. Once you retire, you can keep those shares and you can pass them down one generation. So we have about a half of our owners are former employees that have now left the company, are retired, and are using Davy as a way to fund their retirement.
Now, Mr. Turner asked you if it was true that the vast majority of shares were owned by upper echelon. I want you to think about that question. And if you're confident that that is the correct answer, tell me that. If you're not confident or you want to correct your answer, tell me that.
He's definitely leading this witness to try to change his testimony.
Sustained. That's another question, Mr. McNally.
Was it true or not true when you said yes to Mr. Turner, asking you if the vast majority of shares were owned by upper echelon?
Same objection. He's trying on the stand to get this witness to change his testimony.
Overruled. You can recross him, Mr. Turner. Overruled.
So given the fact that 50% of our shares are owned by retirees, the other 50% are owned by existing current employees, then I would say that the majority of the entire population of shares is not owned by the current executives of the Davy Tree Expert Company.
And could you please tell the jury, how can a Wall Street investor or a hedge fund buy shares in Davy Tree?
They cannot.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Recross.
Yes, sir. So let me make sure we understand what your previous testimony was.
Thank you.
I understand it now it's changed a little bit. Of the existing employees, right, who own shares at Davy Tree today, is it true that of those employees, the most shares are owned by the upper echelon of Davy Tree?
Can I ask for clarification on that?
Sure.
The current existing workforce or the entire population of shares, including the retirees?
The current existing workforce of those workers who own shares. Majority of those shares of the current existing workforce are owned by the upper echelon. True or false?
That would be true.
Thank you. Would it surprise you that your regional manager, Christopher Branch, in April of 2017, was informed that the vast majority of your Savannah Power contract employees were illegal?
Would it surprise me?
Yeah. He testified that 2 days ago. He knew that in April of 2017.
I guess it would.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
No, I don't think it does.
Mr. Branch received a complaint.
I'll let you redirect him, Mr. Rinelli. If you can answer, you can answer. Repeat the question, Mr. Turner.
Mr. Branch was informed by Oscar Cruz on April the 25th of 2017 that the majority of the workforce, Savannah crew, were not there because they were afraid ICE was going to pick them up. Would it surprise you that your regional manager knew that?
So I was informed of that information by our attorney, so.
I know, I'm not asking you what so you're not surprised?
I'm surprised that was the case, yes, very surprised.
Okay. You mentioned your competitor Asphalt, all right? Were you aware that in 2017, your competitor was under investigation by the United States Attorney's Office for doing the exact same thing that was going on in Savannah?
Objection.
Sustained.
You mentioned that your competitor was fined how much?
It was north of 70 million, maybe $80 million.
And was that something that Davey Tree was aware of was going on?
We were aware when the media picked up on the fine, yes.
When the media picked up on the fine. You recall when that was? So was that in 2017?
Sounds right.
That's not something that Davey Tree would want the media to pick up, would it?
Probably not.
Davey Tree is very sensitive to how his appearances are in social media, on the television, in the media, on the news, correct?
Sure, any good company is.
You wouldn't want something like what happened to Asplund appearing on the media as far as Davey Tree was concerned, would you?
Of course not.
Anything further, Mr. McNally?
No further questions, Your Honor.
You can step down, sir. Thank you. What do you have next, Mr. McNally?
The next witness, Davey Tree calls its CFO, Joseph Paul.
Okay, well, let's take a quick break before we get to Mr. Paul.
Do you mind exiting?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this trial to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Paul, what is your current position at the Davey Tree Expert Company?
Yes, I am the Chief Financial Officer, Executive Vice President, and Assistant Secretary.
What is the CFO?
I am.
Please tell the jury.
Sure. Good morning. Basically, I'm the finance guy, the head finance guy at the company, Davey Tree.
What does that mean? What's the head finance guy? What are your main responsibilities and duties?
Sure. So it is all the billing function, paying our bills, doing accounting, external reporting, internal reporting. The Treasury Department reports to me, so that's insurance, the purchase of insurance, the running of our stock program, banking relationships, tax, internal audit.
Where did you go to college?
I went to college at the University of Akron in Ohio.
And what degree did you receive and when, or degrees plural?
Yes. So in 1984, I earned a bachelor's degree in accounting. In 1985, a bachelor's degree in finance, and then in 1986, a master's of business administration in finance.
And in a sentence, what's an MBA? What's a Master's of Business Administration
So
and Finance?
it's the MBA, the Master's of Business Administration, is an advanced degree. It's one above a bachelor's degree, and it's in the study of finance.
And briefly, in a sentence or three, tell the jury about your career from the time you got out of college until the time you started at Davey Tree.
Sure. So I graduated in college in 1986, and I joined an accounting firm, Touche Ross, which was known as a Big 8 accounting firm at the time. I was there for a period of time, roughly 7 years. I went to a client for 5 years. Then I went to a regional accounting firm, and from there to a client, and from there in 2005 to Davey Tree.
What was your position when you were first hired at Davey Tree?
Sure, I was hired in as the treasurer of Davey Tree.
And what were your responsibilities as the corporate treasurer?
So sure, the Treasury Department runs the employee stock program. It procures insurance for the company, and it handles the banking relationships, the borrowing and treasury function, the cash function.
And did there come a time when you were promoted from treasurer to a higher position?
Yes, along the way I was promoted to vice president. And then in 2013, I was promoted to chief financial officer.
The position that you hold to this day?
That is correct, yes.
I've been here for 6 hours and 48 minutes and 13 seconds.
And so during the period in question that's the focus of this trial, April, August 2017, you were CFO?
Correct, yes.
In or around the time period of the events in question, April to August of 2017, in terms of human resources, that department, who was your direct report who reported to you?
Yes, that person was Hannah Davis.
And who was your direct report in payroll?
Paul Rarick.
Who was your direct report in legal?
Margie Connor.
Approximately how many other direct reports did you have other than those 3 direct reports that you've told the jury about?
3.
And in the org chart, all in, underneath your supervision, your business units under you, today, about how many people is that?
Currently, I have 5 direct reports.
And then underneath them, if you do an all-in head count of the business units that fall under your part of the org chart, is that 5 people or is that a different number than 5? Total head count under you?
So total head count under me, including everybody, is about 250 employees.
During the summer of 2017, who did you report to?
In the summer of 2017, we had a CEO change from Carl Warnke to Pat Covey. So it depends what exact date we're talking about.
Do you remember what month that change took place?
It was in the summer of 2017.
So you had 2 different bosses, one the first half of the year, one the second half of the year, more or less.
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Paul, tell the jury, if you can, approximately how many employees worked at the Davey Tree Expert Company in the summer of 2017?
Roughly 9,000 employees.
And today, roughly how many employees today, 8 years later?
Roughly 12,000 employees.
Please just remind us, what are the main tree trimming lines of business for your company?
Sure. We have roughly 2 lines of business. One is clearing vegetation away from power lines. That's roughly half the business. And the other half of the business is maintaining tree care in residential properties and commercial properties.
And then what about emergency response? Does that fall under tree care, residential, utilities, or something else?
So when there's a storm, we're able to take resources that are all over the country, United States and Canada, and we can deploy them to the storm. And so they may come from the residential side of the business or utility.
The jury's heard a little bit about this today, but let me ask you, probably people have a fair idea of what power company workers do or what EMTs do. What do your people actually do when there's down trees in a storm?
Your Honor, we talked about this before. We've already had testimony about it before.
It's relevant.
What they do is not relevant. I'll sustain that. It's relevant that,
Mika, you almost had it. Almost. The judge denied it.
sustain that objection to that question. Are there other questions in that vein that might be relevant?
So tell us about the Wolf Tree Company. What is its relationship to Davy Tree? What is the current status of Wolf Tree as a corporate entity?
Sure. So the Wolf Tree is a wholly owned subsidiary of the company.
Do you know where Wolf Tree is incorporated?
In Tennessee.
Do you know approximately how many employees Wolf Tree has today? And if you know and remember, about how many they had in 2017?
Yeah, so I believe the number of employees is roughly 900 to 1,000 today. And in 2017, it was the same number, between 900 and 1,000.
And just generally speaking, on a map, what part of the country does Wolf Tree operate in 2017 and today?
So in 2017 and today, they're headquartered in Knoxville, Tennessee, and they do work in the adjacent states in and around Tennessee.
Have you heard the phrase road to zero at Davy Tree?
I have.
Can you please tell the jury what road to zero refers to?
Yeah, sure. So in the 70s, like in the 1970s, the company had this, and continues today to have this program, Road to Zero, and it's our safety program where the idea is we reduce workplace accidents, tree-related, auto-related, and in any other way, so that we get our incidents down to zero.
What about injuries that result in death? Do you have an estimate for the jury of approximately what the range of fatalities is in any given year?
Yeah, so sadly, in our business, we could have 0 fatalities up to about 3 in any given year.
What about injuries that result from violence between employees? Let's call it serious physical violence that results in the need for medical attention. About how many of those injuries occur in any given year?
0.
Do you remember during your 20 years at Davy Tree and your role at Wolf Tree, any claims involving violence between employees using a weapon of any sort, a bat, a knife, a gun, any serious weapon?
No, that has never happened.
The number is 0.
The number is 0.
Have you had advanced training in addition to the degrees that you talked about?
I have.
Do you do periodic annual training, seminars, conferences, or anything else that relates to your industry or to your role in the industry? The answer is yes. Tell the jury a little bit about that training and how frequently it occurs.
Sure. So I am a certified public accountant, and so I have a CPA certificate, and I've had that certificate since 1986 in the state of Ohio. And the state of Ohio requires 120 hours of training every 3 years. And so I've maintained that level of training all the way back to 1986. So it's been almost 40 years.
In all of that training, can you please tell the jury how much of that training, whether it was a subpart of a conference or a chapter of a book, was designed to training you to avoid one employee killing another?
I've had 0 training in that area.
In your 20 years at Davy Tree, do you have an understanding about the history of Davy Tree and whether there have or have not been in 145 years any other incidents, other than the terrible one in Savannah, of an employee killing another employee?
I'm aware of no other incident of one employee killing another employee.
How often in your supervisory and leadership job at Davy Tree during the 20 years that you've been there, how much of your working day, week, month, or year was devoted to trying to prevent the murder of one employee by another?
I spent 0 time on it.
And there's the problem. Mika's right. Maybe if he would have put in a little bit of effort, his employees wouldn't go around killing other employees. Maybe if they would have just told them, you're not supposed to do that.
Much was devoted to preventing a supervisor from killing one of their subordinates?
Zero.
Why have you spent zero time on that?
It was something that it just never came up and was never an issue.
Let's turn to another topic. Please tell the jury in ordinary terms, what does the phrase cost center mean at Davy Tree?
Sure. So a cost center is our means to accumulate cost. If there is a corporate department, their expenses go into that cost center. It is also used to track our profitability for a branch location or a particular contract. So we know whether we're making money or losing money.
And so in ordinary usage, and feel free to use your own words, is a cost center just sort of a fancy accounting phrase for a geographic location?
No, he
Yeah,
says
that's
yes, but no.
So some of those
No.
geographic locations and cost centers, you'd more or less call a set of work crews, like in Savannah or Pensacola, fair?
Yes.
And some of them, if they're more back office, do you know the TV show The Office?
Yes.
So you've got Scranton, you've got Stamford. Each of those in your world would be a different cost center.
That's correct, yes.
And maybe you just said this and I missed it. If so, humor me and repeat it just a little bit. As a cost center, what is it you're trying to measure in Stamford or Scranton or Pensacola or Savannah?
So for branch locations or contracts, we want to measure profitability to make sure that that area.
Yeah, that's a good question because we probably got some new people. Actually, it looks like we lost half the new people. It's okay. So what happened, what you walked into is a civil trial about a murder. So this guy worked for this tree company, and this tree company employed illegals, and the person who was bringing the illegals into work was giving them fake names and stuff, and then charging them money to work there. All right, stealing all kinds of money. So the whistleblower reported him, and him and two other coworkers murdered him, and they got charged with murder. And their criminal trials are done. Now, this trial is different. The wife of the murdered man is suing the company for murdering her husband. She's saying the company murdered the whistleblower. So the three men are already in jail. Now she's suing the company for money. So it's a civil trial.
That contract is making money.
And why is that important to know whether it is or isn't making money?
Well, we need our contracts and branch locations to make money so we can remain viable as a company.
What happens to the company if they don't maintain profitability?
Well, first we work to make the company or the contract or the location profitable. Is really our first order of business.
How many cost centers approximately did Davy Tree have in 2017?
Sure. In 2017, we had roughly 800 cost centers.
So you've got 800 cost centers, 2017. How many different states?
So we're coast to coast in the US and Canada. And so
Does that mean 50 states or something different?
something a little bit less than 50.
Do you have an estimate for what that number might be?
Mid-40s. Mid-40s.
Mid-40s.
Yeah.
40, 45, 46
At least the accountant didn't say more than 50.
Something like that,
states.
yes.
And then how many Canadian provinces?
Who else wants to see him count on his fingers right now?
I will estimate 5.
So make sure we understand this correctly. The Savannah Cost Center was one of 800 offices, cost centers across the country in 2017.
That is correct, yes.
And you yourself as CFO, how many of those 800 cost centers did you have responsibilities for in one way or another?
Ultimately, all of them.
And for your chief in-house counsel, Marjorie Connor, how many of those 800 or so cost centers across the country and Canada did she have responsibility for?
The same number, all of them.
And for Anna Davis, head of HR, how many of those 800 cost centers across the country did she have responsibility for?
Again, all of them.
So let's turn to, excuse me, Wolftree and the Georgia Power contract. As you best understand it, Mr. Paul, in April of 2017, when this complaint was provided by Mr. Montoya to Mr. Branch and others, what was the nature of Wolftree's work in Savannah, Georgia, as you best understand it?
Well, my understanding of the nature of work for Wolftree on the Savannah, Georgia Power contract was a line clearing contract, which means we clear the vegetation away from the Georgia Power power lines.
Was Georgia Power the only customer that Wolftree had in Savannah in April and the summer of 2017?
Yes, yes, it was.
How many contracts did Wolftree and Savannah have with Georgia Power in 2017?
There were 2 contracts.
As CFO, please tell the jury, how do you measure or track whether a particular contract is profitable or not profitable for the company?
Well, we measure our costs that we incur against the revenues that we're earning on the contract. And if the costs exceed our revenues, we are losing money. If the costs are less than our revenues, we are making money.
Fair. I appreciate you spelling that out so clearly. I'm going to ask about a couple of terms. What are gross sales? What does that mean?
So those are the revenues that we earn from the customer. In this case, it's Georgia Power. It's the revenues.
No, it's not. Gross sales is when they sell and make all that money and then pay their employees $14 an hour. Gross, disgusting sales.
We earn from them.
The total amount you get paid.
Correct.
The check or whatever you get, wire transfer, whatever, the check you get each month or whatever the period is.
Yes.
And then what are costs and what goes into costs?
Sure. Costs are things like labor that we are.
Cost is just not labor. We don't have to worry about labor costs. Don't you worry about that. We're protecting our shareholders by keeping labor costs down.
Paying our employees to do the work. It would include benefits like healthcare and various other insurances. It would include the cost of the equipment and fuel and all other costs necessary to do the work.
Repairs, medical, anything that involves money going out of the company.
That's correct, yes.
And then if you could, as succinctly as you can, please tell the jury what is an operating loss? What do those 2 words taken together mean? Operating loss.
Sure.
I
so
got
that's
this.
when
that's when we have to pay overtime. And we're in operating loss because we don't want to pay them. We don't want to pay them money.
Expenses on an account are greater than the revenue. And operating loss is a term that we use for either the branch location or a contract. It is not the final net income number. There are expenses below operating loss at the corporate level.
At Davy Tree, in your role as CFO, is there a bench?
Amy's mom had labor on the 4th of July. Am I right, Amy? Am I right? Sorry, it's her birthday.
Mark, for what level of profit Davy Tree is looking for in a good contract?
There is.
Prior to coming to court, did you review the profit and loss for the Georgia Power contracts in Savannah?
Yes, yes, I did.
Please tell the jury what years did you review?
So the years 2010 through 2017.
Did you or your staff calculate the gross sales, costs, and operating profits or losses for the Georgia Power contract for those years?
Yes, yes, we did.
And did you do that yourself with your own hands on your own keyboard, or did you farm that out to somebody else?
We have accounting staff that puts that together.
And what was your level of involvement in review in creating and generating those numbers?
Basically, I reviewed the chart of numbers after it was complete.
And did you review and confirm the accuracy of a demonstrative chart that was prepared using the numbers that came from you in your office?
I did.
Would putting this demonstrative chart on the screen assist you in your testimony here today?
Yes, yes, it would.
Your Honor, with permission, we'd like to put the demonstrative on the chart
Oh, no,
on
you
the screen
don't.
to assist Mr. Paul.
Oh, no, you don't, sir. I cut it all out.
And-
Guys, he went through every single year. Profit, loss, profit, loss. It was bad. I was not able to handle it. So guess what? I cut it out because it was worse than jury selection. Oh, Dwight, thank you so much. Sorry, this company taught me how to pay for labor. $10. It's been 7 hours, Dwight. No, I appreciate it. I do. Thank you so much.
Is it correct that your understanding of the date when Eliad Montoya first provided his complaint to Wolf Tree employee Christopher Branch was on or around April 24th, 2017? Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
And so are you telling the jury that the initiation of the I-9 process and the I-9 audit was begun about 2 months before Eliad Montoya provided his complaint?
Yes, that is.
Rephrase question.
What was the passage of time between the month when the I-9 audit process got underway and was decided and April 24th, 2017?
So that was roughly 2 months.
Did the February launching of the I-9 audit come about as a result of Eliad Montoya's April 24th, 2017 complaint?
No.
And as you best understand it, was the I-9 audit in 2017 conducted company-wide, 50% like in 2011, or something else?
It was company-wide.
Every single man, woman, and child on the payroll was audited?
That's correct, yes.
And approximately how long did that audit take to complete its process, if you can tell the jury that?
Yeah, my understanding is it took more than a year.
So that it concluded, it started in February, it concluded sometime in 2018.
That's correct.
In the spring of 2017, before Mr. Montoya was tragically killed, what was your view concerning the degree of care that in-house counsel Margie Connor took in conducting investigations of employee complaints?
My understanding is she was giving it the same level of due diligence that she was for all of her other work.
You are today familiar with the 2-page April 24th, 2017 complaint, list of complaints by Eliad Montoya that he gave to Chris Branch back in April of 2017. Are you familiar with that document?
I'm aware of it now, yes.
So were you aware of that complaint in your job as CFO prior to the death of Mr. Montoya?
I was not.
Were you aware of any specifics as to Mr. Montoya's complaint prior to his death in the summer of 2017?
I was not.
Were you or were you not generally aware at the time that your in-house legal counsel, Margie Connor, was conducting an investigation into a complaint that came out of Savannah?
I was aware of that, yes.
In your deposition in 2018 by Mr. Turner, do you remember that deposition?
I do.
So part of that deposition was played to the jury yesterday. They're familiar with certain parts of it. In your deposition by Mr. Turner in 2018, do you recall being asked if
Objection
you...
leading.
We can do this with the deposition transcript.
Sustained. Well, if it's a prior consistent statement, then it's not going to come in that way anyway. So sustained.
Okay.
If you can impeach him if he, I guess, testifies inconsistently, you can impeach your own witness. But for now, just ask the question.
Okay.
Sustained.
Do you recall being asked this question? And do you recall giving this answer?
Your Honor.
Sustained. So clear. Mr. Malley, you can ask him the question.
Do you...
Not from your deposition, just ask him the question. See what he says.
Do you recall Mr. Turner asking you a question about the length of time that Marjorie Connor's in-house legal investigation took?
Yes, yes, I do.
If you, as best you remember, without us further refreshing any memory, tell the jury, they saw it yesterday, tell the jury what you were asked generally and what your answer was, please.
So my recollection is the question was asked, Mr. Paul, could the investigation have been conducted any faster? And my answer was yes.
I have a copy of the deposition. One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with an excerpt from the deposition?
May. Well, I'm not sure he needs to be refreshed his recollection if he hasn't, unless he's trying to impeach him.
Well, he can impeach him. He can approach.
This is impeachment.
Approach. We'll see.
So, Mr. Paul, I'm showing you an excerpt from your deposition in 2018 by Mr. Turner. And I'm going to ask you to read the question that Mr. Turner asked you. And I'm going to ask you to read the question, pardon me, the answer that you provided. Take a moment, read them, and tell me if you recall making those statements.
Sure. So
does it refresh your recollection to see them, what the question that was asked, shown to the jury yesterday, and what your answer was?
Yes.
And what was the question you were asked, and what was your answer?
Your Honor, I stated that hold the piece of paper, the script up for him.
Sure.
Read it.
Sure. If it's for refresh recollection, he can. Sidebar.
So, Mr. Paul, now that you've had a chance to look at that three-line excerpt, does it refresh your recollection of the actual question you were asked and the actual answer you gave?
Yes, yes, it does.
And is it correct that you were asked this question and you gave this answer?
Page and line, please.
Marceline?
So at the beginning of June, I'm sorry. At the beginning of June, they were showing 0% to people who were not already subscribers. Of whenever I would put a video out or do a live or do a short, 0% were for people who are not subscribers. Now it's average 15%, but it has hit 30%. So it's slowly getting there. I'm slowly working my way out of it.
15 through 17. Were you asked this question and did you give this answer? Question, you believe that it took too long, this investigation, don't you? Answer, I do. Do you recall being asked that question and do you recall giving that answer?
Yes, yes to both.
So at the time of your deposition in 2018, had you had any training in how to investigate complaints?
0.
Had you had any training in how to investigate whistleblower complaints?
No, I have not.
Was your role as Ms. Connor's supervisor for the purposes of internal reporting that you talked to the jury about earlier, or was it for other purposes?
Could you rephrase the question, please?
You were her supervisor, is that correct?
Yes.
Please tell the jury whether or not, yes, no, I guess, you relied on her legal judgment and experience concerning how to carry about investigations.
Yes, I relied on her experience, yes.
And do you have an understanding at the time of your deposition? Did you know at the time of your deposition how many meetings Ms. Connor had with Mr. Montoya by phone?
I did not.
At the time of your deposition, when you were questioned by Mr. Turner, did you know how many different steps Ms. Connor or others in the legal department had taken to gather records or documents from the Human Resources Department?
No, I did not.
How about from Joe Tomasi in the Safety Department? Did you know how much the legal department had done with the Safety Department?
No, I did not.
How about from the Payroll Department?
No,
How about from the Equipment Department?
no,
Did you know how many steps, document gathering, interviews, or otherwise had been conducted by Ms. Connor and the legal department for the vehicle department at Davy Tree?
no, I did not.
At the time of your deposition, were you aware or were you not aware that Ms. Connor or others in the legal department had gathered information concerning the types of vehicles in Savannah, the licenses required to drive them?
No,
At the time of your deposition, when you were questioned by Mr. Turner, were you aware or not aware as to whether Ms. Connor or others in the legal department had reviewed personnel files, paid checks, and canceled checks?
Your Honor,
No.
Mr. McNally has been testifying now for a while. I think the witness testify.
If it's leading, I'll sustain that. Go ahead, Mr. Pennell. It suggests the answer.
What was your knowledge or lack of knowledge as to the extent that Marjorie Connor or others in the legal department had or had not reviewed the following categories: personnel files, paid checks, canceled checks, timesheets?
I was not aware.
What was your knowledge at the time that you were deposed in 2018 of whether or not Ms. Connor or others in the legal department had reviewed information concerning accidents?
I was not aware.
What was your knowledge at the time of your deposition as to whether Ms. Connor had or had not conducted interviews with employees in Tennessee, Savannah, and elsewhere?
Your Honor, again, he was testifying. The question is, what was your knowledge regarding the investigation? The answer would be none. This is all Mr. McNally testifying.
Sustain the objection to leading. Suggest the answer, Mr. Pennell.
Based on your knowledge at the time of your deposition, based on your knowledge today, would you give a different answer if Mr. Turner asked the same question about whether or not the investigation took too long?
Yes, I would give a different answer.
Your Honor.
Overruled. You can recross him on this issue, Mr. Turner.
Has your answer changed?
It has changed since my 2018 deposition, yes.
And what's your view, understanding today?
And my understanding today is that the investigation was going at a due diligent pace.
Whoa, Your Honor. I'm afraid
What's your objection, Mr. Turner?
This is getting into attorney-client privilege.
Well, if they open the door, then we'll go there. So if he's going to testify, Mr. McNally, about what he knows based on something you've claimed ACP on, then I might very well let Mr. Turner cross him on that and go further into it. So tread lightly is my only question. Only response.
Mr. Paul, I'm not asking you about anything that you know from Ms. Connor as a lawyer or from any other lawyer. I'm only asking about your knowledge as CFO in supervising a variety of departments at the company. When was the first time that you became aware that Mr. Montoya made a call?
If you're just stopping in about an hour, I assume, in about an hour, unless I get bored sooner, we're going to go back to this new to me judge that didn't die in 2020. Don't worry. Because I just got him yesterday. So he's so good. Oh my gosh, he's so good.
Called Answer California in or around March of 2016.
I didn't know until much later.
Before or after Mr. Montoya died?
After Mr. Montoya died.
Did you learn about it in connection with this litigation or in some other way?
In connection with this litigation.
So prior to Mr. Montoya's death, did you have any knowledge about what was or was not done in terms of addressing an Answer California call made by Mr. Montoya in March of 2016?
No, I had no idea.
And if you just got here, I don't know how long ago it was. Judge Fleischer stopped by and we had a chat for a while right here in this live stream. So rewind it. You can see the judge again. It was so great to see him.
Do you remember being asked in your deposition with Mr. Turner questions about the 2016 complaint?
I don't.
In your deposition with Mr. Turner, do you remember when you sat down for that deposition, do you have any recollection of being asked by Mr. Turner about your knowledge about a pre-2017 complaint, a complaint to the Answer California line in 2016?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember Mr. Turner asking you about whether or not you recalled a complaint in 2016 and why it did or did not come to your attention? Do you have any recollection of being asked a question like that?
Yes.
Do you remember what your answer at the deposition was to a question from Mr. Turner about why or why not this did or didn't come to your attention?
I do.
Do you remember Mr. Turner asking you a question about whether these matters were serious enough that they should have come to your attention?
I do.
Do you remember what your answer to that question was?
I believe something to the effect that I should have been notified earlier.
Do you have any knowledge sitting here today that you did not learn as a result of what a lawyer told you or at your deposition about what was or was not done by anyone at Davey Tree regarding the Answer California call, an Answer California call by Mr. Montoya in March of 2016?
Could you rephrase the question, please?
Judge, I don't understand the question.
Well, she's got a witness needs to rephrase, so go ahead, Mr.
Do you have any knowledge sitting here today, separate from what you learned about either from a lawyer or from your deposition with Mr. Turner, about what was or was not done by anyone at Davey Tree regarding the Answer California call Mr. Montoya made in March of 2016?
No, I don't.
Do you recall being asked in your deposition in 2018 by Mr. Turner whether once the company confirmed that Mr. Rangel was an illegal alien, the company should fire him? Do you remember a question like that?
I do.
Do you remember what your answer to that question was?
Something to the effect that he should have been fired.
Do you know yourself as you sit here today, or did you know when you were being deposed by Mr. Turner when it was, so this is a yes or no question, did you know when it was that the company was actually able to confirm the documentary and legal status of Mr. Rangel and the other members of the Savannah crew?
No, I don't know that date.
Can you tell the jury whether your knowledge of that occurred before Mr. Montoya died or after Mr. Montoya died?
It was after Mr. Montoya died.
In your role as CFO in the summer of 2017, you were Margie Connor's direct supervisor, right?
Yes.
And approximately tell the jury about how long you were her supervisor?
When I became CFO in 2013, Margie began to report to me, so that was roughly 4 years.
During those years, or during all 20 years that you've worked at Davey Tree, do you recall any circumstances where an individual was fired immediately after there was a report of misconduct?
No.
How many people, to your knowledge, in the business units that you supervise or to the rest of the company, as best you know, during your 20 years at Davey Tree, have been fired on the spot after an allegation has been leveled at them?
0.
Why would that be? Why don't you fire people on the spot?
Well, we follow a due process and investigate and make sure that we have evidence in place first before we take action.
As best you understand it, Mr. Paul, whether it's your direct reports, the business units under you, or the company generally, because you know the company, to the extent you know the company, in how many cases where the recipient of a complaint, the target, the person about which a complaint is being leveled, who remains available to Davy Tree, is not given a chance to tell their side of the story?
I'm going to object to the formal question. I'm not sure this witness knows the answer to that question. He's not-
Overall, if he knows, he knows. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Can you answer the question?
Could you rephrase the question, please?
I'll give a shot. It was a pretty wordy question. Let me see if I can improve on it. In cases where A, the person is available to Davy Tree, they still work there, they're in communication, they haven't moved to Canada or whatever. Right. So that's A. And B, someone has lodged a complaint against them for safety, for sexual harassment, for something terrible like this. In how many cases in your 20 years was someone fired without ever being given a chance to tell their side of the story?
Okay, I get it. 0.
And why is that?
Well, again, there's a process of investigation that the company follows to make sure that they've gathered evidence, they have the facts, they have the testimony, and so on, and are able to make a proper decision, proper and appropriate decision.
So we've talked a number of times already today about iIiAbbyiIi Montoya's complaint on April 24th, 2017. Do you recall being shown that complaint in your deposition with Mr. Turner?
Vaguely, yes.
And do you recall Mr. Turner asking you whether you had a view?
We're leading again.
Mr. Turner, this objection leading, sustained. You're asking me, did you recall? Repeat the question, Mr. Miller.
Do you recall, Mr. Turner, at your deposition, or do you not recall being asked a question about your view as to whether Mr. Montoya was submitting that complaint, the one you vaguely remember, in good faith or not?
Yes.
And you remember what your answer to Mr.
Oh my God. Micah, Linus, you can just go visit CERN whenever you want. You could just drive. It's 8 hours from you to CERN. You could just go there and watch and see.
Turner was?
I do.
What was your answer to Mr. Turner as best you recall?
My answer, something to the effect that I understood it was being submitted in good faith.
And do you recall being asked a question by Mr. Turner on the subject of whether or not the company had promised that they would protect him? You remember that question?
I do.
And you remember what your answer to that question was?
I do.
What was your answer to Mr. Turner's question about whether the company had promised that they would protect Mr. Montoya?
Well, the company has a duty to protect him in the workplace.
Do you remember whether your answer was yes, no, or something else?
I think the answer was yes.
Your Honor, I would like to put back on the screen a document that's already in evidence, Plaintiff's Exhibit 12, the January-February 2017 Employee Bulletin that contains the whistleblower policy.
It's in evidence. You can show the jury.
Chad, go ahead, if you would. So, writ large, just looking at the cover there, Mr. Paul, this is the Employee Bulletin for 2017. Sound right?
Yes.
And Chad, if we can please go, Marceline, is it page 24?
I don't know exactly what date it started. June, at the beginning of June. And I think the verdict came in on June 11th. I think. I'm going with that. Because no one knows, so no one can argue with me.
22 to 24, please. And if we can Blow that up, Chad. Yeah, you're right there where it says policy. So go ahead and take a moment, please, Mr. Paul, and read what's on your screen in front of you in Plaintiff's Exhibit 12, which has been admitted.
It could have started in May. I don't know. I didn't get the beginning.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is this document?
So this is our whistleblower conduct reporting policy.
What's the whistleblower conduct reporting policy? I don't mean to read it, just tell the jury what the heck it is.
Sure. So it gives our employees the right and ability, if they see something that's not appropriate within the company, to make a report, and it will be investigated without retaliation.
Yeah, don't listen to that. You know how people say, if you see something, say something. Don't do it. I mean, you really should do it, but it's not going to work out well for you. But you really should do it anyway. It still won't work out well for you.
Did the whistleblower policy require all, in 2017, 9,300 employees to report certain types of conduct by other employees?
It does.
And based on the document in front of you that's in evidence, tell the jury what some of those, some of the types of conduct that every employee is required to report.
Sure. So corporate fraud, unethical business conduct, violation of some sort of law, violation of safety policy, and a violation of the company's code of ethics.
And is your understanding that this is optional for the 9,300 employees of Davy Tree in 2017 or mandatory?
It is, they are required to report.
Is it required by every tree cutter, driver, and dragger?
It is, yes.
Is it required to you and to Anna Davis?
Yes.
So Chad, please scroll down to the bottom of the first column, highlight the last sentence, and then it appears at the top of the next column. And blow that up if you can. So we're trying to get the first part of that sentence if we can. That's the sentence that reads, any company employee. I'm going to let you improve that, Chad. Okay. Are you able to read those letters on your screen?
I am, yes.
Okay. So do you see where it says, I'm quoting, any company employee who in good faith reports such incidents will be protected from actual or threatened retaliation as a result of such reports. Do you see that?
I do.
And can you please tell the jury when that policy, which you help supervise, promises employees that it will protect them from retaliation, can you please tell the jury the categories or the types of retaliation that it protects them from?
Well, it protects the employee from retaliation related to any whistleblower
Only when I'm picturing the Catholic schoolgirl uniform, Kelly.
report that they made related to the workplace.
So I'm asking about the types of retaliation. Is it, what types of retaliation, as you understand this policy, does it protect employees from?
I would assume that it does protect them from demotion, from separation from the company, and things like that.
Is there a word you would use to describe that type of retaliation?
Related to their company employment.
Workplace retaliation?
Yeah, workplace retaliation.
So please tell the jury what you understand workplace retaliation to be.
So my understanding.
Oh, I got this. If you say that someone is stealing millions of dollars from the company, you get shot.
Workplace retaliation is if you make a whistleblower complaint and it's investigated, no other action will be taken against you in terms of demotion, separation from the company, or any other action as a result of your making the report.
So suppose I'm working in the office in Kent and I have an administrative assistant complaining about me. Under this policy, what am I forbidden to do as to that employee?
Well, you cannot retaliate.
And what are the categories of retaliation that can happen in the workplace? You've mentioned a few. but
Gunfire.
Go ahead and give us a bit of a list. You've mentioned demotion.
Demotion, separation, reduction in pay.
Can you deny them a promotion?
You cannot deny them a promotion if they're due one.
I know, guys. I know. Pay them $14 an hour.
Now, as you understand this policy that you're involved in supervising and creating and enforcing, in your understanding, is an employee acting in good faith when they make a report and they leave out their own wrongdoing?
Again, I think this is Mr. McNally testifying. He's already testified what he thinks the policy means.
So I'll sustain his deleting. Rephrase question, Mr. McNally.
What's your understanding of good faith?
Well, I understand.
He's been leading for 3 straight hours. And now the judge is like, leading. Please rephrase your question.
And good faith is that when you bring forth a claim that you yourself are not self-dealing or doing anything else that is against the whistleblower policy or the code of conduct.
As you understand the policy, does it require someone who's reporting under the whistleblower policy and seeking the protections of the policy to provide all, some, or some other category of information?
They're required to report everything about themselves that is in violation of the policy.
And
the questions being thrown at him are so stupid, though. Maybe that's why.
You understand it. Maybe you just said it. Just make sure I understand in any way. Is it okay to leave out your own violations or not okay as you understand this policy?
It is not okay to leave out your violations.
And in terms of good faith, would you say that a complaint is submitted in good faith if the person fired the complaint in order to get their boss fired?
This is leading.
Sustain.
Can you give the jury any examples of what would not be a good faith complaint?
An example would be if you are yourselves conducting yourselves in a way that would be in violation of the policy.
When you said in the deposition in 2018 that you believed Mr. Montoya was acting in good faith, you just testified about that, right? What did you know about his level of participation in the schemes that he alleged Mr. Rangel had led?
Yeah, I knew nothing about any schemes related to Mr. Montoya.
If you had known that Mr. Montoya was participating in the same schemes, would that have changed your answer?
I think this is leading the witness.
Yes, yes, it would have.
Sustain. Hang a second, Mr. Paul. Rephrase question, Mr. McNally.
Do you have a view today about what your answer to Mr. Turner's question would have been about good faith if you had known about Mr. Montoya's participation?
Yes, it would have changed my answer for sure.
What would it change your answer to?
Well, I would have known that he was not bringing his whistleblower complaint in good faith.
What was your knowledge, if any, at the time Mr. Turner asked you about good faith as to any use of Wolf Tree gas cards?
I had no knowledge.
What was your knowledge, if any, as to use of Wolf Tree vehicles, tools, and equipment?
Again, I had no knowledge.
Turning back to your deposition testimony from 2018, you've told the jury, I think a moment ago, that the company promised they would protect him, and you answered yes. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
What did you mean by that? What did you mean when you told Mr. Turner that you agreed with him that the company would protect Mr. Montoya from workplace retaliation?
So I meant that the company would protect him in the workplace, on company property and during work hours.
For the policy that's on the screen in front of you, what's your understanding of the policy and of the company's obligations to protect a worker when they're on vacation at Disney World? What's your understanding of that?
My understanding, the company has no duty to protect them while they're on vacation, outside of company hours, outside of company property.
What's your understanding of the company's duty to protect someone from workplace retaliation on a Saturday afternoon and they're shopping at Walmart?
Again, no duty to protect.
In your understanding, you helped develop and enforce this policy. What's your understanding of whether the company did or did not make a promise to protect its employees from retaliation outside the workplace?
So the company made no promise to protect outside of the company workplace and hours.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Recross, Mr. Turner.
Thank God. Jeez.
Try to be brief. You covered a lot of ground.
I'm going to try to be brief, he says.
Mr. Paul, we have met before, have we not?
We have.
Okay. And we met back in 2018, correct?
Yes.
About 9 months after Mr. Montoya's death, correct?
Yes,
That was a tragic event, was it not?
it was.
And so I am certain, as the vice president of the company, the CFO of the company, that by the time I took your deposition, you would have wanted to investigate what the company did to investigate the whistleblower complaint, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Informed that if they played this same question and answer in the depositions, they would not have two at-bats.
And now he gets to change his answer.
His testimony is different. So he's allowed to recross on the different testimony.
Fair should be fair.
Mr. President, I rule on the objections, not the lawyers. Please no editorializing. Just ask the next question.
So again, by April of 2018, roughly 9 months after Mr. Montoya's death, who was an employee of Wolf Tree, who was murdered, in which, as a result of that murder, Mr. Rangel was arrested, who was his supervisor. You didn't conduct yourself any inquiry as to what was done by the company to investigate a whistleblower complaint that you then became aware of? No?
Obviously, we did some investigation, yes.
So you got up here with Mr. McNally and said, I didn't know any of these things. You knew a lot of things by then, didn't you?
A lot of things.
Objection, this goes to attorney-client privilege, Your Honor.
To the extent that it's not something he was told by, protected by the attorney-client privilege.
Well, we got up here, we talked about, well, you didn't know this was done, and you didn't know that was done, and you didn't know this was done, and we didn't know that was done. You had plenty of time to find out what was done, didn't you?
As I've said, these investigations can take a considerable amount of time.
Again, the investigation was over by the time Millie Montoya died, by Davy Tree internally, wasn't it?
Objection misstates the testimony.
You can answer the question.
Please rephrase the question.
Was the investigation internally over with by the time Mr. Montoya died?
Objection calls for attorney-client privilege.
To the extent he knows without disclosing any attorney-client privilege information, you can answer the question. If you can't, you can't.
No.
Okay. When was the investigation over?
Objection calls for attorney-client privilege.
Overruled.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
I don't know how we ask.
I'm not, he's no editorializing. Rephrase the question, Mr. Turner.
I will ask in an easier way. By the time that you were deposed in April of 2018, the investigation into Millie Montoya's whistleblower complaint internally by Davy Tree was complete, correct?
No.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Was it?
He said no. Mr. Turner asked this question.
Was it concluded internally by Davy Tree?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No. Right. But at least by that point in time, you had learned what the investigation entailed, correct?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled to that question. Don't tell me what it was, but you can answer yes or no.
Please rephrase the question.
At least by your deposition in April 2018, you had conducted your own determination as to what the investigation had entailed, correct?
I knew more facts by April, but I also knew more facts after April of 2018.
Well, where did those facts come from?
More investigation.
Well, no, from whom?
Again, if it's from Ms. Connor, then you don't have to answer that. If it's
I'm not asking what the facts are.
I understand. If it's from Ms. Connor, you don't have to answer. If it's from someone else, you have to answer.
I'm going to decline to answer.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to decline to answer.
Okay. All right.
Judge, may we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, I've instructed you twice before, and this will be the third time now, that some items are covered by attorney-client privilege, and you're not to infer anything from that. It's proper for, it's a proper basis for someone to assert privilege. Coming up, Mr. McNally. Take a break. Take the jury.
Jury exiting. Your Honor, David Tree has a standing objection to the disclosure of any documents, information, knowledge that's protected by attorney-client privilege. In your court's order allowing the disclosure of the handwritten notes of the in-house counsel made while she was conducting this confidential investigation for her client, court, over David Tree's objection, ordered his disclosure. We accept and thank the court for that ruling.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness. Can the witness be excused for a
Yes, Mr. Paul. Ms. Paul, outside, please.
You should have done that. If we want to do a list of things you should have done.
I didn't mean to.
Gentlemen, go ahead, Mr. Paul. Thank you. That's not inappropriate, Mr. Turner, but. Everyone else can be seated. Mr. Paul, Mr. McNally, continue.
Yes, Your Honor. Part of that order, and we can pull it up, I'm sure we have it here, specifically asked that the lawyers refrain from asking questions that are likely to trigger attorney-client privilege objections. We now find ourselves in exactly the situation that David Tree tried very hard in his motion paper during status conferences and oral argument to avoid, where the jury has been given the false impression that the senior executive of the defendant that's on trial here is improperly withholding information. And we would ask that if those questions have to be previewed so your Honor can rule on them, that's fine, but this shouldn't be done as a live action play in front of the jury.
Mr. Turner.
Your Honor, he brought this into play by saying 9 months after this, you didn't know anything, but now you know it all today. So, and let me go through all the things you don't know. And he actually testified to all these things he didn't know. So why wouldn't he know those 9 months afterwards, and who did he learn it from? Now we've heard he learned it all from Marjorie Connor, so he would have known it because she was fired in November of 2017. So that doesn't make any sense either.
The issue of attorney-client privilege that the court addressed in the order goes to matters that are within that privilege. Questions such as when did you find out that the investigation had concluded doesn't implicate attorney-client privilege. Even if he found out about it from a lawyer, it's not advice, it's not communication that relates to anything related to privileged material. Mr. Paul testified on deposition that was played to the jury unequivocally about issues that when he came to the stand today, he recanted. And the basis for his recantation was, I've learned more things since then than I knew at that point in time. It's fair game for the other side to explore the source of what caused him to get more information and recant his testimony that he gave to the jury yesterday. I'm not going to let Mr. Turner ask about communications or any privileged material from Mr. Paul. I'm not going to let him ask where you learned it from, so that I would sustain that objection, as I told the jury, as I did sustain that objection. But if he's asking him, when did the investigation end? That's a different story. That's not privileged. When it ended isn't privileged. And it is something that was brought up in your direct examination of Mr. Paul, in my opinion, Mr. McNally. So I'm not going to let him talk. I'm happy to protect the record with objections. I've told the jury now 3 times that they can't hold it against them and that it's a proper invocation of evidentiary privilege in this case. But it's like we've talked about many times before, it's a fact in this case. And it can't be used as a shield and a sword. So I appreciate the objections are on the record. for later determination. My rulings are on the record, and I'm going to allow him to ask, how Mr. Paul's answers have gone from point A to point B. It's fair. All right.
That includes, Your Honor, just so we're clear, because we'll have another jump up and down here, is that I'm going to ask him who told him what information was provided to him that he now has changed his opinion that Elliot Montoya was not acting in good faith.
I'll sustain an objection to that, Mr. Turner. That would be communication, presumably assuming it came from Ms. Connor. It would be
It didn't come there.
It'd be privileged communication.
Yeah. So I guess my question would be what documents he looked at, what depositions he read.
I'll tell you what.
How he forms that opinion.
Hang on. I'll tell you what. Let's get Mr. Paul back in. I'll let you make a proffer.
Okay.
And then we'll have it on the record. Now, the problem is, so tell me your questions you're going to ask again. Hold the phone.
Now, at his deposition in 2018, he didn't know that Mr. Montoya was acting in bad faith. He knows that today. So he's a conduit of some hearsay somewhere. So I'm investigating where this hearsay came from. Did he read something? Did he see something? Did he talk to someone?
Well, I mean, but if he's relaying what he was told, by Ms. Connor, then
She was
that's
gone by November of 27.
well. She was fired by the company. Okay, and his deposition was in October, right?
No, it was much later. It was in May of 2018.
All right, well, one at a time.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, give me that. So his deposition was in October.
She was her last day of work was in November of 2017. The deposition was in May of 2018. So what has he learned since May of 2018 is what I'm trying to ask, because that's when he's changed his testimony. Since then. She's no longer there to talk to him.
Yeah, but I mean, they had other lawyers involved, didn't they? Wasn't there somebody investigating after Marjorie Connor left?
But
as I recall,
is he allowed to get up on at least I should ask, other than talking to lawyers, where you derive this information?
You can ask him that. Other than talking to lawyers, you can ask him that.
Okay, and Your Honor, to be clear, if I may.
Yes.
He was not asked about things he knew. He was asked about what he did not know.
At the time of his deposition.
Well, but the flip side of that is he found out in the meantime, right? I mean, you didn't know then, but you know now. So that's the bridge between those two positions.
So if I understood Your Honor, I mean, asking what he didn't know doesn't in any way affect the privilege. And if Mr. Turner asks him, what he knows outside of what counsel told him, and he says nothing, fine. Then the implication is he learned it from lawyers. But this doesn't implicate any waiver of the attorney-client privilege.
Well, I didn't say they waived the attorney-client privilege. I didn't. That's not my ruling. My ruling is that that's what he's asked so far, and what he proposes to ask doesn't impact the attorney-client privilege in this case under these circumstances. I mean, you can't put him up and have him change his testimony entirely, and then not expect that he's going to get recrossed on why he changed his mind.
Well, he can ask that question, and the answer can be, it may be, I don't know what it would be, but it'll be whatever it is.
I'm with you.
And Your Honor, I don't know that we need to take more time with the proffer. We're okay proceeding on the basis the court has laid out.
It's fine with me. Okay. So we know what the restrictions are?
I got it.
And you made a continuing objection, Mr. McNally, so the record reflects that all this line of questions are covered and not waived by him. Any failure to object?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's get to jury.
For the record, Your Honor, I object to every single question and just keep my objection for all of them. So I'm not sure, but I think I am sure. Lawyer, 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 and lawyer more further over this way. 6, I think. And then here, I think 2. I think 2 lawyers for her. I'm not sure, though.
Thank you.
At one point, the camera goes out further and you get to see both sides better. I think it's during the verdict, though.
Thank you, Mr. Paul.
Bobby, I called dibs 2 years ago.
Jury entering.
All right, Mr. Eden, continue your examination.
All right, Mr. Paul, let's get back to where we were. The last day that Marjorie Connor worked at the offices of Davy Tree was in November of 2017, correct?
Yes.
You would not have talked to her as an attorney-client afterwards, would you?
No.
And so your deposition, I was wrong, was in May of 2018. So there were a number of months that went by after she left, right, in which you would have then had the ability internally, not with lawyers, but internally, to find out what happened and what may have led to Mr. Montoya's death, correct?
Yes.
Right. You would have seen the whistleblower complaint, correct?
Yes.
The written one, correct?
Yes.
Right. And you would have then made whatever efforts you could as the CFO. Are you the second in command behind Mr. Covey?
I am.
Right. You report to him.
I do.
You would want to know what happened here, not only to one of our employees, but at that point in time, you found out there were a number of employees that were illegal in that same cost center, the Georgia cost center, correct?
Yes.
That would have been important because now you have a lot less employees to do what you're supposed to do under the Georgia Power contract, right?
We have the ability to transfer workers from other areas to do the work.
I understand. You had to do something, correct? This wasn't a secret that you didn't know anything about. That Pablo Rangel had been arrested, his brother had been arrested, several other had been arrested, and most of your employees had fled. That wasn't a secret to you, was it?
No.
Okay. And you read the complaint that's at some point in time. So by the time you're deposed under oath, you wanted to do the best you could, correct?
Yes.
Right. And so you would have, if not prepared, at least wanted to refresh your recollection as to what events you'd already investigated yourself. Not Marjorie Connor, but you, correct?
Yes.
But now you have more information. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And now you want to change your testimony from 7 years ago to today's date in June of 2025. Is that right?
Many more facts have come out since May of 2018.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you say has come out is that Mr. Montoya was not acting in good faith, right? Is that right? You didn't know that?
Correct.
That wasn't part of the internal investigation by Marjorie Connor. That's something that's come out since then, correct?
Yes.
Other than lawyers, what is your basis of that?
Much of what I've learned is from our lawyers.
Now, do you have any factual basis, any documents you looked at to support your position? You've told this jury that this man who reported $3.5 million of theft from you and your fellow employees acted in bad faith. What are you relying on? What facts? What documents? Other than lawyers. I don't want to hear what lawyers had to say.
Much of what I got was from our attorneys.
Okay. Can you point to anything that Ilya Montoya was acting in bad faith that you've seen? A document, anything that tells you that?
None other than what our attorneys have provided.
Okay. So that down. All right. A couple of just housekeeping matters. I think we can do this fairly quickly. You talked about the random audit back in 2011, all right? But we heard from either Bev Strom or Sue Straub or one of those employees that works in compliance who said that the random audit was just to check every 25 employees, every 25, not all. It wasn't, we picked up every 25 employees and checked them. So how many of Georgia Power Group were checked? Any idea?
So a couple things there. First of all, I understood that my understanding is that half the employees of the company were checked. And on the Georgia Power contract, 14 of the employees were checked.
Well, we heard the testimony from the folks that work in HR on Tuesday, and they said that it was every 25. That's not your understanding, is that correct?
That's correct. That's not my understanding.
We also heard from your ladies in HR that this audit that you said began in February of 2017 didn't begin until after Montoya's death and didn't finish until April of 2018. But you think it started in February?
I do.
They also testified that no one in HR directly pulled any of the personnel files, regarding the Georgia Power employees at any point in time from Mr. Montoya's complaint until his death. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I'm not aware, no.
That doesn't make sense, does it?
Again, I'm not aware of what was or wasn't done.
Okay. You would rely upon what your good employees testified to, correct?
Yes.
Does it make sense to you upon reading, let's pull up Exhibit 23, can we, Jim? Might as well just, and I'm going to try and be brief. I promise you. All right, there we go. All right. You agree that these are all very serious claims, correct? Yes, sir?
Yes.
And the first one, under number one, involves two things: undocumented workers and workers being stolen money from. You understand that? They're not getting a complete paycheck?
So are we referring to Section 1 here?
Yes, yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I can give you the lines of the transcript, but this has already been covered by the deposition that was played yesterday.
Attorney, anything new?
Yeah, I do. All right.
What's the new question?
The new question starts, we learned on Tuesday that on April the 24th, Oscar Cruz, your employee, right, told Christopher Branch, your employee, who told Davy Tree that very day that the majority of the workers under the Georgia Power contract were illegal. Right? Were you aware of that?
Your Honor, this was in the designations of yesterday's deposition that was played to the jury.
Yeah, Stain, you don't get a second bite of the apple on this stuff, Mr.
No, this is completely different. This is the fact that Marjorie Connor knew on April the 25th of 2017 that a good portion of the workers were illegal. We didn't know that until we heard it on the stand, so I never could have asked that.
Your Honor, can we approach it sidebar?
Go ahead, Mr.
Were you aware that Davy Tree knew by corroborating witnesses that on April the 24th, a majority of the Georgia call center employees were illegal?
No.
Now that's new information to you, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. And so if Davy Tree had known that, is your opinion now change again that they should have acted immediately?
I mean, there was an investigation that was ongoing.
There was an admission by one of your chief employees that the majority were illegal, and that information went to Davy Tree on April the 25th of 20.
You can ask it hypothetically.
Objection, Your Honor, and this states the testimony.
Sustained. If you want to ask him hypothetically, you can do it that way, Mr.
If there's corroborating evidence on April the 25th from a management employee that the majority of the workers were undocumented, Is your opinion now different that we should have acted immediately?
Objection, Your Honor, vagueness, management employee.
All right.
Talking about Mr. Branch, Mr. Branch is not management.
Wait, gentlemen, don't talk over each other, please. Okay, I'll sustain the objection. You can ask my hypothetical, but it needs to be.
Hypothetically, if Christopher Branch knew and informed Davy Tree on April 25th of 2017, the majority of the Wolf Tree employees out of Savannah were illegal, do you have an opinion based upon that hypothetical? If Davy Tree should have acted immediately?
I feel that they did act immediately. There was an ongoing investigation.
The answer is no?
The answer is yes. We are already had an active investigation.
You mentioned that you'd never had an incident where employees were fighting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to number 4. You good? Go down, Chip, if you would.
Your Honor, objection. This was covered in the deposition. I can give line cites that was played to the jury yesterday.
Yes, he testified under direct.
Give it to me, Mr. McNally. What are your cites? What are your cites?
The deposition transcript, lines 70, pardon me, page 70, 71, 72, 74, 85, 101, 110, 114, 123.
Since the depot designations were changed since I ruled on them, were those played?
No, sir, they weren't. There was not, the word fights was not mentioned yesterday.
Let me get my statement out. We can't talk over us. Were those played to the jury yesterday?
Yeah.
Is that the representation, Mr. McNally?
I do not believe so, no.
We do not believe so.
What do
We
you think?
reduced it dramatically, Judge, so.
I never saw the depot designations. You guys worked on them together. Mr. McNally, are you asserting that those were played to the jury?
The lines, the page transcript cites were part on each of those pages of what was played yesterday in the designation.
So you asked him if he had any history of employees fighting in the company?
I don't have that level of detail available.
I don't recall that in
I
my
did not.
notes. All right. So I'll overrule that objection, but
That's it.
keep it tight, Mr. Turner.
So when you read exhibit number 23, when you finally got a chance to read the whistleblower complaint, and it says, in this group, fights have occurred with employees taking alcoholic drinks. That would be unusual for Davy Tree, wouldn't it?
It would.
That would reflect to you something that normally doesn't happen, correct?
Yes.
That would reflect something that would require some immediate attention, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I mean, fights is going on, correct? The fact that employees are having money taken from them, you're not changing your mind that wouldn't require immediate attention, do you?
No.
Okay. Matter of fact, let's go to exhibit number 87.
All right, plaintiff's exhibit 87, Mr.
Yes, yes, sir. Page 4.
Compared to Johnny Cochran, he is Speedy Gonzalez.
Zoom to the first paragraph, Chip.
Right, Kelly? You know, you watch with me.
Last sentence of that first paragraph. He also, blow that up for Mr. Paul. All right. It reads, are you familiar with the guilty plea of Pablo Rangel?
I'm not.
Can we identify the document, please?
Yes, 87.
Plaintiff's 87.
Yeah. It says,
Do we have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. I show plaintiff 87 in evidence.
It is.
Yes, Your Honor.
Here you go. You can have mine.
Wait. All right.
He's got mine now.
We withdraw the objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's all right. There's a lot of documents. It's okay. So go ahead, Mr. Turner.
Jay, would you go ahead and highlight the last line? Let's go up to the line above that as well.
Guys, remember when we had all those Sarahs? Those were good times.
Read with me. He also unlawfully diverted paychecks in the names of false employees to his own bank account for his own personal financial gain as a result of defendant's unlawful scheme to hire and employ illegal aliens. He and at least one other person collectively received $3.5 million. You see that?
I do.
Okay. Is that the first you were aware of that?
It is.
You didn't realize that this man had not only stolen from employees, but also stolen from you to a collective tune of $3.5 million?
That is correct.
This is the first you've ever heard of that?
It is.
And I take because of that, you haven't taken any actions to get your money back from Mr. Rangel, correct?
Correct.
Do you agree that this is something that should have been reported to law enforcement?
What are you asking?
Do you agree the fact that the scheme has collectively collected $3.5 million is something that should have been reported to law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you believe that iIiAbbyiIi Montoya was correct in alerting you of this scheme?
Yes.
Is it your position today that he was acting in bad faith of telling you and others on multiple occasions that this man was stealing?
Given what I understand, the other things that Mr. Montoya was doing, yes, he was acting in bad faith.
You mean from the attorneys you learned?
Yes.
Okay. But not anything you've seen other than what the attorneys are telling you, right?
That's correct.
Well, do you think if Mr. Montoya had not reported this, it would have gone on for a while?
What would have gone on for a while?
The scheme in which he's stealing from you and the company.
That's speculation. I don't know.
Yeah, and do you have an opinion as to whether because of this number, $3.5 billion, your numbers would have been bigger out of the Savannah Cost Center if he wasn't stealing from you?
To be honestly, I don't know how anybody could steal $3.5 million out of that account.
And you're the chief financial officer.
Yes.
Have you done any investigation to determine how he did it?
No.
You have not. And here it is 8 years later, you haven't taken one effort to find out how Pablo was stealing from you or how much?
No.
And this is news to you that he had ghost employees?
Oh, yeah. I'm getting a new job, guys. You can find me in Georgia.
Checks too that didn't exist and he was putting the money in his pocket?
I had heard about the ghost employees from our attorneys.
What actions have you taken since then to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Well, we've done a complete I-9 audit of this cost center.
How long do you think once you learned April 25th, oh, gosh, let's go all the way back to March of 2016, that this man was stealing money from you and employees, you were going to let these employees be stolen from?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You agree this is illegal, correct? Is it a criminal act?
Yes.
To be this level, it's got to be a pretty complex criminal act, correct?
It appears so, yes.
It appears that he's stealing from your employees. That's what the whistleblower complaint from 2016 and 2017 said, correct?
Yes.
How long should Davy Tree have sat around and not done anything while its employees are being stolen from? A day, 2 days, a week, a month, 3 months?
I'm not going to put a time limit on it.
Should this have been investigated and stopped immediately?
It was investigated immediately.
Once Davy Tree learned that these employees were illegal, should they all have been terminated, including Pablo Rangel?
Investigated.
Objection, asked and answered several times.
Sustained.
How long did Davy Tree want to allow these illegal employees that it was aware of on the 25th to remain working?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
These are allegations.
Sustained. You can ask a different way, Mr. Turner.
Pablo Rangel, good guy or bad guy?
No comment.
No comment, all right. But iIiAbbyiIi Montoya, bad guy, right?
An illegal employee would be
iIiAbbyiIi Montoya, bad guy.
somebody that should not be hired.
Redirect, Mr. McNally?
Yes. Chad, in this same document, please go to what's labeled in the plea agreement of Pablo Rangel with the United States Department of Justice, the paragraph under count 6. And then please blow up the first main paragraph without the bullet points of count 6. That's it exactly. And then please highlight the third sentence in its entirety, beginning there and ending with the sections of the United States Code. Actually,
So that that lawyer did a good job right there. He really did. But I don't know if he proved it that they murdered him. You know what I mean? This is saying the company murdered my husband. So just him, kind of sucking at his job doesn't bring me to the point where the company murdered this man.
stop with the EEOC is fine.
Linus, he had 3 eggs.
Thank you. Give me just a moment, Your Honor. Sure. Mr. Paul, have you seen this document before, the plea agreement that was drafted by the Department of Justice and then Mr. Rangel pled guilty to? Other than with lawyers?
No.
Are you familiar with the fact or not familiar with the fact that Pablo Rangel, a bad guy, pled guilty to participating in the murder of Eliad Montoya?
Yes.
If you look at your screen and see what's been highlighted there, you see that the sentence says that Mr. Rangel pled guilty to aiding and abetting Mr. Montoya's killing by taking certain actions with the intent to retaliate against Mr. Montoya for having gone to the EEOC. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you yourself have any knowledge as to when or why Mr. Rangel decided to murder Eliad Montoya?
I don't.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any further, Mr. Turner?
Yes. Mr. Paul, you're a stockholder in Davy Tree?
I am.
How many shares you got?
Objection. May we approach?
Yes. Sustained. Ask another question, Mr. Turner.
As a financial officer, are you allowed to purchase a substantial number of shares?
I am, yes.
And do you have a substantial number?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
At the last. Your Honor, from Davy Tree's perspective, the witness may be excused.
Right. You can step down, sir.
Thank you.
All right. You're going to set up your video conference? Mr. Manale, is that the idea? Mr. Manale,
We'll be in a few minutes.
all right. Ladies, what's going to happen now is we'll take one more witness before we break for lunch. It's going to be a relatively short witness, but it's going to be about
No, it
the
won't.
video conference. We're going to give it a shot. As you've seen, my technology is
No, we won't.
maybe good, maybe bad. We'll see how it works out. But so we're going to give you a quick break, set it up. We'll have this quick witness video conference, and we'll get you guys out to lunch. So,
Oh, no, we won't. It's time, guys. All right. I think I stopped at 44. 44? Is that where I stopped?
Dontrell Brown.
I think I'm wrong.
The key is no direct or indirect conduct. Obviously, if it's counsel through investigation, that's a different thing, but that all won't. And no, and I'm sorry, but anyway, we'll just leave it at that, okay?
All
Yes,
right,
Your
Your
Honor.
Honor. And Like I said, I'm out right now, so I'm not going to be able to submit this order for about 2 hours. Will that be okay?
I hate to tell you, I'm gonna still be in
Oh,
here for
thank you,
2
Mr.
hours, so,
Yeah.
all right.
I'll submit it. It'll be
Same.
see once the judge signs it.
All right, thank you very
All
much.
right, I
Good luck.
appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right, Judge. That takes us to position number 19, which is Landis Stewart Moore.
Good morning, Judge. How you doing?
How you doing?
Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July to you. Are you traveling or are you here?
No, I'm actually in North Carolina,
Excellent. Whereabouts?
Goldsboro.
Yeah, I know right where it is. All
Yeah,
right.
that's my hometown.
Okay. Well, that's a nice hometown.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Who's got this case for the state?
Max Friedman on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Okay, be glad to hear from you.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Stewart Moore is charged with 1 count of distracted driving, 1 count of hit and run, 1 count of vehicle to drive on right side of road, 1 count of reckless driving, 1 count of speeding, 1 count of failure to wear safety belt, 1 count of driving in emergency lanes, 1 count of obstruction, 1 count of obedience to traffic control devices, 1 count of failure to yield to authorized emergency vehicle, 1 count of driving while license suspended, and 1 count of fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer. The facts of this case are that on May 25th, 2025.
All this happened on one occasion, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, all right, go ahead. I mean,
Hit and run. What did he hit? Did he hit a person or a thing?
So the facts of this case are that on May 25th, 2025, Georgia State Patrol stationed on I-20 observed a gray Honda going 88 miles per hour in a 65 mile per hour zone. The state trooper initiated blue lights and attempted to initiate a traffic stop. The driver moved to the right shoulder and exited onto Flat Shoals Road. And at that point, the driver ran a red light and failed to yield to an oncoming emergency vehicle. As the driver continued to flee from the state trooper, he ran multiple red lights in multiple intersections. He passed vehicles in an unsafe manner. He reached speeds in excess of 80 miles per hour in 35 mile per hour zones, performed U-turns when it was unsafe to do so. And the pursuit finally ended when the vehicle suffered a flat tire and hit a tree and then 2 unoccupied vehicles in the city of Decatur. The defendant exited that vehicle and then fled on foot. State troopers searched for the defendant for several hours and ultimately apprehended him after there was a suspicious person call from a nearby residence. The defendant was located in a neighborhood in between houses near where the pursuit ended. Troopers found marijuana on him when he was arrested. Now, in terms of criminal history, the defendant has...
They might possibly have called Davy Tree. They could have called Davy Tree to fix that. You know, that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Conviction for aggravated assault and robbery out of DeKalb from 2008. A conviction for possession of marijuana under an ounce out of DeKalb from 2009. Conviction for reckless conduct and obstruction out of DeKalb from 2009. A robbery conviction out of Fulton from 2010. Possession of marijuana under an ounce out of DeKalb from 2011. Possession of firearm by convicted felon and marijuana under an ounce out of DeKalb from 2017. Possession of firearm by a convicted felon out of Clayton County from 2017. And a conviction for obstruction, battery, and theft by taking out of DeKalb from 2023. Additionally, the defendant has 3 instances of failure to appear, according to his GCIC. Ultimately, Your Honor, the state is opposed to bond in this case. This is a high-speed pursuit that the defendant led Georgia State Patrol on. Speeds in excess of 80 miles an hour in a 35 mile per hour zone. He crashed into unoccupied vehicles and continued to flee on foot. So the state's position is that he poses a significant danger to the community and a significant flight risk given his history of FTAs and given the facts of this case. So the state is opposed to bond.
So I wonder if he's going to give this guy a bond.
Ms. Taylor, what you want to talk to me about? Your client's on a sticky wicket.
Well, and I understand that, Judge, and I understand the allegations. I'm still trying to figure out they said they looked for somebody, the driver, for 3 hours, and my client is the one that gets arrested. I don't know how they're identifying him as the driver here. So certainly the presumption of innocence is with him, Judge, in this case. I haven't heard anything as to how they identified him as being the driver, other than somebody called and reported a suspicious person. And this is 3 hours after this incident, they arrest him. Anyway.
How many people were in the car? 2 or 3?
Judge, I don't know. I mean, like I said,
did the state, was there more than one person in the car that Mr. Friedman, as far as
my understanding is just one person in the car, Judge.
Okay, all right.
Anyway, Judge does have a presumption of innocence here.
I got that.
He's 35 for the iIiAbbyiIi factors, Judge. He is 35 years old. He's a native of DeKalb County, born and raised here. He graduated from, I think, Southwest DeKalb High School. I was looking for my notes. I thought it was Southwest DeKalb. Southwest DeKalb High School. Lives with his mother. He is an only child. The mother is
He's 35 and lives with his mama.
Yeah, Judge, sometimes no matter what your age is, for whatever reasons, you could still be living with your mother. Could have went back to live with them, or the mother may have some medical.
All that may be true. Okay, all right.
That would cause you to be there. But at any rate, Judge, he does work. He does, like I say, warehouse work. He has two daughters, 5 and 6 years old, that he supports. Like I said, he certainly has sufficient ties to the community. Now, as to the other iIiAbbyiIi factors, I've heard the 3 FTAs. I've heard his criminal history. I didn't think he had any convictions since 2017, but I did hear the state say something since 2023.
He had an obstruction in 2023. Apparently hadn't got a lot of time for any of these.
Right. Well, bottom line, Judge, I believe the last felony would have been in 2017. And I know that the allegations of fleeing the police certainly are not good. I understand.
Well, he's lucky he doesn't have a vehicular homicide case.
So
that's all if he's the driver.
Understood, Judge, and that's the position. That's our position. There's a presumption here of innocence. And Judge, like I said, he has sufficient ties to the community. And whatever conditions the court will place on the bond, he's not a threat to intimidate witnesses. I think the witnesses in this case would be the police. So he's certainly not a threat to intimidate them.
Don't fall in love with this judge. Too late, I know. But don't. I think he's pro tem. I think he serves on the Supreme Court, and he's just, I don't know, picking up some overtime. I mean, trust me, I'm gonna move heaven and earth to try to get this guy again. But man, I think I was. Hold on. Yeah, I think I was just lucky that I got him yesterday.
In any way, as to the other factors, I think obviously the state could argue those. But he does have sufficient ties to the community, not a threat to intimidate witnesses.
Tell me this, Mr. Friedman, what are the felonies of this group? Which one are felonies and which ones are misdemeanors?
Yes, Judge. Let me just confirm real quick. I believe the fleeing. Let's see.
The lawyer is great too. So, I can get Supreme Court cases. The only problem is I would have to record the Supreme Court case if I can, which I think I can. And then I would have to wait weeks and weeks and weeks until they made their decision and then show it. And I would never get a decision. I would just get the paper. So I don't know. I can do it.
Lou.
Yeah, so felony, fleeing, all else appear to be misdemeanors, Judge.
Okay, all right.
So
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 6 misdemeanors and 1 felony. Am I hearing that right? Or did I miss something?
I see 11 misdemeanors and 1
11 misdemeanors. Okay.
So, Judge, ask the court for a bond, something in the neighborhood of maybe $25,000. I feel like that is a fair bond. Obviously, no driving, and reporting the pretrial services. Any other conditions the court wants to place on a bond, we would not be opposed to.
But here's what we're going to do. It's a $36,000 total bond, $25,000 on the felony, $1,000 on each of the misdemeanors. He shall not drive whatsoever. If he is caught driving, that's an immediate. I hope they'll call me up at midnight and I'll sign a warrant. He's not to drive. He's to report to pretrial services within 7 days of his release from jail. He can take Marta to his warehouse job if he actually has one. What time of day or night was this event?
I'll pull it up real quick to confirm, but I
Thank
believe this was around.
I have to ask, Dwight, isn't it a pain in the ass to capitalize every letter, every word? Isn't it just a pain to type like that? I feel bad for you. Do you doing that?
Around noon, Your Honor.
Okay, middle of the day.
Yes, Judge.
Even more dangerous. Heck, I shouldn't have given that low of a bond. Okay, he cannot drive, period. I don't care if his mama's having some issues, they can call 911, report to pretrial services, obviously can't have a weapon. Work full time. He can take Marta, he can take Uber. All right, that's it. Good luck.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
You too.
Next, Judge, we're going to do position number 24, Dorian Washington.
Okie dokie.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning.
This defendant is charged with one count of aggravated assault. This is a family violence, domestic violence situation. On June 12, 2025, officers responded to 2125 Shoals Way in reference to a domestic. Upon arrival, they met with Marcia Sanborn, who stated that she and the defendant had broken up earlier that afternoon. The defendant then brought two women home, which started a verbal altercation. The defendant then said he wanted to leave, but the defendant couldn't find his own car keys and accused the victim of taking his car keys and attacked her in her bedroom. Ms. Sanborn advised that the defendant jumped on her bed, grabbed her by the neck with both hands, and squeezed his hands until her airway became compromised to the point where she could not breathe and felt like she was going to pass out. AMR responded, and the Ms. Sanborn said she would get further treatment if necessary. She was taken to the station to speak with detectives. There were fresh scratch marks on the backside of her neck, and the victim's voice was very raspy, which is related to strangulation due to the incident. She advised also that it was painful for her to swallow as a result of the incident. After the victim left police headquarters, she did go to Emory Decatur to get medical treatment. And when the detectives talked or attempted to talk to the defendant, he was heavily intoxicated. So they did not feel like they could get a statement from him at that time. On June 18th, 2025, a TPO was granted against the defendant, ordering no contact with the victim. And then on not even, or about a week later, on 6/25, the victim called police and reported that the defendant had sent his ex to the residence and in an attempt to get in contact and retrieve some of his items. She did not feel safe by this contact. The defendant does have a prior criminal history.
I find it hard sometimes because women are psycho, but I don't have the muscles like men do, so it's different.
He does have an arrest for murder and armed robbery out of Gwinnett County in 2006. He was found I believe he was found not guilty of the murder, and he was found guilty of the armed robbery, and it was in a plea. But he did serve 10 years for that armed robbery and was released at some point around 2016, at which point in 2019, he picked up a marijuana and possession of firearm by a convicted felon charge out of Flowery Branch. I do not see a disposition for that case. I do see a Gwinnett County hold for probation because he's still on probation for the armed robbery. And he does have a failure to appear for which he was arrested for in March 26th of 2025. The victim is on the Zoom this morning. She does not wish to make a statement, but her position is she does not want any contact with this defendant.
Probably because it hurts to talk still.
The state would be asking for no bond in this case. I believe that he is a risk to intimidate witnesses. He already has sent an ex-girlfriend to the residence of the victim's house. He knows obviously where she lives. And
Yeah,
so
but I'm not that if the whole purpose of the ex was just to pick up his belongings. I didn't hear anything that she said, "Oh, will you drop these charges? Bubba didn't mean it," that kind of thing. So I got you. I understand he knows where she lives and all. Okay, so y'all don't want a bond based upon the severity of the charges, his prior history, he's on probation somewhere
Yes,
else.
Judge.
Okay, all right.
And he's been in approximately 22 days, is my understanding.
Okay, all right. Who's representing Mr. Washington?
That is me, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Washington adamantly denies the accusations in this case. So the situation as well with the living arrangement is that Mr. Washington is the landlord of the room that she's renting. I don't believe it's the same like unit or anything like that, but she plans, our office spoke with her and she told us that she plans on moving out at the end of this month when her lease is up. So they will soon not have to attempt to navigate that situation. But she did tell our office that, you know, she's not necessarily opposed to him having a bond granted, but she just doesn't want any contact with him, which we are fine with. But I just give that clarification and that, you know, any condition to not return to the scene of the incident would present a problem given that he, you know, owns the property and is the landlord.
Well, no return until the lease is until she's moved out, if that's what you're suggesting.
Damn, man, that just scared me a lot. Don't do that to me, please.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. But Mr. Washington was born and raised in Georgia. His entire family lives here. He owns a carpet cleaning and upholstery company that he runs with his 26-year-old son. He also owns the property that that the victim lives in. He has 4 children, his 26-year-old son, and then a couple younger ones, the youngest being 14. And he still financially supports the 14-year-old and, you know, is very close with his other children as well. He was raised as a Jehovah's Witness and still goes to the church and tries to incorporate his religious beliefs in his daily life. I
wish everybody did, but that's their business. Okay.
No, I hear you. He has been diagnosed with a glaucoma in his right eye when he was 26. So that's been, you know, about 14, 15 years now. And he recently had surgery on that and only just started receiving like post-op medication for that while he's been in the jail. So that is just something that he also doesn't have access to his glasses right now. So he's struggling a little bit in that regard.
Okay. So what's your recommendation? I know you said a bond, but if they have a hold on Gwinnett, he's just going to go one to the other, but I'm okay with that. What's your recommendation?
Yeah, we'd ask for a bond somewhere around the realm of $4,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say 4 or 40?
I did, Your Honor. I understand that that's, you know, lower than the court may be willing to set, but
that'd be a fair statement.
I understand. We're just making that request based on what Mr. Washington would be able to afford to post.
He owns property. He's got a tenant. All right, Mr. Shaw, you heard Ms. Aiken say that the alleged
he owns a business and he owns her apartment, and hell, he can't afford just jack up a rent. You can do that. You're the landlord.
Victim was not opposed to bond. She just didn't want to have any contact with him. Are you familiar? Does that sound familiar to you?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay.
She's not necessarily opposed to bond.
Okay. I understand the situation, especially family violence and the strangulation is pretty serious to me, very serious, especially in a domestic violence situation. But I'll give him a $40,000 bond. He's to have no contact, direct or indirect, with the victim. He cannot return to the incident location until the victim has removed herself therefrom. Now, if her lease ends up at the end of July, she needs to vacate at the end of July. I don't want her, and I'm not, this sounds bad, it's not meant to be. If she had planned on moving, it's okay, she needs to go and move, but I don't want her to stay there just to create more legal issues for the defendant.
That's what I would do.
If the lease isn't up till the end of September, she can stay till then. But, and I don't want the defendant to try to evict her prior to the term ending of her lease.
That's what I would
Does
do.
that make any sense? I don't know how you put that in the order, but I want to protect both.
I just feel like this judge yelled at me twice or something, and I'm not even involved in this case.
For them, because there's a presumption of innocence, but she needs to be protected too, and not, so nobody, the $40,000 bond, he can't have a weapon while he's on bond. Tell him not to break the law. But he's not a spring chicken, right? If he's got a 26-year-old, so he's probably older than the amount of the bond. I would presume he's 40 plus. So
I think he's about 40.
Yeah.
44.
26-year-old, mean he was 14 when that 26-year-old was born. It's possible. I think we went in court the other day where there was a 72-year-old that just had a baby, the male, not the female. Again, I don't understand some of this. I didn't do as well in biology as other people did. But that's the order of the court. Good luck.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
You may. Thank you. All right. Who's next?
Sorry, Judge. That'll be position number 16, DeMario Assertion.
Okay.
Morning again.
All right. Good morning.
Mr. Shirchan, or
that's pretty unusual. 41. Cataract usually can be certain.
So the judge doesn't want to say it, but doesn't believe the victim in that last case. I couldn't play it. I just couldn't. It was too bad. It was a minor saying something that really didn't make a lot of sense. So this guy got arrested. The judge doesn't 100% believe it, but he can't say that.
But anyway, I'm not a doctor. All right. He's got a hold on for Gwinnett County. How much paper does he have left out of Gwinnett County? Does anybody know?
a whole lot of Fulton,
Fulton,
Judge,
I'm
which
sorry.
makes it significantly more challenging to find that information. Let me.
I understand that. Okay.
But I mean, given the charges, it looks like he pled guilty to a felony possession of a Schedule II that was reduced from possession with intent of a Schedule II. So depending on the weight would tell us what the possible maximum was. I mean, it could be up to 30 years, but it's probably 3. Like, I don't know.
This is obviously a very recent arrest. I'm not going to give him a bond today. I understand the concern Ms. Burbett has because it's the oddness of this event. But I think somebody needs to get on the investigation real quick. But we've all had cases where people do things in public that the rest of us would think that's a little bizarre. So, but it's no bond. I think the failure to appear is of some risk of flight. He's got 1 or 2 failures to appear. I think that's enough. But I do think you need to bring this back 60 or 90 days pretty soon so hopefully somebody's done some more investigation because I don't want him to languish in jail if it turns out some of these. Anyway, we just leave it at that, okay? That's it.
I got one of those chairs with a hole in
Thank you, Judge.
it.
That's my last case. Be excused.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Judge, so I think at this point, we're just gonna run down the calendar.
All right, I saw there was a private attorney, Mr. Melnick, for somebody.
That's position 3, Judge, Tiny
right.
Brown.
Yeah.
All right, maybe I'll do that.
Look, I don't want to mess with all the former public defenders because I was a public defender and I always went last. So I apologize to my friends in that office. All right, talk to me about Mr. Brown.
Ms. Brown.
Ms. Brown.
Yes, Judge. So the facts of this case are that on February 12th of 2025, Dunwoody PD responded to a shoplifting incident that occurred at the Sephora at Perimeter Mall. The defendant, Ms. Tynika Brown, and an unknown male shoplifted $1,100 worth of makeup and fragrances. They concealed these items and then passed all points of sale and exited the Sephora into the mall. So the facts of this incident are fairly simple, and Ms. Brown is charged with 1 count of felony theft by shoplifting in this case. But something I would like to make the court aware of is that as of today, Ms. Brown has 2 pending cases in state court for shoplifting. One from January of 2025 for shoplifting from the Sephora at Perimeter Mall. One from March 3rd of 2025, also for shoplifting at the Sephora on Perimeter Mall. And all of this was while she was out on bond for a pending indicted case from March of 2024, where she was arrested for shoplifting from the Sephora at Perimeter Mall. And while all these occurred, she was out on bond with a condition to not return to the Sephora at Perimeter Mall. And I also see that there are 2 warrants that I do not believe have been assigned a D number in our office yet, but they're warrants for shoplifting from H&M at Perimeter Mall and Foot Locker at Perimeter Mall. And that incident occurred in June of 2025, and that's actually what Ms. Brown was arrested on. That led to the arrest.
So y'all are going to suggest to me a no bond because she's a chronicle shoplifter and can't seem to abide by the court's bond orders.
That is correct, Judge. And I would also like to highlight that Ms. Brown has 7 prior convictions for shoplifting. 1 out of DeKalb from 2010, 1 out of DeKalb from 2012, 2 out of Fulton from 2012, 1 out of Fulton from 2013, 1 out of Fulton from 2015, 1 out of Fulton from 2018, and then that's it. So 7 prior convictions for theft by shoplifting. Currently 4 pending cases, including this one for shoplifting, and then 2 warrants that I believe are still outstanding, also for shoplifting. So
well, let's look for the positive. All right, there are no weapons involved, right?
That's correct, Judge. No weapons whatsoever.
Good training for the employees at Sephora as well as for the Dunwoody Police Department. So those are 2 good things that come out of this. But Mr. Malik, you got your client's in a situation. She would be what I would call a kleptomaniac, but I don't know that in terms of real. But what you want to tell me about Ms. Brown besides she's selling this stuff to support her mother, who's go ahead. What you want to tell me?
So, Judge, she's 33 years old. She lives in Lithonia. She's a lifelong resident of the Metro Atlanta area. She went to Towers High School.
Judge says kleptomaniac and Josh shows up. Coincidence?
She has 2 minor children that are dependent on her, ages 17 and 13. 17-year-old is entering his senior year of high school and hours to graduate. She does have gainful employment, Your Honor, and that does not involve Sephora or any other location at Perimeter Mall. She works as a hairdresser. She also helps take care of her 23-year-old brother. Their mother is deceased, and he is autistic, so he requires somebody to be around to take care of him. And I understand, Judge, the record is bad. I can't put any spin on it. The record's bad. I understand the state's position, but it is a shoplifting case.
And I'm asking that you grant a reasonable bond in the case. I make it a condition that she not return to Perimeter Mall, put her on pretrial services and do whatever conditions they want, but some sort of reasonable bond. I was going to suggest a $15,000 bond.
I got bad news for you.
Yeah.
Shoplifting's turned into something else, and she's got all these. Y'all need to file a demand for speedy trial and get her tried. The state does. I'm not giving her no bond because she continues to violate the previous bond orders. I'm proud she's got a 17-year-old about to graduate next year. I'm sorry about it.
Let me just, no bond, no bond, no bond. Her, all right, bad crimes, but it was years ago. He gets a bond. Battery, he gets a bond. So, someone who was going 80 in a 35-mile-per-hour zone, ran all these red lights, hit some parked cars, was running for the police for 3 hours. He gets a bond. Shoplifter, no bond.
Situation, but these wounds are self-inflicted. So at this juncture, there's no bond, and maybe I'll get with the state and see what y'all.
I just really think I'm going to make that a shirt. These wounds are self-inflicted. I think I'm going to make that a Court Vibes shirt and put it up on my Redbubble.
Talking to do, but this is a good lesson for the 17-year-old 13.
Or I could say gravy on mashed potatoes. I don't know. There's so many things he said. I can make it to a shirt.
10-year-old, and the consequences for your conduct. But anyway, that's enough. I've given you all my advice for the day. I hope y'all have a good 4th.
You too. Appreciate you.
Thank you. You can put the risk to reoffend for the Ayala factors.
Yes, Judge.
All right. I mean, I think that's kind of a given.
I agree, Judge.
All right. Now, position 1, Marion Anderson.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
it's okay if we go after number 1 for position 15. Mr. Scott's mother is here and she wants to testify, and I don't want to hold her up too long.
Okay. And Mr. White doesn't object to that, do you?
We'll go to position number 15.
Yeah, that'll be after that's do Anderson first, and then we'll do 15, okay?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you very much.
All right. So for position 15, Marion Anderson, he's charged with burglary in the 2nd degree. So to make these facts very brief, Judge, on May 27, 2025, that date will become relevant when we get to criminal history for other reasons. But on that date, business owner owns a shoe store, finds that 100 pairs of Air Jordans have been stolen, each one, or Nike Air Maxes, each one's worth about $100, about $5,000 worth of shoes were stolen. They're
worth more than $100 a pair, but anyway.
So they look at the surveillance
$350
video,
a pair.
they see the person do it. They don't know who the person is at the time. However, that person goes out to a co-defendant out in a car. That car is registered to the co-defendant's mother. Mother says, yeah, my son had it. They go talk to the son. The son says, yeah, it was me and Marion Anderson were the people. Marion Anderson was the person in the store. Police were able to get a picture of Marion Anderson, compare it to the surveillance video. It's clearly him. He has a 2001 burglary and theft in the 2nd degree out of West Palm, Florida. That looks like it was a conviction, a felony conviction. He's got 1991 theft by taking out of Fulton, convicted. He has a 1992 conviction for child molestation out of Fulton. He's got parole violation in 2006 and 2007, failure to appear in 2007. He's got failure to register in 2003 out of Fulton. No contest to it. Looks like a misdemeanor marijuana, 2004. Does have a failure to appear in a probation violation on that, though, 2005. 2005 is a failure to register as a sex offender. 2011, failure to register as a sex offender. 2011, burglary, criminal damage, possession of tools for the commission of a crime out of the cab, was convicted. I don't know what the sentence was.
I got a kit upstairs. I want to come with you. I use my kit. I've never used it yet. I want to try.
But his probation violation, 2 of them in 2014. 2018, failure to register as a sex offender. Then in 2020, he got a burglary. here in DeKalb County. He was convicted actually June 9th, 2025, which is 2 weeks after he committed the incident we're here for. He got 7 years probation to serve 12 months in custody and had a turn-in date of June 16th, 2025 at 8 a.m. And then in 2023 DUI out of Tennessee. In any manner, Judge.
Did he turn himself in or get arrested before his turn-in date?
I think got arrested before his turn-in date, Judge.
So
He turned himself in. I actually handled his plea in that case. He turned himself in on June 16th, right on time.
Perfect.
Oh, so okay, I see. So they probably executed this warrant while he was in custody.
Yeah. So so if I understand right, he's got to do 12 months in jail.
It appears so, Judge.
So
Yes,
so
Judge.
why
It ends
are-
up being about 9 months with some credit for time served.
so why are we doing this bond hearing now?
Well, with the charge and with his history, it is Superior Court only, so he just hasn't
okay.
had it considered yet.
Yes, Judge. So we obviously object to bond. He is a risk to reoffend and possibly get out and commit his 5th burglary. And he's a risk of flight with his history of probation violations and failures to appear.
So how old is he?
He's not
a spring chicken either.
He's 56.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, Judge, we oppose bond for those reasons.
All right. What you want to tell me, Counselor?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Mr. Anderson, just some context to his criminal history, as the state just went over that. The recent burglary that he entered a plea to a couple of weeks ago was a different situation. He had been experiencing some homelessness at the time, and he broke into an elementary school that was closed. It was after school hours, and I think it was over Thanksgiving week anyway. But he was just looking there to shelter from the rain. It wasn't, he didn't take anything of particular value or anything like that. So it's not necessarily that he's a serial burglar in that sense. But yes, for that offense, Mr. Anderson did come in on his turn-in date and turn himself right on time. He is born and raised in Georgia. He currently lives with his mom, who is in her 70s. His stepdad, who was around pretty much his entire life, so was essentially his father figure, passed away a couple of years ago. So he's the only person around to take care of his mom, who has had a couple of hip replacements and suffers from lupus. So he helps her out with that. He has siblings that are here as well. And he typically works in HVAC with his brother when he's, not in the jail. He graduated from Walker High School in the area and is a Jehovah's Witness and takes his mother to church every week. He has had issues with drug addiction in the past, but has been sober. He was released on bond for that 2020 burglary. He was released after, I think, 90 days or so, and reported to pretrial services once a week, was drug tested whenever they asked, and passed all the drug tests, and was never violated his bond conditions on that. So he's been following those rules. He does have, a decent criminal history, but it's not violent. He's not a violent person. And so since he did,
you try to take my shoes, I'm gonna get mad. I'm just telling you. So he's taking somebody's shoes. Now, granted, that man was selling them, but still, that's pretty low when you take somebody's shoes.
I hear you, Judge.
Yeah.
But with that plea, he has to serve 12 months in custody, but got credit for about the almost 3 months that he served when he was first arrested. So he has about 9 months left that he does need to serve. So obviously, any bond set now won't result in him being released. But we would still ask for a bond around $10,000 or so, so that, when he is done serving his time, that he can be released.
Well, it'd be his mama would have to come up with the money to do that, and I'm not going to do that. No bond. Y'all can bring this back up, but this is not going to be a complicated case, and I would suggest y'all try to fast track it. But he's got siblings in there; they can take his mama to church. So no bond, he got a risk to reoffend. While he's not a violent person, he's had some issues. So we'll leave it at that and bring it back up close to the end of 9 months. But y'all need to go and fast track the shoe thief. That makes a good country and western song. I mean, really. And the co-defendant was driving his mama's car. I'm curious, was the co-defendant close to the same age as my 56-year-old man?
I don't have the information. Judge.
Apparently, Mr. Anderson was living in his mama, so it may be. All right, that's it. Good luck.
All right, that
Go
takes
to
us
number. I think it was
15.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. That's going to be Antoine Scott.
Okay.
Yes, Judge. Max Friedman on behalf of the state. Position number 15, Antoine Scott. Mr. Scott is charged with 1 count of fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer for a felony offense, and he is currently in no bond status. The facts of this case are that on June 18th, 2025, there was a flock hit on a stolen vehicle. Law enforcement started to follow the vehicle. When the defendant realized police were following him, he started to speed off, and law enforcement initiated lights and sirens. The defendant ended up fleeing at speeds exceeding 85 miles per hour in zones of 45 miles per hour and lower. And the defendant eventually crashed into a mailbox and then fled on foot, and he was apprehended after a brief foot chase.
Darn it. I went to the ladies' room and I missed something good, didn't I? I should have went during the other case. I missed this, Judge. Now I'm going to be my own replay crew.
There was also a passenger in the vehicle that I do not believe is charged as a co-defendant or anything like that. In terms of criminal history,
Wait a minute. He's charged with fleeing and attempted to elude, and the flock camera said it was a stolen car. Was he also charged with theft by taking or theft by receiving?
he was not, Judge.
Okay.
I'm wondering the same thing, but
It's an interesting question for a crossword puzzle. I don't get it, but go ahead.
yes, Judge. In terms of criminal history, Mr. Scott has a pending indicted case for aggravated sexual battery and burglary in the first degree out of DeKalb. He has a pending case for theft by receiving, family violence battery, robbery, and firearm during the commission out of Clayton, and a pending indicted case for invalid driver's license and false statements or writing out of DeKalb. So ultimately, the state is opposed to bond. First, given the facts of this case, defendant poses a risk to the community and a risk of flight. But additionally, given that the defendant is currently out on bond for at least 3 pending cases and is continuing to violate the laws of the state of Georgia, there is a...
Why don't I go ahead and try these other cases? That's what I don't understand. How about the aggravated, whatever the first one was out of the cab? How old is that case?
So that the incident date there, or his date of arrest there, is from August of 2021. The case looks like it was indicted towards the end of last year.
Well, we're halfway through this year. We got a bunch of judges. I come in and visit. Well, we try that. But anyway, I got you. I'm concerned, but nobody's revoked his bond. Let me hear from, is it Miss Ballum? How do I pronounce it?
Ballin is like B, is like Allen with a B.
Okay, Ballin. I apologize.
Bobby, where do you live? Because you say that sometimes. And I'm wondering, where do you live? Where do you live that the southern accents you say sometimes? Like, I don't understand what they're saying.
So what you want to share with me?
Well, I'm Sydney Ballin. I'm practicing under the Student Practice Act under the supervision of Charlotte Barbette.
So the United States? You live in the United States and you can't understand a southern drawl?
All right.
Excellent. I think I asked you that the other day, did I?
No, this is
Did
the first
not. Okay. Well, somebody else was Emery. Go ahead.
I first want to put out that, like you said, he was not charged with the theft by taking, just attempt to elude. He did not know, according to my client, he did not know the car was stolen. So we don't know what's going on with this flock for being stolen. I do want to point out that he's not a flight risk. He has ties to the community. His mom is currently here watching, and she would like to speak on his.
He's driving a car fleeing. That's pretty close to flight risk, isn't it? When you run from the police, that's sort of a flight. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
This whole 3-hour docket was worth it just for that. Police. He just made my night. Hold on, guys. Yes, I'm rewinding and I gotta hear that again. I'll take the echo away.
On his.
He's driving a car fleeing. That's pretty close to flight risk, isn't it? When you run from the police, that's sort of a flight. But anyway, go
I
ahead.
love
I'm
him.
sorry.
I love
You're
him.
doing
I
a good
love him.
job.
Thank you. He has an address that he was report to that he lives with his mom. He spent his whole life in Georgia. He has family support like from his mom and also his uncle who is providing him a job if bonded out. He worked there previously called Big Smoke BBQ. He also has to be out on bond because he financially provides for his 6-month-old child. And essentially, we do know about the pending charges, but he is not a convicted felon. We just have these pending charges. And I thought Clayton County was dropped. I might have been incorrect about that.
It may be, but he's got 2 pending indicted cases out of the cab. I'm surprised his bond hadn't been revoked. I'm troubled by that, but be that as it may, I understand. I'll be glad to hear from whomever you'd like to put up.
I would like to call up Nikita Jones. She is Miss
Cajun is hard. Cajun is really hard.
Scott's mom. She would like to speak on his behalf.
Be glad to hear from you.
And Judge, I'll jump in and swear her in. I'm not sure
Okay,
if an intern can.
I bet you
Miss-
can, but you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Miss Jones, can you unmute for us?
You got to hit the unmute button. You're muted, ma'am. Take your time. See if you can hit the see if you can unmute.
Take your time.
It's probably a button at the bottom.
She hung up. I don't know if she hung up. It
Mrs.
just
Douglas,
froze.
if you wouldn't mind maybe sending her a prompt to unmute.
It usually allows us to, but it's not allowing me to for some reason today.
Okay, strange.
All
Miss
right.
Jones, she may have frozen.
Yeah, the phone froze. I hope she didn't.
Okay.
I hope she didn't.
Well, why don't we just pause that, sort of like this, and we'll come back to her, okay? And
Yes, sir.
so, Mr. White, if you will go ahead and call the next case, and we'll come back to Mr. Scott as soon as Ms. Jones.
I don't know how much you want to bet. She interrupts the middle of this next one. Hello? Hello, can you hear me, Judge? Judge, can you hear me?
Can get that worked out, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right.
All right. That'll take us to position number 5, Jeffrey Coleman.
Okay.
So, is that Ms. Ballin as well?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
So, Mr. Coleman was arrested for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, loitering and prowling, and theft by receiving stolen property. Incident was June 15th of this year. He was arrested the same date. He was denied at felony first appearance as he is under 1710-1 as he is on felony probation on another case, apparently. This was at a Red Roof Inn. So on June 15, 2025, the defendant was intoxicated and asleep in the back of his car in a parking space across from the main office of the Red Roof Inn. He had been previously asked to leave by the security guard, but he was combative and threatened security. He was not a resident of the hotel at the time, but refused to leave the premises when asked. Defendant claimed his girlfriend was staying there, but didn't want to be in the room with her and her kids, but he could not provide name, room number, anything like that to corroborate.
So that was his girlfriend, but he couldn't give her name.
Correct.
Man, that's drunk.
So-
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, defendant gave permission for police to search his car. They found an open container of alcohol in the cup holder, open bottle of liquor, and several cold and unopened.
Lots of my boyfriends don't know my name. They don't know they're my boyfriend yet, but don't worry.
Beers. Officer found a Glock in the center console in the driver's seat. Officers checked the gun, found it was stolen out of Florida, and he's a convicted felon. 2007.
Hello.
Okay, here we go. Here we go, Ms. Jones. Let's come back just for 1 second. We're gonna pause.
Yes,
and
sir.
you want to talk to
Okay,
me
sir.
about you got you're muted again. I need you to unmute, and then I need you
Okay.
to turn your camera on where everybody can see.
Called it.
There you go.
Okay. Ms. Jones, can you raise your right?
I get Wisconsin. I get Judge Frost, which is one of my favorite judges of all time. And the other guy, and the girl, oh gosh, you know her. She does the smaller cases. Oh, she has that real thick accent. Okay, I will get more Wisconsin for you. I will play more Wisconsin for you.
Hand for me.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you'll give will be the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down, and Miss Ballin, whatever you'd like to ask her.
Can you tell the court what you want to tell us about your son?
Yes. Your Honor, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my son, Antoine Demetrius Scott. I am Laquita Jones, his mother. I'm here today to offer my full support and speak on his character. My son is a good-hearted person who always been respectful, kind, and caring towards his family and others. He has made some mistakes, but I know firsthand that these mistakes do not define who he truly is. Antoine's father is paralyzed in both legs, and Antoine is predominantly his caregiver. He is his father's only child, and his father stressed about him being incarcerated, and we do not want to lead that to other medical issues. He has always held care for his younger siblings, which are my 2 younger kids, taking responsibilities at home and showing compassion to others in difficult situations. He is not a danger to the community and has strong ties to our family and home. If he is granted bond, I am committed to ensuring that he abides by all the conditions the court may set. He will live me at 1492 Boulder Crest Road, and I will personally make sure he attends all court dates and follow all requirements and responsibilities. And I respectfully ask that you consider his character, his family support, and the fact that he is willing to face his charges and make things right. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Ballin, anything else you want to share with me?
No, that's all.
Well, with all due respect, Ms. Jones, I appreciate what you shared with me, but your son is charged with fleeing and attempting to elude, running from the police in a car. That's what I know. And I got to tell you something. When people do that, they put other people's lives in danger. Now, you want to say something else? You certainly can.
One more chance. You just make conditions where he go. Okay, you just go let him get help.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I want him to get help, but I got some issues with this. He's out on bond on 2 other matters. But be that as it may, today I'm not going to grant him a bond. The cab's got 2 pending cases, already been indicted. They need to decide to go ahead and either fish or cut bait, and then y'all can come back in front of me in a few weeks. But right now, that case needs to be, those other cases need to be tried. He's out on bond on matters, and he's getting arrested again. He may be helpful at home, but this is a dangerous situation for himself. That's the order. Thank you very much. Now we go back to Mr. Coleman.
Hold on, before we go back to Mr. Coleman or Colbin or whatever he said his name was, these are the 5. These are the 5. So Brown County, sometimes, not often. This is my favorite. Dane County. That's Judge Frost. Oh, wait, no, that's Copa. Oh, yeah. That's Judge Frost. That's my favorite. I literally stalk him like a stalker. I check this stream every single day. Every day. I don't check all my streams every single day. Then we have this one. Not often, sometimes. Even more rare, but twice, I think. And then this one right here, I could probably get every single day if I wanted to. Jefferson County. I could probably get every single day. One of those, and I don't know which one it was the God, I can't remember her name. Was it Copa? It could have been Copa. She has the greatest accent ever, but she handles these small cases and she's always frustrated with her job. That is not okay for anybody who comes in front of her because she's already frustrated with her job. But I can absolutely get more of him. I don't remember his name though. Also, there's one more on YouTube. Let me see if I can get it real quick. And you can watch this whenever you want. Let me get the channel. Sugar, I think I spelled. No, I don't have it right at my fingertips. It's just not here. I don't know why it's not right here. I thought it was Bennett County. Is there a Bennett County in Wisconsin? How close am I? Am I very far off or am I close? I don't think her name is Bennett. I think it's the county that's Bennett. She's really pretty. Yeah, Burnett. Oh, that's my bad. It's Burnett. Hold on, I'll get you the channel. Nope. Found it. Okay. Here is the, so she doesn't keep her lives up. Did I just mess up? Yep. She takes her lives down, but she has some up. My computer's being a pain. She has a bunch up from 2 weeks ago. So she leaves them up for about 2 weeks. But she's really good. And this woman right here, her and Judge Frost, they freaking know the law like the back of their hand. I mean, she will body slam an attorney who tries to, trip her up with the law or tries to, talk about a case that's, I looked at the Wilson and whatever Simmons case and they said this and she's like, wait a second, no, they didn't. It's right here and blah 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 statute blah 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 blah. She's so good. She knows the law. I don't know who this is. Oh no, that's her. Yeah. So yeah. But this is a YouTube judge, so a lot of people will show her. This one, no one shows. Nobody. I can get him more. It's just hard because this courtroom is broken up into boxes and the camera angles are just weird to begin with, and sometimes they make it worse. Sometimes the court is right up here in this little tiny corner. And yeah, Licking County is Ohio, and they're not really live right now. They say they're live right now, but they're not. So this is Lori's husband, Judge Stansberry. And then Judge George is the cute one. I guess they're both cute, aren't they? And then there's one more in Licking County. So only 2 of them look like they're live right now. But there's one more. And that's the, oh gosh, she's so entertaining. I can't remember her name, and it doesn't matter because you won't remember even if I say it, because I've only played her once or twice. I remember her. She's really good. That's Ohio. Holmes is Ohio. Warren is Ohio. They always have their stream up. Used to be great. Yes, Stansbury's from there. Warren used to be great because I would have 24 hours to get their stream, okay, because they would let me rewind it. And now they just removed that feature. So now it's live. You get it live or you don't get it at all. So that sucks. So I don't get them anymore because I have other live channels that I can get that no one else can get because that one's on YouTube. So I don't really get it. But I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think we should go back to here. We're never, ever, ever going to get done with this trial. 6, 5, 4.
I just got a juror who indicated she's been suffering from food poisoning all night, but she sucked it up and showed up, so we'll see how far she takes this. Of course, we lost, as you were advised over the weekend, I guess it was juror 8 who had the child care issues. She indicated that she had diligently efforted a solution, unable to do so. So she was excused, statutory excuse from jury duty.
Okay. We're going to have to make a decision soon, guys. This piece of the trial is legitimately 6 hours long. I don't know if we're going to play all 6 hours. We might do 3. We might do 3 and then jump to the verdict. It's the same thing of like it's different people, but it's pretty much the same thing. And this part is a lot of it is interpreter. So I love the accents. I love them speaking in Spanish. I love it. But 6 hours of it might be hard to do in one sitting after we've already done 9.5 hours of a stream. So we might get halfway through and then just, chalk the other 3 up to, same old, and then I'll get to the verdict. Or I'll take a break in 3 hours and play the rest of that judge's stream and then do another 3 hours, but I don't think so. It's not looking good.
Child care for a young child that qualifies. And then we have the juror who has a test tomorrow afternoon, but I'm hoping that we're going to fall neatly into a slot that lets him do that. Thank you. Be seated. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to see you back. Hope everyone had a relaxing weekend, more relaxing than last week. We've got a little more work to do in this case first of this week. We'll continue hearing evidence in the defense case today. And then when we get to the end of the day, I'll have a better idea of where things stand and can give you a better idea of where we're going. Although I'm fairly certain it'll be today and tomorrow for sure. And then we'll see what it looks like when we get closer to later on today. I can probably give you a better idea of where we stand. So again, appreciate the hard work. You're doing a great job as jurors. Bless you, Ms. Fetterman, and call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. David Tree calls Ruben Ramirez Hernandez by video designation.
It's called signal propagation, which is why it takes a minute for it to find the camera, the projector. So
accurately translate from English to Spanish or Spanish to English the following proceedings?
I do.
Okay, raise your right hand.
Levante su mano derecha.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
¿Nos jura que el testimonio que nos va a dar aquí va a ser la verdad, solo la verdad, y que Dios le ayude?
Sí.
Yes. Ya puede bajar.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Me dice su nombre completo para el
Rubén Ramírez Hernández.
Rubén Ramírez Hernández.
Have you been known by any other name?
¿Usted ha usado algún otro nombre?
No.
¿O lo conocen con otro nombre?
Por apodo el chino.
They call me El Chino.
Chino with an N?
Chino con N al final.
Chino, solo chino. Sí, creo que no. Chino.
I don't know. With a... ¿Cómo deletrea chino? How do you spell chino?
Es Z-H-O. De vuelta otra vez. Z-H-O-I.
¿Chino?
Ese, chino. No.
C-H-I-N-O. Chino.
Have you been known by any other name?
¿Algún otro nombre ha usado usted?
No.
No.
Do you speak English?
¿Usted habla inglés?
No.
No.
So Oscar was your supervisor?
¿Oscar era su supervisor?
Pues no sé, yo como era nuevo, no, pues a mí me dijeron que él, con él hablara.
Well, I was brand new and they told me to talk to him.
Who told you to talk to Oscar?
¿Quién le dijo a usted que hablara con Oscar?
José Luis, o sea, el chilango.
José Luis, el chilango.
Were you already working at Wolf Tree at this time?
¿Usted ya estaba trabajando en Wolf Tree en ese momento?
No, no era, no. Pues lo que le estoy platicando es cuando yo llegué por primera vez.
I'm telling you when I first started there, when I got there the first time.
So when you started at Wolf Tree, someone told you to talk to Oscar because he was going to be your supervisor?
Cuando usted empezó a trabajar en Wolf Tree, alguien le dijo que hablara con Oscar, que él iba a ser su supervisor.
Bueno, el chilango me dijo, con él vas a hablar.
Chilango told me you're gonna talk to him.
Y Oscar ya agarró y me dijo, Chino, esto van a ser tus lentes, tu casco y vas a ayudar con el grupo de Chilango.
And Oscar said, here is your hat, here is your glasses, and you're gonna work in the same group with Chilango.
Oh, no me acuerdo, la verdad.
To be honest with you, I don't remember.
Do you remember what month?
It's been a year. ¿Se acuerda qué mes?
No.
No.
Do you remember what year the accident occurred?
¿Se acuerda en qué año fue el accidente?
Estoy perdido, quedé.
I'm kind of lost.
No me acuerdo.
I do not remember.
What accident? What is this accident they're talking about? There was no accident. Did we hear about an accident?
Where were you working that day?
She can't possibly be calling the murder of that man an accident after only paying him $14 an hour.
¿Dónde estaba trabajando usted ese día? ¿En dónde?
Creo que aquí en alrededor de Savannah, no me recuerdo bien.
I think it was around Savannah. I don't remember very well.
Es que yo soy nuevo en llegar aquí, apenas tenía 6 meses de venir de Kentucky.
I was brand new here in this area, only like 6 months.
Imagine that. Just imagine that. So he can't spell Chino. Even in Spanish, he could not spell Chino. So he came from Mexico. He probably doesn't know anybody. He certainly doesn't know Georgia. He doesn't know the area. And she's asking him these questions, and I don't know if he can, I don't know if he's able to answer these questions.
Okay, what time of day did the accident occur?
¿A qué hora del día pasó este accidente?
Como a las 2 o 2:30, se me anda haciendo, no recuerdo exacto bien.
2 to 30 p.m. I do not remember very well.
Who was working with you that day?
¿Quién estaba trabajando con usted ese día?
El chilango,
¿Chilango?
no recuerdo los demás muchachos sus nombres.
I don't remember the names of the other guys.
Do you remember approximately how many other people were working with you besides Chilango?
¿Se acuerda más o menos cuántas personas estaban trabajando con usted fuera de Chilango?
Yo creo que éramos como 5.
I think it was 5 of us.
Was Chilango in charge of the group that day?
¿Chilango estaba a cargo del grupo ese día?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, so you described that a branch fell on your head?
¿Usted dice que una rama le cayó en su cabeza?
Oh, that accident.
Sí, una rama bien grande, como por aquí así de larga y así de grueso.
Yes, it was a branch around like this long and this wide.
Okay, what were you doing at the time that the branch fell on your head?
¿Usted qué estaba haciendo cuando le cayó a usted esa rama en la cabeza?
Estaba enrollando el hilo con el que tiran ellos para
I was
ponerlo en los árboles.
getting the they throw something to start cutting the trees, and I was just winding that when I felt the branch.
And you said before that you kind of died. Did you mean that you passed out?
Usted dijo que había prácticamente muerto. ¿Eso quiere decir que perdió el sentido?
Perdí el sentido al caer. Yo cuando volví es cuando ya miraba yo que el que me tiró la rama estaba allá arriba nomás viéndome a mí.
Yes, I passed out, and when I opened my eyes, I saw the guy who was up there looking at me.
Okay, so you passed out when the branch hit you in the head, but you came back awake, right?
Usted se desmayó, perdió el sentido y después volvió en sí.
Correcto.
Volvió otra vez, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you know about how long you were unconscious for?
¿Usted sabe por cuánto tiempo perdió el sentido?
No sabría decirle, pero cuando yo volví, lo primero que hice es hablarle a mi esposa que me había pasado el accidente.
I don't know, but when the first thing I did was calling my wife and telling her that I had that accident.
And what did your wife tell you to do?
¿Y qué le dijo su esposa que hiciera?
Pues que fuera al hospital.
She told me to go to the hospital.
And then what did you do next?
¿Y qué hizo usted después?
Pues le dije al chilango que pues me había pegado la rama, que me llevaran al hospital a ver qué hacían conmigo, porque él era mi patrón en ese momento, o sea,
I said to the chilango, well, take me to the hospital or do something. I have this big branch that hit me. Well, he was my boss at that moment.
And what did Chilango say to you?
¿Y qué le dijo el chilango?
que hablara con Oscar.
He said that I have to talk to Oscar.
And then you called Oscar?
¿Y usted entonces habló con Oscar, lo llamó?
Sí, le hablé a Oscar.
Yes, I called Oscar.
And what did Oscar say?
¿Y qué le dijo Oscar?
Que sí, que me esperara yo, pues, lo mismo le estoy diciendo.
Well, I already told you that I had to wait.
Did you ask anyone else to take you to the hospital?
¿Usted le dijo a alguien más que lo llevara al hospital?
No.
No.
Did you ask your wife to take you?
¿Usted le pidió a su esposa que lo llevara?
No.
No.
When you eventually went to the doctor the next day, did the doctor tell you what kind of injury you had?
Al otro día, cuando finalmente fue al hospital, el doctor le dijo que cómo se había lastimado. O sea, el doctor le dijo qué cosas tenía usted.
Sí, como un desgarre de hombro.
He said that something, a tear in my shoulder.
Did he tell you that you needed any treatment?
Le dijo que tenía que tener algún tratamiento.
No, no me dijo nada, solo que subiera las manos y la bajara, que la subiera y la bajara, como ejercicio.
All he said that I need to do is exercise, put my hand up, my hand down, my hand up and down.
And am I correct that the doctor told you that you should not work for a period of time after the accident?
¿Es correcto que el doctor le dijo que no trabajara por un tiempo después del accidente?
Sí.
Yes.
And when you wanted to go back to work, you testified that someone told you that there were problems with the company.
Cuando usted ya
Who
quería,
told you that there were problems with the company?
cuando usted ya quería regresar al trabajo, alguien le dijo que había problemas con la compañía. ¿Quién fue el que le dijo que había problemas?
Oscar, a mí, Pablo.
I'm sorry, Pablo.
Did you speak directly to Pablo at this time?
¿Usted habló directamente con Pablo esta vez?
Por teléfono solamente. No lo conozco ni.
By
no sé
phone
quién.
only. I haven't met him yet.
Was that the first time, was this conversation on the phone after your accident the first time you spoke to Pablo?
¿Esta conversación en el teléfono después del accidente era su primera vez hablando con Pablo?
Correcto.
Correct.
Did he tell you what he meant by there were problems with the company?
¿Él le dijo a usted a qué se refería lo de los problemas con la compañía?
No, solo me dijo así, que había problemas. Por eso no me podía recibir en el trabajo ya.
No, he said that he cannot hire me again for the company because there were problems.
Did Pablo use the word problems, or is that what you believe that he meant?
¿Él usó la palabra problemas o con la compañía o es algo que usted pensó que a él se refería a eso?
No, con la compañía me dijo así, que había problemas en la compañía.
He said there is problems with the company.
Are you in this country legally?
¿Usted está en este país legalmente?
No.
No.
When did you first come to the United States?
¿Cuándo usted vino a los Estados Unidos?
No recuerdo, pero ya tengo como 11 o 12 años aquí.
I do not remember. I've been here for 11 or 12 years.
Okay. Either he doesn't know when he came to the United States, or this accident happened 4 years, 3 years, 3 years well, 2 or 3, no, 3 or 4 years before the murder. Because the murder was 9 years ago, right? And he got here 6 months before the accident. So he was here for 6 months. He had the accident. He's been here 11 or 12 years. So this happened years before the murder?
And have you left the United States since you came?
¿Desde la primera vez que vino aquí usted ha salido de los Estados Unidos?
No.
No.
Oh. Were your children born in the United States?
¿Sus hijos nacieron en los Estados Unidos?
Sí.
Yes.
How did you come to the United States?
¿Cómo terminó viniendo a los Estados Unidos?
Bueno, pues pasando por el desierto.
I crossed the desert to get here.
Did you pay anyone money to come to the U.S.?
¿Usted le pagó a alguien dinero para venir a Estados Unidos?
Sí, a una persona.
Yes, I pay a person.
How much money did you pay them?
¿Cuánto dinero pagó usted?
No recuerdo. Creo que la pasada, 300, 400, no recuerdo.
I don't remember, maybe 300, 400 to cross.
And how did you physically cross the border?
¿Cómo físicamente cruzaron el borde? ¿Cómo lo cruzaron?
Caminando.
We walked.
Maybe 8 días, no sé, no me acuerdo
For
bien.
about 8 days, we walked.
So if you look right here on the screen, I don't know what it says over here. I can't read it over here, but something, let's say January 4th, 2018. So he gave this deposition in 2018.
Know where in the United States you crossed the border?
¿Usted sabe en qué parte de los Estados Unidos usted cruzó el borde?
Arizona.
Arizona.
When did you first meet Mr. Montoya?
¿Cuándo usted conoció al señor Montoya?
Does anybody remember the George Kelly trial that I showed? Wouldn't that be wild if he walked right through the Kelly Ranch?
¿Cuándo estaba trabajando ahí?
When I was working there.
When he was working at Wolf Tree?
Cuando estaba trabajando en Wolf Tree?
Sí.
Yes.
When did you start working at Wolf Tree?
¿Cuándo comenzó a trabajar en Wolf Tree?
Pues no me acuerdo.
I do not remember.
Do you think you worked at Wolf Tree longer or shorter than a year before your accident?
¿Usted cree que trabajó en Wolf Tree más tiempo o menos tiempo de su accidente?
No, pues cuando el accidente ya no me dio un trabajo ya.
Well, after my accident, I lost my job.
Before your accident?
Antes del accidente.
Ahí trabajaba yo con ellos como 2 meses, yo creo 3.
I was working with them 2 or 3 months before my accident.
Do you think your accident occurred this year?
¿Usted cree que el accidente suyo?
Scratch that. Do you think your accident occurred in 2017?
¿Usted cree que su accidente pasó en el 2017?
Es que con ese golpe que me dio el árbol ya no me acuerdo correcto. Creo sí, no estoy seguro. Es que ya no, mi memoria ya me quedó. No puedo ni dormir, imagínense.
I am not sure and I really apologize, but since my accident, my memory is real bad. It's so bad that I can hardly sleep.
Did you consider Mr. Montoya to be a friend?
¿Usted consideraba al señor Montoya un amigo?
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes.
Muy bueno.
Very good.
Yo trabajaba
You said
para
that
él.
kind of emphatically. What did you mean by that?
I used to work for him.
I said that he said it kind of emphatically. Were they very close friends?
¿Ustedes fueron amigos muy cercanos?
No amigos muy cercanos, pero sí era bien buena gente porque él me daba trabajo los fines de semana.
Not close friends, but he was real nice to me. He used to give me work on weekends.
Incluso cuando lo mataron, yo iba a trabajar al otro día con él y ya no me dijeron que lo mataron.
Actually, when they killed him, I was supposed to work with him the next day, and I couldn't.
What was your position when you worked at Wolf Tree?
¿Cuál era la posición que usted tenía cuando trabajaba para Wolf Tree?
Bueno, yo era ayudante del que cargaba las ramas para afuera a la calle.
I was a helper of the person that carried the branches outside to the road.
Do you know what names you worked under at Wolf Tree?
¿Usted sabe qué nombre tenía usted cuando trabajaba en Wolf Tree?
No recuerdo para nada.
I do not remember at all.
How did you learn about a job at Wolf Tree?
¿Cómo supo usted de un trabajo en Wolf Tree?
Por Chilango me dijo que ahí había trabajo.
Chilango told me that there were work there. It was openings.
And then what happened next?
¿Y qué pasó después?
Pues él fue el que me llevó a trabajar ahí.
He was the one that brought me there to work.
Did you provide any documents to work to Wolf Street when you began working?
Cuando usted empezó a trabajar a Wall Street, ¿usted llevó documentos para trabajar?
No,
No.
Did anyone ask you to fill out an application?
¿Alguien le pidió que llenara una aplicación?
no, solo ellos me dijeron que me iban a pagar $100 al día.
No. They only told me that they were going to pay me $100 a day.
Who told you they were going to pay you $100 a day?
¿Quién le dijo que le iban a pagar $100 al día?
Oscar,
Oscar.
Have you worked anywhere else since you are no longer working at Wolf Street?
¿Usted ha trabajado en alguna parte desde que ya no trabaja para Wall Street?
sí, estoy trabajando con Nelson Group desde entonces.
Yes, I'm working with Nelson Group.
Sorry, can you read the answer back, please?
Yes, I'm working with Nelson Group.
Is that the only job that you have had since your job at Wolf Street?
¿Es el único trabajo que ha tenido desde que dejó de trabajar en Wall Street?
Sí.
Yes.
So here's my question. If anybody speaks Spanish, if anybody is fluent in Spanish, the interpreter has a Southern accent. So do they have a Southern accent when they speak Spanish? That would be cool. That would be wicked cool.
What do you do at Nelson Group?
¿Usted qué hace en Nelson Group?
Corto yardas, todo lo que es jardinería.
I do yard work, everything that has to do with yard work.
Se le llama landscaper, creo que no estoy seguro. Landscaper, creo que le dicen así.
I think they call it landscaping, and I'm
No.
not sure.
That's not a Southern accent. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I'm tired.
That's how you pronounce.
How long have you been working there?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted trabajando para ellos?
Creo que un año o algo así ya.
I think that
Ya tomé mis vacaciones.
a year or so, because I already had my vacation.
How many days a week would you work when you worked at Wolf Street?
¿Cuántos días a la semana usted trabajaba cuando trabajaba para Wall Street?
A veces los 5 días, a veces 6, dependiendo cómo estaba el tiempo.
Sometimes 5 days, sometimes 6, all depends of the weather.
Would you work on the weekends?
¿Trabajó el fin de semana? ¿Trabajaba?
No.
No.
Did you work with Mr. Montoya?
¿Usted trabajó con el señor Montoya?
Sí.
Yes.
How often did you work with Mr. Montoya?
¿Qué tan seguido trabajaba usted con el señor Montoya?
Los fines de semana, sábado y domingo.
Weekends, Saturdays and Sundays.
Did you work with Mr. Montoya for your job at Wolf Street or for...
How many days did you work? 6. Did you work on the weekend? No. When did you work with Mr. Montoya? On the weekend, Saturdays and Sundays.
Mr. Montoya's business?
¿Usted trabajaba con el señor Montoya cuando trabajaba para Wall Street o cuando trabajaba en la
No,
empresa de Montoya?
para él.
No, only when I was working for him.
For Mr. Montoya?
¿El señor Montoya?
Sí.
Yes.
Muy buen patrón, dile, porque me pagaba bien.
Excellent boss. He paid me well.
How were you paid for your work at Wolf Street?
¿Cómo le pagaban en el trabajo de Wall Street?
Contado.
Cash.
Who paid you the cash?
¿Quién le pagaba de contado?
El Oscar me daba el dinero a mí.
Oscar gave me the money.
Where would he give you the money?
¿Dónde le daba él el dinero?
En el trabajo.
At work.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. It's okay. All this math isn't adding up. All right. So if he was making if he was making $14 an hour and working 10-hour days like the other guy said, then he was making more than $100 a day. If he was just maybe that guy was making $14 an hour and he was just making $100 a day, but Oscar was charging the company for an employee's wage, which was more than $100 a day, especially with overtime. If they're working 10-hour days and they're working 5 or 6 days a week, then he was paying him $100 cash, but then he was taking the paycheck of whatever name this guy might be. So that's how he was stealing money from the company. $3 million though, well, okay. So the CFO, I think, I can't remember if the CEO or CFO said that they had 250 employees in Atlanta. Is that what he said? I'm pretty sure there were 250 employees in Atlanta. Now, I doubt Oscar had all of them. But even if Oscar had like a bunch of them, like 50, 60, and he's only giving them $100 each a day, and then he's collecting their whole paycheck, which include overtime, yeah, then I can see how he's stole $3 million from the company. I get it now.
How often were you paid?
¿Cada cuánto le pagaban?
Parece que los martes o a veces hasta los miércoles venía a pagar ya.
Sometimes on Tuesdays and sometimes on Wednesdays.
Were you paid weekly?
¿Cada semana le pagaban?
Pues supuestamente tenían que pagarme, bueno, yo estoy acostumbrado a los viernes, pero ellos me venían a pagar a veces martes hasta miércoles.
I was supposed to get paid on Fridays, but they'll pay me Tuesday or sometimes Wednesdays.
Did you get paid every week or every other week?
¿Le pagaban todas las semanas o una semana sí y una no? Una sí.
No, todas las semanas.
Every week.
Did you ever did you ever fill out any documents for the company associated with your employment?
¿Usted llenó alguna vez documentos para trabajar asociados con su trabajo?
No.
No.
And were you paid all the money that you were owed?
¿A usted le pagaron todo el dinero que le debían?
No, me quedaron, bueno, cuando fui al doctor me quedaron a deber mi semana de fondo y el tiempo supuestamente que iba a estar en el doctor me dijeron que me iban a pagar, pero me corrieron, ya no me pagaron nada.
No, when I went to the doctor, they were supposed to pay me for that and for the week that I didn't work because I was injured. And when I got back, they fired me and they never paid me.
And why did you believe that they were going to pay your hospital bills or your doctor's bills, excuse me?
Porque usted creía que le iban a pagar la cuenta del doctor y le iban a pagar todo eso. ¿Por qué creía?
Bueno, así me dijo Oscar que yo estaba enfermo. Le dije, yo necesito ayuda porque no tengo dinero, no tengo seguro, nada. Entonces él dijo, no te preocupes, te vamos a llevar a una clínica que nosotros tenemos. ¿Tú quieres ir? Le dije, claro, porque yo estaba enfermo.
Well, because I was injured, I didn't have any money. I talked to Oscar and he said, do you want to go to a clinic that we have? And I said, of course, because I'm hurt. And that's what he told me. He told me that it was a clinic that they had.
When strike that, sorry. When your medical bills were not paid, did you complain to anyone?
Cuando no pagaron sus cuentas médicas, ¿usted se le quejó a alguien?
No, Oscar, yo le dije a Oscar que las pagara.
I told Oscar to pay them.
What happened?
¿Y qué pasó?
Sí las pagó.
He paid them.
Oscar paid the bills?
Oscar pagó la cuenta?
Oscar o no sé, pero Oscar me dijo ya se pagó todo.
Oscar or somebody, but Oscar said that everything is paid.
Solo $100 se quedaron debiendo.
Only $100 were owed.
Did you complain about your expectation that you would be paid in the week that you were not working?
¿Usted se quejó de que usted esperaba que la semana que no trabajó le han debido pagar?
Pues sí, pero pues no pude hacer nada yo ya.
Yes, but I could not do anything. Nothing happened.
Who did you complain to?
¿A quién se le quejó usted?
Bueno, yo nada más dije, bueno, pues necesito reclamar mi semana, pero pues ¿a quién le digo? Oscar ya no me contestó, ya no tenía comunicación.
I said to myself, I need to complain about the week that they didn't pay me, but Oscar stopped answering the phone for me. So he never answered.
Did you complain to anyone else?
¿Se le quejó a alguien más?
No.
No.
Did you call anyone from Davy Tree?
¿Usted llamó a alguien de Davy Tree?
No.
No.
Did you see Mr. Montoya carrying any guns?
¿Usted alguna vez vio al señor Montoya con pistola?
No.
No.
Are you aware of Mr. Montoya owning any guns?
¿Usted sabía si el señor Montoya era dueño de pistola?
No.
No.
Do you know of anyone who worked under the name Gabriel McGowan?
¿Usted conoce alguna persona que se llama Gabriel o Gabriel McGowan?
No.
No.
Can you testify that you worked for Elliot's business?
¿Usted testificó que usted trabajaba para el negocio de Elliot?
Montoya.
That's Montoya,
Ajá.
right?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Montoya's business.
Sí, el negocio del señor Montoya.
Sí, trabajaba
Yes.
para él.
Yes, I worked for him.
How long did you work for Mr. Montoya's business?
¿Por cuánto tiempo trabajó usted para el negocio de Montoya?
Yo creo como un mes.
I think that a month.
How many jobs did you work during the month that you worked for Mr. Montoya?
En ese mes, más o menos, ¿cuántos trabajos trabajó usted para el señor Montoya?
Pues cada fin de semana me daba, a veces no, pero yo creo unos 4 trabajos.
Every weekend, he'll give me work. Well, sometimes no, but I think it was about four jobs.
How long before Mr. Montoya's death did you work for his company?
¿Cuánto tiempo antes de la muerte de Montoya usted trabajó para la compañía de él?
¿De Montoya?
You mean Montoya?
Yes.
Sí.
No sé, como le digo, como un mes más o menos.
Well, I already told you a month, more or less.
Did you start working for Mr. Montoya's company the month before his death?
Usted comenzó a trabajar para el señor Montoya un mes antes de su muerte.
Bueno, no exclusivamente, pero ya trabajábamos con él, ya trabajaba yo para él.
Not exclusively working with him, but yes, I was working for him.
How often were you paid?
¿Qué tan seguido le pagaba él a usted?
Oh, no, buen patrón. Trabajaba hoy y en la tarde me pagaba.
Good boss. I will work today and that afternoon he'll pay me.
How were you paid?
¿Y cómo le pagaba?
Contado.
In cash.
How much money would you make per job?
¿Cuánto dinero le pagaba por trabajo?
A veces 150, a veces 170 o $100, pero muy bien.
Sometimes 170 or 150 or 100. That was real good.
Were you paid by the hour or were you paid by the job?
¿Le pagaba por hora o por trabajo?
Por trabajo, depende cuando acabamos el árbol, pues ya. Depende, no importaba si 5 o 3 horas, siempre me pagaba muy bien.
By the job, and it didn't matter if it was 5, 3 hours. Oh, he always paid me very good.
Do you have any understanding of how much money Mr. Montoya would charge his customers per job?
¿Usted tiene alguna idea de cuánto dinero el señor Montoya le cobraba a la gente por cortar los árboles?
No,
No.
Did Mr. Montoya ask you for any documentation to show that you have legal permission to work in the United States?
El señor Montoya le pidió a usted documentos que mostrara que trabajaba legalmente en Estados Unidos.
no.
No.
Who else worked with you for Mr. Montoya's business?
¿Quién más trabajaba para el negocio del señor Montoya?
Al chilango,
Chilango.
solo.
That's it.
Do you remember the names of any of the customers you worked at for Mr. Montoya's business?
¿Usted se recuerda el nombre de las personas para las cuales usted les cortaba los árboles?
No, porque yo solo era un trabajador, no.
No, I don't. I was just a worker there.
Did Mr. Montoya have his own equipment?
¿El señor Montoya tenía su propio equipo?
Sí,
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Montoya using Wolftree's equipment for his personal business?
¿Alguna vez usted vio al señor Montoya usar el equipo de trabajo de Wolf para su trabajo?
no,
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Montoya doing jobs for his business on company time, Wolftree's time?
¿Alguna vez vio al señor Montoya hacer algún trabajo en el tiempo que le correspondía a Wolf?
no,
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Montoya take gasoline from Wolftree?
¿Alguna vez vio al señor Montoya sacar gasolina de Wolf Tree?
no.
No.
Where did Mr. Montoya dispose of his waste from his job?
¿Dónde el señor Montoya tiraba, botaba la basura del trabajo?
No sabría decirle porque trabajaba aparte, no sé.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Did you ever hear that Mr. Montoya was doing other people's taxes?
¿Usted alguna vez sabía que el señor Montoya hacía los impuestos, los taxes de otras personas?
No,
No.
Did you file taxes?
¿Usted llena los impuestos? los
Sí.
taxes?
Yes.
Did Mr. Montoya prepare your taxes?
¿El señor Montoya le ayudaba con las taxas?
no,
No.
Did you ever meet Pablo Rangel in person?
¿Usted alguna vez conoció en persona a Pablo Rangel?
no.
No.
I know you told me you spoke with him once. How many times have you spoken with Pablo Rangel?
Usted me mencionó una vez que usted habló con él. ¿Cuántas veces habló usted con Pablo Rangel?
Solo la vez del accidente por teléfono, nada más.
Only that time of the accident, and he was on the phone, and that's it.
Did Mr. Montoya ever talk to you about Mr. Rangel?
¿El señor Montoya alguna vez le habló a usted del señor Rangel?
No,
No.
Do you know if Mr. Montoya ever complained about Mr. Rangel?
¿Usted sabe si el señor Montoya alguna vez se quejó del señor Rangel?
no, no tengo ni idea quién es Rangel.
No, I don't even have any idea who Rangel is.
Mr. Rangel is Pablo Rangel?
El señor Rangel es Pablo Rangel.
Oh, hasta ahorita.
Oh, only until now.
Did you ever hear anyone threaten Mr. Montoya?
¿Usted ha oído alguna vez, oyó alguna vez a alguien amenazar al señor Montoya?
No,
No.
All right, did there come a time when you made a written statement to the company?
¿Hubo alguna vez que usted hizo una carta para la compañía por escrito?
sí, con el señor Montoya.
Yes,
Fue el que me la hizo él.
Mr. Montoya did the letter, yes.
Do you remember? Strike that. How did Mr. Montoya come to write a letter on your behalf?
¿Cómo terminó el señor Montoya escribiendo una carta para usted?
Porque yo le comenté, o él ya sabía el accidente que yo había tenido, y dijo, si quieres, yo te ayudo a hacer la carta, y la mandamos. Le dije, perfecto.
He knew about my accident, so I talked to him about that, and he said, if you want, I can go ahead and write a letter and send it to the company. And I said, okay, perfect.
Whose idea was it to send the letter to the company? Was it yours or was it Mr. Montoya's?
¿De quién fue la idea de hacer la carta para la compañía? ¿Fue suya o de él?
Pues mía, porque yo era el que estaba afectado y pues no podía hacer nada.
Well, it was my idea. I was the one who was suffering and I could not do anything.
Did you approach Mr. Montoya and ask him to write you a letter?
¿Usted fue donde el señor Montoya y le pidió que le hiciera esa carta?
Bueno, hablamos en el trabajo.
Well, we talk about it at work.
And then did Mr. Montoya suggest that you should write a letter to the company?
¿Y el señor Montoya le sugirió debería escribirle una carta a la compañía?
Platicamos y él dijo, si quieres, la podemos hacer. Si no, depende de ti, pero yo te digo que la hagas porque mira lo que sucedió.
We talked and he said, if you want to, I can help you to do this letter, and but it's up to you. It's up to you.
So Mr. Montoya asked, strike that. So Mr. Montoya offered to write a letter for you and you agreed.
El señor Montoya le ofreció a usted hacer una carta y usted estuvo de acuerdo.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember when this conversation with Mr. Montoya about writing a letter took place?
¿Usted se acuerda cuando usted tuvo esta conversación con el señor Montoya acerca de escribir esta carta?
Bueno, sí, o sea, fue en el trabajo, pero no recuerdo exactamente la fecha o hora, pero sí.
It was at work, but I don't remember the date or the time.
Why were you speaking with Mr. Montoya at work about your accident if you were not working for Wolf Tree after your accident?
¿Por qué estaba usted hablando con el señor Montoya en la compañía acerca de su accidente? Si usted, después que regresó del accidente, usted ya no estaba trabajando para la empresa.
No, pues eso es cuando yo estaba trabajando.
That was back when I was working.
Were you working at Wolf Tree?
¿Estaba trabajando en Wolf Tree?
En la compañía, sí.
Yes, in the company.
So after your accident, you came to Wolf Tree and worked for a period of time.
Entonces, después de su accidente, ¿usted volvió a Wolf Tree y siguió trabajando?
No, ya no. Ya no. Eso fue en el transcurso del accidente. Como yo estaba accidentado, yo volví a presentarme porque quería trabajar y ellos me dijeron, o sea, Oscar dijo que ya no voy a trabajar. Y entonces fue que me dijeron si yo quería hacer la carta, que la hiciera. Si no, pues no.
Well, I had my accident and then I came back to work. And Oscar said, no, I cannot work there anymore. And that's when we talk about doing the letter.
Were you working the day that you spoke with Mr. Montoya about the letter?
¿Usted estaba trabajando el día que usted habló con el señor Montoya para hacer la carta?
No.
No.
Was it the same day? Strike that. Did you speak with Mr. Montoya regarding the letter on the same day that you spoke with Oscar about not being able to come back to work?
Usted habló con el señor Montoya acerca de hacer la carta el mismo día que el señor le dijeron que ya no trabajaba más aquí.
No.
¿Que Oscar?
No. Pues claro que tiene un término para hacer una cosa y otra. So, la vez que me accidenté fue que platicamos Y ya cuando regresé para atrás, iba a trabajar, supuestamente que iba a trabajar, ya no trabajé. Entonces yo me hallé junto ahí, fue que platicamos como llegamos a las 7 de la mañana, ¿verdad? Entonces ahí yo lo veo, yo no lo veo a otro lado más que ahí. Eso es todo.
No. What happened, I had my accident and then I came to work and we arrived there at 7 in the morning and I saw him. I saw the guy who died and we talked about it and then they told me not to work.
Did you work any days at Wolf Tree before your conversation about not being able to work there anymore?
¿Usted trabajó en Wolf Tree antes de la conversación de que le dijeron que no trabajaba más en Wolf Tree?
No.
No.
After you accepted Mr. Montoya's offer to write a letter, what happened next?
Después de que usted aceptó que escribieran la carta, ¿qué pasó después?
Bueno, pues la envió él. Es todo.
Well, he sent the letter and that's it.
Do you remember what the letter said?
¿Usted se acuerda qué decía la carta?
Pues decía que, pues el accidente, como ya le platiqué yo todo, así.
Well, the letter explained the accident like I told you in detail, everything.
Anything else?
¿Algo más?
No, es todo.
No, that's it.
How did the information strike that? Who drafted the letter?
¿Quién fue el que hizo la primera idea de la carta?
Ma'am, were you not just there when he tried to spell Cheeto? You were there. I was there. We were both there.
Pues ya le dije cómo.
I already told you how.
Okay. How did you give Mr. Montoya the information to be in the letter?
¿Cómo le dio usted al señor Montoya la información que él iba a poner en la carta?
Bueno, damos otra vuelta para atrás, es que yo no puedo decir mucho porque solo fue el accidente y de eso nos avanzamos, lo que me pasó, eso relató en la carta él nomás.
I'm going to go back to the accident happened. I explained what happened to the accident. He wrote the letter and that's all.
Did Mr. Montoya read you the letter before it was sent to the company?
¿El señor Montoya le leyó a usted la carta antes de mandársela a la compañía?
Sí.
Yes.
Did he read it to you in English or in Spanish?
¿Se la leyó a usted en inglés o en español?
En español.
Spanish.
You testified that you remember the letter told the story of your accident. Do you remember anything else that was contained within the letter?
Usted mencionó que en la carta estaba pues la historia de cómo pasó el accidente. ¿Se acuerda de algo más que dijera la carta?
Bueno, decía algo así que como que yo voy a comprar un seguro o algo ahí.
It said something that I had purchased some insurance there.
Was that true?
¿Eso era verdad?
No.
No.
Fue lo único que escribió él, que yo no pagué nada para adquirir un seguro ahí. Es lo único que dice ahí que yo pagué $1,500 para un seguro para trabajar ahí, pero no, eso fue lo único que puso él mal.
He wrote something that is not true. He said that I paid $1,500 to work in that company for an insurance, and that's not true. I did not pay that.
Did you tell Mr. Montoya that information was not true?
¿Usted le dijo al señor Montoya que esa información no era verdad?
Cuando él me leyó, como él la leyó en español, pues no me dijo esa parte, me dijo toda la parte del accidente, pero menos eso. Bueno, como él estaba viendo en inglés, pues yo no, la verdad, pues no sabía.
When he wrote the letter to me in Spanish, he wrote everything but that part. And because he wrote the letter in English, well, I didn't know.
How did you come to learn that there was a statement that you paid $1,500 for identification in your letter if Mr. Montoya did not tell it to you?
¿Cómo se enteró usted de que él había puesto lo de los $1,500 en la carta si él no le leyó a usted esa parte?
Ajá, en la corte ahorita que vine fue que me la leyeron y ahí miré yo eso, yo me quedé sorprendido. Incluso yo le dije al de la corte que pues no, eso no tenía yo.
Well, I learned that in court just recently, they read the letter to me and I was very surprised. And even I told the judge that I did not say that for the letter.
Was there anything else in your letter that was not true?
¿Había algo más en esa carta que no era verdad?
No, eso es lo único nada más. De lo demás, todo está perfectamente bien.
No, that was the only thing. Everything else, it was just perfect. It was fine.
Did Mr. Montoya write a copy of the letter for you in Spanish?
¿El señor Montoya le escribió a usted una copia para usted en español?
No.
No.
And have you seen this document before?
¿Usted había visto este documento antes?
No.
No.
Hasta ahorita.
This is the first time.
Pero solamente con la firma, sí. Esta es la carta correcta. Bueno, yo no entiendo muy bien sobre la carta, ¿cómo le llaman cuando uno hace uno? La que mandé a la compañía.
I don't understand much about all these things, but is this the letter that I sent to the company?
Well, let me ask you a question. Is that your signature at the bottom, in about the middle of the page?
¿Es esta su firma?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to represent to you that this was the letter that was received on your behalf.
Esta fue la carta que ellos recibieron de parte suya, la empresa.
Sí.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask the interpreter to read him the letter, please.
Do you want
Just
me
the
to,
first page.
do you want me to read it in English or Spanish?
In Spanish, please.
Okay. Yo, Rubén Ramírez Hernández, tengo una queja acerca de mi supervisor, porque yo he estado trabajando aquí por 2 meses en Wolf Tree Expert desde el 6/28 del 17, junio 28. Nosotros estábamos trabajando en una línea eléctrica cuando comenzó a llover. Ellos ordenaron para ir a la casa porque estaba lloviendo. Cuando otra persona estaba trayendo un pedazo de árbol, se rompió y me cayó en la cabeza. Y me cayó a mí. Yo llamé a mi supervisor y le hice saber que cayó esto en la cabeza y que me llevara a la sala de emergencia. Yo esperé por él, pero él nunca vino. Hasta el siguiente día, después de las 12 del día, fue cuando él me llevó a una clase de clínica. Yo usé mi nombre real porque yo estaba trabajando con alguien. Yo estaba usando el nombre de otra persona y yo estaba trabajando ilegal. Mi supervisor me vendió una identidad que no era mía por $1,500.
Ella no te digo que no es cierto.
That is the part that is not true. The part of the $1,500 that my supervisor sold me, that part is not true.
Él en la parte que escribió de los 1,500 que yo les digo, es lo único que no me dijo él. Digo, esta partecita de los 1,500 para abajo, él, pues ya lo agregó él cuando yo fui. Y me dijo, fírmale aquí, mira, te la voy a leer lo que dice. Y bueno, ahorita, pero
Okay, the part of the $1,500, that's something that he add. When he read it to me from this point down, it didn't say that. And he asked me to sign, but that is not true.
Okay. Why do you think Mr. Montoya added the information about you paying $1,500 when it was not true?
¿Usted por qué cree que el señor Montoya aumentó esto de los $1,500 cuando eso no era verdad?
no lo sé, me sorprende eso, porque él era bueno. Yo para mí lo consideraba bueno.
I have no idea. I was very surprised because to me, I consider him a very good person.
Did Mr. Pablo-Rangel ever talk to you about this written statement?
I'm sorry, about?
The written statement, that's Exhibit B.
Pablo Rangel, ¿alguna vez habló con usted acerca de lo que escribieron?
No.
No.
And it's safe to say that Mr. Pablo-Rangel never threatened you, correct?
Es bueno decir que el señor Pablo Rangel nunca lo confrontó a usted ni nada con esto, ¿verdad?
No, ni lo conozco, no sé ni quién es.
No, I don't even know him. I don't even know who he is.
Solo a Oscar es nomás.
Oscar was the only person that I knew.
Okay. Did Oscar Cruz speak to you about this written statement?
Oscar Cruz habló con usted acerca de esto que escribieron esta carta.
No.
No.
Did anyone from Wolf Tree ever threaten you?
¿Alguien de Wolf Tree alguna vez lo amenazó a usted?
No.
No.
When was the last time you saw Mr. Montoya before his death?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que usted vio al señor Montoya antes de que lo mataran?
Bueno, como trabajaba yo, le expliqué todos los fines de semana, pues antes de que lo mataran, pues habíamos trabajado el sábado para atrás, ¿no?
I explained to you that we work on weekends, and before his death, we worked the Saturday before.
Did you have any knowledge on what Mr. Montoya was planning to do on August 19th of 2017?
¿Usted tiene alguna idea de qué planes tenía el señor Montoya el día de agosto 19 del 2017? ¿Qué planeaba hacer ese día?
Pues nada, más que trabajar al siguiente día, me había dicho. Incluso estaba componiendo su carro, me dijo, para ir a trabajar el sábado, como le dije.
No, we were planning to work the next day. As a matter of fact, he said to me that he was planning to fix his car so we can work the next day.
You identified a part of it that you said was not true. Do you recall?
A usted le leyeron toda la cara.
It kind of drops out over the next few minutes and gets back to normal. Do you know where that happens? There's only 3 minutes left in the video. Okay, well, it's kind of intermittent throughout that 3 minutes. Okay, turn the volume down, I guess, and look at the transcript, ladies and gentlemen. Put enough static in its courtroom.
Oh, hell no. The judge might want to hear it, but I don't. 3 minutes.
Yo le he dicho no, porque ¿Por qué voy a decir no es cierto?
No, if he had mentioned that to me, I would have said no because that's not true.
Is that it? Go next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
We learned a lot from that one. We learned how he did it. And Chinny, technically, he sort of did pay taxes because the paycheck was going to Pablo, and the paycheck had taxes taken out of it.
David Tree calls Jose Luis Santos by video designation.
Take deposition of Jose Luis Santos taken on October 4th, 2018 at 1 p.m. in the matter of Hernandez, Montoya v. the Davie Expert Tree Company. Each party present would please identify themselves for the video record.
Do you swear to accurately translate from English to Spanish?
No,
Spanish to-
what he was doing was like he was putting their names into the company as it's like a fake American name. So the company was writing the check out to this name like Peter Davis. And Pablo is taking that check. And that check was like a real check. So it had Social Security, federal, withholding, all of that on the check taken out. And then Pablo was only giving that worker part of the check and keeping all of the rest. So Pablo was taking advantage of him. I can't remember his name. Chino.
English to following proceedings.
I do.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Jura que el testimonio que nos va a dar hoy aquí va a ser la verdad, solo la verdad que
Sí, lo juro.
Yes, I swear.
All right, Mr. Santos, can you please state your full name?
¿Nos dice por favor su nombre completo?
José Luis Santos Gutiérrez.
José Luis Santos Gutiérrez.
Have you been known by any other name?
¿Usted ha usado algún otro nombre?
No.
No.
Do you speak English?
¿Usted habla inglés?
Hablo poquito inglés. Speak a little English.
Do you read English?
¿Usted lee el inglés?
Poquito también.
A little bit also.
Mr. Montoya did not seem afraid, did he?
El señor Montoya no se veía con miedo, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
Él siempre fue firme.
He was always a very firm person.
Who
Thank you, Linus. I appreciate it. Thank you.
was El Chicho's cousin?
¿Quién era el primo de El Chito?
Byron.
Byron.
Do you know Byron's last name?
¿Usted sabe el apellido de Byron?
Recinos, creo.
Cresinos, I
No,
think.
Recinos.
No, Recinos.
Can you please spell that?
¿No lo puede deletrear?
Es B grande, B, Y, R, O, N. Byron, R, E, C, I, N, O.
Byronrecino.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Did Mr. Byroncino work for Wolf Tree?
El señor Byron Recino trabajaba en Wall Street.
Sí, pero él usaba otro nombre.
Yes, but he was using another name.
Do you know what name he was using?
¿Sabe qué nombre él estaba usando?
No recuerdo ahora.
No, I do not remember now.
something directly to Montoya at this meeting?
En esta reunión, Pablo le dijo algo directo a Montoya.
Sí, cuando él llegó al meeting, cuando llegó Pablo al meeting, tú, general, porque así le decíamos al señor Montoya, tú, general, dice, lo que tienes es envidia conmigo.
When he arrived to the meeting, he pointed at him and he said, "You, General," because we call him General. What you have is envy.
I'm sorry, can you read that back?
When he arrived to the meeting, he pointed at him and he said, "You, General," because we call him General. What you have is envy.
What happened next?
¿Y qué pasó después?
Fue que le respondió Montoya lo mismo. No tengo nada que discutir contigo, Pablo.
And Montoya answered exactly the same thing. I have absolutely nothing to discuss with you, Pablo.
Todo lo que dije está escrito en la carta.
Everything that I said is in that letter.
What happened next?
Tengo el nombre que me...
I have the name,
Byron, el nombre que usaba.
the name that Byron used.
Okay, can you please tell me the name Byron used?
¿Me puede decir el nombre que Byron usaba?
Elmer Santiago.
Elmer Santiago.
Can you please spell that?
¿No lo puede deletrear?
E-L-M-E-R. Elmer. Es
Thank you so much, Tina. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Santiago. Santiago.
J.
No, Elmer Santiago.
Elmer Santiago.
¿Se lo escribo? No.
Deletréalo en español.
Ok. Elmer es E-L-M-E-R. Elmer. Santiago es S-A-N-T-I-A.
Volviendo al meeting que estábamos hablando,
Sí.
¿qué pasó cuando...
Okay. Now, it's been a 10-hour stream, and we are not going to listen to that static. I'm going to fast forward it a bit. Don't worry, we have 5 more hours. We're not going to make it that far. We're not. I'm going to fast forward it to the next person. He's going to say the same thing. Hold on, let's try that. Let's try that far. Nope. But goodbye, sir. All right. We got a new person. It looks like we're speaking to this person live. Maybe.
He's here in Portland tomorrow. He's in the Quidditch round.
All right. How long is he going to be?
Could be 40 to 60 minutes.
All right, then we'll send the jury to lunch. So you've got Tomasi Stinnett, Connor Davis.
Connor is not testifying, Your Honor. So this afternoon, we would expect that we would start with Stinnett just because the IT issues, do that right after lunch, get it out of the way.
Gotcha.
Then Tomasi, then Davis, then Rangel.
Right.
Maybe I'll see if we got Rangel and get him.
This witness is appearing by video conference. All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stinnett. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Mr. Stinnett, can you please state your full name for the jury, please?
Aaron Joseph Stinnett.
So, Your Honor.
1 second. Sir, raise your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth?
Yes,
There you go.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Stinnett. Could you state your full name for the jury once more, please?
Nope. Aaron Joseph Stinnett.
Mr. Stinnett, what is your position at Davy Tree?
Fuel administrator, fleet cards, personal vehicle program.
And where are you currently located, Mr. Stinnett?
At the corporate office in Kent, Ohio.
And have you always been in Ohio while at Davy Tree?
Yes.
How long have you been a fuel administrator for?
Approximately about 15, 17 years.
So that since 2008, about?
Approximately, yes.
And what are your responsibilities as fuel administrator?
To add, ship, replace any lost fuel cards or issue driver PIN or driver IDs for individual drivers.
Now, Mr. Stinnett, you mentioned fuel cards. What is a fuel card?
Similar to a credit card to be used at fuel stations to purchase gasoline or diesel.
And what would you purchase gasoline or diesel for?
Regular trucks, vehicles, bucket trucks, chippers, chainsaws, etc.
And who is assigned a fuel card?
The fuel cards themselves are assigned to our individual equipment by their assigned unit numbers.
Were fuel cards assigned to the Savannah Cost Center?
Yes.
And can you just walk us through when an employee has a fuel card, how is that employee able to use that fuel card to fill up on trucks or chainsaws?
They are issued a unique 6-digit driver ID or PIN number that authorizes them to use said cards.
Thank you. Mr. Stinnett, do you know what a fuel report is?
Report of use or transactions that have been occurred on a card or cards downloaded into itself.
Is it part of your responsibilities to prepare fuel reports?
Yes.
Chad, can you please put up Defense Exhibit 18, please?
No objection to these, is that correct? Before you display them, let's make sure they're admitted.
I'm not sure that he's laid a foundation for any of these, but let's just make it easy. No objection to any of them.
No objection, you seen them, no objection to any of them? All right, so 18's admitted.
Mr. Stinnett, can you describe for us what's on your screen right now?
Appears to be an email that it's kind of blocked at the top, but it appears to be an email that I had sent to.
Oh, it's not. It is not. It's a polar bear in a snowstorm. I drew that 1,000,000 times when I was a kid.
Can't see who it's blocked. The actual email address at the very top, there's a bar on mine that's kind of blocking it.
Chad, do you mind just zooming in for the witness, please?
There we go. That's better. Thank you. That I had sent to the recipient of Pablo Rangel on May 9th, 2014.
Mr. Stinnett, is that your email address, aaron.stinnett@davy.com?
That is correct.
And is it your understanding that the email address next to Pablo Rangel is his email address, pablorangel17@yahoo.com?
Yes, to my understanding, that is correct.
And Mr. Stinnett, to your understanding, did you send this email on or about May 9th of 2014?
Yes.
Chad, can you scroll down, please, to the middle of the document? Mr. Stinnett, do you see that email? Can you scroll up a little bit, Chad? Do you see that email from Mr. Rangel to you at 12:57 p.m.?
It's funny you think my cat lets me have a pillow.
Yes.
Can you just please explain to us what Mr. Rangel has emailed you about?
What he's asking for are fuel report on those specific unit numbers that are listed in the second line or row of the statement. And those signify. Go ahead.
Sorry, you should finish your answer, please, Mr. Stinnett.
Yeah, he just highlighted those are our vehicle numbers that were just highlighted.
Okay. You see the subject line where it says cost center 676130?
Yes.
Do you have an understanding of what that cost center number is referring to?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of that cost center number?
That cost center number, as my understanding, was Savannah, Georgia.
Okay. And Mr. Stinnett, did you ultimately prepare a field report in response to Mr. Rangel's request here?
As far as I can recall, yes, I did.
And just walk us through how you prepared that report, please.
Through a third-party website where we ordered our fuel cards from, put in date information as what's requested, any vehicles or all vehicles at a particular cost center, and download that data into an Excel spreadsheet.
And that's a report that you would typically prepare as part of your responsibilities as field administrator?
Yes.
And Chad, do you mind scrolling down just so we can take a look at the attachment to this email?
I want my own Chad. Chad, can you go? Can you go do this? Chad, can you make it bigger?
It's difficult to see, and we can zoom in for you if you'd like. But
it's good.
Does this appear to you as the field report that you prepared at Mr. Rangel's
Yes.
request? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we move to admit Defense Exhibit 18.
18 submitted.
Okay. Chad, can you please put up Defense Exhibit 132, please?
132 submitted. Mr. Turner.
No objection.
132 submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you just blow that up, please? Thank you. Mr. Stinnett, please describe for us what this email says.
Okay. Looks like a request from March 24th to request from the first of the year to that date, fuel transactions for the cost center in question, 676-130.
And is that also your email address?
If you swat me, I will do bad things, and no one will ever find out.
Aaron.stinnett@davy.com.
Yes.
And the email address next to Pablo Rangel17@yahoo.com. Is it your understanding that that was Mr. Rangel's email address at that time? Okay. And Mr. Stinnett, is it your understanding that you sent this email to Mr. Rangel on March 24th of 2016?
Yes.
So can you just scroll down a little bit, Chad, to the next email? Now, sorry, just to the second email on the screen, please. Can you just describe for us what Mr. Rangel had asked you on in this email?
What he's asking for is any or all of any of the fuel transactions that occurred between the date range of January 1, 2016 up into as close as possible to Thursday, March 24th, 2016.
Thank you. And Mr. Stinnett, did you prepare the fuel report in the same manner that you prepared the fuel report we saw in the other document back in May of 2014?
Yes.
And was this document something that you typically prepared in your responsibilities as a field administrator at Davy Tree?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross. Could I ask Chad to keep control here because I want to go over these exhibits. Good afternoon, Mr. Stinnett. How are you?
Very good.
Good. It's nice to meet you. I'm going to be very brief with you, but I understand in general, I think it's in general what your duties and responsibilities, but tell me on a day-to-day basis, do you prepare reports or provide reports or review documents? What do you do on a daily basis with Davy Tree?
The day-to-day, issuing fuel cards, replacing them is the highest number, and reports would be generated such as these upon request from managers in our field across the company.
You understand that Pablo Rangel was the supervisor over the Georgia Power Cost Center, which I guess is the ID which you identified earlier.
Yes.
Right. And under him would be several foremen that would run crews.
It's my understanding that is correct.
And each of those crews may have trucks or bucket trucks or transportation trucks or chainsaws or chippers, correct?
Yes, it's my understanding.
And each of those foremen then would be responsible to some degree to make sure that those vehicles had fuel.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And they would then use their fuel card in order to make sure that the vehicles that were under their supervision, the chainsaws, the chippers, all would have fuel each day, correct?
Either the supervisors themselves or individual drivers, yes.
Okay. So let's go to, if we could, Chad, exhibit, I think it was 18. All right. Now, attached to exhibit 18, you provided a fuel report, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the next page. Can we go to that? Perfect. All right. And Mr. Stennett, this is what you have provided regarding the request from Pablo Rangel, correct?
Yes.
Now, in providing this report, did Mr. Paul or anyone else ask you to look at the charges for Pablo Rangel, his brother Alvaro, any of the foremen for the Georgia Cost Center found within this report?
I don't recall any specific requests other than for the report itself.
You could have done that, correct?
I could have, yes.
Are you aware in Exhibit 18, as was testified on Thursday, that Mr. iIiAbbyiIi Montoya's amount of $1,500 is no more than anyone else? As a matter of fact, it's the average for all the foremen. Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
Are you aware that Mr. Rangel's brother or family member, Alvaro, though, is $2,000 more than anyone else in this report? Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
You could have easily gone through and kind of audited this and give us and looked at each one of the IDs to figure out who was using the most fuel and who was not, correct?
Possibly, yes.
What's a math issue, isn't it? I'm not good at math, but a calculator just add them all up and come to some numbers, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you to go to, Chad, if I could, Exhibit 132. And if you could, let's go to the attachment that Mr. Stennett showed us to that, the spreadsheets. Now, again, on these spreadsheets that you provided, you could, in your capacity at Davy Tree, if anyone had ever asked you, gone through and compared the names and ID cards, fuel cards, to determine the amount of use for each fuel card, correct?
Yes, it could be sorted that way.
But no one asked you to do that, did they?
It was not asked, no.
Are you aware that in calculating these, as Mr. McCarthy did, told the jury last week, that Mr. Montoya falls right in the middle of everyone? Are you aware of that?
I was not aware.
Are you aware that as far as the amounts used, one of Pablo's family members, Alvaro Rangel, he reports, gosh, $2,000 to $3,000 more than anyone else. Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
Right. But you could have looked at that if they asked, right?
Objection.
Oh.
Overruled for that. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
But you could if anyone asked you, correct?
Yes, if it was asked for, yes.
Are you aware that in this case, there's an allegation, a basis allegation, that Mr. Montoya was stealing barrels of diesel fuel? Are you aware of that?
No.
But you could have, in your capacity, given your knowledge and background, looked under Mr. Montoya's ID number to determine if any unusual use of fuel was, correct?
Could have, yes.
But no one asked you, correct?
No, it's not requested.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Your Honor, just hold on, please.
Sure.
Mr. Stinnett, do you know why Mr. Rangel was requesting the fuel report?
As they get requested, they may think that there is possibly something going on that may be out of the ordinary. And if I would provide the report, and then if there was, would be reported back to me and say, I see something unusual. We need to dig deeper, but
for in the May 2014 and the March 2016 emails, did you specifically know why Mr. Rangel was requesting the report?
just to request needed a fuel report for a certain date range.
Okay.
Or specific units.
And Mr. Stinnett, did you know that Mr. Rangel and Mr. Montoya were in a dispute with each other?
I did not.
Okay. Your Honor, just a moment, please. Sure. No further questions.
You had 9 years to prepare. Hurry up.
Neither Mr. Rangel nor anyone else told you that it was suspected that Illy Montoya was stealing fuel, correct?
Knowledge, no.
Any further for the witness? All right. Thank you, sir. You're released.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna find Rangel. And that's probably Rangel. Okay, Rangel probably starts right about after this guy.
Well, you mentioned in your direct, Margie, do you recall that?
I said that I communicated with Margie Connor to let her know that Kenny Rowe had communicated this issue with me and that I wanted to turn it over to her.
So you did communicate with her?
I said, yes, absolutely, I communicated with Margie.
Okay. And she was at the time general counsel for Davy Tree?
That's correct.
You still own stock in Davy Tree?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Tomasi, you were just asked a bunch of, were you aware, are you aware of questions about this safety violation notice of August 16, 2017. I want to continue with that a little bit. Are you aware that that photograph was taken when Oscar Cruz was seated in David Jackson's truck?
Given to understand that.
Are you aware that Oscar Cruz's role that day was to ride up and down the circuit with David Jackson and review all the different crews that were working along the circuit that day?
I was told that, yes.
Are you aware that this particular photograph and this particular violation occurred not on the way out on the circuit, but on the way back when they were doing the final check? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
I was told that as well.
Are you aware that Oscar Cruz, who was not written up that day, was not a member
Okay, listen. I know how to get Bill to do a marathon. I do. Trust me, I know how to do this. Here's what we're gonna do. Don't tell him. I'm gonna tell Bill we'll do a joint marathon. Me and him. And you know, He's free to leave whenever he wants. He doesn't have to stay there the whole time, right? And then we'll start it. And then I'll leave. Yep. He'll have to do the whole thing. He'll thank me for it later. What doesn't kill you builds character.
Of the crew that was working the bucket truck,
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
are you aware whether or not Oscar Cruz was or was not a member of the bucket truck crew that iIiAbbyiIi Montoya was operating that day?
To my understanding, he was not a member of the crew performing crew work.
One last question, the climbing gear that you took a little time walking the jury through, based on your 40 years in safety and in your most recent work in safety, do you know what the approximate range of cost of that equipment is?
That's part of a set of climbing gear. It's not the entirety. The entirety would encompass the climbing rope and the lanyard and the snap hook to attach the rope to the harness. $1,500, $2,000.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Savage.
Mr. Tomasi, the jury heard Mr. Jackson's testimony last week. Are you aware that he testified that Oscar Cruz told him that everyone on the Savannah call center did what was in that photograph with Mr. Montoya?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down. Take a break. It's worth what you pay me for it. I think what I know is the defense has a live witness, and then the defense has a video witness. That might be a little bit longer video witness, and that's the end of the defense case. I'm probably going to try to get all that in before we break today, because tomorrow that's a natural break point that then lets me talk to them about some legal issues in the morning. May have you guys come in a little bit later in the morning. We'll see where it breaks. So we'll see. We'll see how long this witness takes, but that's sort of my rough plan. We'll play it by ear and see how it goes, but that puts us on a pretty good timeline if we're able to do that. But you never can tell. You don't know how long examinations you're going to take, so we'll have to talk about it again once we finish with this witness, and I'll reach back out to you and get some opinions on things. All right. Our next witness.
Your Honor, Davey Tree calls its corporate representative and HR Vice President Anna Davis.
Ms. Davis.
I don't have wrangle.
Good afternoon.
That
Do you
stinks.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this trial to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
May we proceed, Your Honor?
You may begin your examination.
Please state your full name and spell your last name.
Anna Christine Davis, Davis.
And what is your title and position, and where do you work today?
I am the Senior Vice President of Human Resources at the Davey Tree Expert Company. I'm located out of the corporate office at 1500 North Manaway in Kent, Ohio.
Have you ever testified in court before in your life? Have you ever been a corporate representative ever before in your life?
I have not.
Please tell the jury about your education after high school.
Sure. I went to the University of Akron and graduated in December of 2001 with my bachelor's degree in business and organizational communications. And then
I was wrong. I was way wrong. She was sitting right here, and I called her a lawyer, and she is not a lawyer at all. She's with the company.
then later went to Kent State University and got my MBA in 2008.
When did you start working at Davey Tree, and what was your first position?
I started working at Davey in 2002, entry level as a record specialist.
And was that your first job out of college?
It was.
What's a record specialist?
A record specialist is really the entry-level HR position that is responsible for maintaining employee records, processing changes that come in related to an individual employee's employment.
Did there come a time when you were promoted?
Yes, a few times along the way.
So when was your next job? What was that job and how long did you have it? What is it?
Yeah, so in 2005, I was promoted to a benefits specialist. In 2007, I held the role of HR administrator and then also started my journey in supervising people and was the supervisor of benefits. And then in 2010, I became a senior supervisor. In 2012, I became assistant manager of human resources. In 2015, I became manager. And in 2021, I became in 2018, I became director. In 2021, I became vice president. And then in 2025, in January, I became senior vice president.
So benefit specialist and benefit supervisor, more or less, what's that thumbnail sketch in a couple of sentences? What was that job?
Sure. So as a benefit specialist, I was processing enrollments and communicating between our employees and our insurance carriers.
And what was your role when you were assistant manager of HR?
I had oversight for various areas within HR administration on my way to being the manager, which then included oversight for all functions of HR administration.
And for the last, call it 10 years, from the time in 2015, you became manager of human resources, and then through all those other promotions, have you effectively been the head of HR throughout those 10 years?
That's correct.
How common is it for people at Davey Tree to move up from entry level to senior vice president?
It's relatively common at our organization. It's something that we pride ourselves on in terms of promoting from within and developing people.
You also mentioned to the jury just now that you earned an MBA from Kent State in 2008. Were you going to school full-time? Were you on leave of absence from Davey Tree or something else?
No, I went to graduate school on nights and weekends.
And did Davey Tree provide any support toward your goal of getting a graduate degree?
Absolutely. Not only reimbursement support, but also support to interact with the organization in a different way as I made my way through my classes in graduate school.
Are you one of the Davey Tree employee owners? Do you have shares in Davey Tree?
I became an employee owner through our 401k plan in 2003, a year after I started there. So yes.
So even as an entry-level employee, you were already buying shares?
Correct.
Is that common, unusual, something in between?
I don't know if it's that common for somebody that new to buy shares, but it became relatively apparent to me quickly that I believed in the organization, I believed in the people that were there, and I believed in the work that we did.
If you were to leave Davey Tree, what would happen to your shares? Would you have to sell them back to the company, or do they go with you, or something else?
Well, I plan on leaving as a retiree, so I'll be able to retain those shares.
And will anything about your ownership of Davey Tree shares affect your testimony today?
No.
If one of your coworkers murders you, what happens to those shares?
You've been in court this whole trial, is that correct?
Yes.
You heard Pat Covey, for example, and you heard Joe Tomasi just now talk about Davey Tree's values. How were those values communicated then and now? Then is 2017, you were already the head of HR. And now, how does that get communicated to the employees?
Sure. Our values are ingrained in everything that we do. Our approach to business is values-based leadership. It's our North Star. It's how we make decisions. When there is a question on behavior, we look to those values to help govern our decisions.
Do you have one of those hard hats with a picture inside it?
I do have a hard hat and a PPE for when I go out on field visits.
And whose picture is inside that hard hat?
Well, typically, most of my workday is in an office space, but I have a picture of my husband in that frame.
Is safety one of the core values at Davey Tree?
It is.
As far as you understand it from a more white-collar position, what are the types of dangers that the company is trying to guard against in terms of its workforce and the workplace?
Sure. We heard about some of them today. Fall from heights, electrocution, struck by, crushed. Our employees are working with a lot of equipment that is dangerous, like chainsaws, so they can be significantly injured by that work and that equipment.
Does that training involve trying to prevent one employee from organizing a hit on another employee?
No.
Your Honor, let me object. This witness would not know. She's not a member of the legal team.
Overruled.
Are you familiar with the training of employees, the communication of safety generally in the company, given your 25 years there and your time in HR?
Yes, safety is ingrained in everything we do. It's in all levels and all positions within our organization.
Whether in an HR capacity or in a capacity for your field visits, have you ever received any training inside or outside Davey Tree, any conference, seminar, or convention about how HR or anyone else in a company can prevent one employee from killing another outside of the workspace and time?
Your Honor, again, I have to object because her scope is very limited to HR. So we're to try to point to what the legal team is supposed to do is not appropriate.
What's the objection, Mr. Turner?
She has no foundation for what everyone in the company knows.
I'll let her testify to what.
She's HR. Like if there's sexual harassment, she would be involved. So if there's murder, she should be involved.
As an HR policy or HR employee at this point, Mr. McNally, you can answer it with that proviso, Ms. Davis, from an HR standpoint.
Yes, from an HR standpoint, the conferences that I've attended, the trainings that I've had have never covered murder outside of work hours. That's not a training that's been available to my knowledge.
Are you familiar with Davey Tree's hiring practices and how they've changed over the time that you've been there?
I am.
And have Davey Tree's policies and procedures related to verifying whether employees are authorized to work in the United States changed during your 23 years in HR?
Yes.
So let's start in or around 2008. You were in HR in 2008, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct or not correct that in 2008, Davey Tree acquired the Wolf Tree Expert Company?
That's right.
Do you know whether the Wolf Tree employees were or were not required to reapply in order to work at New Wolf?
They were required to reapply.
From an HR perspective, why make a person reapply? They're already working there. You bought the company. Why make them reapply?
My understanding is that related to the type of acquisition that it was with an asset purchase, we did require employees under that kind of merger and acquisition to reapply.
Was Pablo Rangel one of the employees who reapplied in 2008 to work for New Wolf Tree?
Yes.
Please explain to the jury, to the best of your knowledge and recollection, what was the application process in 2008 when Pablo Rangel and iIiAbbyiIi Montoya and other Wolf Tree workers applied to work at New Wolf Tree?
The application process was a paper-based process. And so everybody was filling out paper applications that were considerably lengthy, in my opinion, upwards of, 10, 20 pages of the work history, education history, emergency contact. It was a full application.
Other than the application itself, this one that's overly long, what other documents, if any, were the Wolf Tree workers required to submit in order to get hired at New Wolf Tree?
Sure. So part of the application, it's what we call part 2 of the application, included some policy review that they had to sign off on, emergency contact information that we wanted to have for them, and it included the Form I-9.
Please tell the jury your understanding. What is an I-9 form?
Sure. So a Form I-9 is a government required form. It became mandatory to have it completed for every employee at every organization under the Immigration Reform and Control Act in 1986.
And please walk the jury through the different key main parts of the I-9 form and who fills out what part of that form.
So there is multiple parts to the form, and the form has changed over the years per the government's issuance of the form. But generally speaking, throughout all versions, there is a part 1 that the individual fills out themselves. That includes their attestation as to their ability and authorization to work in the United States. And then part 2 is filled out by an employer representative, the one who is verifying and looking at the documents that the individual is providing as part of that I-9 document. The I-9 in and of itself is to prove identity and work authorization in the United States.
And then in addition to the first and second parts of the I-9 form, are there other documents that the applicant is required to submit in addition or as a supplement or along with an I-9 form?
At that point, they would be required to also provide their social security number. But outside of the documents that they themselves choose to supply as part of the I-9, there wouldn't be any other required documents.
Is there any component that's like when you go to the DMV or when you get a passport and you've got to do a birth certificate or a former state driver's license or any combination like that?
Yeah, so the guidance related to the Form I-9 is that the employer, as the employer, we cannot tell individuals what documents to present. We can give them the listing of the documents, and they can provide either something from list A, which outlines their identity and work authorization. So for example, a passport, or they can supply something from list B and C. So for example, that would be a driver's license or social security card.
In 2008, when New Wolftree was created, was the person who filled out the employer part of the I-9 form, the second part, were they located in Kent, Ohio, or were they located somewhere else?
They were located somewhere else.
And would that be at one of the 800 cost centers that existed in 2017, whatever that number was in 2008, or would that be something else?
That's correct, wherever the cost center was that the individuals were being hired at.
And you heard that in 2017, maybe you know this yourself, there were 800 cost centers, yes?
Yes,
Probably a lower number in 2008.
I would imagine.
Are each of those cost centers a brick and mortar office where there's a fax machine and a printer and a copy machine and what have you?
I wish they were, but no, they're not. A lot of our business is not inclusive of brick and mortar locations. It's a very transient type of work. We've heard about how the line clearance works their way down a circuit. So many of our employees are reporting to a work site or a meetup location. There's not a brick and mortar with fax machines or computer stations. They're working out of their trucks.
So real world, how did this get done? It's 2008. You've got whatever, multi-hundred cost centers, most of them not brick and mortar. You're down a crew or two. You've got to hire some new people. You're a general foreman in California or Georgia or Maine. How is this paperwork done if there's no office? Where is it done and how is it done?
So there are a couple of ways that information could be facilitated. One of them is filling out the paper applications, putting them in a FedEx and FedExing them up to the corporate office, putting them in what we call the snail mail with USPS, and or individuals going to a location where they can scan and or copy the paper applications and then attach them to an email. We did have email in 2008, so attaching them to an email and sending them up to the corporate office.
Remember fax machines?
I do.
Were fax machines any part of this?
Yes.
Ever looked at a copy of a driver's license that was sent by fax machine?
So yes, and it may not have been the original document that was sent via fax. The individual supervisor, manager could have made a copy of the documents the employee presented and then scanned those and emailed them. So sometimes the quality of the documents that we got were pretty degraded by the time they reached corporate.
Like a fax of a photocopy?
Correct.
What background checking did Davy Tree conduct for all hires in 2008? Did they use any outside vendors or services?
Yes, we used a third-party background check service provider.
What did that service provider do? If you remember their name, tell us who it was, but how did that work?
Yeah, for a long time, we had a relationship with a provider called TrueHire, and they ran the background checks, and it included various checks, court searches, criminal checks, and it also included a Social Security trace.
What is a Social Security trace?
The Social Security trace actually takes the Social Security number of the individual and traces it within the systems that the government provides. And it indicates when the Social Security number was issued, like a date range of issuance of the Social Security number.
You're familiar with something, maybe you mentioned it already, you've heard it here, called E-Verify?
I am.
And what is E-Verify? How does it work? How was it used during, let's say, 2008 to now, as best you know?
Sure. In 2008, prior to that, the government started requiring employers who had government contracts to utilize E-Verify. It started off in 5 states and it grew from there from a mandatory search. And the employer, or us as Davy Tree, Wolf Tree, took the information that was supplied on the I-9 and entered that information into the government-provided system of E-Verify.
When did Davy Tree and its subsidiaries like Wolf Tree start using E-Verify?
It was prior to 2008 in those limited states, but at a certain point, we did roll out E-Verify to all states and all new hires.
Maybe you just said this. If you did, I'm sorry if I missed it. Did there come a time where E-Verify became mandatory by the U.S. government or anybody else, or is it still optional for companies?
It's mandatory.
Do you know when that became?
I don't recall that date.
Do you know whether it was before or after 2010?
I think it was right around then. It would be a guess for me to answer that.
Well, let me put the question a slightly different way. To the best of your knowledge and recollection, was Davy Tree and the new hires at Wolf Tree in 2008, was Davy Tree and Wolf Tree required to use E-Verify in 2008?
Yes.
So asking this question a slightly different way, in 2008, when the old Wolf became new Wolf, what, if anything, was Davy and Wolf required to do by the federal government that it did not do?
Nothing that I can recall.
So I just want to make sure I've got the list right. An application, you talked about that, too many pages, an I-9 form with verification that took place in the field, a background check, and then eventually E-Verify. Do I have that more or less right?
More, right, yes.
Okay. Did there come a time when Davy Tree and its subsidiaries like Wolf Tree moved away from these paper, fax, photocopy job applications and paper I-9s?
Yes.
Do you remember what year that took place?
We started that journey in 2014, 2015.
And describe in 2014, 2015, was that a migration from paper copies to online, or was it some other evolution?
Sure. We went to an online application, and I would say it was a slow adoption for our organization. I think sometimes change is difficult, and so there was a period in which we were doing both. We had online applications, and we also had paper applications that were being submitted to the corporate office.
So you described that in these hundreds of cost centers, there weren't very many brick and mortar offices. So if there weren't offices, as you understand it, for your thousands of workers out in the field, where do the interviews take place?
In the field, sometimes supervisors would coordinate talking to employees or interviewing employees in a parking lot or at a restaurant. It could vary, whatever was most convenient for that supervisor and the individual that was applying for the job.
For an initial hiring decision, before all that paperwork gets processed up in Ohio, who in the world and functions of Davy Tree, Wolf Tree makes the initial hiring decision?
Well, it would be based on the pre-employment activity. So initially, the individual at the field level would recommend that the individual be hired, but then the E-Verify, the background checks, the pre-employment activities would have to be cleared before that individual was actually hired and maintained.
Let me take another stab at this. Is it the general foreman or someone else, assistant managers, area managers, who typically would do the interviews and make the initial hiring recommendation in your cost centers across the country for field workers?
The individuals that were regionally located, the general foreman, the supervisors that were there in person.
Are you familiar in the world of HR with a phrase called the human factor?
I'm not.
Then I'll move on.
Okay, hold on. Before you make that decision,
How common or
yeah, you can get the decision tomorrow. Yeah, because she's going to be on the stand for a little bit. And then the decision is about 23 minutes long.
uncommon was it for field-based tree care and utility workers at Davy Tree and its subsidiaries to recruit friends and family to work for the company in the process that you just described?
Very common. We see that throughout our organization and all of our subsidiaries. Davy Tree was an employee, a family-based organization until 1979. The profession of arboriculture, horticulture, and landscaping becomes a pretty small community. And so we see individuals that are friends, family members, relations, familial relations quite frequently.
In your work in HR, your understanding of the company, how common or uncommon is it for either seasonal work or
Carlos, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
transitory work to be a factor in your field workforce? And please tell us a sentence or two about that.
Sure, there are groups of employees who culturally they do tend to stay together as work groups. They travel together, and so it's really common to see that throughout our operations.
And how do the seasons affect your workforce and your operations in one region of the country or another?
We're coast to coast, east to west and north to south. And so as sometimes the weather gets inclement in the Northeast, we'll see individuals that will relocate temporarily down to the Southeast or warmer climates. That cold weather's not for everybody.
And then are there work-driven elements of where your workers get assigned? Do storms affect where they are geographically, whether they're fleeing the storm or responding to the storm? How does that impact where your workforce might be deployed?
Sure. I've never heard of a circumstance where our employees are fleeing an impacted region based on a storm. We're usually sending employees to the impacted areas.
In your experience of almost 25 years in HR at Davy Tree, how common or uncommon is it for more than one Davy Tree employee to live at the same address?
It's not uncommon. As I said, we've had family members that have.
Sorry, I did it again. Monica, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Worked at Davy, husbands and wives, siblings, parents and children, roommates. So I know a lot of people that have roommates within their duration of adulthood. And some of those happen from relationships you have at work.
Are you familiar with any circumstances where employees would be using the same address but not actually living there?
No.
You talked about groups that had to transition or might migrate around for one reason or another. Have you ever seen a circumstance where they maintain a mailing address even if they're deployed somewhere else?
What's leading question right there? If I've ever heard of it.
Just leading's fine. Sustained, rephrase.
You got Melissa. You got Melissa from Court 5, although she's not in Court 5 anymore. You got Melissa. Oh, my cat is stuck. Yeah.
Any reasons that you're aware of why someone would have a mailing address of record but they might be deployed somewhere else.
Yes, so they could have a permanent address on their record, but for example, the permanent address could be in Florida, but their mailing address is in Michigan because that's where they're working at the time.
When the response teams go north to a blizzard, west to California wildfire fires, down south for hurricanes, have you ever heard of, or have you not ever heard of, deployment troops staying at the home of other Davy Tree workers?
Leading. Overruled. Answer the question if you can.
Yes, and I've heard of numerous circumstances or situations in terms of how employees are residing in impacted areas, from tent cities to motels, the same motel, to residents.
Do crews that are deploying in response to emergencies or seasonal work ever sleep in their trucks, ever bring sleeping bags, they always stay in hotel rooms, or are there other places?
Usually in the impacted areas, hotel rooms are at a premium, so it's common that our employees are sleeping in their trucks.
In terms of your HR perspective, would it raise any flags for there to be more than one employee living at the same address?
Not necessarily, no.
How are Davy Tree and Wolf Tree employees paid? What are the different ways that they might be paid?
They can be paid through paper check. They can elect direct deposit. And we also have available pay cards, so they could have their weekly remittance loaded onto a pay card.
Going back to the 2000s, shy of the current, Apple Pay and everything else that's out there, are there ever any places or reasons in your experience where the supervisor gets the checks rather than mailing to the individual employee? Is that a thing or not a thing?
We've actually had some contracts that mandate that our checks get sent to the supervisor, and so that then they can distribute them to the employees.
And when the system's working properly and a supervisor gets the paychecks, is that every week or every 2 weeks?
The individual production employees would be paid weekly.
And when the system's working properly, as you understand it from HR, how is it that the checks are supposed to go from the hands of the supervisor, the mail of the supervisor, to the individuals?
So it's very common that our supervisors are holding daily meetings, and so they would distribute them at the meetings.
Any sense, if it's 50% or something else, for field workers widely dispersed in the 2000s, what percentage got direct deposit, what percentage got paper checks?
It was in the upwards of 80% in the early 2000s.
Which way 80%?
I'm sorry, that received direct deposit.
Has the proportion, you just gave a percentage, of the workers receiving their pay from direct deposit versus a paycheck by paper, mail, or otherwise changed during the time you've been in HR?
Absolutely. We've encouraged employees to sign up for direct deposit because there are benefits that they get related to the access of their funds. And so through that and through, I think, just the maturity of technology and banking systems, we've had an increase in direct deposit elections.
In terms of more than one Davy Tree or Wolf Tree employee getting their paycheck in the same account, is that uncommon, common, something in between?
I wouldn't say it's uncommon. As I said, we have family members that work together, husbands and wives, and so it does occur.
Have you ever come across in your 25 almost years at Davy Tree that there were employees in your workforce who did not themselves have bank accounts?
Very funny, Kelly. Almost halfway done. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
And how common or uncommon, how rare or not rare is it for field workers to not have a bank account in the 2000s?
It's not uncommon that individuals may have had some fees that sort of deterred them from signing up for bank accounts.
Would more than one employee receiving their paychecks in the same bank account by itself raise a red flag?
Not necessarily.
For field workers in these 800 or whatever the right number would be of cost centers around the country, to your knowledge, has Davy Tree or Wolf Tree for that matter created two pay scales where there's one pay for unauthorized workers and a different pay for those who are authorized to work in the United States?
No, sir.
In your 23 years at HR, has there ever been another case at Davy Tree in which a Davy Tree, Wolf Tree supervisor arranged to have another employee killed?
My knowledge.
In your role as head of HR or before you were head, in your external trainings, conferences, how many of those trainings included segments focused on preventing supervisors from murdering a complainer?
None.
Well, you know, if one is reported, there's what, 10, 20 that have not been reported.
In your 23 years of working in HR, have you attended any trainings, continuing education, seminars, conventions, conferences on how to investigate complaints?
Yes.
Can you estimate how many of those online or external in-person trainings you've participated in over the last 25 years?
Trainings, just overall, 4 or 5 a year for a decade.
Okay, I'm going to say lots.
Lots.
And how many of those trainings included segments on how to prevent a person who's complaining from being physically harmed by the person who made the complaint?
None.
Have you ever taken any training on workplace retaliation?
Yes.
Please tell the jury your understanding as head of HR. What's a workplace retaliation?
Sure. So workplace retaliation would cover adverse employment actions as it relates to an individual who has filed a complaint or filed for FMLA, job protected leave. So yes, I have familiarity with the subject.
Do you remember and know from your firsthand experience and work at the headquarters the names and positions of the employees in the Davy Tree Legal Department in the spring and summer of 2017?
Yes.
Please tell the names of the people in the legal department and please tell their job title.
Sure. Margie Connor, she was corporate counsel. Scott Zakharoff, he was a compliance specialist and was an attorney. Heather McCosey was an administrative staff person, and Renee Taka was a paralegal.
We've talked about the 800 cost centers that existed in 2017. Do you know, Ms. Davis, about how many different states was Davy Tree or its subsidiaries present in 2017?
I would say more than 40.
And can you tell the jury, in your understanding, and who was your supervisor in 2017?
Joe Paul.
And was there anyone in the legal department who was also a direct report to Joe Paul?
Margie Connor.
And how often did the three of you or a group larger than the three of you meet in some kind of formal setting or periodic setting?
Regularly, we had staff meetings.
More than once a month, less than once a month?
More than once a month.
As you understand it in terms of scope, so in HR, you had responsibility for the entire country plus Canada, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was the responsibilities of the legal department the same or different from that of HR?
Their scope and oversight was the same.
So are you familiar with the general scope and the categories of matters that were handled by the legal department, not any other department at Davy Tree in or around 2017?
Yes.
Please tell the jury, as you best understand it, those categories, those food groups of what was the responsibility of the legal department.
Sure. So they could be investigating complaints, whistleblower complaints, reviewing contracts. They had some involvement with property management in terms of buildings that we owned or leased with those lease agreements. They were negotiating union contracts and bargaining agreements and handling employee grievances from union employees. They were involved in merger and acquisition activity. They were managing the relationships with outside legal counsel and the issues that were handled by outside legal counsel. That's some of the flavor that was within their purview.
You know, I want to file an objection.
Should we do sidebar?
I don't know how this witness would know what the legal counsel is doing. We might object. So
We've already gone over the foundation.
Overall, you can cross-examine on it, Mr. Turner.
So, Ms. Davis, in your experience in all these different jobs in HR for Davey Tree over the last almost 25 years, whether you've been involved in, CC'd on, supervising a matter, hands-on role in a matter, sitting in a conference room about a matter, can you give us an estimate, whether it's by year, by total, average for a month, of how many employee complaints you think you might have been involved in the investigations of?
By year?
How many, if you have an estimate for how many employee complaints might cross your desk or your screen in the course of a given year?
Yeah, I would say hundreds that crossed my desk. I also had responsibility at the time for Bev Strom, who was our liaison in employee relations, who was handling the bulk of those investigations and inquiries. And so the reports that she put together based on those activities would have come across my desk.
So in terms of that, these hundreds of employee complaints that you might touch in a given year, please tell the jury the primary or the main categories or types of employee complaints that are part of that several hundred a year.
Sure, they could run the gamut. We had a lot of complaints or inquiries related to my paycheck is wrong, I have the wrong hours, my PTO is incorrect, harassment, FMLA inquiries, and then more serious things like sexual harassment and whistleblower complaints.
So in HR, are you familiar with the steps that are taken in terms of processing and coming to a resolution for an HR employee investigation?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what those primary steps include.
Once the complaint came in, you would review the complaint and identify the scope of your investigation. And then you would pull or accumulate the documents and records and review them that are available based on the scope and the topics that were in the complaint. You would identify individuals to interview as part of that investigation, and you would outline the questions that you plan to ask them as part of that interview. And then you would conduct your interviews, and you'd sort of go back a couple steps, collect any new documentation or records and review it that were an outcome based on those conversations. You would identify any new individuals to talk to as part of that interview process, and then you would document, analyze, determine your findings, and then you would have closeout conversations and implement any corrective actions, and then you would finalize your report based on that complaint.
And maybe you just said this, that if I missed it. There's come a point in the process in cases where the person being complained about is available to HR, that there is a discussion or an interview that allows the alleged wrongdoer to tell their side of the story.
They would be included in the individuals identified to interview, yes.
Do you remember any cases in 25 years where the person who was being complained about, who was still available to HR Davey Tree, was not given the chance to tell their side of the story before a determination was made?
No.
And then at what point in your experience does the opportunity for the person who's complained about to tell their side of the story, does that typically happen in one point or another in the timeline you laid out?
It's usually at the end of the individual interviews that are being conducted.
And then what's the last step after all that information, all those interviews, all that has happened? How is it resolved? How is the complaint addressed?
So there's a determination made on any corrective action and who that corrective action would be applied to. It's not cookie cutter. It depends on the information that is sort of communicated and identified as part of those conversations and investigation.
For these hundreds of investigations that you've been part of every year, are there factors that affect the timing from short to long of how long it takes to get to the point where you interview the person who's being complained about and when a resolution is landed upon?
Yes.
What are those factors?
So there are complexities that impact your investigation, the number of topics that are included within the complaint, the number of individuals that you identify to interview, whether those individuals are current employees or previous employees, their accessibility from a regional standpoint. We're working across time zones, so there is schedules to coordinate. It also depends on how you have to coordinate other departments to investigate that complaint appropriately.
What, if any, and if so, describe to the jury, effect does the quantity of information provided have on the length of an investigation, generally speaking?
The quantity in terms of what was included in the complaint?
Sure.
Yeah, so the number of issues, the sort of identification of individuals or specifics related to that complaint, who was involved, any witnesses that were there observing said complaint, contact information. The more information we can get on submission, the more quickly we can identify who to interview as part of that investigation.
Tell us for a moment about categories of a complaint. Is there a difference in the timing or the processing if the complaint is about one issue, I need my PTO, personal time off restored, or whether there are 6 or 8 or 10 different categories of complaints, such as, I don't know, safety, equipment.
Someone murdered me.
whatever.
The more topics to investigate, the more time it would take, the more steps that are required.
What, if any, does the effect of the quality, not the quantity, the quality of the information have on the potential length of an investigation?
So it has a significant impact if we can't get valid information or individuals' names or contact information that we may not have for people.
How about the effect, if any, in terms of the timing that an investigation takes, of the number of potential witnesses and the locations of the number of witnesses?
Ask that again.
Sure. I'll even break it down.
Thank you.
First is, what effect, if any, does the number of potential witnesses have on the length of an investigation?
The more people you're talking to, the longer an investigation can take.
Same question as to the location of the witnesses.
Sure. Like I said, we work across time zones, and so that can offer in and of itself some complexity in terms of scheduling interviews.
What, if any, effect does the completeness and the accuracy of the information provided by the complainant have on the length of an investigation?
Lack of information can add time onto the investigation.
Is it Davy Tree's practice, and maybe you just answered this, so I'll say it just another way, to complete an investigation before it takes action against an employee, or does it take action against an employee before the investigation is completed?
Well, as I outlined, one of the steps would be closeout conversations where you're implementing corrective action, and then a final report. So I would say the investigation and the inquiry is not complete until that closeout conversation and corrective action has been implemented.
Was Bev Strom, who you saw testify here in court, was she one of your colleagues who you worked with during your time at Davy Tree?
Really, Ginny? Do you investigate Do you investigate murders?
Yes, she was a colleague, and then at a certain point, she became a direct report.
How about Mr. Tomasi? Were there ever times where you had professional dealings with him, where you're investing complaints or dealing with something that has to do with safety?
That's correct, yes.
How about Joe Paul? Did you work with him day to day, week to week?
I worked with him day to day. I reported to him.
And how long did you and the in-house counsel, Margie Connor, how many years did you work together at Davey Tree?
15.
And over those 15 years, how often would you say that your office, the HR office, interacted, consulted with, CC'd or what have you, employee complaints with folks in the legal department?
Regularly.
How would you describe Marjorie Connor as a lawyer?
Your Honor, I
Sustain.
the foundation for that.
Sustain.
Did you work with Ms. Connor for 15 years?
Yes.
Did you an opportunity? Sorry, go ahead.
More closely as I came into positions of leadership within human resources.
Did you have a chance to consult with her in the legal department from time to time in your day job in HR?
Yes, not only in our staff meetings, but also in meetings where we had common topics. So meetings we were both invited to.
Did you have an opportunity to review emails, memos, communications, notes, other materials that were prepared by Margie Connor or the legal department that she supervised?
Yes.
Did you see her from time to time in your shared workspace, in or around the Davey Tree office? I don't know, the break room, the lunchroom, the parking lot, Davey Tree events?
Yes.
Based on what you've just told, that knowledge and familiarity of Ms. Connor, do you have an opinion about her as a lawyer?
Your Honor, again, I have to object.
We've just done the foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection to that question. You can ask her if she likes her, thought she was a good employee, but you can't ask her opinion of her as a lawyer. That's a slightly more nuanced question, so.
What's your opinion
I'll
of
sustain
her?
the
as-
objection, rephrase the question.
What's your opinion of her as a person?
Everything I observed in my interactions with her indicated she was hardworking, she was well-intentioned, she was conscientious, and that would be my response.
Do you have knowledge, understanding, and background as to whether there is a difference in the process steps that the legal department uses, or the safety department uses, or the payroll department uses, or the legal department uses, or whether they're the same or different from the HR process? Do you have a view on that?
They would be generally the same.
You've seen Margie Connor's handwritten notes of all her meetings with iIiAbbyiIi Montoya as part of the exhibits that have been admitted into evidence in that trial. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall how many different dates, not asking for the dates, how many different times Ms. Connor's note reflect that she spoke with Mr. Montoya?
5 times.
So 5 times in the summer of 2017. I want to ask you, so like Margie Connor, you're responsible for, in 2017, more than 9,000 employees, correct?
Yes.
And you're responsible for more than 800 cost centers, correct?
Yes.
In your own
Can I
experience,
approach you on?
Yes.
in 2017, you haven't heard,
Yes.
and you're responsible for more than 800 cost centers, correct?
Yes.
In your own experience,
That's the judge. The judge put that on instead of that machine. He tested it earlier and I was able to get rid of it, and I didn't realize he put it on now. I'm gonna fast forward it. I hope it's not copyrighted, Judge. Judge, you better not have put copyrighted.
otherwise, with one
Whoops, wrong button. I meant to mute.
of your field workers.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overrule, you can answer the question.
Related to one complaint or a singular submission, never.
What do you think is the most number of meetings you ever had by telephone or otherwise for one complaint with one field worker?
So it's pretty standard in my experience to have up to 3 conversations, sort of beginning, middle, and end.
What are the 3 conversations?
The submission of the complaint to get some additional information from the individual filing the complaint. And then during the interviews that are conducted with individuals that are identified, if there's new information that comes about, you could contact the submitter of the complaint again to get some follow-up information or ask some additional questions. And then as part of that closeout conversation.
In your experience and capacity as head of HR, are you familiar with the different categories of adverse personnel actions?
I'm about done with HR. I'm going to let her answer this question, and then we're going to get to the verdict.
So directing your attention to the testimony you've heard in this case concerning the fact that after Eliad Montoya provided his complaint to Chris Branch on April 24th of 2017, Pablo Rangel was then removed from his role as the direct supervisor of Eliad Montoya, and Oscar Cruz was promoted from his role as Mr. Rangel's assistant to general foreman, the same title as Pablo Rangel. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
After Eliad Montoya's complaint was submitted, do you recall hearing testimony that after Eliad Montoya's complaint was submitted, Oscar Cruz was then assigned by Wolftree to take over the Savannah crews, including Mr. Montoya, and Mr. Rangel was sent to manage the Brunswick area crews?
Leading.
Staying.
We're just recounting
I understand, but
what she's heard. I
understand. Just
I'll break it down.
get to the question.
Do you remember hearing testimony of what happened to Pablo Rangel after Eliad Montoya submitted his complaint in April of 2017?
Yes.
What's your understanding of what actions Wolftree took, according to the testimony you heard at that time?
Mr. Rangel's oversight and region was limited in scope and moved, and Oscar Cruz was elevated to a peer position to Mr. Rangel.
In the HR department that you manage and have been part of for 25 years, when half of a general foreman's territory is taken away from him, is that or is that not considered to be a demotion?
Yes, that can be considered a demotion.
How about when a general foreman's assistant is promoted to the same level as the general foreman and half of his men and crews are taken away from him? Is that considered or not considered a demotion?
That would be considered a demotion.
Are those two things considered an adverse personnel action or not considered that?
It would be adverse.
In your understanding in HR, what does the term adverse personnel action mean?
It would be a action related to your employment. So it can run the gamut. Think employment actions, hiring, promotion, demotion, wage change, separation, access to training. Those are all employment actions.
In your 23 years of experience in HR, please tell the jury, what's the purpose of a separation in which a supervisor, whether it's an office supervisor or anybody else, is removed from the direct supervision of an employee who's made a complaint?
That would provide distance between the individual submitting the complaint and the individual that was the focus of that complaint.
In your 25 years nearly at the company, how often have you seen a separation used to protect against murder?
To protect against murder? Never.
Back in 2017.
Okay. The defense has now closed their case and they're done. So we get the gist of what's going on here. Let's get to the verdict. Let's get to the end of what we've been waiting for. This one is Is that? Just want to make sure. I don't want to leave anything on the table. Okay, this